Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. It's that time again where I bring you my tips, facts, or experience that you may or may not find helpful. Actually, I totally didn't decide what I was going to call this series, but it's going to be a long play, a full entire play of me going from 1 to 60 on a completely fresh character. So I'm going to make one like right now. There's not gonna be any edits or any cuts, hopefully, unless something goes horribly wrong, which could happen. But you know, barring no issues, that's what we're gonna do. Because I've been asked multiple times to see my route in action, repeatedly. So I'm going to. I've been kind of putting it off just because it's gonna be, you know, so long, and I know I won't be completely accurate to my own time. Because I'm gonna be talking to you, and I'm not talking to anyone else. I gotta talk, you know. So okay. So anyway, let's get into it. I'm going to make a new character here, completely new, fresh, from the start. We're just gonna go on this journey here. So expect this to be a bit of a long series. And I gotta get used to you. You're right there. I see you. I mean, I don't see you, but you see me. So, you know. Alright, I'm gonna be lame and do a human. That's kind of a nice look. And my favorite ones to level are warrior, hunter, and monk. I could always go for another monk. I literally haven't decided anything on this. I didn't have this pre-planned because I wanted you to see how I do things. You know what? Let's do a hunter. Just because I'm lazy. Let's do a dude. Think of your name in a minute here. All right, so let's customize this guy. And yes, I'm gonna leave all of this in because that's just how I roll. I like that face. I'm a bit of a sucker to that face. Is that the darkest of the three? Yes. Beard. Kind of like the chin puff. Look at that. Poof. Who actually has their hair like that in real life? I mean, if you do, I'm not knocking it. I'm just, you know, kind of like that look. All right. Kind of like that look. All right, let's do hair color here. I think I'm gonna do a nice lush brown. That's kind of nice. Hairstyle, oh boy, what do I want here? The dreadlocks are kind of neat, but I've already done that look. Got another character. I definitely want to do, I think, one of the new hairstyles, because the old ones are just so flat looking. Well, foxtail's kind of cool though. It does have some nice hair physics. You know what? I'll be unclassic and just do that. You know, he kind of reminds me of a black dragon, actually. I'm an RPer, in case you're not aware. Yeah, let's go with like the soul patch, maybe. Let's come back on your beard, actually. I'm feeling sexy black dragon vibes here. So, Professor. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting kind of handsome. Let's do eye color. Black dragon. Let's do. I kind of like the brightness. Where's the? It's angled. Yeah. Let's pick a different face. Maybe let's pick a different face. Let's see here. Surprised. Old. Very old. Too young. Very old. Sad. Let's see. That one kind of works. It's a little rough looking. Let's see what it looks like narrow. I love these options, by the way. They really change how the face looks. Kind of a sucker for round, though, just because I like the manly but softer features, you know. I think I'm gonna go with that one. He's gonna be wearing armor most of the time anyways, so In fact, should I do black? Nah. I like the brown. Okay. Good enough. We don't need to spend too much time on this. Let's do, excuse me while I lean forward here. Cavalbane. How's that? Yeah, I'll do that. Cavalbane. That sounds like a nice dragony name. So, okay, Hunter. We're gonna do Exile's Reach, obviously. And there we go. Hunter! Yay. Alright, let's dig right into it. So, are you excited? You finally get to see me do this route in person? I kind of did it with Canary before, but it was a carry. Since it wasn't... Yes. And, you know, it wasn't meant for, like, a walkthrough type of thing. Not that this is a walkthrough, but this is, you know, a long play. And before I actually set up my UI, which I will do, because, you know, obviously this is standard here, I'm going to get him off the boat first, because I have had problems with getting stuck on the boat after, like, reloading a few times. And then you can't get off the boat unless you use, like, the stuck thing, and it's not even worth it because, you know, it just messes up everything. So we're just not gonna do that. We're just gonna leave it as is for a second. I can handle, you know, basic UI here. Oh, look, another hunter. Night Elf. I probably should have done Night Elf. Oh well, everyone does Night Elf. How many people actually do a human hunter, huh? Well, probably a lot. But, you know, whatever. It's fine. Alright. Talk. There we go. Can't see! There we go. In we go. Get in here, everyone. Yeah, I try not to do too much, add-on UI stuff on the boat, because I've just had it freak out a few times in it. And I don't need to do that, because it's not, that's not fun. Dun dun dun! We're not gonna watch the cinematic. Cool cinematic, though. If you haven't done Exile's Reach, you should. At least once, because... there's a person. Get up. Come on. Okay. Alright. Now, let's pull my keyboard closer. So I use a keypad. I don't use a keyboard to play. Because it's easier on my hand. So, let's get everything set up first. Add-ons. Leveling. Let me make sure that is correct. So I'm on a completely... Not like a completely different Battle.net account, but I'm on a newer WoW account. Yeah, everything looks fine. I'll turn on TD. I'm gonna want that in my 60s, and I'm probably not gonna mess with my add-ons much, so... Yep, that looks about right. Alright, reload. And if you're wondering how long these episodes are gonna be, I'm going to do them... even though it's probably going to be really long on some of them, per zone. That way, I'm not drawing out the series over, you know, like 2 months. That's just not necessary. So, okay, so let me finish getting all set up here. Let's create, actually, let's darken this first. Yum. There we go. Okay, great. Gonna make my emotes window. Now, in case you haven't seen my UI series, I do have my UI series that goes over my UI and everything in it. It's, you know, a couple years old now, but I haven't changed, like, anything, really. Except for deleting some old add-ons, like, that I don't use anymore because I don't raid anymore. Like, you know, details and DBM, and yeah, I don't have DBM anymore. Oh no. But I don't do competitive content. I'm just not into it. I did that for many years. I raided from hardcore, from MOP to Legion. And in WoD, I was even a raid lead and lead healer for Mythic. Hellfire, specifically. Did I set this up already? I probably didn't. I'm getting distracted. Talking, man. Talking and playing at the same time is not yet one of my skills. So this is going to be interesting. But what better to practice on than on a series that very few people are probably actually going to watch. So I don't expect this series to do very well, but it's fine. It's content. Okay, so that's all this. I need to get rid of. Turn on that, turn that. Okay, Spy is already set. Sexy maps, good. TD. Where are you? There you are. Hotkey. I need to copy over those. I'm gonna need to do that later. Okay. I just remembered that I have all of my TD battle pet script, or whatever it's technically called, is for pet battles. Although I'm probably not gonna do those because this is the route. I've been doing like adding in like pet battles and stuff. I guess it doesn't matter. Into my 50 to 60 stuff, just because I'm trying to collect the charms, and you can get them while they're up on let's see, fourth this on while you're leveling. All right, let me get him into the guild real quick so I don't forget to do that later, because I will forget and then I'll be annoyed because I can't get into my guild bank. So, but yeah, maybe I won't use TD Battle's pet script, whatever, because I don't know that I'll... Well, we'll see. That's 50 to 60. We're not even 50 yet, so I'll think about that when I get there. Okay, hop on my woof woof here so I can invite my lovely little alt, and then we can get into the actual leveling here. I know it's probably a bit of a drag on one hand because I'm not, you know, cutting up and showing you the good pieces like I normally would for a guide, but I'm gonna do a long play. Said that, but this is a long play. Just to double clarify, if you're still watching, it is a long play. I'm gonna do everything, including my loading screens when they're just like too long for some reason. So you see the full process of me leveling, and I need to get used to not looking at myself, but looking at you. Because you're right there. Alright. Okie dokie dokie. Caval, yep, there I am. Alright. Okia dokia. But, yeah. So. I don't know how riveting of content this will be, but at the very least, for those of you who wanted to analyze every step, I'll just do this, yeah, I'll just do this as accurate as possible, because that's what people want to my route. The time will not be accurate, because I'm going to be trying to talk, and I'm already getting distracted. The time... Well, if you've seen my guides, then you know my time. I don't even actually remember. I think it's like 6 point... Oh, I have to be Beastmaster in this first start. He's gonna be survival. I've decided. I want to use a sweet sword or something, but I have to use a gun in this intro because they pick a base spec for you. That's fine. Not a big deal. Get that and that. Is that everything? I think so. Doot, 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 doot. Yep. Okay. Oh yes, I need my chauffeur mount. There we go. Now we're in business. Now I can look ridiculous. Did I have them all on 7/7? Yep. Alright. We good, we good. But yeah, my times are not going to be 100% accurate. I'm hoping they'll at least be good, but we'll see how focused I can be. Because normally when I level, and it's not with any of my friends, which is actually a lot less than you think. I'm usually leveling solo. I just have like YouTube or something on. Or when I was in college, I'd watch my lectures and stuff while I leveled. And you know, I can focus. But this is different. Talking and watching are like two different parts of your brain, I swear. So yeah. So we'll see how this goes. Oh yeah, I gotta set my auto turn in to all. Expensive. Yes. Okay, we're good. There we go. And yes, I do set my loot with auto turn in to most expensive reward because I don't care about changing out my gear. I got my heirlooms, and if I happen to get upgrades that coincide with slots that don't have upgrades, heirlooms, wow, then I put them on if I remember. But I mean, there's been times I still wear the freaking white stuff all the way to like 50 at least. You don't notice it. At least I don't. I don't have any issues leveling. So yeah. Alright. But yeah, I'm gonna try to do this by zone. I think would be a good way to break up this series. So like this first episode would be Exile's Reach, and then after that, where do I go next? Loch Modan for Alliance. Yeah, I've not been doing my route lately, so I gotta like, I'll have to look at it if I get confused. I think I remember what it is. Just because a lot of the alts I need to level are kind of what I call Fallout characters. Meaning, after all the leveling testing I had to do to make the routes, all of these characters, you know, they've done random zones and half the route, if you know, at all, in not the correct order for testing purposes. So I can't, you know, necessarily do my route on most of my alts. It's whatever, so it's fine. Is what it is. Served its purpose. Okay, I'm gonna get this treasure over here because it gives XP. And the rare does not give XP, which kind of annoys me. If you actually watch, I'll even do it in this video if he's still up by the time I get over there, just to show you. Doesn't give XP? I thought, you know, maybe it was just because other people would hit it and then it wouldn't give me XP or something, but you don't. Of course, watch, they'll have finally fixed it and I'll have my foot in my mouth, but whatever. Alright, chickie. Oh, right. I don't need to do the thing because hunters do it later. Right. Alright. Look at this little scrub. Out of the way, slow boat. See, you get to see me be mean to other players now, too. Oh, and for the record, this is during the anniversary, but I am not going to use the anniversary buff. Just for longevity's sake, because obviously you can't, oh, let's get an eagle. Eagles are cool. You know, use the anniversary buff after the anniversary's over. So I'm gonna get it out of the mailbox once I get off Exiles here, but we're not gonna use it. I will be using War Mode because that is in my guide. So, yeah. Yeah. There we go. Time to kill all these piggly wigglies. Yeah, there's my arcane shot. I knew I had it. Didn't pull down for some reason. Murder. There we go. Exile's Reach is so cool. They did a good job in this intro. I've done it a gazillion times and I'm not sick of it yet because I think it's... Excuse me. I think it's... Oh yeah, I was gonna kill this guy. I think Exile's Reach is well paced. well paced. It doesn't feel, yeah, see? Look at that, no experience. I got no experience from that guy. But anyway. Yeah, it feels well paced. You're not having to murder a huge ton of mobs unnecessarily. Oh, I still need one more kill bar. So, you know, some of those quests in some zones, they make you kill way more than you honestly need to, than you should, because there's a lot of trash, as we put it in the rating scenario. Lots of trash, which we don't really have that with this one, which is nice. Not a lot of mobs are standing in my way. Like, it's just the right amount. It's just enough to get the quest done, usually. And then you can move on, which I think was very well designed. And I like these little treasures. I do wish the rare would give you XP, because... I mean, I guess it's technically accurate to Shadowlands rares. Only like 2 of them give XP, and they're not part of not some of the ones that are part of Threads of Fate. The Threads of Fate rares do not give XP, and it makes me mad, because it's like empty calories, because they give you a percentage toward the zone aid bar, but not XP. It's like empty calories. It's like eating popcorn on a diet. It serves no purpose. But anyway, we're not going to talk about that yet, because we're not there yet. It's cold in here. Brr. Look at all that stuff going on. Oh no! In case you're wondering, I have, you know, music and stuff on, but I have dialogue off. It's the only sound I have off in the game. Because, you know, when you're flipping through quests like this real fast, because I have, you know, auto turn in and pick up for me, I don't need all that dialogue spam. It's not necessary. And for those of you who know me a little more, yes, I am sitting. Usually when I record of any sort, I'm standing. This is technically a standing desk. But I pulled the mic down, it's above me here, best I could. It doesn't quite reach as far as it needs to. So that I could actually sit, because this is going to be a long series, you know? I would like to relax while doing this. Because I'm not necessarily trying to put on a show. Just pretend I'm streaming. I can't stream, but just pretend that I am. Oh yeah, speaking of streaming, for those of you that don't know, I have terrible internet. Like, it's okay, but I have to play on a hotspot because nothing else reaches where I am. I live out in the country. You know, they treat us like third world country out here with our stinking terrible internet, even though I'm literally on the west coast of the US. You know. But whatever, so that's why I can't stream. But I can at least play pretty well on my hotspot, as long as I'm not doing a bunch of other things at the same time. So, yeah. Because if I could totally stream this, I would. I would absolutely stream this, and that would be kind of fun, but whatever. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. That's fine. Maybe by the time I actually have the internet to be able to stream, I'll have lost a little weight. Getting back into exercising and stuff, because I was in college for many years. And I used to be a jogger before.
Mother,
I hate this part.
I tried to fight the
Not that I hate it, but this
strong.
part, for some reason,
Henry, always remember
is
that
not
you're
part of
more
the
than your
dialogue option.
mistakes.
It just talks whether you like
now,
it or not.
Private Garrick, I want a full situation report.
Speaking of, I do love the cinematics, the mostly spoken dialogue out loud in Exile's Rage. I think it was very well done, and I would love more of that in newer and older content. But that, you know, when you're doing a long play or a let's play, that's I like having dialogue off. Unless I'm doing a lore walk, which is what me and my friend Canary are coining the term of, for rather. Going through the zones in the game, all the quests in the game, slowly, we're not speed leveling, and letting them talk. We're going to read out the dialogue. So that's in the future too. So, tiny spoiler, that's going to be our lore walk series, and I'm super looking forward to it. But we're probably not going to be starting recording on that until January, because it's holiday season and poor Canary just does not have the time right now. Slight lag right there, that's not good. Which is fine. I've been in the middle of re-uploading my old Latte and Tea series that I used to have on this channel, but they were very poorly received and had a lot of negativity on them. People did not like my Let's Plays originally. I don't know why, but they were... So I had moved them to another channel. But I'm just tired of having everything on separate channels. I wanted all of my WoW stuff on one channel, okay? You know, sue me. You know? Jeez. I like having it all in one place. And, like, you know, if it's totally different content, then, like, I have another channel. I don't upload on it very much, but I have another channel for other games. And that doesn't go on this channel, obviously, because this is the World of Warcraft channel. My other one is not. But, yeah. My Let's Plays, even though they're old, they're from 2020. They're that old, are... Oh, darn it. Have to wait for the guy now. That's okay. They're being way better received now than they were then, which is interesting. I don't know, it's fine. I'm not that I am complaining. I just found it interesting was all. So for those of you who have seen them, I'm sorry. You'll have to just put up with re-uploaded content for now. But those will finish coming out on February 7th. Plus one that a couple that you probably haven't seen toward the end. And if you have seen all of my Latte and Tea stuff from my Latte and Tea channel, which is now no longer in existence, but then you'll notice I'm not re-uploading the Shadowlands series, where Silver, Fire Tea, and I went through all the Shadowlands zones, just because I didn't like how it was presented. It wasn't supposed to be uploaded, it was private footage. And things happened, she couldn't record with me anymore. All of a sudden, I was in the middle of finals for college. I didn't have time to gin something together, so I used that footage. Because every time I play or I do like new content, or I'm farming something, I record it. Because it's footage that I might be able to use for something, and I've done that a lot. I've been able to be like, oh, I need a clip of this specific quest, or rare, or where to find these treasures, or something. And instead of going and getting it again, I can just, I'll remember that, oh, hey, I have it, because I have a separate hard drive, external, where I save all of my footage. And then I can just go grab it and pull it out. And that's what this was for. Shadowlands was new, and I just recorded the entire thing, because it was new. And I have used some of that, like, I made the cradle mount guide out of that. I made several guides out of that footage, because that's what it was supposed to be for. So I didn't like it. And it also wasn't well received either because of that, because it wasn't, you know, there's a lot of silence, a lot of AFKing, I didn't have time to edit it. She didn't get to finish editing it. She was going to do some of it for me, but I know she didn't finish all of it. It's whatever. I don't like it. It's not being re-uploaded, which is fine, because Canary, the Gilded Canary, my friend who plays with me now, when she can, it's very limited because of work. Her and I are going to be going through all the zones together. And I would like to do that fresh with her. Officially, you know, the last ones didn't count. So, that's what we're going to do. I'm looking forward, very much so, to doing that. Which is going to be fun. Because it'll be a good lore refresher for her and I. For her, since she's not done most of the quests. And for me, because I don't remember a lot of the quests. And it's a lot of lore stuff. Like, I mean, it's a lot more lore in game than people give it credit for, I think. Because they don't read the quests. I mean, that's where you're gonna find out what's going on, really, is in the quests. So, yeah. Alright. Herpes. So, yeah. I'm looking forward to doing that. So that'll be her and I. And we're gonna start recording for that sometime in January, hopefully. After the holiday season, multiple seasons, New Year's included. And that'll go live sometime in February, early February. So, I'm excited for that. Which will not be like this. This is me just blasting through it and just rambling to you. And hopefully it's a little more interesting because I'm not very expressive. Like, my voice is expressive when I'm not just rambling mindlessly. But my face is not. My face has never been the most expressive person. And people often take that wrong, like I look sad or, you know, I'm depressed or something. And I'm like, no, I'm really not. I'm just not physically very expressive. Oh, those guys are sliding all over the place. I don't know. I like to think I'm a pretty calm person. I don't have problems, well, not problems. Oh man. I'm sleepy. It's getting dark so early. It's dark at like 4:30 now. And so it makes me kind of tired. Which is interesting. But, yeah. Gotta wait for all the stuff to come up here. Yeah, I don't remember if I said why I picked Hunter. I think it's just because for me it's like the easiest class to level, right next to Monk and Warrior. Yeah. That's kind of it. I thought about doing another monk, but I just did a couple monks. It's actually been a little while since I've leveled a hunter. I've been doing all of my other classes recently, like warlocks and mage and stuff like that. So I've got other characters that I need to get to 60. But yeah, leveling hunter, monk, or warrior is easiest for me. I just tend to kind of play those the best, I think. So, yeah. It's tempting to go back and redo this and make a monk, but I have made my decision. I'm just gonna stick with this hunter. This human hunter, not a big deal. Alright. So, and I know that rare spawned up there, but we're not gonna go get it, because as you saw earlier, they don't give XP for some reason. So, we're not gonna bother. Exile's Reach is finally quieted down a little bit. It's there for a while. It was so packed here, it was a little crazy. Which is fine. It means, you know, a lot of people are coming into the game or leveling or whatever. But when I get so busy that I'm sitting here like picking my nose waiting for things to spawn, there's a lot of people here, so yeah. Alright. I need to throw a trap. Boop. Further. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, that popped up with a sound. That's new. Maybe it's not new and I just haven't heard it because it's quiet. I don't usually play with my headset on. I usually have the sound coming out of the TV. Technically use a big TV as my monitor. But I didn't want any of it to be picked up by this mic since I'm using it's a very sensitive mic. I didn't want you to hear any of it, you know, double because I'm recording it from the game directly as well. Alright, dismiss my pet. Dismiss. Get out of here. Alright, pull him out. Woof woof. Little woofers. He's cute. Alright, what do I want to do? Right, stable. Let's stable the eagle and put the wolf in second. And first, rather. There we go. Alright. Now we can move on. Yeah, should I tame the bear? Nah, I'm not gonna ever use it. Aw, it just died. Damn it. Rip. Now I gotta wait for it to spawn. Whatever. Wasting my speed buff, man. I like using that in the ogre area because it's slow. That's okay. Gotta wait. There goes the bounty person. That's okay. Oh. Alright. Well, I'm thirsty anyways, it's fine. Good to stay hydrated. Water is good for you. There we go. Oh, there he is. Wake up. My hair is all unruly today. But when is it not? Whoops. Not paying attention here. Could you tell? That's okay. That is okay. Why am I yawning so much? I'm not that tired. I'm a little sleepy, but I don't know. Whatever. It don't matter. Yum. Super speed. Okay. Put on a belt. Let's see. Wrist. I guess that's all I have for now. Don't have the gloves yet. And you don't get boots. I still don't understand why, but maybe someday they'll put in boots. That's okay. Hello, lady. Did you turn me into an ogre? Grr. Wonder why Relia there doesn't have a... My nameplate's messed up. Names. No. You're correct. Huh, she's just missing a thingy for some reason. That's okay. That is okay. Alright. Hello, dude. Goodbye, dude. On we go. Me and all my friends. Da-da-da. We're all in chains together. There we go. Made it. Did it. Right place. Come on. There we go. Beautiful. Alright. moving on. And when we get to Stormwind as well, I won't just end the episode. I'll show you how I prepare for the next, the 10 to 50 stuff. Because obviously you can't access your bank or anything, or mail while you're on Exile's Reach. So I gotta get them like bags, and probably gonna buy some boots if there's any cheap ones on the auction house so I can at least mog, because I'm that person. Oh, and I won't have any rested XP. I might get some later, not purposefully, but depends on how consecutive I do this series, because, I mean, you log off, you're gonna get rested XP. It's unavoidable, but at the very least, you'll be able to see what it looks like without rested, because if you haven't seen my heirlooms and rested XP video, you should, because there is a vast difference between a completely fresh character that you hurdle all the way to frickin' 60 in one shot versus a character that you've stopped on. Everything is dead. Man, where is everything? Hello? People. Oh well. Here we go. See, this is the part that'll slow this down, is when there aren't enough ogres. Because they don't have that great of a spawn time. Like, they do, but don't. So, yeah. Nature of the beast, I suppose. I play on a full pop server. I'm on Moonguard. US. Is it US or NA? I never actually looked. I know we're on North American servers, but it's whatever. It don't matter. Alright, there we go. Ah, there we go. Now all the ogres are spawning, now that I don't really need them anymore. Oh well. Get that. Alright. We're almost done here. Exile's Reach doesn't take very long, which is nice. I know I'm at almost 42 minutes or whatever it is now, but that's just because, you know, you saw me make the character and set up my UI and talk too long in the start, and you know, all that stuff. So, which I think took about, like, what, 15 minutes? I wasn't really watching the time. I'll know at the end of it, but oh, what we could do, assuming I don't break up inside the, I think I can pause it. Can I pause that? Yeah, I can. I'll probably do a stopwatch after this zone. Exile's Reach doesn't matter too much. I'm not aiming for, like, my best times ever, because I've never done my best time ever in every zone on one character. I've done it on across multiple characters, but you know, that's practically impossible. Close. There we go. Alright, into the donjon. Neat. Boop. Kawaii. Kawaii. Ins we go. Really? I'm the only one? All those people that were ahead of me and I'm the only one here? Alright, that's fine. Here. I must have beat him here, or they're taking too long, I guess. That's fine. Not that I care. Can I just say, I really want Blizzard to implement this, what they did here with this dungeon, to, call me crazy, all dungeons in the game. I don't care if it's only normal. Fine. But when you're leveling, I don't like sitting in queues if I'm gonna do dungeons, which I usually don't, because I don't really enjoy dungeons anymore. But for like, 40 minutes. especially since sometimes I play at odd hours and the queue gets gross. And I like doing things solo like this. I would love to do all the dungeons like this. And it lets you slow down and take your own time. Because everybody's mentality anymore is go, 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 gotta go fast. And I don't like playing like that. I don't. I just don't. Like, I know I put times and stuff in my videos to satisfy people, because if I didn't, I'd be asked, well, how long does this take you? 1 billion times. So I give you my times. And, you know, in the context of a guide, you need times anyway. It would be remiss to not give you that information. But as far as myself, I don't like the go, go, go mentality. I played like that for many years, and it wasn't even entirely by my choice, because it was always what the guild wanted. Just no more. I want to play for myself. And I decided that at the end of Legion, and I have not regretted that. Gone like an expansion and a half now, playing mostly solo and not bothering with competitive content. Taking my time. I'm enjoying it. I just enjoy it so much more. I'm playing for me. I'm not playing for other people, you know. And I know that comes down to the fact that I'm not a very social person. I'm really not. Where are those going down there? Get back here. I enjoy playing for playing. Not to be the best. Radical, I know. So, yeah. I would love to see this for a lore purpose, and maybe even, like people have said it before, but maybe even for the raids. A solo queue for the raids just to see the story. Because LFR is such a nightmare. I do not like LFR. And are you two coming back there? Good. Don't get stuck, please. I need you. Sometimes these two NPCs get stuck. And they don't come out here and help you with these bosses, and it's a little difficult. They help more than you think they do. But anyway, yeah. I would like to just see for the story, like, instead of having to watch guides or videos or something, or suffer through LFR, just to see the story. Like, I don't care about the gear from a power context. I know I won't get the Mog for a good couple expansions, and fine, whatever. I don't care. It's not like I have a shortage of things to do in this game. I have lots to do. So much to collect, so much to play, level, experience. I haven't even completely finished Shadowlands yet because I've been stuck leveling for so long doing that leveling guide. I'm just now getting into the 9.0 Covenant stuff from the other Covenants. Like, I've done Korthia and stuff on my main. I've kept current. I just haven't experienced everything or collected everything. Because usually I'll play like the first half of the expansion, so the first year, I'll get all my leveling done. And then the second half, that's when I start collecting things, you know, roughly. But I'm way out of whack this time. And plus meeting Canary, she and I just are recently friends now, you know, playing in the game. So that's, you know, I'm trying to get all adjusted. Let's see, gloves, there we go, gloves. But anyway, so I've been enjoying it. Yeah. I was thinking about doing like a why I still play, or something like that video. Because I've been playing since MOP, and I haven't necessarily stopped. Let's turn off turn in here. We do not want the tour at the end in Stormwind. But yeah, I've seen a few other WoW tubers do it if they're still playing WoW. You know, explaining why they play and going over all that kind of stuff, but which is kind of interesting. I haven't been asked about it, but I think that's just because most of my viewers know I do solo content. Like, I mean, if you play solo and you like playing solo, you know, if you're a social person, playing solo is probably not the way to go, because you like playing with other people, but I don't. Like, I like playing with just me, and sometimes my friend can narrate when she's able after work and after, because she's a mom, full-time job, you know, actual job outside of being a mom. So, you know, 8 to 5 every day, and she's East Coast. So, like, we only get to play for a couple hours, you know, a couple days a week, if that. But, so most of the time I am solo, and I'm usually, I don't know where I was going with that, but it's fine. I was ranting again anyway. Skip, please. I do not want the tour, because no. Okay, so that was Exile's Reach. I'm not stopping this episode just yet. I'm gonna get all of my setup done. Like turning on Chromie Time and... right, I need to grab the 2 Chromie Time quests and stuff, because he's not done anything, so I can actually do my route. But, yeah. And, I need to mog him. I should probably make a TRP for him, and... Oh, right, I already have one, because this is technically an old character that I remade. Never mind, I don't need to make a TRP. I'm purple. Somebody purpled me. But yeah. So let's do that. Let's pull out... Whoops, not that much. Yeah, sure, whatever. 50k, I don't care. No? Okay. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. There we go. Okay. First, let's pull off these boots. Because I can put... No. Whoops. There we go. Let's put stuff in the bank. Oops, nope. Excuse me while I focus here. Put that in there, someone might want it. There we go. Put in my hunter stuff. Yeah, I think everything else is probably garbo. Okay. I don't want to be blue. I appreciate the paint, but no. Right, I can't mog yet. I need to go get my writing license. Oh, I didn't grab... I'm all over the place, I swear. Try to think out loud here and not do what I usually do. I'm all over the place. Okay, writing license, and I need to grab the comfortable writer's birding. Actually, I didn't see any in the bank. We might be out. Oh, that's okay. Okay. So there's that. Since that's right. This is technically a remade character. Very old character. He was a nightmare dragon, that's right. Cool. Let's look. I'll just buy a new barding, it's fine. Okay, miscellaneous. Mount equipment. Barding. Yes, please. And mail. Feet. Usable. Jane boots. 40 gold. Perfect. Okay. Now I can mug, and oh, I can pick a spec too. That's right. I want to be survival. That's marksman. There we go. Boop. I'll set that up in a minute. Beautiful. Got that on. Put on my boots. Okay, let's mug. That is important. Yeah, I knew I was forgetting some things. Not gonna sell that white gear. Well, that's soulbound. Those are not. Neither is that. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Since I think I remember this character's old set. Did it happen to save it to the name? No, it didn't. That's fine. It was a PvP helm from what? Yep, there it is. It was, I think, the shoulders that went with it too. Maybe. Those might have been from, oh, there they are. The cloak. What cloak did I use? Let's pick a new cloak. You know, this is really exciting, right? But it is a long play. That looks kind of cool. Kinda like, maybe. We'll stick with that for now. I like the look of that. Alright, I needed a different weapon. Fly for now. Let's put heirloom, survival, spear. There we go. Spear. Now I can do my thing. Trees. Spear. Okay, so oh, you know, I just realized my, yeah, you probably didn't see any of that. I need to move, let's scoot that over for a second. Well, I'll do that afterwards. I need to move my text up here, my emotes chat, so you can see like XP and things if you need to. So I just realized when I showed you that ogre didn't give XP, my face is in the way. Whoops. My bad. I'll fix that after I end this here. But first, let's see. Okay. Those look kind of good, maybe. Let's go. What different boots? Yeah. Oh, he's a nightmare dragon, so I want the nightmare. Nightmare. There we go. Alright. Oh, that belt. The belt from WoD. I like a lot of the WoD gear. I think it's an orcish belt. I went too far. Where is it at? No, this is Legion. Oh, there it is. Passed right over it. There we go. Okay, let's look for a chest piece. Go to the top here. Chest-a-rooney. Well, that looks good. Alright. Oh, you know it would look good with that, the black and bronze or whatever there? Yes. Okay. Pants. Pants. Something dark, probably. I like these pants, but they look kind of, maybe look wide. Lots of ums. I'm sorry. Oh, those look kind of good. Okay, the black and the brown kind of go. Okay. Apply that for now. Let's do a different cloak. Kind of not digging the cloak. Cloak. That looks kind of cool. That one looks kind of nice. That one doesn't match. I want to go, well, I want a cloak on this guy. I don't usually go with a cloak, but I like, cloaks on some of my characters. So, I know that's such a reason, but whatever, you know? Do it because you like it. That was kind of cool. I kind of like the look of that. Maybe I'll go with that. Unless I find something else. Let's do a quick flick through here. Oh, that was kind of cool. It's kind of black dragony. That one's bright. That one's cool. I like the ones with the newer shapes. That one's pretty cool though. Looks a little busy. I think I'll go with the other one. Yeah, I know this is really exciting for all of you, but there we go. Yeah, we'll just go with that one for now until I change my mind. But that one is pretty cool. Yeah, I'll go and go with that one. Alright. Let's save this to a temp set. I have spent long enough mogging. Oh yeah, delete that. Oh, I need to set my hearth while I'm thinking about it. Or I'll forget. Yes. Okay. Okay, now I can delete my hearthstone because I don't need it. And oh, I didn't buy bags. That's right. In my Horde guild, I have bags, but I used them all already on Alliance. So let's go buy bags. I need at least 4. I'm not gonna worry about my bank, yet. But I need at least 4. Okay. Bags, containers, bag. Bag. Here we go. Shredded cloth. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Excuse me. Had Chinese food for lunch. Burping it up all day. Oh well. Alright. I replace these. Beautiful. Set those packs to trade and consumables. Borrow this real quick to sell those. And I need to put these in the bank as well as dump all the rest of my gold and grab gliders and deep home pots. Put. Okay. Can't use deep home pots until like 31, I think. I'll grab a stack of these too. I can't use those until 51, but that's fine. Gliders, that's the other thing. Boop. Okay. Now, to set up my class. Whoops. Darn it, I'm all out of whack. Alright, turn all these on. Use. I don't have like 90% of my stuff. But that's okay. Alright. Let's make sure my macros are all proper. Yep, play dead. I do need to remake this one. So excuse me leaning forward here. Heals. So I've noticed, I mean it's just always been this way. This add-on, action bar, profile saver. If you have mod macros, base, I didn't see what that one was. Shoot. Oh, it's SV. It doesn't, they work fine if you save them over. It's a kill shot. That goes on my 5. But the icons don't change for some reason. It's not a big deal. I can technically play perfectly fine without it. Am I gonna want him to be Night Fae? Yeah. SV Fae. I won't lie, I like, whoops, Night Fae the most for my hunters, just because it has a sick AoE ability. So I'll just put that there. And that's fine. Those are fine. That's fine. Rest of that's fine. Okay, let me make sure. Yep. I don't have anything else. I don't really care about my racial. Shocker, I know. I just don't use my racials. And yeah, I got nothing else. Oh, mounts. Beastward's Werewolf and Swan of Galacris. Switch those. It's Pet Week. Okay, so now we're gonna log out to... There, look at that. Level 10. Beautiful. Log back in and to make sure my macros get saved, because in the event of a DC, all of those macros I just did will not have been saved, because that's how it likes to work for some reason. Not a big deal. Is what it is. Is okay. Ah, yes, the anniversary. I need to get that out of the bank. And not use the thingy. So we're gonna open that. But I am going to put these in my bank. Because I don't want to use them. See? There you go. See? Right there. Not gonna use it. Do not have the buff. I can just delete that. Alright, so now that I am set up, let's go over to Chromie, because we're not quite done with the setup for the next stuff yet. Yep, so we're going to pick up Dalaran and Legion. Legion first, then Dalaran and Legion, the same thing. Pick up Legions. We have the Hearthy thingy. Or was it backwards? Shoot. This is why I make a list, man. I don't remember my own thing. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. And you know what? I just realized I'm probably gonna need to do this series twice, because Horde has a different route. Aw, man. Oh well, it's fine. Totally didn't even dawn on me. I was like, oh, I'll just do Alliance, because that's what I mean. So, you know. Whatever. It's fine. Let's ride my slow butt all the way over there. Chromie, darling. I'm here for you. Okay. Alright, I need to turn turn him back on. All, please. There we go. Okay. Yeah, if I remember right, I select... Or is it Legion? I think I do select Legion and then pick up the other one. Yeah, that sounds right. Because doing it in the wrong order will delete that stone for some reason. I think. We'll find out. I don't remember. It's been a while. It has literally been a while. Tanan. You don't have to pick that up right now, but it's helpful. Oh, you know what? I could kind of dual purpose this. Well, do I want to? What I'm talking about is, I forgot the flight point maps, the toys, have been updated now to be scouting maps. They're not just map of whatever anymore. But there's a slight problem with them. They don't... We're gonna do this later. They explore everything for you. They give you, if you ever use any of them, they give you all of the achievements for exploring the zone. And that's cool and all, but kind of the problem with that is you don't get that XP from exploration anymore. And that actually adds up. Like flying from Dalaran to Val'sharah, for example, that's 30% of a level just from flying. Which you won't get because you'll have discovered everything. So I guess exploration's not going to be too big of a problem. Where am I going here? Yeah, I'm gonna need it because of that change. Well, we'll address that in the next episode. I am ready to move on. He's 10.5, right where he should be. I have my bags, I have my items, I got my portal-y thing. That way I can hop back here and turn on war mode when I need to. I'm all set up. I got a pet. I'm mogged. My spec set up. Yeah. So, I know this was a good hour-ish video for a 30-minute zone, but it includes all the prep, because now, from here on out, I can just level, because when it's a fresh character like this, you know, you got prep to do. I'm not going to pick up professions, because I don't care. I almost never do professions unless I feel like specifically doing professions. I get too distracted, but anyway, I'll talk about that in the next one. I'm just going to roll right into the next, but I'm going to stop this episode here so we don't go on, 11 hours for one video. So, alright, so thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed my rambliness, and I'm going to try to be more expressive with my face and look at you when I'm talking to you, because I look at me. I need to look at you. So that'll do it for this episode. Which was Exile's Reach and Prep. And that's probably just what I'll title it, so. Okay, so that'll do it for this one. So, as always, thank you so much for watching, and remember, it's never too latte. Okay, start that, and... Hi all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to my long play series of me going from 1 to 60. On one fresh character. This is episode 2, and we're gonna get right into it. All the prep is done. I just need to use... Sorry, gotta lean forward and type here. Go ahead and use the scouting map for Eastern Kingdoms. I don't like... See, look at that. Look at all that stuff I explored. I'm not gonna get all that XP now, which is a major bummer, but at least I have a crap ton of flight points, so that is a bonus. We are gonna fly to Val'sharah. Still have my thing? Yep, good. Still got the 2 quests? Yes. Good. I'm not going to Draenor and Legion yet, obviously, but, yeah. So we're getting right back into the thick of it. Welcome back, everyone. I went and made some tea. Some hot tea, and I hopefully don't spill it on myself. Go a little crazy. I got some little chocolate mint cookies. They're delicious. So you get a little bit of ASMR there, because strap in, because this entire episode is Loch Modan. So, and true to the guide, I am not using any buffs like the Dreaded Ten Lands or the Anniversary buff, which is active. It is not Dark Moon Fair yet, so I wouldn't be using that anyway for this guide. I have Chromie Time on, and how you can tell is if you see, I'm pointing, not that you can see my hand. I'm like, see? See at the top there how it says like 10 to 50 for wetlands? That means Chromie Time is on. Otherwise it would say 10 to 30 or whatever. And then Chromie Time is not on. So, yeah. I'm gonna turn off pet battles here. There we go. I did not pick up professions because I'm not gonna bother with that until Shadowlands. That's when I've been picking up professions, and well, actually I don't even use herbalism and mining in the guide. I do use engineering for the portal, but yeah, so I'm just not gonna pick up herbalism and mining so you can see how I do it without it, because I get distracted easily. If I happen to actually see nodes, I'm like, ooh, piece candy. Ooh, piece candy. Excuse me? Ooh, piece candy. You know, that sort of stuff. So I tend to not bother because I end up losing track of time, and I'll just farm. So we're not gonna do that. As we go around and around here. All the way up to Val'sharah. Now, I could have taken, like, the tram, if I wanted, but that would put me inside Ironforge, and then I gotta ride my bum all the way over to Loch Modan. I found it's just, like, easier and, like, what, a minute faster or something to just take the flight point. So it's easier, mostly. That's why I do it. So I'm not going to use, on the note of the scouting maps, what I was talking about at the end of the last episode, and mentioned briefly here, is the scouting maps, the flight point maps is what I used to just call them. They've been updated, even the old ones, to scouting maps. And if you read what it says, discover flight points and reveal maps around Kalimdor in this case, or Eastern Kingdoms, like I did here. Which means they explore everything. So all of this exploration that I would technically normally be getting right now, because you get XP for exploration, I'm actually not getting any now. So all of Loch Modan, because I used that map, will not give me that extra exploration XP. Now I'm not going to use it in other zones for other expansions, including Shadowlands, because that is not how my guide was set up. And I'm hoping it doesn't damage this one too much. But this was the one spot where I wanted to use, that's right, not this way, the flight point, so I could get all the way up here. Where am I going? I need to pay attention here. So, yeah, but you hear that little jingle that goes off once in a while? That is a new area. And it'll do it again here and I'll point it out. Every new area that you go into that you've never been in before, you explore it. And it'll give you XP. It's a very minimal amount of XP. Usually like between 300 and 1,000, depending on your level. And yeah, see that jingle right there? We're now entering the Valley of Kings. This is a new area. I would normally be getting XP from exploring this. But, where am I going here? I'm getting lost. Can't talk and drive, man. It's dangerous. But, yeah, so I'm hoping it doesn't damage Loch Modan too much. Because as Alliance, we need to be 23 when we leave, or we're gonna have to tap into Gorgrond, which will just add time to the route, which is not a big deal. That's why I have those extras there for you in that route, to make sure you're 30 before you go to Val'sharah. But it's whatever. So, you know. Alright. Now we can start, officially. So, this will be the one zone I do it in. And I don't remember the exact percentage, that I would normally leave at, because I haven't done Loch Modan at the proper, appropriate level range in a while. Because you can do the route backwards, and it works almost as good. Not quite as good, though. Because the zones at the end of the route are harder to traverse without flying. That's why I save, like, the Legion stuff, for example, for 30 plus, because those zones are god tier if you have flying. So, and this is, you know, meant for a solo route for people that level by themselves, or, you know, don't have friends and all that, or just because they want to. Also, you'll notice I moved my emotes tab down here so you can see it now below my face, because my fat head was covering it up. My bad. So I fixed that now. Usually it's up in that upper left corner there, but you need to see it. So you can see any loot, XP, rep, all that stuff that goes in this pane here. Because I like to keep track of that stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, and just that 10 minutes that I sat in Stormwind, I got 0.12% rested. That adds up quick. I really need to do a test on how long it takes to get full rested now, because all the information I've read says it takes a full 8 days to get the full percentage, which I think is 150, of rested experience saved up. But I don't know that that's true anymore because I do a lot of leveling. I feel like it's faster than that now. And all those posts I see that on are like several expansions old. So, I don't know. That's something I might do at some point. Make a fresh character and then log in every so often and check and see how long, well, every day it would be, to see how long it takes. Yeah, I'll have to do that. Might make a note of that. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. Turn on my other monitor here, forgive me. I make lists and notes for a reason, because if I don't, I forget. YouTube? Probably be a Kraken fact. Let's see. How long does it take to get rested XP full? I'll work on that later. Okay. Apologies. This is literally how. Oh, look, rare. Get it. And like I said in my guide, rares are not required, but if you see one, get it. At least, you know, pre-Legion. Pre-mop, actually. We don't do mop in this guide, but, in my guide. But, if you see, you know, vanilla, if you're leveling in vanilla, Kata, zones, Wrath, or BC zones, yeah, then you want to hit rares if you see them, because they give XP. Same with treasures. If you either not, like, you can do this entire guide without hitting a single rare or a single treasure. It's fine. Totally fine. I made it that way on purpose. But if you do see one, I had said to get one. To get it, because it's a little extra boost. I can tell someone was here because there's a lack of dudes. That's okay. That is okay. Maybe someone was here. They didn't get the rare. People don't seem to get the rares a lot, though. I think... Yeah, see, there's the dudes up here dead. Someone was just here. Hey! There's one up there. A lot of people don't seem to get rares, I noticed. Like, they ignore them. I mean, it's fine, more for me. But, I feel like newer folks who are maybe used to, like, the Mop Plus rares, don't go after them. Because, like, Mop through Legion, for example, the rares are up all the time. They're not actually rares. I mean, the definition of a rare is it's rare. You don't see it often. It's not up a lot. Which is not the case for Mop. Miss Pandaria, Mop Plus, and newer. Because they're up almost all the time. Most of them. You know, not all of them, of course. There are some actual rares, but for the most part. And they gave them a lot more health. Like, they're a lot harder, and they give a lot less XP than they should. So... And in Shadowlands even, most of them don't give XP at all. Which just seems odd to me. Like, I like when you run into a rare and be like, ooh, I got lucky, you know? I got this thing. Where is everything? I'm not approving of this. Go figure, someone would be here before me. Ruined my guide. I mean, this is not a guide, but my long play. Hermph. It's fine, it's whatever. Part of playing on a full pop server. There's always people are out and about. There we go. Alright. But yeah, the rares nowadays in the newer expansions are kind of like, besides collecting stuff for endgame, like, you know, mounts and Mog and I mean, the old ones had Mog too, but transmog, but you know, they were rare. The new ones kind of don't. I'm not really complaining. I kind of don't care. But on the other hand, it is nice to have that little boost in XP. Like, if I could just run around Maldraxxus and get all kinds of XP from all the fun rares while also collecting stuff. I think that's more fun. But the new ones just don't give XP, which is really weird to me. They give percentage toward the thingy, the aid bar, but I don't know. When we get to that point, I'll show you what I mean, because you would think they do, because they give percentage toward the zone-wide aid bar quest, but I watch this a lot to see where my XP is coming from, so I have a good idea of what's going on. That way I know if something is not giving me XP, I immediately know it's not worth my time. Or if something I feel isn't giving me enough for the time I spend, then, you know, then I know, and I don't do it later. If I want to be faster. I don't... Like, I'm kind of funny about that. Like, on one hand, I don't entirely care about time, but I also don't want to take so long. I'm spending a week on one character. You know, it's a bit much. That's a bit much. So, what do you do? But it's okay. That's okay. Trade goods. Oops, I put consumables instead of equipment. No wonder. Everything's dead! Well, I'll catch up to whoever it is, I'm sure. Now that I'm back in the leveling groove. They're taking all my shit. That's okay. But yeah, see, you can see, like, the XP in my window there and the floaty XP over my head. That's how I visually know what I'm getting. Not that you probably care. But, you know, it's just something I'm aware of. There they are. I knew there was a person ahead of me. It's just something I keep aware of when I'm leveling because, you know, so I know for future stuff, like, oh, this thing gave a lot of XP, or oh, it didn't give me anything, or whatever. Ha, you hit that just in time, bro. Because I beat you to it. Whoop, I missed. Alright. Well, I need more dudes, because there was not enough in here. Usually I can just do one run through and I get everything, but... Oh, there's one. But no! Someone had to be ahead of me! Jeez, rude! How dare you also want to level in this game that I play? Thought this was a dying game, guys. Ugh. It's whatever. Let's see. Yep, another bone snapper. Alright. I still need another shaman and 3 more snappers. Cause somebody took all my shit. That's okay. I didn't loot that guy. I'll loot this one down here. Boot. Another bone snapper. Shaman, bone snapper. Bone snapper! Bone snapper! There we go. That's a shaman. That's the dude. There's a bone snapper. Now they're all reappearing. Good. I'm so glad that they upped respawn times. I mean, it was a long time ago now that they upped respawn times, but for those of you that might be newer, you might not know that respawn times on mobs used to be freaking forever. Which I kind of never understood personally, just because this is an MMO. You know, there's going to be a lot of people that play this at any given time, and it just takes one person to get in front of you and take everything, and suddenly you gotta wait like 10 minutes for everything to respawn. We're spoiled with our spawn times now. People complain about this game being a time sink now. Should have played many years ago. Nowadays we got catch-up systems and faster respawn times and shared nodes. That's another big one. multi-tap targets. That's another big one. A lot of things people... And stuff you'd think that would be already there, so you might not even realize that there was ever a change. So, you know, it's kind of interesting. Is my tea cool enough yet? Ah, perfect. Got some dragon oolong. It goes good with the chocolate mint because it's very bitter, but the dragon oolong's very... Or, the tea is very bitter, but the cookies are sweet. So, you know, they go good together. Hello, Saz. 12. Nice. I'll put on pieces. Yep. Alright. Moving on. Now we get to go over there. Beautiful. I hope you've gotten some snacks by now yourself, and maybe a blankie or something. I know you're probably not watching this just to watch it, but you know, because when I watch Let's Players, I like to have it on in the background. Like, I'll have it on my second screen, so I'm mostly listening. Which is partly why I try my damnedest to make sure the audio is good, because, you know, for most people who don't physically watch the video, that's their main impression of you, is how you sound. So here's another bit of ASMR. I know, I'm being mean now, I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Those are good cookies, though. Alright, let's see here. Time to get cooking. Get cooking with Kraken. Boop. It's almost torture not using the anniversary buff right now, but it's okay. It's for science! Not that I'm proving anything, I'm just showing you how I go about it, because I've been asked many times, how do you level? How do you do this? Where do you go that? I came up short. What happened? I don't know. That's all I can tell you. I don't know. Did you do everything? Scaling is dynamic now, which means it's not always going to be the same. I might be 50 when I finish the BFA stuff at the end. I might not be. I don't know. It's whatever it feels like. So, yeah. Brr. Well, I don't know where that other guy went, but maybe I passed him. But good. More stuff for me. Hrumph. Taking my stuff. How dare you want to level in my game? Alright. Is there work? Is there work? Is there work? Where's the work? Did someone already kill the work? Looks like it. Yep. Darn. That's okay. That is okie dokie. Not required anyways. Just a nice bonus. Alright. Well, might as well start killing things on the way over to the quest. And I have to say, I am really excited to get caught up with my leveling and stuff, because I'm very behind, thanks to the guides taking so long to make, because of the massive change in how leveling works. Like, it is, but it isn't different, if that makes sense. You know, you still go do quests and things, but the scaling at which things function. Yeah. Also, for those of you that are actually watching this, since I know you were kind of just my loyal fans by this point, the general populace is probably not going to watch this, but a little tip, I don't need to go down here, whoopsie, is you don't actually need chromie time on for this, I think. Yeah. For the Horde one, you do in the later part. But, yeah, not for the Alliance one. Because I've found that the hard scaling that is already there, the hard caps, excuse me, the level caps, like vanilla, for example, vanilla kata, well, just vanilla zones are 1 to 30. Kata's 30 to 35. It's part of vanilla and Cass, whatever. That still irks me. But anyway, what I was saying, the caps, the leveling caps. The natural caps for each expansion, you seem to level better if you are leveling there, even with chromie time on, during that range. Things are easier to kill. Things seem to give, like, you look like the same XP, but it's, I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's mostly just a theory and a feeling because I level so much. Like, the account that I'm on right now, I mean, it's number 8. And, yeah, a lot of characters. But, anyway. Well, it's number 8, but it's technically number 7. It's just labeled number 8 because, I don't have a number 2. So I can technically only make one more account, but I just warmed up this new account for extra characters. I mean, I guess that's kind of self-explanatory, but whatever. Yeah. I like playing survival. Don't even have all my cool abilities yet. Hey, this bear's up. Nice. Kilalju. Eat him. Nice. Beautiful. I like when rares are up. Because it's sexy. I don't need any more moss hide. I need lurkers and a bear ass. Alright. But we're gonna head over there. Because I'll find them along the way. Some burrs. Lurkers. Nice. Beautiful. Alright. Oh, there's another bear. Give me that bear. Bear is delicious, by the way. I don't know if you've ever had it. Well, delicious in the right context. I've had bear jerky and bear sausage because it's a very tough meat and it's very gristly and greasy. Yeah, that was my attempt at humor. Sue me. Oh, I actually got all my bear. Alright, cool. I just need one more lurker and then those are done. But anyway. So if you use it for like jerky and sausage, it's really good. But I've not had it any other way, but I've heard that that's why that's the only way I've had it. Is because of that. So the dwarves aren't wrong, they got good taste, at least when it comes to that. Not that haggis disgusting stuff. If you don't know what haggis is, look it up. I'm probably not even saying it properly. Oh right, I need to go this way. Always do that. Always go the wrong way. But haggis. It's like sheep intestines and filled with like oatmeal or something or whatever. I think it's a Scottish thing. Could be Irish. I feel like it was Scottish, though. I don't remember. Sorry to my UK fans. I get Irish and Scottish mixed up. I don't know a lot of Irish and Scottish folk. And I've never actually been there, so, like, I actually don't know a lot of the history. I know a lot of, like, England's history. I should find a history series on the UK folks. More than, like, for, like, Ireland and Scotland specifically. And Wales. I know even less about Wales. So, sorry my Welsh fans. I have a hard time telling them all apart. Like, when I hear them, I can tell them apart, because their accents are different, but I know they were probably fighting words to some of you, and I apologize. But, you know, my silly American self, I don't actually know the difference. Besides, you know, history and where you lived, and I know that a lot of you don't like each other. Or maybe you do now, I don't know. Historically you didn't. Who knows? Don't know, man. But I love history, so I should look up more on those places over there. So I have a lot of, I've noticed, because I can see, ooh, Grizzly, neat. I can see where my viewers are from, like my analytics on my channel gives me a percentage of where people are watching me, where my viewers are from. And I get a lot of the US, of course, a lot of Germany, surprisingly, a lot of Sweden, and a lot of the UK, which I find is interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense because I'm technically English speaking, but the Germany one just blows me away. I'm like, why Germany? That just feels so random to me. Maybe it's them. Maybe it's because of my upload times. I don't know. Because I'm West Coast in the U.S. So I put out all my videos at midnight. I let them just. That's when I just let them release. But you know, to some people that's like, if you're even East Coast in the U.S., that's 3 in the morning. But for Europe, that's, you know, what, middle of the day next day? Something like that. I'd have to look. I don't know all the time zones of the world. But I have to say, can we just, like, have the same time for the entire planet? I know it's not technically feasible, or is it a good idea, but time zones drive me crazy. Not gonna lie. Time zones, man. Ah, it is good tea. And no, I didn't put any sugar in it. I don't know if I said that or not, but I don't like sweetness in my tea. Well, if it's naturally sweet, yes, but I don't like putting, like... Well, that's a lie. I do put honey in my tea sometimes. Like, if it's an Earl Grey or a really, really bitter breakfast tea, I'll put some honey in it. Or monk sugar is really good. I like that. Coconut sugar is pretty good, too. I don't use a lot of sugar though. Excuse me, I am burpy today. I apologize. Chinese food, man. And the funny thing is I'm hungry. I ate hours ago. It's 9:30 now. I ate at like noon. I'm hungry, actually. I just realized. I might make a sandwich. Yeah, I'll make a sandwich after this. I'm gonna do... Oh, I just bought some avocados. I'm gonna do avocado, tomato, probably either some Gouda or Havarti. My alfalfa sprouts. Those are delicious. And then put that all on either some dark rye or sourdough. Yeah, that sounds good. I want that. That'll be my reward after Loch Modan here. Take a break. That's probably why I'm so burpy. Not because necessarily I ate Chinese food. It's because I'm actually hungry. Oh well. What do you do? Not like I couldn't stand to lose a few pounds. Sheesh. College, man. I used to be a lean, mean jogger. Whereas I liked jogging. I would jog every day. It's also when I lived, well, I didn't live anywhere different, but I worked in town at a museum, and they had a nature reserve out behind them with a mile, it's either a mile or 2 mile, I don't remember, long track through the nature reserve. I would jog that on my lunch break every day. Years. Worked there for a long time, actually. And then I started college. And then I stopped working there. And then I stopped jogging. And then I started college from home. Not because of COVID, ironically. I have learned that I like online college better. I always hear people be like, oh, I hate online college. I'm like, I actually love it. Because I don't like people. Like, I know that sounds so funny, but I just don't. I'm a very solo person. Like, I've never even had a boyfriend, and I'm 29. I'll be 30 this February. Not interested. I'm just perfectly happy flying solo, man. I get together with a friend once in a while, and I have my family here on the farm. I help my parents with our ranch that we have. And trees. We have a tree farm as well. We grow fir. Different kinds of fir trees. Out in the country. And yeah, I have kind of no desire to deal with other people. So that's why I like the type of stuff that I do. Ooh, I got harpoon. Give. Yes. Yeah, I should probably fix my pets bar. But yeah, because I'm a loner, I guess. Because my channel's been growing again, which pleases me on a different note. He doesn't have a special yet. Yeah, because, yeah, so we'll change topics here. My channel has been growing again. I've been in the green again lately, and that makes me really happy because literally since the launch of Shadowlands, my channel has been in the red. I have lost almost 10,000 subscribers now. I was at almost 40k at the middle of fall last year. Like early middle fall. And I dropped to almost 29. So, oops, I didn't do the whoopsie. Which was, I mean, I toughed it out. I kept going, but it's a little depressing, you know? Because I work hard on these videos, even if it doesn't seem like it sometimes. I mean, this one's not super hard, but it's hard to chug through things when you're getting paid pennies. So thank you to any YouTube members and Patreon supporters that I have. I do have a Patreon. You can find the link in the description if you happen to be interested and want to support me. I wonder if I should put my PayPal back in there. I do have a PayPal. I used to keep it for donations for people that didn't want to, like, sub to me directly. With whatever you call it. Patreon, since it's technically a sub base, you can cancel whenever you want, but, and I don't technically have anything super special on it. I don't really do exclusive content. It's just if you want to support me, you can. But I don't know. I might put that back in the description. I might not. I think there is that thanks donation button now on the channel. YouTube added that, which is pretty neat. Yeah, I don't think I need to put PayPal back in there. But anyway, so those of you who are watching who are Patreon subscribers, thank you, because this entire last year, you've literally helped me pay my bills through college, and I mentioned a while ago that I was running 2 jobs outside of my YouTube channel to make ends meet. Well, about over the last couple months, I lost both of them. I got laid off from both of them. So, instead of hunting for other jobs, I'm deciding to, okay, I'm just gonna go full hog on my YouTube channel. Get that satisfied, and I also want to make some point-and-click games and action-adventure RPGs in the form of visual novels. So visual novels, like if you ever played Doki Doki Literature Club, that's technically a visual novel game. If you have ever played Shiver, not Shivers, Shiver, on Steam, that is a point-and-click. I really love those sorts of games. I don't play them a lot, but I've watched a lot of other YouTubers play them. And I am also actually an artist. I've just over the years now, it's been a couple of years now, of my channel, I've had artists do work for me just because I didn't have time. But now I can do my own art because I do have the time, technically. Kind of. But yeah, I am technically also an artist, and I know how to do art, and I've been getting into digital art because I've always been traditional, which means I would do pencil, paper, pen. I would use Copic markers to color, black ink, pens to ink them, to line them, and I was very old school, so within the last month or two, I got a Cintiq. Wacom Cintiq pad, and I've been using that to learn how to do digital art, and it's easier than it was in the past, because in my lifetime digital medium was actually new. Like, it's kind of crazy actually. I'm not even that old, and that digital medium was new. Even like it's not new now, obviously. It's been around a long time now, but when I was a kid, that wasn't a thing. So, when I was in my teens, that's when I had tried it, and I just hated it because what was out, I didn't like it. But the equipment is so much nicer now. Because I don't like, get adjusted here, the lack of control was my thing. I felt like I couldn't do what I wanted because the pads weren't responsive enough, they weren't sensitive enough, and then I was told you need to try a Cintiq. So that's why I was asking about it. I don't need those anymore. I need Crocs. And they're a little more expensive. The one I got was the small one, so it's like 600 or something, but it's worth it. If you want to get into the digital medium, absolutely worth it. I've used an iPad, I didn't like it. For art. I've used the X Pen or whatever it was, I didn't like it, I hated it. And it cost about the same, it was like 500. Is that a rare? That was a rare. Nice. But yeah. The Cintiq, worth it. It's responsive, it's sensitive. You can adjust it if you need to. It's nice and smooth. It only responds to the pen, not everything. So it's a touch screen. Oh, and you draw on the screen. I had a Wacom tablet. It's just a pad tablet. Like, don't be fooled in the name. Do I need more JAWS? I do. It's, you need to look at the screen while you're drawing down on the tablet, and I just could not do it. I used it for an entire, 2 years, and it was frustrating me because I couldn't get what I needed. I just didn't have the control, and that had just turned me off from doing digital art for so long. So I'm like, I'm better than this, and it was depressing because, it made me feel like I wasn't doing it right. Which, in a way, I wasn't, but it was because I wasn't using the right tech for what I wanted. So if you feel like, maybe you're not having fun with digital medium, try different equipment. I can totally recommend this Antique, even though it's a little more expensive. Someday I want to get the big one, but that's like $2,000. I'll work up to it. Anyway, my point on that art rant was I can do my own art, and I want to do visual novels and point-and-click games. I just need to figure out... I haven't had time yet to look at the software for point-and-click specifically. I've been using RenPy for visual novels, and I've been doing text adventures. I'm not going to tell you where they are because the one I have out right now isn't that great because it was a school project. But Twine, that's what I was using for the text-based games, which I do like the text adventures, and I knew nothing about CSS coding, and you don't need to know a lot of it specifically for like using Twine, but if you do know it or you do take the time to learn CSS coding, you can do a lot more with it, which is good because I wanted to do a lot more with it. So I need to get back into that. So that's kind of where I'm going right now. My point in saying all that, I haven't, after I got laid off from my other 2 jobs, I am living on the ranch with my family. I help them with everything. So I can technically afford they're helping me while I'm doing this to try to chase my dreams because I'm tired of working for other people. I want to work for myself. And oh, I should have come in here last. Whoops. No, well, it's fine. I want to work for myself. I'm happiest working for myself, so that's why I'm getting YouTube back into shape. That's why I'm happy that it's picking back up again. And I'm gonna start making games. I want to write books, but I'm finding I don't have the patience. I love world building and writing stories and like developing characters and creating characters, like concepts. I love doing concept design and art, but I'm finding like in the terms of actually sitting down and writing a novel, lacking patience. I get bored because I have like minor ADD or something because I get so bored. My brain, like when I sit down, like my problem, it's hard to kind of explain, but when I sit down and write, I've got the story in my mind, even loosely. I've tried so many different ways of going at it. But by the time I'm writing down and kind of letting it flow, I can't focus on the here and now necessarily. My mind has I'm chapters ahead in my brain. And that makes it like I'm thinking faster than I can write. And I also don't speak very well. I stutter a lot. I like right there. I say a lot. Speaking is not my forte. That's why this sort of medium is, let's plays and long plays. I usually do them with someone else because it's easier for me if I have someone there to bounce off of, rather than trying to do all the talking myself. I'm much better in written. I'm very much more organized when I'm writing. But so my point in that is I've tried like the speech to text stuff because it was suggested to me. Well, then you can speak faster than you can write, so try that. It was a jumbled mess, and then I had to go back through and decipher where I was going with it because I have squirrel brain. Man, it just wasn't working out, so maybe, it's on my bucket list to try and write a novel someday, at least one. I was writing one for many years. I have 13 chapters now, but I've kind of lost interest in the story. Which is a shame. And, in case you're wondering, I went to college for writing as well, for creative writing specifically, because I like world building, writing lore, character concepts, character design, character growth and development. I like plot development. I love like all the aspects of creating and developing a story. I'm the idea man, is what my professors called me. The idea man, because I can give you ideas all day long. But me actually taking the time to sit down and write something, I just can't focus. I don't know. That's just how I am, so it kind of drives me nuts. Because I have all these ideas in my head, you know? That's why I have so many characters in WoW. Because almost every single one of them has a story like this guy. Like, he is technically from an older character, but he's a dragon. He's a nightmare dragon. He's got his own story. I've been even kind of thinking about it as I've been talking. So, it's my thing. It's what I like to do. And I had, oh yeah, I gotta do this. Even thought about like getting a job at a company somewhere and doing like quest design or helping write, but the thing with my degree that showed me was it's not just, oh, we teach you how to write. It was, I learned how to write in different medias. I learned how to write scripts for TV. I learned how to write movie scripts, which are different. I learned what goes into everything behind that. I learned short stories and novels, and where's my pet? Like the difference between all that stuff and how to write for different mediums. You know, everything from a blog post to an ad. I've written ads. Actually, I'm very proud of the multiple ads that I have. They're pretty cute. Like, I've had to do a 7-second ad. I had to do a 30-second ad. I did very well. I enjoy that stuff. But I thought, you know, it was recommended to me, well, why don't you hop on with a company and do, like, be a writer for, like, Blizzard, for example, if I wanted to work for them. I don't, but if I did, I used to. That's a different topic. But, if I still wanted to work for them, you know, I could be a writer for their team. But that's kind of the thing is, I don't want to say I don't work well with others, because that would be false. I work very well with others, but I prefer not to work with others. When I write a story, I like to take it in the direction I want to go. Which means, you know, I'd be like the director or something, but you don't get into that immediately. And you may never be that, because there can only be one or two, or depending on how many team creative leads or team directors or whatever the title, you know, like in Blizzard's example would be, whatever they have for them, you're always working with others, which is not a bad thing. I'm in no way. There's a person. It's that same guy. Oh, you took all my stuff again. How rude. I got the rare before he did, though. Ha! Anyway, I'm in no way knocking on that. Like, I have made, like, IRP, for example. That's IRP with someone. I don't RP by myself. I mean, I have. That's technically just writing a story, but in my head. I like that one-on-one, though. I don't, like, if I was to write a book, it would be with someone. In the context of writing on a team. Just more than that, though, I don't even like group RP. Roleplay. I don't RP with other people on my servers, aside from technically 2 people, but Solar Fire is doing other stuff right now. You know, so yeah, I forgot where he was going with that. Oh well, that's why I think I've rambled on that long enough anyways. My bad. Alright. Looks like we're making good time, so that's good. We're about a little over half done with the zone. So that's good. But, yeah. Okay, we need to go over here first. So I missed this one. There's a rare up there. I swear they used to send you up there, but I don't know. Don't know. I don't have any recordings of these zones, like, pre-Legion. Yep, there's the rare. Perfect. Oh, is there a chest in there? No. Definitely check inside stuff and around stuff, because, like, there's a chest that can spawn in here sometimes. And I know I could have, handy notes. I have handy notes. I picked it back up again so I could collect treasures in Shadowlands, because the treasures in Shadowlands are actually pretty good, and a lot of them are pretty easy. They're not like amazing, you know, like WoD level of how their treasures used to be. They're in line with the rest, but they yeah, I could have handy notes on to tell me where the treasures are, but it's not necessary, and I'm getting lucky with all these rares too, so I don't want to be too far ahead. Just as long as I hit 23 at least. I can hit almost 24 or 25, that'd be great. But yeah. I just get the treasures when I find them. Those are pretty rare, and they're pretty random too, so you don't want to, like, necessarily go out of your way to go find them all, because I think it's only like 3? It's either like 2 or 3 have a chance to spawn per zone, and I think they don't have to be up at the same time. Like, there's more spawn points. I don't remember the exact details on that. It's been a long time since I looked up that information. But that's okay. I still got that. Good. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and set my hearth here. You? No, it's, that's right. There she is. Give. Yes. Pick that up. Alright. Boink. Okay, I need burbs. Eee. I love that ability so much. Kitties. Alright. I need to make sure I keep talking here. I'm zoning out. I'm usually very quiet when I play. I'm usually listening to YouTube or listening to the game, or maybe talking to Canary, maybe. Usually pretty quiet. So that's okay. So I need to make sure I don't zone out, because I do that a lot when I'm playing. When I'm leveling specifically. Because I don't have, to me, I don't have to focus. I've leveled so many times, I can level without looking. So it, you know, it's, I level in my peripheral. I can be staring at a YouTube video over there and, you know, and play. For the most part. I'm just, whoops, not that one. I say that as I fat finger a button. But, you know, that's okay. Come on, give me my feathers. You know you want to. No, 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 no. Bring it down here. Oy vey, come on. I was doing so good with luck. There we go. There we go. Alright. Did I get my muzzle ability yet, or have I not learned? It's my interrupt. I don't get that till 18. A little bit early. That's okay. Okay, we need to go this way. Yeah, looks like I'm about where I need to be. It's been a while. And I'm not getting all that sweet zone XP too. Or rested XP from the rares and mobs. Not that it's required, but it helps. Speeds it up. Brr. But yeah, time-wise, I'm about where I need to be, so that's good. Ignore this bear, because I don't care. And go to this one. Wonder where the other dude went. Some dude disappeared. How long are you gonna follow me for, dude? Yeah. Fine. Not like you're hard to kill anyways. Oh, another fox. Little foxy do. There we go. Getting more fluffy foxtails. Technically we're being wasteful and not taking the rest of the fox pelt and meat, but and bones and everything else. Technically you could use anything on an animal for various things, but yeah, whatever. It's a video game. What a lovely night. So peaceful and calm here in Loch Modan. Alright, got all my seeds. Just need a couple more foxes. Oh, there's a fox. And I need this quest over here. The Ashtail rare should be up somewhere here, unless somebody already got them. There we go. Alright. Let's see, Ashtail anywhere? He might not be up. You little foxy. Nah, that's fine. Not the big deal. Oh! It was hiding. Almost didn't get that one. And I almost forgot for a second that I was recording. I was like, oh, there he is. Da, 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 da. Oh, yeah. My bad. Sorry. Alright, there we go. Alright, we need boars and wings. It's time to murder. Murder the wasps. Speaking of wasps, have you seen the new, like, mechanical looking wasp models coming in 9.2 from the Zareth Mortis place? Looking pretty cool. I'm digging the new gear, the new aesthetic. It's very, like, I don't know, like an Outlander type Titan. Like, just, it's really cool. Like, obviously it's from the first ones, and the first ones made the Titans, probably. I'm just kind of assuming that. But, it's really cool. I like it. Excuse me. So, they look like super awesome wasps. And I'm excited for that. I think we get one as a mount. Maybe. I think we do. I don't remember. There's a lot of mounts coming in the next patch. Like, is it just me, or maybe I don't pay attention? Maybe it's because I'm a YouTuber now, but I've always been a collector, so I usually notice, but I just feel like there's been a lot of mounts this expansion. Like, more than normal. Like, just in 9.2, there's over 40 different mounts. Like, a lot of them are recolors too, but that's still an individual mount. It still counts as new mounts because, you know, there's a blue one, a green one, a red one. Even though it's the same model, it's still different mounts. They count as different in your list. So, like, that's a lot. There's a lot. And people always knock on recolors. I like recolors. I think they're an absolutely good thing because there are plenty mounts I wish were a different stinking color. So, reskins and recolors I have no problem with, and I wish they would do more of them. So we have a lot of really cool mounts that I would love to see in different colors. Can I just say, these new boar models are adorable. They look so cute, I just want to pet them. They look soft, which is funny because real boars are not soft. They have bristly hair. That's why they make brushes, whoops, out of boar hair. Because they're so dang bristly. I don't know if they still make brushes out of boar hair. They might, but they used to at least. I have one. It's nice. Okay, you know, I didn't see Nyx anywhere. Not a big deal. Oh, let's see. Alright, got all those now, so that's good. Is Nyx anywhere? Are you here? Nyx is the rare. It's a big ol' wasp. Where are you, Nyx? It's not here, but I'm gonna slap it while I'm here. I mean, they don't give, like, that much XP. They give, like, what, a quarter of a quest, half a quest? There he is. Something like that. But it's something. A little extra, you know? And, and there's no reason not to hit them unless they're literally not up, while you're here. Because the rares in Loch Modan and a good handful of the lower level vanilla zones, vanilla kata, they're vanilla to me. Kata's different. But because they have I think it's either a 45 or 60 minute respawn timer, which, you know, sounds like a long time, but that's compared to the other rares of these older expansions, that's quick. It's not uncommon for rares in later zones to have multiple hour spawns. And in that point, there's no point in hunting them down. If you really happen to see one, go get it. But, you know, and if you miss them out here, it's not a big deal, but, you know. Alright, we're almost done. We just have these to turn in, and then we have the ones over there to do, which won't take very long, and then we turn all those in, and we're done with the zone. So we're right on time. Usually takes me about 80 to 90-ish minutes to do the zone. My fastest was like 68 or something. Insane. I think it was probably on a monk. My fastest times are on monks. It's actually not my hunters. Monk's my favorite class. But yeah, I'm not aiming for super fast here. I'm just aiming for rough times. Just to let you see what I'm doing. There we are. Okay, that's right. I forgot about these ones. Get over here, dog. I will up the slope. Come on. There he is. Getting a little sleepy. I need a crunchy. Oh. Getting all my bobcats. That Void Elf must have called it for the night. I haven't seen him in a while. That's okay. That is okay. Okay. We're getting there. Yeah, I think for the Alliance, the longest zone is technically Highmountain, but not by much. Because, like, Loch Modan I do in 80 to 90. Val'sharah is about 80. Highmountain is about 100 to 120. I think my fastest was like 80 something, but that's like really pushing. Which I'm not doing this time. I'm not super min-maxing. And even then, I don't really min-max, like, in the actual sense of the word, like, getting super good gear from crafted professions, using enchants, or whatever. You know, all the buffs you can get your hands on. I don't really care, personally. That's too much effort for me. I'd rather just do this. Where's my freeze trap? Do I not have that yet? I do. Must not have pulled over my freeze macro for some reason. That's okay, whatever. I don't really use it when I'm leveling anyways. Slowly but surely, getting everything fleshed out on my bar. And soon I'll be 20 and I can go back to Stormwind and get that deliciousness of War Mode. It's probably still 15. I'm going to assume it is, since it's Wednesday. It's the new week. It was 15 last week because of the anniversary. Because the War Mode for Alliance, the buff, is always a little higher than Horde, just because there's less Alliance PvPers than Horde, and that's just kind of always been that way, so it doesn't surprise me, honestly. There we go. But yeah. I mean, I wouldn't care if it's 20, but I did the leveling guide with a minimum, or a maximum rather, of 15. Sometimes I didn't use it at all because it would go up to like 20, 25. There for a while, so whatever. Would you get down here? There we go. Let's get out of here. Alright. Yeah, I can also get my fast riding at 22, which will be nice. Because this slow riding, like, it may not feel that slow, but, is slow. It's slow, man. Eh. Gotta go get the burr, and then we can continue. Let's see, what time am I at? 72 minutes, so yeah, probably finish at about 90 minutes. Maybe longer. I've kind of messed up a few things here, but it's whatever. Hey, there's treasure in there. See, I told you. Those give a wonderful experience. Check this out. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Very nice. Actually, I think they lowered that. They used to give like 18,000. That's a shame. Not a big deal though. Not a big deal. Yeah, they definitely lowered that because they used to give like 15 to 20,000. I remember that. I had that written down. That's why they were so wonderful to find. Oh well. Whatever. It's whatever. Give. Give. Oh, you know what? I will do something right now, too. Oh, no! Oh, no! Let me kill a couple things. Usually I get that extra in, like... Oh, he's not gonna give me any XP. No! I usually hit 20 there. But I bet you it's because I haven't explored stuff. Because, well, I already have, technically. What? Oh, Wildcat. Perfect. Come on. Hit 20. I want to hit 20 before I go over to the other spot. There we go. Normally I don't do that, but, I wanted to do that because then I gotta ride all the way over there twice. Which is a pain. It's a pain in the anus. Alright. So, let's turn on... I'll wait to turn on War Mode. Oh yeah, I didn't get my thing. Let's see. What do I usually get for this? I don't remember. Survival. Talents. Whoops. Eat, boys. Use. Sure. There we go. What did it give me? Alpha Predator. Okay. I couldn't remember. Okay, let's go get our fast riding first. We want that. We definitely want that. Then I'll turn on War Mode before I leave. Arkenstone. Nice name. Ugh. My sock is falling down. Ugh. Go this way. Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna do. I'm going to turn off... I'm gonna use this as another thing. I'm going to turn off GB auto deposit because I want to see how much gold I will actually get from 1 to 60. I know I took, well, 10 to 60 because I know I took out what little gold I got out of 1 to 10. Not much. But and it'll be minus 50, of course, because I always keep 50 on me. But I'm going to turn that one off. So I can see how much gold I get. Because I won't put any gold in the guild bank. I usually just have it auto deposit gold in the guild bank for me. That way I don't have to think about it. But I'm going to save it on him. So I want to see. So I know between 50 and 60 I get like 10k, which is awesome. But I don't entirely remember. Oh yeah, and this will include... I might have to take out some for flight licenses. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, so now we want to turn on War Mode. Oh, it is 20% now. Interesting. Interesting. Well, that's okay. We'll use it anyways. It'll make up for my lack of XP from the from exploring, I think, from this one. So I'll be a little bit ahead on Alliance, but that's okay. It's not a big deal. It makes less of an impact than you think it does. Like, it does definitely help. It boosts, you know, what you get, but... Oh yeah, I was gonna buy a cloak. Shoot. That's okay. Did they make the guild squire guild? No. I hate that the herald and the page from the guild pets, are character specific. They're not account wide, and they drive me crazy because they're really nice to use. It's literally a guild vendor, so you could use it anywhere, and you can sell to them too, but you have to buy it on every single character. It drives me bonkers. There's Ashtail again, that's right. Yeah, I'll go and slap him again. Why not? Where'd it go? Where'd you go, Ashtail? Or is it too out of range? Where? There. Might as well. I always forget that war mode's on a different phase. So you can, yeah, that doesn't give me much XP anymore. I don't have any rested. That's okay. Well, I have some, but they don't give that much. Anyways, I'm not gonna go around and get all the rares again. Like, you know, if you were doing this for you, might as well. If all the rares are up, they give a good little chunk of XP. Cause yeah, see, like this one gives, yeah, they give about a quarter of XP of a quest. Not bad. All right. All right, and the rare's in there. Nice, nice. Third chest over there. No, I don't see one. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh my. This is more than I wanted. I didn't want the rare. Uh-oh. I mean, I want the rare, but not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh dear. Really wish I had my carb ability already, but I don't get that for a while, I think. I don't really have any AoE yet. Well, except for that one. I don't know if that one's AoE'd, though. Whew! Alright, I did it! Guess that's what happens when I don't pay attention. Pull way too much. That's okay. That is okay. Alright. Do 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 do. Alright, in we go. We're almost done with this zone. We just have this little area left. Then we can turn all those in and we're donezo with Loch Modan. Pretty good. It's almost 10:30 for me, so I'm debating if I want to stay and keep leveling. Yeah, I probably will. I'm not that tired. Stay for a few more hours at least. I wonder when I should upload these. I know it's a really random thought, but... Oh, I didn't get the thing back there. Oh, that's okay. Or what day I should put these on. Because right now, like I said it, I think in the last episode, or maybe it was earlier this one, I'm currently re-uploading rather, all of the old Latte and Tea Let's Plays, which was myself, Silverfire Tea, me and Silverfire Tea, my friend, Silver, playing together. In Battle for Azeroth. So 2020. They were 2020 recordings. And those will be going until about the first week of February. Currently. But if I add this in the mix... wonder what day I should put it out. Could Would I consider these a guide? It's technically a long play, but I am showing you what I'm doing, showing you my route. Yeah, I might go ahead and slit it. Slot it. Not gonna slit it. Slot it to the Friday. I usually do guides on those, but I need to make some more guides, and the next few that I want to do take a little more effort than I have had time for. Yeah, I'll do that because the next one I want to do, so spoilers for you that are watching, I made a list of all the zones for 1 to 50 that are really good zones to level in. They just didn't fit within my route. As including some honorable mentions of zones that are almost good. Like if you cut out certain parts and don't do like certain quest lines, they would be really good. Like Loamm is one. And I just did it the other day. It's not good in the 40s, but in the 30s at least, it's pretty good. If you don't do the Harrison Ford quest line, which is like half the zone, but it's also, it takes like 2 hours or whatever to do all of his entire quest line. Whereas the rest of the zone, with the Ramkahen and all that, doesn't take nearly that long. I don't remember how long it takes. I'm not looking at my list right now. And I didn't time it yesterday. I was just getting a level of range idea. But, yeah. So, you know, that's like an example. Like, Loamm's pretty good if you don't do that specific quest. So that's why it's going to be in the honorable mention list. Because most of the zones that I consider good, you don't have to do anything special for. You just, you can take it at face value. Like, you know, if you go do this zone, it's easily repeatable by anyone. You know, like Modan here. I haven't had a lot of complaints about that at all, except for one person who was like, this is not a linear zone, it's confusing. And I'm like, I don't think you know what linear means, but anyways. You know, Loch Modan, you just do it, and that's what you get. At this level range, at least. Unless you don't, you know, use war mode. I saw that. Someone said, yeah, you put on war mode. I'm like, that's why I say to put it on, because it gives a little extra boost at the end there. But yeah. Let's see, technically untrack that one. Yeah. But, 21. With these quests here, I should either be 23 or almost 23. Just this exploration. Lack of exploration, man. I think it really did damage it a little bit. As I think oftentimes I'm usually almost 24. If I remember right. And I actually hit all the rares too. Not that they give that much. They used to give a lot more. And it looks like they had, because they definitely nerfed the rares. Not recently. But, back on, whatever you call it. Went blank because I smelled something weird. The squish. When they squished everything to 60 or 50 or whatever. The rares got nerfed, but I think they just nerfed the treasures too. Which is fine, it's not a big deal. You know, you don't rely on it, but it's certainly nice to get that bonus. Here's my pet. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have the cloak. Well, I'm going to make a sandwich after this because we're almost done, so my hearth will be off cooldown. But I'm gonna go ahead and not use it when I come back, because this will be assuming that you're just gonna do this in one chunk. Because next we gotta go to WAD, so I'm gonna go ahead and track that, in fact. Because we're gonna go do the intro, since we're Alliance is the one that does it, right? I think so. Yeah. Doing it from memory. I'm not looking at my route. Yeah. Yep. I remember now. Anyway. Skadoosh. Yeah, almost 23. Look at that. I think that is the result of the lack. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and fly down there now, because I'll make that part of this episode. So I can speculate. Because remember, we used the... Let's go back down to Stormwind. The scouting map. So all the XP we would have gotten here in Loch Modan and from flying, because you actually do get exploration XP from flying too, as funny as that is. We didn't get any of it. I don't know if that's why I'm not 23, but I'm going to guess. Because, in fact, while I'm flying, I can turn on my other monitor here. I have my other monitor hooked up to my laptop. It's a completely different computer. So it's uploading videos currently. Speaking of which, how are those doing? Oh, they're done. I need to upload some more. I'll do that after this. But anyways, let's see here. Let's look at my 1 to 50 guide. Loch Modan, 23. Yeah, it says I need to be 23. Interesting. That's okay, because there's plenty in the WAD area that will get me to 30. Like, you know, there's the remaining Garrison quests, there's the Ashran quest. If I need it, there's the Gorgon intro. Yeah, which I'll probably do those in that order. A, B, C, D. Oh, and Crimson Fen if I need it. Which is fine. But, so I'm not worried. I'm not going to be behind. That's why I have those extras. Because there's always a little bit of difference. But... yeah. Guess I could do it right now. We technically have a minute. Nah, I'll wait because you'll hear it. My external drive has a loud hum and it's sitting on the shelf that the mic is connected to, so you'd hear it in the mic, so I'm not going to turn it on. But after this, I will look at my video, because I keep everything videoed, my clips of Loch Modan to see where I usually am. And I'll take a note, because I won't do it in this series, because with the exception of this first spot, I want to keep the rest of it as accurate to the original one as possible. But at some point, I do want to do an entire test run on a different character when I need to buy the rest of the scouting maps too. But using all the scouting maps to remove all exploration XP. And then do my route again and see what the difference is. So actually this will be good because this will be my freshest, cleanest, most recent route. Since I haven't done it myself in a while, thanks to how all my characters are at random levels. So, yeah, I can compare and see if it is actually damaging. Which is interesting. And a bummer. Because even in my experience, and it's just because I've been leveling a long time, the exploration XP adds up. Like, you get a lot. Like I said before, and you will see it again because I'm not going to use the Legion one, you get like 30% just flying physically from Dalaran to Val'sharah. That's a lot, you know? So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and, I'm not done yet. I'm going to clean out my bags here. So that's what I usually do between zones because my bags are full, as you can see. I need to reset my hearth. Let's sell all these here. Yeah, that all goes in the bank. Oh yeah, gear. Gear. Let's see, we got 20 boots, 19 gloves, 23 belt. Yeah, I think that's good. Doot. Yeah. We're gonna fix my Mog. And I know I'm saving my gold to see how much I get, but I'm including costs like that. Let me make sure GB auto deposit is off before I go to my guild bank. Yeah, okay. Alright, so let me dump out all my stuff. And then I will go make something to eat. And then I will probably just go ahead and continue this. So, let's dump out all this stuff. See, now you can see kind of my process too. What I do in between. I clean out my bags quite often. Oh, I didn't sell that. Oh well, it's fine. To make sure I keep up on stuff, you know? Dude. And I put it all in my... Oops, I put those in the wrong one. Well, no, actually I didn't because it's not Mog. I am correct. Put it all in my guild bank. That way, when I get up tomorrow, I can put all that stuff on the auction house. Because I auction daily. Auctioning daily is important. It's kind of funny that people don't really believe me about making gold. And like on one hand, I kind of get it because I have been on lower pop servers and making gold via the low pop servers from the auction house. It's not great. That's probably why I like Moonguard so much, because there's always a lot of people everywhere. It's always a populated server, even during droughts. Our peers, man, they stick around. Yes. There we go. Alright. Now I'm gonna go ahead and vendor these two. And then I'm gonna go hide in the bank since I'm leaving. Because I have war mode on, I'm gonna keep it on so I don't forget. But sometimes jerkholes like to come into Trade District and pwn noobs that are just AFK there, so I'm gonna hide back here, and we're gonna call this episode there because I'm hungry and I would like a sandwich. I think I have earned one. So we're making good progress so far. A little bit behind. I suspect it's because of the exploration XP, the lack of it there rather. But from here on out, it's gonna be just like the regular guide. You know, I'm not gonna use any flight points. That'll be for a different test entirely. And when I hit 60, we'll see how much gold I have. Debating how I'm going to do the flight license because I already took out those, but it's fine. So anyway, we're going to call this one here for now. That was Loch Modan. Yay! We did it! Loch Modan! Yay! Woo! Alright, we still have a long ways to go, but we're almost there. Well, to 30. Anyway. That's good enough. So thank you so much for watching, and as always, remember, it's never too latte. If I can end this. Where's my book? Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to my lovely 1 to 60 route long play. In action. That's a great intro. We're continuing, this is episode 3 now. We are continuing exactly where we left off from the last one. We just finished Loch Modan. I just had a sandwich, so I am refueled, and I'm just gonna go ahead and continue. It's the same night. I'm not tired yet, even though it's 11 o'clock. We'll keep going. So the next section we're gonna be doing is the WAD part, which for the Alliance is the intro, the Garrison, and whatever else I might need to do to clean up the last bit of XP to get to 30. So we are just gonna continue right on through. Which is good. So welcome back everyone. If you're chilling out, hope you grab a snack, grab a blankie, grab a drink, I don't know, something. Maybe follow along if you want. Pretend you're leveling with me. I don't know. Yes, we're doing it. We're going straight to Draenor, and as a reminder, I'm not using any more of the flight maps, the scouting maps as they're called now. to get flight points because A, I don't need them, and for the rest of the guide, and B, the they explore everything for you. So like these little areas here, I'm not getting exploration for you because this is technically still the Eastern Kingdoms, which is a bummer. But the rest of the zones, I won't have that. I will get the exploration experience, which is very important. So, yeah. So, that's, you know, just a reminder, I'm not using anymore, including the Shadowlands one, which I do have, because I'm going to do an entirely different test later to see what the difference is. If it really does affect it that much, which I think it does, honestly. So, yeah. Yeah. That's okay. So, we are gonna go right into WoD. And I'll be honest, I'm not entirely enthused. The WoD intro is long and boring for me. I mean, it's got decent XP, but like, you could just go straight to Gargrind if you wanted, but ironically, doing the intro and the setting up your garrison is faster, if it'll load in properly, than doing the Gargrind zone. Where's my mount? Pet, rather. There he is. So, it's kind of interesting. But yeah, we're gonna get right back into it. Really exciting. And I gotta think of things to say too, because I'm kind of running out of words for you. I know I'm really entertaining. Being entertaining is not exactly my forte. Being informative is. So, you know, take these with a grain of salt as far as entertainment. So, it's whatever. Oh, it's okay though. Isn't that portal pretty though? It's so colorful. So pretty. It's a shame we have to destroy it. Oh well. That's okay. Alright, time to do the clickies. And more clickies. And more clickies. Alright. Well, it looks like I have carve now too. Good. Good. Skadoosh. Alright. Let's get out of here. Onwards and upwards. Here do we go. So, what do you want to talk about? I guess I can tell you something I am going to be doing. Starting here pretty soon with Canary. I'm not going to be recording it, but her and I are going to start working on PvP mounts, twos. We want to start grinding out those what do you call them? The vicious mounts that you need saddles for and stuff. Because what I didn't know, and just no one has told it, and no one that I watch on YouTube has mentioned it, until recently, the mounts only require 1k rating now. Instead of 1400. So, all your wins count once you hit 1k. Because you don't start losing rating until 1400. Assuming that hasn't changed. So, since BFA anyways. But yeah, the 1k rating, because it used to be 1400, at least in BFA it was. Apparently it was like 1k last patch too, but I didn't know that. And I'm kind of annoyed because I really want those vicious saddle mounts, and I had no idea. I don't PvP for fun. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but I really want those mounts. I don't have any of them. None of them. The one time I even came close to getting them was in MOP back when I did 2s, but the friend I was playing with at the time quit, so I couldn't finish it because I couldn't find another 2s partner. And then in WoD, they removed the ability to even have rated 2s count for the mounts. And it was that way in Legion too. It didn't count. And then they added it, being able to do 2s for the vicious mounts back in BFA, but you had to be 1400 and higher and keep your rating for your wins to count, and it just sucked. I did it with silver for a while, and we just could not keep our rating up high enough because I'm not good at PvP. I don't care to be either. I just want the mounts. Like, that's it. I don't care about PvP. I actually kind of hate it. But, because I'd rather be leveling or something, but the vicious mounts are so cool. They have such gorgeous armor. So, I'm going to do that. And when I gather enough data on it from doing it, I'm going to make a video on it. So I'll record some things, but, you know, after I do it myself and prove all this information I just did, because this is what I've only read about. You know, I haven't done it myself yet. I don't know that it's actually true, because we're almost at 1K rating. As of when this is recording, we're going to do some more tomorrow and get that going. I'm hoping it stays 1K rating in Season 2 or 3 as well, which will be when 9.2 comes out. Because, yeah, I'll be a little mad if I missed this just because I didn't know about it. I've had things like that in these expansions. Missed it because I didn't know about it. Despite playing all the time. You know, it's not really said anywhere unless you go look at it specifically. So, like, I would have known if I was an avid PvPer. I would have seen it. Seen the rating, because it says it in the tooltip. That it only requires 1K, and then your wins start counting for the bar, but to get them out. But I've never looked. This entire expansion, I haven't looked because I haven't been doing PvP. I don't do PvP. So, and I know I'm kind of ranting, but I am a little irritated that, like, no one... And the only way I found out was because Hazelnutty, who's a great channel, by the way, you should go watch her if you haven't. One of the few positive YouTubers I actually like. But she mentioned it briefly in her weekly news video. I like her news videos. And I was like, excuse me? Why haven't anyone said anything about this sooner? So, yeah. So, but anyway, when I have all the data on that and what I'm saying is indeed true and I can prove it and back it up with video and facts, I will show everyone. But for those of you watching, you know. Now you know. And hopefully it's correct. Because Silver, wow. Canary and I are gonna do that because she wants them too, and yes. And yes, I read that there are like solo PvPs coming in 9.2 or something, but they were calling it a brawl. We already have brawls and they're not rated. Because technically we already have solo PvP. You can queue for skirmishes, but they're not rated. And any non-rated PvP, such as regular battlegrounds, not rated battlegrounds, you know, I guess random battlegrounds, I guess, you can't get the vicious mounts out of them. To my knowledge, you can only get them out of 2s, 3s, and RBGs, which is 10s. 10v10s, because it's rated when you have your ranking. So, I don't know that you'll be able to farm vicious mounts out of the solo queue brawl thing that's coming. And it didn't really sound like my cup of tea anyways, because from what I read, you'll be queuing by yourself, but you'll be put on a team of 3. There's 6 people total, 3v3, but like, I guess you'll be random, and at you like a series of matches, and all 6 people get shuffled. between the two teams or something. I only read it like once, so don't completely quote me on this. Go look it up if I'm not 100% sure. It's just what I think I read a few days ago now on the notes. So I don't know. I don't know that we'll actually be able to do those through it. I will be happily proven wrong if that's the case, if we can. Because that would be nice to be able to have that chance to grind out more. But until we learn otherwise, Canary and I are going to be doing 2s to get those mounts. Which will be nice. Because after you get the season mount, which is the first one you get, first time you fill up the bar, you can then continue to fill up the bar repeatedly. And for every time you do, it's, you get a vicious saddle for it. Because once, from my understanding, from what I read online, from Wowhead and such, once you hit 1000 rating, every time you win, you'll get 10% of the bar, and you only need 100%, which means you only need, what, that's 10 wins? 10 times 10 is 100? Yeah, math. Not my strong suit, off the top of my head. So that's just 10 wins per mount. And we're not good at all. I have probably more experience than she does. She's getting better, but we're not doing a meta. You know, we're not doing any sort of comp. We're both paladins. I wanted to double prod it, but you apparently can't double tank anymore, which is bullshit in my opinion. I think it's stupid. I loved going as double tank. I didn't care that we didn't do double damage. It was fun. Because I like playing paladin, by the way, paladin. I like prot better than ret, but I went ret because I have more experience with it than she does, and she went prot so she could stay alive longer because, you know, I can't carry the both of us, and there is no way in the heck that I am carrying. I mean, I would. I could. I don't have the skill. PvP's not my strong suit, and it never has been. I got pretty good at it in MOP and WOD. In MOP, I did 2s and 3s. In WOD, it's kind of funny without the dialogue. Anyway, and in WOD, I did Ashran a lot until they made it, they forced it into a queue and it was no longer open PvP, which sucked and I hated it. So I stopped that. That wasn't fun anymore. And then in Legion, that's when they did the towers, which I still think was the best rendition of semi-open world PvP to date. I miss the Legion towers. I had a hell of a time, in a good way, with them. They were so fun. And if you didn't play during Legion and you don't know what I'm talking about, they're still around. They're world quests that have you basically fill a bar. Like, it doesn't sound that exciting, but you just kill everything around the tower until you complete it and your world quest is done. But what made them fun is there was always a lot of people around, and it was more of a solo open world PvP thing. And it's not like the war mode that we have now, because this is different. You're just trying to go out and quest most of the time until someone decides to come stab you in the backside when you're not looking. That isn't fun to me. But this, you had it on for the purpose of PvP. And you would go do these towers expecting PvP. And they would force you into PvP when you got in the zone, so you couldn't just go do the quest without being flagged. They would flag you. Which was fine, but I liked how that worked. It was more enjoyable to me. I played Marksman, mainly, in Legion. I miss Legion Marksman so much. Because Marksman, and I think it's still this way, but it's not, they have diminishing returns on secondary stats now, which really blows. But back in Legion, that's when I was raiding. I would raid, Emerald Nightmare and Nighthold all the way up through Mythic on my Hunter. as a marksman. So I was shredded in really strong gear, and that was back during that time when you didn't need PvP gear. All gear worked in all scenarios, and it still kind of does, but they brought back some of the PvP stuff. I don't know. As a non-EVP PvPer, I liked that setup because I could just go PvP when I wanted to, and my gear didn't affect anything. I liked that because it came down to skill. Gear didn't affect anything with the exception of secondary points. Where I was going with that, stats rather, was I had mastery purposely out the ass. I had really high, it was like some 40-something%, which let me have like 54 or almost 60 yards range. Because the cool thing about marksman, assuming it's still this way, it was like this in Legion at least, the more mastery you have, the longer your range, because at least the Legion version, marksman was like a sniper class. It wasn't just run around, throw wolves at people and shoot them up. It was a sniper. You wanted your distance. You couldn't move very well with your shots. You weren't very mobile, and you were slower. But your shots did a lot of damage when you could get a good one off, and you had good crit. It was like mastery and crit, because you would increase your range, and crit was a big thing to make stuff proc. I can't even remember what it's called anymore. Because it does not at all play like it used to. BFA completely changed how marksman worked. In fact, it wasn't even BFA, it was like 7.15, I think. And that's when I stopped raiding as marksman because they completely changed how it worked, and I did not like the new version. That's also about that time when I was starting to get tired of changing classes, because I kept changing classes to raid, not because they were telling me to, but because Blizzard would keep changing. They keep, doing class changes every other patch, or if not every patch, and which is very normal. And I got sick of it. I was tired of getting attached to a spec and then having it be completely different, and I have to relearn how to do it. And then, like, people are in the raid are like, you're not pulling as much as you used to. What's up? And I'm like, they completely destroyed my class. I have to relearn how to play it. I'm sorry. I got sick of it. I really did. So that's just something that's always bugged me. So that's another reason that fueled my distaste for the competitive scene anymore. Because I got sick of playing something for months just to have it completely changed as soon as the next tier came out. And it wasn't even the next tier. I think it was 0.5 because 7.1 was Nighthold, right? Yeah. And then 7.2 was Tomb of Sargeras. Yeah, it was 7.15 because I couldn't go to do Tomb of Sargeras because I couldn't pull enough anymore. Everything I had worked for was completely destroyed. I couldn't even continue. I mean, the guild just fell apart anyway, so it was fine, but it was just frustrating, man. I'm not really complaining, but I'm kinda complaining. So that's another reason why I just don't play competitive anymore. It was just so much work just to be disappointed, I was tired of redoing everything. Which just sounds funny because I level a lot, but to me that's not redoing because it's a new character. It's a different class usually. I'm doing something different. I don't always use my root. If I want to blast someone up really fast, then I'll use my root. But most of the time I just go pick a zone and level wherever I want, honestly. I mean, lately I've kind of been just doing the fast zones, but So, yeah. I don't know what my point was and all that, but hope you enjoyed the rant. Alright, got all those. Man, I wish I could stream this. That'd be so much nicer. I could actually carry on a conversation with you guys. Kind of. I wouldn't be able to type back very well and still play because typing and leveling I'm not skilled with that. That's why, like, even when I play with Canary, I prefer Discord because getting in Discord, that is. Because yeah, then I can actually talk and play at the same time. I'm not into this intro anymore, man. It's not hard or anything. It's just, I don't know. Like, I get tired of certain things. Like, I'm not tired of Val'sharah and Highmountain. There's some of my favorite zones in the game. But, the WoD intro, I think it's just because I did it so many times over the years. Then again, I've done Val'sharah and Highmountain a lot. I don't know. I just, some things have better replayability for me than others, and I'm sure that's true for everyone. And the WoD intro, this scenario, is just not one of them for me. And speaking of, compared to other intros, like the BFA intro and stuff, Shadowlands intro does not give enough XP. Like, it might later, like, I mean, you might look at it and go, oh, but it gives a whole level. Well, barely a level, first of all. And, in fact, often I don't hit a level, I'm like 90%. So, there's that. But, a lot of these other ones give, like, between 2, 3, maybe 4 levels. Granted, you know, this is in the 1 to 50 range, not 50 to 60, which is currently. But I don't know, it takes about 40-ish minutes, which is longer than even this scenario. And you can't really speed it up much, besides like a couple of small things, because there's so much escorts and RP, and you gotta wait a lot, and oops, I didn't need that guy. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know. If it gave like a level and a half, I think I'd be okay with it more. It just gives, you know, for the time spent, because in that time, I can be 3/4 done with an entire zone, entire Shadowlands zone, and have 2 to 3 levels already done in that time. I mean, 40 minutes, considering I do my entire route in like 4 hours, if I'm really pushing. For the 50 to 60. 40 minutes is a little long. You know, you put it in that perspective. I do all 4 zones and like, oh, and plus island expeditions. I do a few of those, which will be in here, so you'll get to see me struggle through those. I never said they were easy. That was the warning in the guide. That's why I said check them out first. If you can do them, do them. If you can't, then do the intro. Which we'll see. We will see if I can pull that out on this character. So, we'll see what happens. Because there's been some characters I could do it on and some I couldn't. And it wasn't really a class thing. Like, I could do it on my monk, my warrior. Not my warrior. I couldn't do it on my warrior. I could do it on my monk. I could do it on my hunter. I did it on a priest. It wasn't hard. But I couldn't do it on, like, my warrior for some reason. And I couldn't figure out why. That's why I gave that warning. They're not exactly easy. So that'll be an interesting pickle that I'm curious to putting more to the test when I get to that point. But we gotta get to 50 first. We're not there yet. So, yeah. But I will likely be doing them, so. Now, I would imagine it probably depends on what group you get. I don't mean group that's doing it with you, because it's solo queue, obviously, for the islands. I mean enemy group, because when I did it as Alliance, on my warrior, I kept getting the one horde group that would just relentlessly hunt me down. Just, they wouldn't leave me alone. They kept murdering me, and even on my characters that I did successfully do the islands on, I didn't have that group that would hunt me down. And I think maybe that's what people are having a problem with, because I have not been able to solo the island groups, like the enemy group. I can't solo kill them. I can do the island if I avoid the enemies. Enemy team. Obviously gotta kill mobs and stuff. But I don't know. It's just kinda interesting. So we'll see what I get. Could be luck of the draw, I'm suspecting. I did it multiple times, and it was only on the warrior that I couldn't do it. Did it on monk, priest, hunter. I feel like I did it one more time. I haven't done it too many times recently, just because a lot of my characters are already like 52, 53 from doing other things like holiday stuff and archaeology testing. I've been doing that and stuff. In fact, I need to look into archaeology without the buff, because the anniversary buff, because it wasn't bad, actually. It'd been meant, and what I'm talking about is it had been recommended to me a couple times, and I had forgotten after the first time, and luckily someone else, if it wasn't the same person, had asked me if I would check out leveling with archaeology, and I don't know if they are watching or not, but I did. I've been testing that, and I'm actually kind of impressed. Because what it is if you've collected any of the Shadowlands treasures, or even like some of the Legion ones, while leveling, you get like between 2 and 4k per treasure. It seems to vary depending on buffs, rested, and because rested does also apply to treasures. But anyway, when you do archaeology, you don't get XP from solving, but you do get XP from looting what you find. So like, you know, in case you've never done archaeology, you survey an area, and when you found the piece that you were trying to survey, it appears and then you loot it. Well, it's technically like a treasure, and so you are actually getting XP as if it were a treasure. And depending on where you're doing it, there's 6 to 8 of them per little survey area. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's technically better than herbalism and mining. And you are actually generating your own nodes. Like, by no means is it super fast, but I am gonna look into it now that I'm thinking about it. I might take note of that while we're kind of doing this little scenario here. I wonder if it would be a good alternative for folks who don't want to do the intro and don't, for Shadowlands, I mean, the Ma intro, but can't do, whatever you call it. Can't do the islands, because, like, my only other recommendation to get that extra level really would be to, like, do dungeons, or, which is not time efficient. I've tested it, it's just not at 50. And at 50, you have to, or in Shadowlands, you have to be at least item level 80 to queue for Shadowlands dungeons. Normals, 80, yeah. But when you come out of, even with heirlooms, when you come out of leveling from 1 to 50, you'll only be like 50, 60 item level. I've done it a million times. Not a million, but I've done it a lot by this point, and for some reason that's the case. So you can't queue right off, so that kind of doesn't work as it is, which is a serious bummer. Anyway. Yeah, I would say, like, dungeons if you can. Or herbalism and mining, but that only works if you're, like, on a lower pop server, or if you turn on war mode, which is quite dangerous in current content because there's gankers everywhere. Right, I need to make note of that. So, I need to test that. 50 to 60 guide. You know, because the nodes aren't always up, so it might not be very time efficient if there's other people there farming urban ore in Shadowlands. So that's why I kind of didn't really recommend that either. But archaeology, you're technically making your own nodes. Archaeo. 4, 52, we'll say 51, 50, yeah, 50, 51. It's just that one level that it was better, I found, to come in at 51 than to come in at flat 50. Because even after doing all of the zones, unless I supplemented it with like world quests and stuff, which the world quests are really hit and miss, and treasures, then I wouldn't hit 60 by the end of my route, even if I did everything. Like, I would just almost not hit 60, which was really frustrating. So you kind of need, even in Threads of Fate, I don't think it got scaled very well to compensate for that lack, because the bonus objectives don't give as much as you think they do, which is a shame. But I mean, they're worth doing now, which is nice, because they're fast, they're easy. You do get XP. They give if you do all 5 of them, they give 40% of the zone aid bar, which is really good. And you get renown, you get gear, and gold. So, you know, they're worth doing. But, you know, they don't give as much as you would think they would, which is fine. So, you know, what do you do? Oh, yeah. Tanan. What's Tanan? 40 plus. Okay. We'll worry about that later then.
Work complete.
After I hit 40 in between episodes, I might come back here and go to Tanan. So, not for leveling, but the pet I want matches this mount that I'm riding. And you can only get it in Tanan, which is 40 plus. I want it! I guess I think you can only get it in Tanan, that's what it said. I feel like you could get over here too, but maybe not. Yeah, maybe not, because I think those are the only mount versions that works for riding. I'll worry about it later. I'm not gonna do it on episode here, but I wanted my puppers, my proper puppers, because I want the one that matches my mount. So, yeah. But, yeah. So, yeah. I suppose that's enough of that. We'll just have to see how that goes when I get there for the islands. I'm not worried about it. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to do them. I just suspect that it's that one horde group. I'm sure there's an alliance equivalent as well, that completely just hunts you down, which is the problem. And I wonder if maybe some islands are just harder than others and I got lucky all the several times that I've done it. Who knows? That's also possible. And I also don't want to sound mean, but I could also just be a better player. Like, I have years of raiding experience. I level all the time. I know how to play, not competitively, but I know how to play every spec. I know what every ability does, even if I don't use it. That was something I was learning, not to call her out. Oh, and I'm sorry, Canary, if you're watching, but that's something I was learning when I was doing Torghast, because for me, Torghast was super easy. Not like the higher level stuff, I mean for leveling during the guide, because in the 50-60 guide, in case you haven't seen it, I have you do it once, because you get like 3 renown or something out of it, and a good half a level, since you do it early. Which is good. And I only have us do it once because it's really only good with the daily. After that, you get like 15% of a level. It's pretty crappy from just Torghast. It's honestly crappy. I would have been okay if it was like 30%. But no. But anyway, I can do it in like 15 minutes. I can scream through it, easy peasy, no problem, on all the classes that I've done, which includes Druid. I think Druid is my slowest at like 20 minutes. I even purposely did Boomy to try to make it hard on myself, because Boomy's kind of squishy for me, and I don't play Druid very well. But I still didn't have any problems. And poor Canary, she spent like 40 minutes in there. She kept dying and dying, and she was about ready to give up. I'm like, just keep trying. You got this. And she's not a bad player. I'm not saying that at all. It's just, I've been playing so long that things that come easy to me might not for others. And yes, I'm aware of that. But I also can't, like, unskill myself, if that makes sense. And I promise I'm trying not to be mean. But I just have experience. Whereas other new players who might try to follow the guide and do Torghast and Islands maybe don't. And maybe that's what the problem is. I don't know. So, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Where's the tree? There it is. It's just kind of one of those things. So if you are someone who couldn't do Islands or the Torghast, I'm sorry. I tried to give alternatives, not for Torghast, but because to me, I thought anyone should be able to do it. I didn't have any problems at all, but it also could be because I have it fully upgraded too. Although I did do it on an alternate account, a completely different BattleNet to try it. Because I do have one, but there's not a lot on it. And I didn't really find a difference. I don't know how much the Torghast upgrades actually help for leveling. So I don't know. You get like more power-ups, I think, but it's whatever. I'm gonna put that down here now. You get anything useful? No? That's fine. So, I don't know. We'll see when we get there. Because everyone's been complaining that islands are scaled too hard, which I do agree. I'm not disagreeing at all. They are too hard solo. I don't think they were scaled down quite enough for solo players. But, and B, that Torghast does not give enough XP, which I also agree. So I'm not disagreeing on either of those. Just, I don't know. I haven't had too many issues, personally. It'd certainly be better, though. I don't disagree with that. Whew, I'm getting thirsty. I didn't talk to you, boyo. Because we might need Gorgrund. So I'm only 28, but we'll see. That 20% buff might help recover what I lost, maybe. But it's only an extra 5%, so we'll find out. Are both quests? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Get all these. Oh, Drainer's so pretty. Drainer definitely has some of my favorite suns. I'm very excited to go to other planets and dimensions and things in future expansions. 'Cause I love that stuff. Like, it's kind of funny because people, like, I see some folks complain about WoW being all like, oh, they should go back to the basics and be just a regular fantasy game that isn't about cosmic stuff. And I'm like, I don't know how long you've been playing, and I hate to break it to you, but they literally did that before WoW even came out. Because Warcraft has been around a lot longer than World of Warcraft. And some of the books are even older than that. I mean, orcs are literally aliens. They come from a different planet. I hate to break it to you, but, and the Legion, they have ships. They're technically aliens too. They're not native to Azeroth. Warlocks, do you know where they get their demons from? They're steed. They're literal they're demonic steed. We call it demons, but they're technically aliens. Even the steed comes from, oh, what planet is that? We go there actually a couple times in some quests. One of them's even in Tanaan. You go to that planet. At some point, I'm going to document all the times we go to different planets in WoW, because there are many. There are several, which is really cool. It's like not Zalatat, that's the dagger. That's Naifu. I don't remember. Anyway, I'm sure somebody will tell me in the comments, but it starts with an X. But even the Warlock steeds are from different planet. So there's a lot of cosmic stuff from day one. I just don't think they realize that, maybe. But whatever. Anyway, my point is, I'm super excited for it because I happen to like it. I like it a lot. I love this, the stuff about the Titans and Elune and all these other dimensions and these other planets. And Sargeras destroyed a lot of them, but he didn't destroy all of them. There's other planets out there. And even the ones that are destroyed, they're not all of them are gone. There's parts of them, because apparently in the WoW universe, at least, when you destroy a planet, you can still use the parts of it. I mean, look at Outland. I mean, that wasn't, Sargeras didn't destroy it, but it's basically destroyed. It's falling apart. I don't remember the exact cause. I think it was just from the Fel stuff, but I'd have to look that up again. It's been a long time since I've looked at Outland lore, but I mean, it's pretty half destroyed. You even see Sarfang talk about that. Because Thrall went and hid there with his family. I don't blame him. In BFA. When Sylvanas sent assassins after him for some reason. So, yeah. But, yeah, at some point I'm gonna document all the different planets that we go to, because, like, on Argus is a different planet, for one. And then on Argus, the invasions that you do, you're going to other planets to stop the Legion invasions, because, that's like their base, that's their center point. And you literally go to different invasions, because they're invading other planets. And some of them are gorgeous. Like, one of them has massive trees. Like, I don't know if any of you are, like, Star Wars nerds at all, or if you've played the original Knights of the Old Republic, the first one. But there's a planet where the Wookiees are from, called Kashyyyk. And the trees are massive. I mean, you think, like, these trees are big? Like, literally can't even see the top or the bottom, depending on where you're at, because they're that big. Just huge. And one of the planets we briefly go to in one of the invasions in Argus is like that. It's so cool, and I'm like, I want to see more. So, like, at some point, I'm definitely going to do that. I'm going to document all the different planets we go to because... And some of them are a little obscure because we, like, there's... In Tanan, for example, we go to a planet to go kill a pit lord for one quest. Literally one quest. Different planet. And I'm using the term planet loosely here, too, because, like, Mardoom, for example, probably used to be a different world. I think it used to be, but it was the prison planet or whatever that Sargeras used for the demons. You see that in the Demon Hunter questline. You technically start out in a completely different world, which is super cool. I love that shit because WoW really is like a sci-fi fantasy, but you don't really think that. But we go to space a lot, especially in Legion. I mean, just going to Outland, that's a different planet. I'm on a different planet right now. This is Draenor. In a different time, even. It's Outland in the past on a different, like, alternate dimension. It's not just a different time. It's a different timeline entirely. So, that's pretty cool. So yeah, I don't know. I just super love that stuff. So I'm really excited to see, like, I have been enjoying Shadowlands. I haven't done as much Shadowlands stuff as I want. I'm really behind right now. So I'm looking forward to digging into that here. I've been digging into some of it, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Alright. 29 now, so that's good. Alright, speak with Dungar. Let's do the... Let's see, did I get enough? No. Did I get all the treasures? Let's see, I think I got all the treasures. Yeah, he's just a very unlucky one. I think I got all the treasures here. Because like 99% of the time, just from these treasures, yeah, I'm pretty sure I got all of them, you'll get enough to upgrade to number 2, you know, 2 here. But if I did not... Yeah, because I got that one back there already. Okay, well then, since I got 4 options there, I'll wait and come back to this in case I need it later. I'm pretty sure I got all of them. So I got the one there, I got the egg, I got the one there, I got the one there, I got the one out there, I got the... Did I get the fish barrel? Yes. Yes, I did. Okay. Then let's go to Storm Shield. We'll do the Ashran one. Actually, I probably could have gone just to Gorgrund. But that's okay. We'll do the Ashran one. That one is better to do now. That likely won't put me to 30. I'll start the Secrets of Gorgrund, and then when I hit 30, I'll stop. And save, because... True to the guide, you can upgrade your garrison to rank 2 and get the herb garden and the ore garden. And if you want, you can do the fishing one. Or if I said you should or not. I tend to skip it just because it takes so long. I don't usually need it. But there's those quests, and you can also do the Ashran one here, which... It's just going over there and getting a person. You don't actually do any PvP or anything. And then there's the Gorgrund intro, and if you still need more, there's also the Red Fen questline with the big red mushrooms. Crimson Fen, that's it. Which, ironically, by itself is the best XP for time spent in all of Gorgrund. It's kind of funny. But, yeah, because I may or may not need those at the very end, so And the beauty of why I would use these at the end if I need to is I can hearth directly back to them. I have the Garrison hearthstone. I don't have to go somewhere else that I haven't started yet, and I don't know where I'm going, and you know, so that's good. And if I need them, I can do the rank 2 quests but he was pretty unlucky, it looks like, which is actually quite unusual. I usually get my 200 resources, so go figure. In the video I show you, this is the one other character, because I've had that happen twice now. Only happened to me on one other character who was not lucky enough to get all of the resources I needed, because you need 200. It's fine, it's whatever. It doesn't entirely matter what order you do these in, as long as you do enough to hit 30. That's why I have them instead of 1, 2, 3, they're listed as A, B, C, D, because those are options. But that's fine. Don't want these rations. Doot 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 doot. So that'll be nice. Hello, bro.
Work complete.
I don't remember how long I said this section would take. I feel like I'm a little behind. But I haven't really been paying attention either. Like I said, talking and playing is not a skill that I have. There we go. Go talk to Delvar. And you would think to do this one last because of the portal, but we can hearth. We can hearth straight to that. And in fact, we have that hearth too, if we need it. Because we're not going there yet. We're actually, you can fly, as long as you have that quest. You can fly to Gorgrond from here. And do that, because it says you're Garrison Griffin Master, but you can actually talk to this guy. He also has it for you, which is nice. So, yeah, we're gonna go do enough to hit 30 in the intro there. I probably won't need to finish it because it usually gives you at least a level. But it's good XP, which is why, even though I said I should probably have gone straight to Gorgrond, that is incorrect. I needed to do this one first because it gives a better XP now, the Ashran one, than later. So this place is so pretty. Oh, I wish they did more with Draenor. I wish they were able to do that. I think it was Haruma Red X who did a video on cut content in WoD, Warlords of Draenor. I think it was him. Could be wrong. It's been a long time since I've watched it, but there was so much that was cut. Like Zangar, the area down here, Zangar Sea, that was going to be an entire like zone of its own or something. There was going to be like a mushroom whale world boss. That would have been super cool. The Grim Rail was the train was supposed to be visible throughout actual open world Draenor, which would have been super rad. Oh, just stuff like that that I hope maybe they do more with at some point. Because that would be really cool. So. But, you know, I'm probably that one person, or at least one of the few, who would like them to go back to old expansions and add more. But I guess that's because I view the game differently than probably a lot of people do. I don't look at it as an expansion and that's just, it's one done and then you never go back to it. Like, I look at it as it's name actually suggests. It's an expansion, an addition to the game. They're adding to the world. It's not just like this temporary thing, you know? I hope that makes sense, because like Northrend, for example, that was an expansion. Wrath of the Lich King was an expansion. It added Northrend. Ugh, I'm getting stuck on things. Uh-oh, getting crazy. I should probably kill these. Northrend's not going anywhere. It's part of, it's here to stay. It's an addition to the game, an expansion of the world. Pandaria, whether you liked it or not, it's staying. It is a new continent, it was new at the time, that was added to the game to expand the lore and expand the land. Hence, expansion. And my point in saying that is, it's not just this limited time thing. Like, I would love for them to go back and maybe do more with WoD. Like, there was supposed to be an entire separate island or something, a continent even, about that was the Ogre Empire. Like, we got Highmountain, but I think, if I remember right, Highmountain was supposed to be on that Empirical Isle area, wherever it was, not, and then they just kind of moved it to Nagrand or something. I could be slightly wrong, but I do remember there was supposed to be, like, that was going to be its own patch, its own tier. It was going to be a whole ogre-themed thing, which would have been really cool, because we see very little of them, and very little of the impact that they actually have here. They're technically an empire, but we don't see much of it. Yeah, that just would have been really cool to me to see, because I love the lore. Like, I don't play for the lore, but the lore, at the same time, I kind of do. It's definitely a huge factor why I play WoW, because I really like it. I love the story in it. I'm not super fond of the current main plots going on, but those are different to me. I love the lore behind everything. Like, you know, the Carrion and the Venthyr that's going on, all that's right now. I love the lore behind the Shadowlands and how everything works, and that's why Zereth Mortis is really cool to me. That's going to come out in 9.2, because it just feels so, I don't know, origin-y, which is supposed to, you know. It's where the first ones were creating lands or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and turn in these two, even though I probably should have waited. Go away! Okay, and then we're gonna hearth, and I'm going to hang on to these because I might need them at the end. Hopefully that doesn't affect how much I get out of Val'sharah. I know I probably should have waited. I even said so in the guide. Just don't turn in anything else. Or maybe I said to turn it in while you're there. I don't remember what I said. I made that a while ago now. But I have enough for my flight license? Yes, I do. Yeah. Because if you come in too high or you hit 31 before you hit Val'sharah, for some reason you get a lot less than you should. Choked on myself. Bleh. Great timing. Okay, so let me clean out my bags here. Doesn't look like I got any BUEs out of that, but that's fine. Not a big deal. Sell all those. Cool, we're back up to 500. Neat. Okay, and so that was the Draenor portion. I'm gonna go ahead and cut it there, because after this we're going to Val'sharah. And then we have Highmountain, and so look at that, we're already level 30. Hasn't been that long. It's been like 3 hours total. So, you know, like overall I'm a little behind, but that's just because I did it from the very start, from including prep and making the character and everything, so. Okay, so, yeah. I'm probably just going to go ahead and continue into the next one after this one because I'm on a roll. So thank you so much for watching, and as always, remember, it's never too late. Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to my 1 to 60 long play of my 1 to 60 route. I'm not good at these intros. That's okay though. Okay, we are picking up exactly where we left off. We are in episode 4 now. I need to switch my mouse since I just picked up flying. Good old laggy Stormwind. Stormwind is always laggy. It is so full on this server. But anyways, let's see. Want that and that. There we go. Oh, I need to pick a new, let's do that one. Alright. Yeah, we are continuing exactly where we left off, which we just did the Draenor, the Garrison and the WoD intro section, and a wee bit of the Gorgron intro to hit me to 30. A little over, unfortunately. Yeah, weird for me to say that, right? But it really does make a difference. It's okay though. I think I was a little behind anyways. And that's why I was 10 minutes over, because I said 40 to 50 minutes, and I was at like 60 minutes or something for that section. And I was like, oh yeah, that's why, because I was a whole level behind where I needed to be. So 10 extra minutes to make up that extra level that I didn't get from Loch Modan thanks to the flight point, thanks to the scouting map, unfortunately. So 10 extra minutes isn't bad. So I think I did pretty good on that, so that's good. And yeah, so now I get the long wait for this NPC to appear, because they always take half a century for me. For some reason, Dalaran always loads so slow, and it's just Dalaran. And I don't mean load, I mean like render in. Like, all the NPCs take half a century to actually show up. I don't understand why. It's been that way since Legion. And even Old Dal is like that in Northrend. So, gotta wait, because I want my Garrison Hearthstone. There we go. Alright. Now, I am not going to use the scouting map. We are going to... Wow. Yeesh, okay. Damn Dalaran. We are going to fly our happy butts all the way to Val'sharah manually. And since you can see I have this here, you will watch the XP roll in. So, okay, I can move that down there. I know it's a bit of a slow flight, but it's okay. It is included. So, you know. Here we go! Fly all the way over there. I have to say, I do love that we can put pins now. Those are really nice, and I like that they show here. I guess it shows down there, but see? 600 experience. Discovered Suramar. So, yeah. Yeah, look. And then you're gonna start, and look at here. Watch that percentage. I mean, I know I purposely show it in the guide too, but look at that. It's just gonna go up by the time I get over there. And you don't get that if you use the scouting map, which is interesting. I imagine that's kind of an unintended thing. And, you know, from an avid leveler, I look at that like, oh no, that's all that XP I'm not getting. But I imagine from Blizzard's side, they're like, well, you know, let's just go ahead and have them already explore everything, because these toys are for people, you know, likely who've already played the game. You don't need to re-explore everything, and here's literally like almost all the flight points. The original maps did not give you very many flight points. They kind of sucked, honestly. And these new ones give you a lot. Like, so they were major upgraded. I'm very happy about that. But since they give you all the achievements for discovering everything, they remove all that XP. from discovering it, which I think is actually quite a vital part of leveling. You just don't realize it. I mean, look how much I've gone up already just from flying. So, yeah. It's kind of interesting. I mean, could you level off of just exploration? No. But, you know, it's still a key factor. Because you're going places to level, whether you like it or not. I mean, unless you're doing just dungeons, I guess, but that's boring. At least to me it is. I need to lower myself here. I'm up a little high. But, yeah. See, look at that. Look at all those. Look at that. Almost there. But, yeah, so. I don't know. Is what it is, I suppose. It is now, for me, the 2nd of December. I point that out because this next reset, the anniversary ends, and get that flag point there. And let's get this started. So I can just talk. And Legion Time Walking kicks in, and I don't think, well, I might. I probably will, honestly. The Mage Tower. You don't get the skins, unfortunately, the Mage Tower skins, but you do get there's new armor sets, new recolors of the, I think it's all from Tomb of Sargeras. Tomb of Garceris. He's Spanish now, or Mexican. Tomb of Garceris. I gotta write that one down. Anyway, Tomb of Sargeras. I think the sets are from that. The recolors from that, and those sets are really cool because they're I don't want to say recolors or just high def versions of old sets from, like, I think it was BC. I don't remember what tier. I didn't raid during BC. Yeah, they're kind of like HD versions. Anyway, they're like a recolor of a re-HD version, which I think is really cool because I like when they update old stuff like that. I mean, you know, all the slut mog, you know, that shows your sexy booty on the females, and maybe someday they'll let us do it on the men. I would totally do it. I'm just saying, absolutely right now. If I have any devs watching, please. I want sexy mail and leather and cloth and plate thongs on my men. Thank you. Please. That is all. Kraken Latte. Anyway. Moving on. What was I saying? But yeah, just imagine like those, like the pink one you see on people sometimes. Imagine a high-res version of that, and maybe it's got like extra danglies on the belt, little hearts on chains or something. Like, that's awesome. But that's kind of like what these sets are. They're new versions and with 3D assets and stuff of some older tier sets. I don't remember what tier, so, but you know, I'm sure I can find it. I think it's a BC one. Anyways, so that's cool. And if you do all 7 challenges, then you get the Spell Tome mount, the Soaring Spell Tome, I think it's called, which is super cool. I super want it, which is one of the mounts from the, I don't remember why it was a thing, but they had like not a drawing, oh gosh, a poll, I guess. I don't even remember what it was frickin' called. There was a thing that everyone got to vote on, like, early this year. I think it was this year. Maybe it was the end of last year. I don't remember. It's a while ago now, leave me alone. Where you got to vote on, like, one of 4 mounts that you really wanted. There was, like, a Goo Kitty, there was the Treant thing, and there was the Spell Tome was one of them, and a Caterpillar. And it was the tree guy that won, which for me was a bummer because it was my least favorite of the 4. I really wanted the Goo Kitty or the Spell Tome. But anyway, my point is, you get the spell tome from the Mage Tower if you do all 7 challenges. And there's 7, even though there's 36 specs, because they share. Like, there's 1 for healers, there's 1 for tanks, and then among the DPS is the other 5. They're all in different challenges categories. Some of them, have the same. Like, Feral, Druid, and Outlaw, if they're keeping it the same, I think have, like, the same one, for example. And, like, Affliction Lock and like Frost Mage, I think, had one. But anyways, so you don't have to do all 36 specs. You just have to clear each challenge once, and then you get the spell tome, from my understanding. I am super bummed that they did not put in the old skins for the artifacts, because, I mean, unless they snuck it in and they didn't tell anyone, and it'll just be a surprise, I think that's a bummer, because I have all 36 skins. I worked really hard for them back when Legion was current. I had a hell of a lot of fun doing it, and I would really like to see others be able to get it. But, they didn't play during that, or they're new. It just kind of makes me sad. For like, oh, that is such the coolest sword. Where'd you get it? I'm like, Mage Tower, can't get it anymore. They're like, I'm like, sorry. I'd share if I could. This breaks my collector heart. I just want to give it to people. Damn it. Anyway, regardless, so I remember those pretty well because they were very difficult. And they were more difficult for me too because I had stopped raiding by the time it was more of a thing. I didn't do it till toward the end of the expansion. Like, I did AOTC, but I did it with a pug group to get the AOTC mount from Burning Throne. So I wasn't really in good gear at the time. In fact, almost all of my other alts that I wasn't raiding with, which was only 3 of them I had been raiding with, so 33 alts were in like quest and world quest gear. And didn't have the legendaries they needed. They didn't have upgraded weapons, artifacts. So it was really, really hard. But anyway, supposedly they said they toned it down because you can't use legendaries in it, you can't use your artifacts, you can't use the Heart of Azeroth or anything like that, which I find interesting. But supposedly they tuned it down to make it easier because they were very much designed to want you to use your artifact and your proper legendaries and all that stuff back when they were current. So that's... I'm kind of relieved that they did tone them down because I was like, those were really hard. But they made me learn how to play every spec really well. Even specs I didn't like, I really appreciated. Whew. I think the hardest ones for me was Affliction Warlock, Frost Mage, there was one more that I had a hell of a time with. No, it was a couple more. Holy Paladin was really hard because I do not like Holy Paladin. I did it, but I didn't enjoy it. There was another one. What was it? Frost DK was one I was really struggling with. That might have been it. I struggled with Outlaw for a little while, but once I figured out a little special something that let me beat it, which I'm not going to share in case it doesn't work again. But for the Outlaw one, which also includes Feral specifically, there was something that made me do it, helped me do it easier, and it really made a big difference. So I won't tell you what it is though, because I don't want you to get your hopes up. But when it comes out this next week even, I'm definitely going to record myself doing them. I think I will, yeah. I think I was going to wait, but you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do them. I really want to do them. I really want the gear out of that and the mount. But, So I'm excited to see how they shape up too. Yeah, but I'm definitely gonna record myself doing them, and if it works, because that's the challenge with, I don't remember what it's called, but it's the one with the big imp mother in it, and you have to fight all this stuff to get all the way up to her. It's literally a gauntlet, and it was very difficult because it's been a while. I don't entirely remember the whole thing, why it was so hard, because you work your way up to her, but then I think it was just a lot of damage coming to you, just a lot of AoE stuff, and you had to like stay out of things. It was really hard. Like, it doesn't sound that hard, but I had a difficult time with it. There's a lot of demons there. Everything that you're fighting in that particular scenario are demons. So for those of you who might be more experienced in the game, you might be able to know what I'm talking about that let me kill everything better. But I'm not going to tell you, because one of them you can't even get anymore is an item. And I don't want Blizzard nerfing it before it comes out if no one said anything. So I'm not going to say anything. So, anyway. So, yeah. Yeah, but I'm kind of excited to see how hard or not hard those challenges are. Oh man, and the one thing I'm really glad about is if it's still this way and they haven't changed their mind, it's supposed to be free to enter. And from my understanding, we don't have to try to keep the Mage Tower up. Because the frustrating thing about the Mage Tower when it was current in Legion is it was on a timer / rotation / resource thing. In fact, you know, it's kind of like if you played BFA and didn't play Legion, loosely like the war fronts, not the scenario themselves, but how you get them up, how you activate them. They're on a timer, like you have to fuel it with resources that's shared by everyone on the server, or however they do that, and then it goes live, and then it's active for a certain amount of time. I'm actually not entirely sure if that's exactly how the BFA ones work now that I think about it, but that's how the Legion one worked. And the Mage Tower one, I think they only would last for 3 days. I think they were all like that. And it wasn't necessarily on a rotation either like the Warfront ones. There was 3 different buildings that you could choose between at any time. And people would just feed whatever one they wanted up. But anyway, on top of that, you had to pay, I think it was Apexis crystals? I don't remember now. Every time you wanted to enter. And these were very easy to fail. I think you would get like the first one, you could do the first one free, and then you had to pay after that. I don't remember if they had removed that at the end or not, but all the times I did it, I had to pay. I just remember it being like a pain in the ass because I would fail horribly over and over because I'm trying, to learn the fight. And then I can't keep testing it anymore, and I have to go spend my time farming more currency just so I could try again, hopefully, before it goes down. Yeah, it was kinda not cool. And you know what's funny? Just kinda on that note, at the time, everyone said Legion was the worst expansion ever. Like, I've played every expansion, but it wasn't until MOP that I actually stuck around for the whole expansion. But ever since then, I haven't stopped playing. But every expansion I've been in, everyone playing says that expansion is the worst expansion ever. And then a couple expansions later, like now people are saying MOP was the best ever. When I was playing it, everyone hated it. Like, seriously hated it. And now, apparently, supposedly, it's the best one ever. They're saying that about Legion now, too. Like, oh, Legion was the best one ever. I'm like, you guys were, like, seriously bitching about it when you were playing it. Like, Because everything was RNG. You hated the resource grinding, because there was a lot of resource grinding in that one. Way more than there was in Shadowlands. Just saying. There was a lot. Because there was the Sentinex stuff, I think it was Sentinex stuff. You had to farm those, and then you had to farm the shards, and you yeah. There was a lot of currencies for Legion. There was a lot, and there was different currencies for like every patch, and it's not like it is in BFA, so you can't say even BFA. I was trying to say Shadowlands, but even BFA had less than Legion did. But Legion had a lot of RNG, like the legendaries. Wow, I can't speak. The legendaries were RNG to try to get, which was really frustrating until like the very end when they put in a vendor so you could just buy them. It was way too late. I had already done the Mage Tower stuff by that point. Like, I mean, it came in like really right at the end, which is frustrating. But anyway, yeah. So everyone was complaining about how terrible it was. And now they're saying it's the best expansion ever, or MOP is. One of the two. And now when WoD was out, everyone said that was the worst expansion ever. Well, now they're saying, well, it had the best leveling and had really good content. There just wasn't enough of it. So it was a pretty good expansion. Right. That's all I have to say about that. Okay. Ironically, I liked all of them except MOP. I didn't like MOP. Still don't. I just didn't like it. There was too many dailies. Too much rep grinding. Which is funny because a lot of people are like, oh, there was so many, like, the dailies were perfect. I'm like, these are like my least favorite in the game. I don't like them. But, whatever. They were really glitchy too. I remember that. But, I don't know. Whatever, it's a moot point. I've pretty much enjoyed every expansion as it is afterwards. Like, I enjoyed some of MOP. Oh, that would explain it. But, anyway, so. If I had to say, like, which one's my favorite expansions, I'd probably say Legion was my favorite, Kata at second, and WoD was kind of tied with BFA. I don't really care for a lot of the Wrath and MOP stuff, mostly because I don't really like leveling there. And I like the Wrath had really good story and aesthetics. MOP had decent zones and great aesthetics, but I did not like the story. I thought the story was stupid, personally. But you know, it's just my opinion. I don't care if you liked it or not. Everyone's gonna like different stuff. But yeah, and BC, it was literally my least favorite expansion. Just wasn't into it. I didn't like a lot of the aesthetics. I didn't like the zones. Like, the zones are pretty. Aesthetically, the zones are cool, but I didn't like the gear. Most of the gear I thought looked really cartoony and silly. I still don't like a lot of it. Like, I like some of the druid stuff. I like that. I like some of the hunter stuff. That's kind of it. I don't really like everything else. I think I liked some of the mage and priest, but I didn't really like the warlock. Like, you know, as far as gear goes, I thought the story was weak, half-hearted. I didn't like what they did to Kael'thas. I didn't like that they made Illidan the bad guy. Because I was someone who, when I started playing, I had come from playing the RTSs from Warcraft 3 and 2 and all that stuff. And I had read all the books. So my perspective of these characters was very different. It was much deeper, I would say. Because, you know, I won't lie, the portrayal of a lot of the stuff we see in game is very shallow compared to what you would see in the books, which it's an MMO. They can't really go full RPG necessarily and still appease as many people as they do. Whether people like it or not, it's still the most populated MMO. There's a reason why people will go play others and then come back to this one. It's kind of funny. But I think it's the most well crafted, personally. And yes, I have played many other MMOs, from Elder Scrolls Online to Star Wars to Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, it's 14, right? I keep trying to say 12 because 12 is my favorite, but 12 is not the MMO. 11 was an MMO. 14 is the one. But I don't really care for 14 style, and I don't like that they force you through the story or force you to do group content to continue. I dislike that. WoW is actually a lot more freeform on the play, but not... Like, they're more restrictive in other areas. Like, they've got a lot of restrictions that I think are silly. I'm not defending it at all. But it is still my favorite of all the different MMOs I've played, so... ESO at a close second. Elder Scrolls Online. Like, if WoW blew up in a bad way and it never came back, I would probably go play ESO. So, that'd be my next favorite. I just like the style more. I'm really not into the super, I don't know, anime type of feel. Weeaboo, I guess. And I don't mean that as an insult. I like me some good anime once in a while, but I don't know. Final Fantasy's story is just... Style, rather, is just kind of not my thing. But I'm not into the super realistic stuff either. Like, WoW's got it. WoW's technically very cartoony in a semi-realistic way. It's its own style, which I appreciate. It doesn't feel like every other game to me. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, and you know what? Before y'all be getting all like, boo, you hating on other MMOs, I'm not. Guess what? You can play more than one game. It's okay if you like Final Fantasy and don't like WoW. It's okay if you play both. Did you ever think of that? It's a game. It's a game. It's a game. It's okay. Why you have to be mad? It's only a game. The wise hockey player or whatever he said, whatever he was, said, it's totally okay to not like something, and it's totally okay to like something in the context of games. So, what I say about that? WoW just happens to be my favorite. So, meh. But I don't even remember where I was going with all this. I don't know. It's hard to focus on talking and remember what I'm saying while also playing like this. Oh well. Well, yeah, that's right. I forgot. I made more tea. Hot. I think I have more talents. I don't remember if I picked... Yeah, I think I picked more talents. Pretty sure I did. I don't remember. I gotta look now. Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Good. Excuse me, I am unreasonably burpy today. I'm not usually so burpy. Okay, got that done. Let's get out of here. About a quarter of the way done with this zone already. Doesn't take too long. Val'sharah is nice and quick and easy, which is really nice. Alright. 33. Hot. In there. Nyong. Slowly getting all of my abilities. When do I get my power button? When's that come into play? 34. I always look like right before I get the thing. I get that one at 42. Huh. Oh well. What do you do? Some nice hot tea to soothe the soul while I'm murdering a moonkin. But to be fair, he was trying to melt this poor guy. Gross. I'm all for goo monsters, but no. Don't turn this poor guy into a goo monster. Poor Remulos. Right. Eh. Yum. There we are. Okay. Over to the Vale. Oh, I find leveling relaxing. It's kind of nice. Yeah, I'm gonna continue this. I might hit 50 tonight. Maybe. I might go to bed after Val'sharah. Maybe. Because I got Val'sharah, Highmountain, and then the BFA stuff. BFA zone thingies. Another couple hours. Yeah, I'll go to bed after Val'sharah. Not that you need to know when I'm going to bed, but I'm just trying to think, because I don't want to be too tired when I get up tomorrow. I don't want to cut this in half. I like doing these in one recording session as much as possible, because it just makes it easier for me. I don't have to mess with stuff. So, you know. Do the thing. Thank you. Get all the moist grizzle comb. There we go. Alright. What else should I rant about? It's a lot harder to carry on a conversation with yourself than you think. Especially in a game where I'm not really reacting to it. Like, this is all stuff that I've seen a gazillion times, you know, it's nothing new to me. I feel like, you know, if it was new stuff that I'm reacting to, it would be much easier because I'm focused on the game itself. But this, I'm just, you know, doing stuff I already know about and you're watching. So, you know. Not exactly riveting, but hey, you'll have the full documentation now of me doing these. And it'll be mostly accurate. So, yeah. Alright. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Flappy flap flap. Reset my hearth, right? Yeah, I did. I don't think that matters right now. Alrighty. Righty. This headset likes to sink back. think it's just because my head is so round and my hair is so slick. I have really so super silky hair, which is like honestly more a curse than it is a gift, because it means like headsets and hats and things like and hair ties and clips and things do not stay. It's just it drives me crazy. Having hair that is too soft is indeed a thing. And it is more annoying than you would think. There we go. Yeah, I'm definitely going to bed after this sound. I'm getting sleepy. I was ambitious. I wanted to get, you know, all the way through everything, but hey, I started a little late, so I'd say I'm making fairly decent time. It honestly doesn't take that long to get to 50, from 1 to 50, and I've been kind of not really hurrying too. I could be faster about this, but you know, I'm trying to take a more, as I say, a realistic approach, because my times are, I'm not trying to be egotistical, but my times are always going to be faster than everyone else's. That's just because I'm so used to these zones. I've done them a gazillion times. I know exactly what to expect. You know, it comes, your times will come with familiarity and experience. You know, if you don't know the zone, you're not going to be very fast about it because you don't exactly know where you're going, or, you know, aside from following the quests. I don't know every zone very, you know, 100%, but I'm familiar with them at least, and I know how to quest. Like, oh, suddenly tea. Anyways, I know how to quest. I've been doing it. I do it a lot. I've been doing it for a very long time. I like questing and leveling. It's a relaxing thing to me. So, but because of that, I do it very well. I can do it without thinking. I don't have to concentrate on it really at all. I think I'm actually doing pretty well for not entirely focusing on what I'm doing. Because, you know, I'm trying to make sure I keep talking. Otherwise, it's just a silent, it's not even a let's play or a long play or whatever. It's just you watching me quest. Which I guess is kind of what it is anyway, but whatever. You know, whatever. Alright. Some more of these. Hey, chest. The treasures in Legion, like, sometimes they give XP and sometimes they don't. The BFA ones are like that too. They're really hit and miss. The Shadowlands ones aren't, and I'm glad that that they're not like that. But so I get these when I see them, but okay, that one gave XP. That's good. But they don't always. But you know, what are you gonna do? Oh, I think there's one right here too. Yep. Neat. Hey, good. That one gave XP too. Okay, good. Alright. Poor Theon. He was cool. But we had to kill him. I love the nightmare stuff. It's so cool. I loved that part of Legion. Okay, we still need to finish this objective, and then we can move on. Not much longer. Love the music here. It's so haunting. Val'sharah is definitely one of my favorite zones. Oh, I didn't want these. Oh well. Oh, I didn't want that either. Gosh dang it! I'm being a huntard over here. Ah! No! Come on. Well, at least I can kill things pretty easily. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, darn it. Come on. There we go. Alright. Also, if you're watching, I'm gonna say hi James and hi Anna. Auntie Kraken says hi. You're over here. There we go. So, I'll find out, I'm sure, if you end up watching. So, yeah. So I'm an auntie. And my nephew and darling niece watch my stuff. Alright. Let's do the fish. Do the fish. Well, we don't want to get eaten by the fish, so we're technically not going to do the fish. We're going to go around the fish. Yep, I'm tired now. I'd stop right now, but I'm in the groove. I don't want to stop until Val'sharah's done. And then I'll just continue it tomorrow. So I need to get up 8. So I don't want to be too tired. Don't move, please. Thank you. Every once in a while, those fish will get me, but only when they move. They stay still for the most part, which is nice. There we go. Nice. Victory sip. Delicious. That's another Dragon Oolong, in case you're wondering. It's good tea. Alright. On to Grove of Shanarish. My super slow flappy mount. Flappy Durgan. There we go. I'm ready, my Farian. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Alright. Upwards. Anything interesting? Got a belt. I'll put that on. Alright. What else? Alright. Hello, lady. Hello, sir. Onward. Alright. Alright. Xavius, by the way, is like one of my favorite characters in the game. I love all the old god stuff. Like, and technically, originally, he's a demon, technically, because he's a satyr. But the nightmare stuff is related to old gods. That's what he got himself into. But I love the satyr stuff too. Like, satyrs are literally probably my favorite race in the game, right next to Arakoa. Specifically the High Arakoa, which are the ones... No, I don't want that. It's a good thing I'm a hunter. That guy will murder your face. Like, that guy, if you can manage to kill him, he gives a quest. I can't sell him, so I don't even bother. He hurts a lot. Like, a lot. It's not cool. I used to be able to do him when Legion was live, but he didn't scale well. with the Chromie time stuff. It's not even when Legion was live, it was that, but I guess that'd be BFA too, because BFA was after Legion. So yeah, when Chromie time became a thing, that guy, I cannot solo him now, so. But, in case you're wondering, if you have a friend and you think you can kick his ass, good luck.
Work complete.
Good luck. He does drop a quest. Just one quest, though. I don't recall how much it even gives, or if it's even worth it, but still. Alright, I need to finish this. Doo-doo-doo. Bats. Bats, bats, bats. Batty bat, bat, bats. Yeah, literally, if I could play a satyr, I would. I love the satyrs. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Yeah. My playable race wish list is quite long, but satyr and Erico are certainly the top of that list. Oh, I should grab this. Oh, hey, chest. XP? Hey, that one gave XP too. Nice, getting lucky tonight. Maybe it'll make up for my, behindness. Although it doesn't matter too much at this point, because technically now I'm ahead. And getting ahead after 30 is not exactly a good thing, because you get less later. And it diminishes quicker than you think, which is really a bummer. That's why it takes so much longer the higher level you get, which I really hate, honestly. Like, to me, I wouldn't make it scale like that. I would have, or diminish, I guess would be a better word in this case. Dynamic diminishing. I'd have every level be even, personally. I feel like it would feel better. And this is from someone who levels all the time. So, but, that's just, there we go. My opinion on that. I'm sure a lot of people, as usual, don't share that. Okay, do I want blood? Maybe we'll Bloodseeker. Murder of Crows is really good, but I almost always use that on Beastmaster, so I feel like I want to do a different talent this time for survival. I usually level as Beastmaster, but I just like survival so much more, personally. And I've gotten the feel for it again. It's pretty easy after I got it set up. So, there we go. So, you know. You know. We are getting close. We've still got a bit to go. Alright. Let's do. Alright, Sarah. I know he and Xavius have a long history of conflict. They just need to, work out their issues. If you know what I'm saying. Alright. They need to get funky with it. It's kind of hot, not gonna lie. But I'm a big fan of satyrs, so steamy. Alright, where am I going here? Whoops. Went too far. Oh well. Tentacles. Nightmare stuff is so pretty. Oh, I love the nightmare stuff. It's so pretty. I love the contrast. It's so saturated and bright, but yet dark and gloomy and gothic at the same time. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. There we go. Yeah. Ignoring all of you. Down we go. Go get my woof woof. Well, my woof woof's right here, but let's murder. Beautiful. Kill this joik, Mr. Darkgrove. Oh boy, I'm getting sleepy. Topical reference, in case you guys know what I'm talking about. Alright. Heal the puppers. I'm getting quiet now. I'm sorry. Starting to zone out. But we're almost there. We're getting there. We just got like this stuff over here. The Andotala stuff, the Shalanir, and then the Battle at Temple of Elune, and then Braiden's Brook. So we're probably a little over halfway done with this place, if not 3/4, because the other spots go pretty quick. So we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. Val'sharah is nice and quick. That's why I appreciate it, because there's a lot here. It's very compact. Which, from an RP standpoint, I love the bigger zones. They're big and gorgeous and pretty. But on the other hand, when you want to just get things done and get, you know, a shot of XP to the veins, Val'sharah is nice for that. And the story here is great, too. And I think it was told very well. So whoever was writing the zone stories for Legion, I think they did a really good job. Though, with the exception of Mop, I've really not disliked many of the zone stories. And BC. I didn't care for most of those. I do like the stuff that's going on in Shadowmoon Valley and Netherstorm. I just don't care for the other zones in BC. Really don't. Eh. Alright, Tyrande, do your thing, please. There we go. Does my pet have his special yet? Yeah, he does. There it is. Rage. Neat. That's right, he's got a lust. That's pretty nice. Harpies are cool. I like the harpies. I think the harpies are pretty. I think they're neat. I always liked bird creatures too. We did it, Tyrande. Hurry up. Tell me your thing. Tell me this thing. Whisper a little faster, thank you. Alright. I targeted that one, thank you. Slowly getting all of my abilities in. I think I got the majority of them now, which is nice. I'm not gonna have my AoE, so I can start pulling more, which is nice. It's squishy, so I gotta be careful. But yeah, not bad. Oop, oop, lagging. There we go. I know, I'm probably really exciting to watch right now. I'm getting sleepy. Probably another 20-30 minutes. And we'll be out of here. We'll be done with Val'sharah. We're pretty close. So, yeah. 'Cause the other 2 spots that are left don't take long at all. Which is nice. Tyrande, I need you. Alright, alright. Good, good, good. Nice, I'm 36. Right where I need to be. Alright. Do. Don't care about the rare. Time to do the bonus objective. Oh. And I can do that. I'm part French. Oui, baguette. I don't speak French though. Don't make that mistake. I do not speak any other languages. I know some words of other languages. I can understand Spanish and I can understand most of German. But that's about it. I never finished either of the other languages I was trying to learn, and we didn't need to learn another language in high school, so I just didn't. Which is pretty funny. Need more nightmare colored mounts. I mean, we only got one. It's just the nightmare moose. I don't even have because it's a Legion raid achievement and I haven't done that yet. I have some of it done, but it was something I was probably going to do more the end of last expansion or this one, but I haven't had time. But also, we haven't been able to solo stuff for a while, which is a bummer. I haven't tested it now though, ever since they did the tuning. I haven't even heard whether they did it good or not. People don't talk about it. People never talk about the stuff I want to know about. It's always the newest whatever, which is fine, but I'm like, well, why do I have to be the one to go test all this? I want to know. It's whatever. And I will find out eventually, probably somewhat soon. Because I want to start, I want to do Legion and BFA for raw gold farming, but I'm not sure. I think I might continue to wait and do that after 9.2. I was going to do it in 9.15, but 9.2 is supposed to be the last tier of the expansion, which means that's going to be the highest gear you're going to be able to get. And in my experience, previous expansions are always best farmed, when they're fairly recent, like BFA, for example, with the highest gear, yeah, reasonably obtainable. Like, I'm not gonna go get raid gear or nothing. I don't care about that. But whatever the new gear catch-up thing is gonna be from Zereth Mortis, whether it's BOP or not, my main is gonna be the one that's doing it, and that's the one I'll probably go test everything on first to see if I can do it. And if it was good, because I just haven't heard from anyone if it's doable. I haven't had time to test it myself. Working on so many other things. So, you know. What are you gonna do? But, yeah. Alright, let's kill this big boy. I'm gonna lust it. Why not? Because I can. If you ever do these quests, turn on your dialogue and listen to him. He's got my favorite voice in the game, by the way. I'm actually a big fan of villains. Old gods and satyrs. And Sir Garrison is pretty rad. Yeah, I like the jailer a lot. He's really cool. Yeah, he's been neat. And Athreus. Ooh, Daddy D. Gotta love that Daddy D. Yeah. I'm terrible. I know. All my favorite characters are all the villains. And Illidan. He's kind of like a... not really an anti-hero, just dark hero, I guess. But I love Illidan. Love me some Illidan. I like hero characters too, though. Like, I love Khadgar. Khadgar is definitely one of my favorites. And Medivh, would he count as a hero? I don't think he counts. Well, he kind of is. Medivh Shade has been helping with stuff. Oh, I need to be shooting things. Whoopsies. I don't know. Medivh's cool. Khadgar is cool. Oh, Rathian. Oh, Rathian. I always liked Rathian. I always thought he was really cool. I loved his interactions with Anduin back in Mop. I thought that was... I liked that stuff. I thought that was very interesting. But man, did he get a glow up. He got a glow up when he growed up. When he grew up and became a man. Again, our characters look as hot as Rathian. Just saying. That would be nice. Makes me randy, you know what I mean? And you can't make fun of me, because I'm sure plenty of you people get that way over other characters like Jaina or Sylvanas or whatever. Boo. How about some Xavius, huh? Or some Rathian, Or maybe some Dadgar or Illidad, yeah. Or Lorthamar. He's a nice one. He's a tasty boy. So, hey, Xavius. There's my favorite daddy. Alright. Just stop drooling over them and talk about something else. Alright. We're almost there. Making pretty good time. Yeah, we just have this section to do. And then we can go pick up that quest and go down to Bradensbrook and do those. And then we're done with Val'sharah. And then I'm going to go to bed. And tomorrow I will continue. Well, tomorrow for me. It's probably the next week for you. You'll see the next part. I had thought about just releasing this as like an entire episode, but nah, I'm just gonna keep it separate because it'll make it easier for y'all to see each zone in its entirety instead of watching the entire 11-hour beast or however long it's gonna take me. I don't know. I'm just kind of guessing 11 hours. Because it's, roughly 6 to do this one, roughly 4 to do 50 to 60, and then plus an hour on top of everything. Plus, I included all the prep and me making the character. That was an extra 15 minutes. You know, there was an extra 10 minutes to make up for the level I didn't get in Modan because of the, I'm pretty sure it's because of the scouting maps. So I'm a little behind, but I mean, I'm still well within reason, I think. Still making pretty good time. I'm not worried. So, I think we're doing good here. V is doing good. Boop. Alright. That. Nice. Just gotta find a Malfarian over here. Hey, bro. Okay. And over here. Hey, bro. And now we go over here to last spot. To Rhonda.
Work complete.
Sarah, no. Poor Sarah. Well, let's go put the poor Durgan out of her mystery. Oop, 37. Neat. Yeah, I'll definitely be 38. At least when I finish this. Because we got this part and then the Bradensburg stuff. So, that should be good. And yeah. I'll probably fly over to what part should I include? I think because this one's shorter, I'll actually just go log out in Highmountain, and that'll be part of, because we set our heart there and stuff in Thunder Totem. And I'll just log out there. Yeah, I think that will be the end instead of cutting it here, because I'll be over here somewhere at the end. Yep. I like the sound of that. Alright, Sarah. She looks super cool in this color palette. Just saying. She's all cool as a Nightmare Dragon. I want a Nightmare Dragon mount. Whether it's one like her or one like the ones in the raid. There's multiple Nightmare Dragons that look different in multiple models, which is super cool. And don't worry, thanks to my cinematic canceller, we don't have to watch the tear-wrenching, tear-jerking, heart-wrenching, that's the words, cinematic of Ysera dying, because I cried. Like, when I saw that the first few times, I definitely cried. So, anyway, yeah, alright, untrack those, fly down here, we're almost there, guys. We're making good time. I'm only at 68 minutes. Doing good. We just got the Bradensburg stuff left. Ugh, I need to sit up more. I'm sinking in my chair. I'm sinking and starting to do the turtle head thing. Oh no. Oh. Well, it is 1:30 in the morning, so yeah. Alright. I'm so excited for the... Where is she? There she is. Legion time walking stuff. Really am, because I think I can buy all, if not almost all of the stuff off the time walking vendor right off the bat, because I've been saving for it, because I've had all the time walking stuff from the other vendors for quite some time now. And so I like saving up. And that way when new stuff comes out, I can just buy it. So, yeah. I'm really excited for the Blackrook set, the Ravencrest set. Oops, I did not want that. Pulled a hunt hard. Because that was a set that that was on the Legion beta and PTR, but did not make it into the game, and I was very upset because the Blackrook stuff with Ravencrest and all of that and the history behind it was just super cool to me. So I literally made a character to wear the Ravencrest armor, the Blackrook set, and leveled him and everything, ready to wear it, you know, when Legion launched, and it never came. So, better late than never, for sure. I still have him. I'm finally gonna get to wear it, and I am very happy. Plus all the Nightborn weapons. I hope they put that one sword. There was like a glaive-looking weapon that was on the vendor, and they took it off. And I haven't seen anyone report about it since. So I'm really hoping that it's, you know, it makes it, because I really want it. It's one of the Nightborn weapons, and it's one of their, it's the Night Glaive looking thing. You know, where it's got blades on both sides and stuff. But it's all arcane and floaty and stuff, so. Yeah. I don't know. I hope it makes it in. They got some really cool weapons, and I am psyched to buy them all. They don't cost much either, so that's awesome. I don't remember the exact prices. I have them written down on a list somewhere, so I know what I need to buy, but yeah, I'm very, very excited to get some all. Alright. Turn in with Granny over here. Beautiful. Oh, there's the kitty lady. Oh yeah, I'm getting sleepy. Sorry, I keep saying that. I'm probably making you yawn. So if I made you yawn, ha! Made you yawn. I'll be more lively when I pick this back up tomorrow, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm tired. I went shopping today with my mom. She wanted to go to town and go to lunch and stuff, so we did. And, yeah. Kind of wore me out. Alright. Kill. Ooh, chest. Nice. Gave XP. I got really lucky with the XP this time. Sometimes they, well, a lot of times they don't give me the XP. Alright. Back up here we go. We're almost done with Val'sharah. Val'sharah. Nah, I have been including the travel to the next zone in that zone's thing. So yeah, after we finish and I end up over there outside Blackrook, I will make that the end, because I don't need the rested. It's just a habit for me to do that, you know. And yeah. Oh, did they fix this guy? They did. He's smoother. I think, I don't remember if I showed it in the guide or not, but for a while, this cat was like freaking out. He'd be like, and I'm like, stop, please. But they seemed to have fixed his pathing, because he was glitchy. Like, he still functioned fine. He still worked. He got you where he needed to, but man, woo. That was one glitchy ride. So, but yeah, they fixed him, it looks like. Alright, Jared. Raven Crest, super cool, super cool. He's super cool. Hi, Raven Crest. Okay. I love this ancient night elf stuff. I really like. Something I would really like to see is either the night elves become their epic empire selves again, like they used to be in ancient times, or we can travel back in time beyond just that one end time dungeon, or no, not end time. The Well of Eternity, that one. Beyond that, and actually like go back in time and see the Kaldor Empire. That would be so cool to me. Just like I really want to see the Black Empire. Like all the ancient lore in WoW is so cool. Or like the War of the Satyr. There's so much that happened during the War of the Satyr. Like that's when the pack form was created using the Scythe of Elune, which pack form is where the Worgen came from. Ultimately, that's what that kind of became after a long story that I'm not gonna get into, but it's just super fascinating. I love the Worgen too. I love their origins that go all the way back to the pack farm druids and like why it was cursed and all that stuff, and that was just so cool. Yeah, see like this set right here. That's the epic set that's going to be on the vendor. I mean, it'll look, you know, fresher than that, of course. These are... well, maybe. I don't know. Regardless, I'm really excited. Because it looks so cool. I love this stuff. Like, I knew a lot of the old lore, but I think Blackrook to me and Ravencrest and all that, you know, stuff around this area is very different for me, for the Night Elves. It just feels different because, you know, when we think of Night Elves now, what do you think of? You know, druids and flowers and kitty form and, you know, maybe Cenarius and Malfurion. But that's not what they were, like, originally about. They were an entire empire. They had warriors. They used arcane. They had sorcerers. I mean, Illidan was a mage. He was a sorcerer. An arcane badass, and I loved that about him. I thought that was super cool. But you know, all this was just of a completely different era, and it feels really cool to me to see a part of that. But it's such a small snippet. I want to see more, you know? Like I want to see Azshara when she was still the queen, and I want to see, like, her palace. I want to see... That's why, like, Nazjatar was cool and all, but I'm kind of disappointed that it was just as small as it was. Like, I wanted to see more of the Naga city. Like, there's supposedly... I mean, yeah, like, there's the raid, but it's just a raid. You can't actually, like, explore the Eternal Palace, and it's just a palace. It's not, like... Like, I'm sure there's more to it, but we don't really see it, you know? I mean, they were down there for 10,000 years or whatever. I'm sure they built stuff. That would have been super cool. Or have, like, an underwater city that's, like, in a bubble. I mean, frickin' go Atlantis on it. That's what I was hoping for. Because the lore talked it up so much, so I'm a little disappointed with Nazjatar, I can't lie. I mean, Nazjatar by itself is really cool, but I don't feel like we got enough of it to do it justice. So I really hope that we get more. I just wasn't completely satisfied. So I love the Night Elf history, because, I mean, they just frickin', they're intertwined with so much. It's a little ridiculous, almost. Come on, dude. Die. So much health. There we go. Where We're almost there. Nice. 38. Beautiful. Do. Slap. 99% really. Alright. There we go. Alright, I'll go kill this guy over here. Araxis. I think these jailer demons are super cool. They're like ghosty, almost. He doesn't have any legs. I mean, look at that. There's nothing. Nothing in there. He's just a torso. Literally just a floating torso.
Work complete.
Well, upper body at least, not just the torso, but you know what I mean. He doesn't have any legs. It's kind of like liches. At least the classic liches, like, you know, Kel'Thuzad and such. They don't have any legs. Apparently becoming a powerful lich means you lose your legs. Is that a win? I don't really know. If that's a good trade. Oh, what do you know? What would I know? I'm not a lich. Oh, speaking of, liches are one of my other favorite races. I love liches. Satyrs and Arakoa. All of them are super cool. Okie dokie. Excuse me. Arg. I can't control it. Rip you. The Fel is super cool. I mean, I like the Fel. I like that it's just this barely controllable chaos. Like, I mean, because that's what it is. That's where it sits on the cosmic chart. It's chaos. And the Titans in Arcane are order. But I just think that's super cool. Chaos. Oh, come on, man. Stop yawning. We're almost there. Maiev! Maiev's so cool. Her and Illidan need to get together and make all the bibis. Just saying. They would make the cutest couple. Fight like cats and dogs and then make angry love. You know. I think she misses him. So when he comes back, I want her to pick up the hunt again. And he's just like, alright. You know? Because he can't have Tyrande, obviously. And I think he finally knows that, hopefully, maybe. Because, geez. Get over yourself, Illidan. Tyrande's not that great. Maiev is cooler. She's way cooler. And more his style, anyways. Maiev kicks ass. I mean, Tyrande's cool and all, but she's not one of my favorites, honestly. I happen to think that Maiev is way cooler if I had to pick a female night elf character. I want Warden class, darn it. Or at least a class, add like Warden spec onto a class or something. I don't know. Because they're really cool. It also drives me nuts that their glaive is a glaive, which is, yeah, it makes sense, but Demon Hunters are the only ones that wield glaives, so if you wanted to accurately try to look like, you know, use their weapons like a warden, you have to be a Demon Hunter. Because you can get their glaives. You can get them from Darkshore. Well, the Warfront Darkshore, not Darkshore itself. But Poopy. Anyway, so that was Val'sharah. I made good time. 84 minutes. I'd say that's pretty good. So I'm gonna sell my crap here. Anything I should put on? Let's see. Boots. Yeah. Since this is part of it, so I'm gonna clean out my stuff. I'll go ahead and sell that. And that. Sell all these, sell that. I'm never gonna use it. Put that down here, get it out of the way. I don't need to put stuff in the bank. My bags are pretty clean. Put him on his mount, and I'm gonna go ahead and just leave him here because I'm very tired. It's almost 2 a.m. I'll do Highmountain and the BFA portion tomorrow, and possibly even roll into, because that'll only take a couple hours, possibly even roll into the 50 to 60 stuff. So I'm gonna segment that too. 50 to 60. I'm gonna keep it, like I'll probably do like the islands is one thing, because that's gonna take, well, maybe the islands and Torghast. I don't know. I'll figure out how to dissect it. That'll be in different spots. I'll do that by zone as well. Oh. Anyways, so that does it for Val'sharah. We are done here. I'll continue this in the next episode. So, as always, thank you so much for watching, and remember, it's never too latte. Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to my continuing series of my 1 to 60 long play, where I do my entire route that I had made in my guide. We are Alliance, and continuing from exactly where we left off, and going in from Val'sharah into Highmountain. So I'll put that pin there, and we're gonna fly over there right now. So in the last episode for Alliance, we finished Val'sharah. That went fine. I'm a little ahead further than I was like in the guide, but that is definitely due to my 20% buff for War Mode when I did the guide for Alliance. I didn't let it go higher than 15. I can't change it obviously, but if it was 15 for almost the whole guide during the testing, except for like 1 week, and then I dropped it. It jumped to 20, and so I turned it off because I didn't want to go higher than that, because 20% is quite different, and I didn't want it to be so, dependent on it. So I am going to be a little ahead of where I need to be, but if you want to see, super low values in XP, you can go look at the guide. I leveled for the guide. And you can see it with this lovely XP bar, by the way. And I get a lot of questions on that too. If you want this here, this bar and the level 38, the level number, are weak auras. So if you want that, you need to have weak auras, the add-on. And then you can download these from my weak auras list in wago.io, which is linked in the description. So you can go get that. As for this bar here that shows another percent as well, and then rested, that's LVOI. So you gotta have LVOI with that. But anywho, we are continuing. So it is right after Christmas for me. I did not get time to continue this before Christmas like I wanted, but what are you gonna do? He wasn't in a rested area though. I didn't move him from where I stopped him at the end of Val'sharah, so he didn't get too much rested, which is good. Normally I would absolutely put them in a rested area. It's a little loud in my headset. There we go. But yeah, normally I would absolutely make sure to put my characters in a rested area, because personally, I don't level all in one shot. I rarely have, because it's an all-day event. If you want to go from 1 to 60 in one shot, even 1 to 50, that's a work day right there. So you gotta have the time. And I never do it in one shot. And when I do level characters, I'm leveling multiple at once. So I won't get back to that character for a bit. So I always have rested on hand, and so that's, you know, that's how I do it. But, you know, for the sake of the guide, I was trying to not get rested. That way I'm not as far ahead. Not that I guess it matters, I'm already going to be farther ahead than normal just because of the war mode, which I am using. So, but, you know, whatever. Tis what it is. So, we set our hearth here as per instructions, and we're gonna go do Highmountain. Got more peach V8, and we're gonna rock this. It's been snowing for like 3 days now, 3 or 4 days. So it is very cold outside, which is my perfect. I like it cold. I mean, I've been that person that, you know, like how you compare some people to a lizard because they live practically in a terrarium. Their house is so cold, or it's so hot, I mean, so warm, and sometimes humid. I'm not that way. I'm the complete opposite. My house is an icebox, but I like it that way. So I'm not complaining about the cold whatsoever. I way prefer it. If it could just be cold, snowy, and icy all the time, I would absolutely have it be that way. Because I'm that person, so, you know. Alright. Back into the groove with leveling. And I'm hoping we don't have any lag or random DCs. I did my dailies earlier for a couple hours, and for some reason the game has been laggy, high latency, and it's not my internet. My internet's fine. Actually, I have pretty good internet for what it is. And there's been random DCs, just instant, just DC'd, which is really irritating. And I'm really glad they added that reconnect button. I don't have to type in my frickin' password every single time. So that's nice. It's just, you know, you just hit reconnect. But yeah. So hopefully we don't have any of that, because those are it's been extremely irritating today. Caused several deaths for me. They were frequent, and I know it wasn't just me because others had been complaining about it as well in general chat. So I don't know what's up with that, but you know, it's gonna happen. There's gonna be technical errors and glitches and bugs and snafus, and that's just the joy of technology, you know? Flawed people make flawed things, and everyone is technically flawed. So we all have because we all are human. As much as we would like to not be sometimes. So, you know, can't expect our machines to be perfect as much as we would like them to be. What do you do? I probably should have eaten first. I'm hungry. I did have breakfast, but it's 5 o'clock now. That was quite a while ago. Oh well, whatever. And the V8 I have isn't really a meal, it's an energy. See, it's V8 energy. It's delicious, but it's an energy drink, so it's thin. You know, it's not like thick and fruit thicky, pulpy. I don't even know how to describe it. You know what I mean, I hope. You know, it's not like regular V8 where it's all thick and soupy. Which I do have some of that too, but, you know. Alright. Done with that. Yeah, there is still slight lag. Don't really appreciate it, but, you know, it's gonna happen. Who knows what the cause is? Who knows, man? So, how was your holidays? If you celebrated Christmas or Hanukkah, I think happened not too long ago as well. I missed the quest. Darn it, jail. Hope your holidays went well. Mine went fine. They weren't super crazy, which was nice. So, that was good. Yes. Now I gotta get used to talking again. It's been a few days since I recorded like this. I am not used to talking and playing, man. I know I keep saying that, and I'm so sorry. It's just not used to being, and I'm especially not used to being on the camera. I'm used to just working, focusing, and whoops, my mouse. So I throw my mouse, and not, saying anything to anyone, or having to be attentive to a camera, or talk to an audience. I just do my work, read my script that I've written, put it together. So, yeah, Let's Plays are definitely a different animal. Not my forte. I don't hate it. It's not natural for me, I think. But that's fine. Yes. And I'm excited for January, after the first of the year, because Canary and I are going to start recording for our lovely, both the podcast and our Lore Walk series. I'm looking forward to that. That'll be fun. And I was kind of debating on how we were going to go about doing the Lore Walk. Oh, I need to spray this guy. Just because, there's kind of two ways we could do the Lore Walk. We could use a fully leveled or semi-leveled character, like a 50 plus, to do it. Because we're going to do, ultimately, it's going to take quite a while, I'm sure. It's going to be it's a goal of mine to do every zone in the game slowly. I've already done technically every zone in the game multiple times, but I'm referring to the lore way, where we read all the quests. Hey, a person. We read all the quests, we do everything. So, another person. Two peoples. I'm impressed. Pretty rare when I actually see people out here. I'm shocked. But, anyway, what was I saying? I got distracted. What was I saying? Oh, right, Lore Walk. It's my goal to go through every quest in the game and to read it, document it, every quest. And, that's why I'm calling it a Lore Walk. Canary coined the term, actually, and I liked it. So that's what I'm gonna call it. It's our Lore Walk series. Because we're not gonna be super just auto-questing, auto-accepting everything and just grinding. We're gonna be, reading all the quests and probably talking about it as we level, as we quest. So it's more about the quests and not about the leveling. Which is why I was debating, well, should we do it on max level characters? But I was like, then nah, then it's not very authentic, because then we're just gonna be one-shotting everything, first of all, and second of all, we might as well level, honestly. So I think I'm gonna have us do that, and we'll go through it that way. Because and the other thing too is, it's gonna take only a few zones and we'll be level 50. So we will certainly have to do it on multiple characters, but that's absolutely fine. I've got a fresh account that I haven't used yet, full of 10s that are ready for it. So level 10s. Yeah. So I'm excited for that. That's gonna be fun. Us going through that series. Oh, and I made sure my emotes tab that shows emotes and experience and loot and things is moved back down. It likes to... I normally have it up in the top left corner, and it keeps trying to move back up there every time I log in a different character. Because it tries to automatically align all of them, which is nice, but not when I want to have it in a different spot. So, hopefully it's where it needs to be this time, and I'll have to be conscious about that. I don't notice it, because I'm so used to seeing it in the corner. But, you know, whatever. But yeah, the lore walk. So, I think we're gonna do it in not chromie time. That way, mostly so we don't get kicked out at 50, like in the middle of a quest. And we have to go all the way back. That's disruptive and irritating. I don't like that feature, personally. Because it doesn't care if you're in a scenario, it doesn't care if you're in the middle of combat, or if you're attacking a rare. I mean, you could be frickin' in Draenor and you finally found a mount rare that you didn't have and you're seconds from hitting it, or maybe you did hit it and it's almost dead and you get ported. Period. Done. Don't get it. It just irritates the crap out of me. That hasn't happened to me, but I'm sure odds are it's happened to someone, and it's just silly. And it has messed up scenarios too. I've had scenarios that I've not been able to get back into because it just broke it. Like some scenarios, like the WoD scenario, for example, you're supposed to, if you leave it, you're supposed to be able to just walk back through the portal and it'll put you back where you had left. But on a couple characters where I got chromie ported out of it, it wasn't working. It's just, which is fine, not a big deal, but it's like, that's kind of not cool. So I don't like that feature. But anyway, to avoid that, we're not gonna do it in chromie time, and we're not gonna have war mode on either. That way we can take our sweet ass time, and we won't have anyone that decides to heckle us while questing because of PvP. Because, you know, we're gonna be lingering. Not that I literally ever have a problem with war mode on sub 50, but just because we're not going to be in chromie time, that means high level characters could grief us if they wanted to, and yeah, we won't have that because we won't be in war mode. So yeah. Well, we're definitely gonna do that, and we're starting that in like a week and a half, 2 weeks, something like that. Which will be awesome. That and the podcast. I want to start both like next week sometime. They won't air until February, so I want to make sure we get enough of them first before I start, you know, logging them. That way we never fall behind or something. Because poor Canary is super busy, and she might not be able to record every time, like, you know, when we need to. So if I get us a bit of a head start, I can beat that that possible issue. Because yeah, I could just fill it with like solo Let's Plays, but I mean, I don't intend on doing those often. So, you know. Oh, sweet. Yeah, we'll go ahead and use our lovely Potion of Deep Home here. So we can go get our fast flying! Another reason why we set our hearth. Mm-hmm. I got a new fluffy coat here. I'm sure you noticed. Got it for Christmas. It's got little hearts on it. I love it. It's super soft. And I'm probably going to wear it a lot. So you can expect to see it often. It's super comfy. I love it. I'm pretty easy to please, honestly, with Christmas presents. Fluffy things. I got a fluffy blanket, I got a fluffy coat, you know, stuff like that. So. I need to make sure my GB auto, yeah, it's off. So I'm gonna have to pull out gold for... In fact, we'll just go over there and I can get the exact amount. My flight license, unfortunately. Because you make enough to get your first couple of licenses. Your two riding and your regular, your slow flying, you know, without needing to pull out anything. Ugh, my nose is so itchy. But fast flying, you don't seem to make enough while leveling anymore since you don't need to level as much. 4750. Alright. So for the sake of trying to preserve the gold I'm getting here, because I was trying to divvy up how much, I'm gonna pull out exact gold here. There we go. Alright. Do I need to do anything else while I'm here? I don't think so. Okay. Alright. Back to Thunder Totem. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Today is reset day. It's Tuesday for me. And I had a good day because I finally got all 4 covenants on my main to renown 80, so I'm really pleased about that. I got the final upgrade on my Covenant Sanctum done, so all 4 Covenant Sanctums conductor, well, not just the conductor, but the sanctum itself, all the upgrades are done. No more souls quests, at least on my main, so that's nice. And I got the Fallen Charger mount in the Maw. I was up to 30-something tries or whatever. It's supposed to be a low drop chance, but I call bullshit. Or, you know, not as low as it used to be. So I finally got that. I'm very glad, because that thing is very difficult to kill when no one is around. Because I'll call it out, because I always call out rares when I find them, or, you know, so people can come get their chance at whatever I'm killing. But there was only one person came to kill the Charger today, and I'm reminded repeatedly why I made a prop paladin. Like, Hunter, Monk, and Mage are like my favorite classes to play. They're my favorite to level. Well, Mage isn't my favorite to level. I like leveling Warrior. But as far as end content, I like Hunter, Monk, and Mage the most. But Paladin, though, is just... I'm spoiled, really. Like, if I want to go, you know, hunt down a whole bunch of current content rares, a lot of them hit really hard, and you need groups for them. Unless you're a tank. Like a paladin, with good self-healing, and good, and you know, you got your bubbles, you got 2 of them, technically. Your Blessing of Protection is the other one, and, lots of self-heals. You can cleanse poisons on yourself, which there's a lot of that in Maldraxxus. You know, so, yeah, I'm very spoiled. Or maybe it's disease, I don't remember. I can cleanse something off myself, but anyway. Yeah, so my prop pally has always been my main, technically. It's my oldest character. He's got all the stuff on him. Call him my workhorse. Because, he gets all the achievements, he's the first one I level in a new expansion. Stuff like that. Whenever I'm farming for the majority of stuff, like the Covenant Sanctum, I'm swapping, the Covenants for example, I'm swapping between each one every day. Well, all of 4 of them in one day, since we can do that now. and doing all the dailies and things, and all that stuff. That way I can buy everything. Farm all the anima and stuff on him. So he buys all the mounts, the pets, all the plate transmog, and all the weapons that paladins can learn, including shields, which is really nice. So the only thing that he can't get is mail leather cloth, glaives, wands, and staves, and daggers. And that's it. He can learn everything else. So that's a lot less that I have to, you know, grind out on my alts, which is nice. And that's just kind of how I go about it. So it's, you know, nice having that. So it's like, you know, mostly done. So any pets, toys, enchants, you know, cosmetic enchants, stuff like that. Mounts. Rep. I do all the rep farming on him. You know, I don't really bother with that on alts unless it's from like Paragon stuff that I super want. But even then, I don't think I'm gonna bother farming Paragon on alts. Paragon achievement, not achievement, rep. If you don't know what that is, that's after you hit Exalted with a reputation. Many of them nowadays, not all of them, but many of them, you can keep getting rep with them beyond Exalted, and it's been dubbed Paragon rank. And every 10,000 rep, you get a Paragon cache, and in that cache, Blizzard really likes to put mounts, pets, and toys. Which I really don't like, because I just strongly dislike the, that. I don't hate rep farming. I don't hate it. Because I do most of it fairly passively. You know, I get it as I do things. It's not my focus. But, you know, I don't have the greatest luck with things most of the time. And so, more often than not, the Paragons are kind of like, you know, I've got all the stuff from the rep. I've got all the other mounts from other rares. I've got all that. And then I still don't have the dang Paragon. So I still have to keep doing everything over and over and over. But I will say, I think they have increased the Paragon drop chances on, well, this expansion. Because I know they had upped the Legion ones. I don't know if they upped the BFA ones or not. They might have. I hope they did. Because I had mentioned that in my Legion Paragon mount video that I did a couple weeks ago now. They upped the drop rate. That's why I was saying now it's a really good time while the Legion time walking is active to farm time walking tokens so you can just buy the rep and buy your Paragon mounts essentially for really cheap. That way you don't have to go do the world quests and the emissary thingies and all that shit. Which is fine, I don't mind doing that, but it took me ages. It literally took me, like the Legion ones, you know, before this event, before time walking for Legion, it took me all of Legion when it was current, and almost all of BFA. It wasn't until the end of BFA when they did that rep bonus thing that I finally buckled down on like 10 different alts. Might have even been more than that, and I just did world quests over and over and over, and I finally got all of the Paragon mounts. It took so long. I was literally in the good few hundred numbers. And I know that from Rarity. It's an add-on I have that tracks pet collecting, or pet mount, mog, toy, drop rates, and you know, it tells you where things come from, which is really nice. And it tells you how many times you've tried it. Like a little attempt of, you know, attempt 9 or 10 or whatever will show up in your chat down here, so you know how many you're up to. Like it took me 600 something to get Invincible. It took me 3,000 something to get the Love Rocket. You know, stuff like that. So I know how long it took. Which is nice. I like it just because I like knowing how many times I've done something. That way I can be like, wow, I got that earlier. Oh no, it tells you too, based on the drop rate, it can tell you an average where I'm going with this. This is what I'm getting at. It tells you in the tooltip, can't show you right now because there's nothing here that I don't have, but I'll show you in the tooltip when you hover over something that has what you want and you don't have it, it'll say like 0 out of 100 next to the item in the tooltip, which means that's how many attempts and then that you've done out of the average attempt drop rate, if that makes sense, based on its statistics. And I noticed instead of like 100 or 1,000, like most of the old Paragons were, that's Legion and BFA, much of the, and this goes for other rares and stuff too in Shadowlands, they upped drop rates, I think, on everything. I feel like they have, because it says 0 out of 33, which is a huge jump from 100 or 1,000. And I can kind of back that up because I have gotten one of the Paragon mounts already, a couple of the toys, and I've only Paragoned with most of the reps like maybe 2 or 3 times. And I'm not lucky, so I know it's definitely not a super high luck thing. And you know, I say I got the Fallen Charger in 30-some attempts. I know people complain about that, I've seen it in general chat, but that's not much. Coming from someone who actively farms mounts and has done so since MOP, these are well, high drop rates. I don't know what they changed them to, but it's way better than it used to be. Like even in Korthia, I've got about half of the mounts already from farming rares, and I just hit rank 6, tier 6 with the Archivist, and I'm not exalted, I'm almost there, with Death's Advance. And I've been doing that every day for a few weeks now. Normally, that would take me probably months, and I'd have to include alts to get all those mounts and stuff, if this were past expansions. And I've only been doing it on my main. I don't have another alt that has... well, I have other alts that can go to Korthia, but I have no real reason to go to Korthia on alts, honestly. Because I'm not going to be gearing them. Stygia is a pain in the anus to farm, so I have no intention... Oh, darn it, I messed that up. Of farming Stygia to get gear. And we're probably going to get a new catch-up system for gear in 9.2 anyways. So, that's why I usually wait until whatever the last tier is, if I do want any gearing. Yes, I've just been doing it on my main. And I've noticed that in the tooltips, the drop rates are much higher than past expansions. So that's been really kind of encouraging, because I like doing things, multiple things, passively as I'm doing things. And what I mean by that, like, right now, technically my goal on my main is to farm the dailies and things from all the covenants in order to buy all the stuff from the vendors, which means I need anima and grateful offerings to buy everything. And so that's been my focus. But in doing so, you earn reputation, and you get, you know, relics, like if you're in Korthia, which is reputation, and relic currency as well, or research, or whatever it's called. You know, and then you'll get pets and mounts and other things that drop along the way. Gold as well. I've been getting a lot of gold. Like, I don't care what people say, Shadowlands has been the king of passive gold. Since MOP at least, because I've always done dailies, and when they're active. MOP Plus at least, because that's when I technically started, was in Mists of Pandaria. I played other expansions previously, but I didn't stick around until MOP, so. But anyway, yeah. I've never gotten this much gold. Like, I'm walking out with like between 8 and 15,000 a day just from doing all the dailies and rares across, you know, the rares that I need across all 4 covenants and Korthia. I mean, it takes a good few hours to do all of it, but you know, if you focus and get it done, it's get it done fairly quickly. So that's what I like doing in the morning, right after my auctions, which doesn't take long. So yeah, the passive gold, because you know, there's a lot of things. You're getting anima and gold and the offerings and all that stuff just from doing the dailies and everything for that every day. And rares, technically. Like, I'm already done with the Court of Night and the Night Fae. I'm almost done with Marasmius. I'm about halfway through Revered with him. So I'll be able to buy that set. So yeah, this has been pretty nice. And the nice thing too, if you didn't know, I'm going to do a video, a Kraken fact, quick, you know, a little quick tidbit video on this after this series. But if you didn't know, the Grateful Offerings, I've told a few people this in general chat already who've asked, will stay with you even after you transfer covenants. So you can swap back and forth as many times as you want, and your Grateful Offerings, oh come on, stay with you. So you can collect all the Grateful Offerings from all of the Conduit rares, the Conduit dailies, the Callings. You get offerings from Callings now if you have your Conductor upgrade. I keep saying Conduit, it's Conductor. Apologies. So many similar words this expansion. Stuff like that. Wherever you get your Grateful Offerings, which I've been doing everything, they stay with you. So you can do all 4 covenants in the same day, and then pick whatever covenant you want to spend those offerings in, and you'll have accumulated. For me, it's like between 50 and 80 a day, depending on, you know, how lucky I am with a few of them. So, and if I have a calling, if I do my callings that day or not. So, that's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. So I'm almost done with Ardenweald with the Night Fae. On my main. I've just got 2 weapons left I need to buy. And then I think it's the Winterborn Arsenal that I don't have from Marasmius. It's the last thing I need. But I bought everything else. I have all the souls. I have all the, you know, the soul shapes. Speaking of, I really hope they do end up making soul shapes account-wide, because I mean, I wanted that anyways before I started collecting all of them on my main. But now I really want them, because some of them are so expensive, like 25,000 anima. Like, I just bought the Ram from the Court of Night. It was like 25,000 anima and 50 Grateful Offerings. Good grief. That's a lot, you know? Some of them are rare drops, and it's just, ugh, so much. And yeah, I'm definitely not farming those on alts. Only my main is gonna have all the soul shapes. And if they decide to make the soul shapes and critter shapes too account-wide, awesome. Because I refuse to farm them again. I don't care. They're too much of a pain in the ass to get. So, especially for something that I don't use very often. So, you know, whatever. But anyway, yeah, so doing all that's been really fun. I've been enjoying that on my main. But that's what I'm saying about kind of what my point, I guess, about doing multiple things at once. Because that's been my focus, is to buy all the stuff from each Covenant vendors. And there's like 3 of them. All the armor, weapons, mounts, pets, all that stuff. And since that's been my focus, all the rare drops and rep and other currencies of all sorts have just come along with it, and it's been really nice. But I've noticed that's kind of, you know, hearkening to what I was saying before. I think they have certainly increased drop rates from rares and such, and paragons in Shadowlands. Whether it came that way or they did it later, I don't know. But they definitely increased it compared to previous expansions, because as someone who likes to farm all that stuff when it's current every expansion, even when BFA, it just took freaking forever, and I still don't actually have all the BFA stuff. I'm missing, and I couldn't do it all on my main either, which was the annoying thing because of the two factions. Oh, I need to get up. The Talanji's Expedition Paragon toy. I'm missing that one. I'm missing a lot of the stuff from the rares in the N'Zoth assaults. The various Black Empire assaults, I guess, what they're all called accumulatively, not just the N'Zoth ones. But yeah, I'm still missing a lot of those too. And I did them on alts as well. I had 6 characters that I put through that, which means I did the entire Cloak quest line, which is really long. And at the time, that was kind of difficult content if you didn't raid. And the gear, I don't recall there being a way to buy the gear tokens. I think they were just drops from the 8.3 content for, you know, for BFA. Unless I missed it. I think they were just rare drops. So, most of my alts did not have good gear. So it was a little difficult. Oof. But yeah, I'm still missing stuff from that despite doing it every day. You know, as much as I could at least. Yeah. Whereas this, I'm almost done with a lot of the Paragon stuff already, and I've not Paragoned very many times. And I know it's not just the luck thing, because it says the value on it in the tooltip's higher. Way higher. So, yeah. Interesting. And I really doubt my luck has gotten better, because, hot damn. That's something I need to farm again when I get around to it, is the stupid the humming shard or humming crystal, strange humming crystal or whatever it is. It's a drop quest item, technically, from the Legion Kirin Tor emissaries. It's not a paragon. You can't paragon with them. It's just from the emissary itself. So you definitely want alts in this case. I still haven't gotten it. That's the one thing from the Legion caches that I've not gotten. I have all the paragon mounts, and I don't have that. And what that quest does is it'll give you the Wondrous Wisdom Ball pet, or Khadgar's head in a bubble. I'm sure you've seen it. I don't have it. I really want it, and it irritates me. Up to some 400 something tries. It's ridiculous. I haven't tried it in a while because I got so fed up with it, but I definitely need to give that one a shot again in the hopes that they increase that drop. So, you know, it sounded like someone was in my room. Yeah, I need to farm that again. Especially now that those are, you know, so much easier. And I have a lot of alts. Not that I didn't have a lot of alts before, but, you know. So, yeah, do that eventually. Focus on Covenant stuff at the moment. That's kind of just been my daily routine for dailies. Because usually what I'll do, like, you know, I get asked sometimes how I farm things. You know, how I get things done. And honestly, I just kind of pick something that interests me the most currently, and then I farm it until I'm done with it. And then move on to something else and farm that until I'm done with it. Kind of one thing at a time, but it's usually also, it involves getting other things in the process, like the Covenant Sanctum stuff. I've been focusing on getting all of the vendor items, and to do that, I need to do all of these dailies and, you know, world quests and various things, conductor rares and all that. And so, you know, I'm getting all this other stuff in the process. And when that's done on my main, I don't know that I'll go straight into doing it again on my alts. Like, it won't take me nearly as long, technically, on alts, because I don't need to farm nearly as much anima or grateful offerings, because I'll have most of it. I'll only need to buy armor and the weapons that paladins can't learn. I'll already have the mounts, I'll already have the pets, you know, all that stuff. And the cosmetic back pieces. You can buy those on any class, which is nice. So, oh yeah, and it's not just the vendors, I guess. I consider all of it vendors, but I'm including getting this, it's just the sets in general. All the armor and weapons, because, you know, some of them are special, like Ember Court, or, you know, the Queen's, whatever it's called, her garden thingy. You know, the Ascended, Path of Ascension for Bastion, all that stuff. Abomination Factory, you know, those aren't necessarily, like, some parts of them have vendors, but some of them are rare drops as well. Or the Broken Mirrors each day for Venthyr. There's that too. So I'm all of that. I've been doing all of it. So I'll have to do that too on alts, but I probably won't do those on an alt back to back. I'm probably gonna farm something else first. Just for a change of pace. Because, you know, you can only do it for so long before you're like, okay, I'm kind of good for a while. Because unfortunately, my poor main can't collect everything. Which is a shame. You can collect almost everything, probably like 70% of the stuff, which is pretty good, but not everything, unfortunately. Still need more of these. So, you know, that's a shame, but that's okay. But yeah, I don't know what I'll farm next. I think I might do like islands. I'm still missing actually quite a bit from island expeditions from BFA, and we can do those solo now. That or Torghast. I might do both actually. Like when I'll switch between like Torghast and island expeditions. Because I haven't done a lot of Torghast. It's not been super high on my priority list because I wanted to make sure that my main has a fully upgraded set of Korthia gear, which he's about halfway there now. He's 225. I think the highest I'll be able to go is 233, because that seems to be what tier 6 caps to on your gear, which is good. That way I can start doing layer 9 farming on him. Excuse me, for the transmog. And I can try again at the... what do you call that thing? The... something corridors. The endless looking one where it's got like 18 floors and it just keeps going. That way I can get the achievement and get the mount, Shadehound mount thing. I want that. I haven't done that. I was only like at the very start of the expansions, literally when I tried it that last, and so you know I was in the starting gear from your Covenant. It was fully upgraded, so I was like 190 something, but I didn't get very far. Oh yeah, and I wasn't solo. I've heard it's easier solo because you know it scales proportionately with other players. I tend to play better solo and that sort of stuff anyways, which is fine. So, and I was ret at the time. I was still kind of in the ret mindset from BFA because I had to do visions as ret because I just couldn't do it as prot for some reason on my paladin. So I only ever do it on my main really. Unless I need to do it on ults, but yeah. Because I did horrific visions in BFA. Did the Mad World achievement where you had to do them solo. Those were difficult, man. Yeah. So yeah. So I think, because, oh yeah, for one, I know I keep saying, oh yeah, I got a million things in my brain and I want to share all of them with you, but I can't say it all at once, I'm sorry. But still on the Torghast note, from what I've heard and been told, now that I have the appropriate information, you can keep doing the floors for the Mog, because that's the only main reason really I want it, because I don't care about Soul Ash, I don't really care about the legendaries. I'm not raiding or doing anything competitive. I might snag another legendary, like I have the Ret Pants. I have a Ret legendary, but I don't have one for Prot. I haven't bothered picking one out, so I might make one if I find myself struggling in Torghast, but I'm not too worried about it otherwise. But anyway, previously I was under the incorrect understanding that all of the Torghast back and shoulder transmogs, all of them, only came from doing flawless runs and getting access to the Adamant Vault. That is not true. I don't remember who told me that, but it was incorrect. It has been brought to my attention that some come from the Adamant Vaults, specifically the golden colored ones, and then the silvery shiny ones are the ones that come from doing, you don't have to do a flawless run for them. You can get them from the vendors. They have a chance to spawn on vendors, and from the end bosses, you know, on layer 5 or whatever it is. And you don't have to do a flawless run, you just have to do layer 9 or higher. That would have been nice to know. I was a wee bit discouraged because I have not been able, I mean, it's been a while since I've tried, mind you, but as a 190 something, I couldn't do a flawless run higher than floor 6. Just wasn't working out for me. But I'm now 225, I'll be 233 before I try it again, and I'll be prot this time. Last time I was ret. I've heard it's easier for tanks. I have not tried it. I'm just kind of assuming that is correct from what I've heard. I don't know, we'll find out. And yeah, I can start farming those, so I'm very happy about that. I'm definitely going to make a video on it. Because you can only get Soul Ash from each layer once a week, but from what I've been told with the correct, assumingly, information, you can keep doing them in the same week and keep getting chances at the shoulders and stuff, which is nice. Especially since that will help me kind of like pick a wing I'm good at. Like I'm pretty good at the Soul Forges one, the fiery, smoldery one. For whatever reason, I like that one, and I don't remember what the other one's called. But there's another wing that I'm pretty good at. Like, the only Torghast I've technically been doing is for leveling. So I am fairly familiar with the different wings. I just haven't done them much on a max level character. You know, on the higher difficulties. The highest I've done is 6. And that was months and months ago now. I've had no reason to go back. But I do now. So, yeah. I'll do that. But yeah, I like that you can go back, supposedly, and get and keep doing the same wing for shoulder mog and stuff chances. Because that, where I was going with that, that'll let me get good at specific wings, and I can just practice, and then I can start getting flawless runs in, and I can start buying or getting drops or however it works, the golden special ones from flawless runs in the adamant vaults. So I'm glad that you can repeat that, because doing it just for practice and not getting anything out of it, kind of like, I would have done it, but if it doesn't feel great, you know, which I think is why they decided to go ahead and do that. Because, like, from what I saw, apparently there's like some 42 different shoulder mogs. I don't know if all of those come from Torghast, because I know there's 3 different colors from what I saw. I have a lot of these shoulders from maybe there's 4 different colors. Yeah, these ones are apparently from the golds from the flawless. These ones I think are from Korthia. A couple of them are from Korthia. Well, I'll know in my collected tab, because I have a bunch. Can't use them though yet, so let's look at the ones I can't use. There they are. Yeah, it looks like a lot of these colors are Korthia ones, because that's where I've been getting them. And then these other ones, like, I know these come out of Korthia. I looked at those specifically because I want those on a Mog set that I made from one of my characters. So, and then these, not Korthia, Torghast, sorry. These are Torghast. And then these are also Torghast, but flawless runs. So, I really like all of these. I want all of these. I mean, look at all of them. They're just freaking gorgeous. And then there's the back pieces too. All of these, which I also want. I want them. They're just... I definitely want to get these too, but those are from the raid. So I like those. But, anyway. Speaking of, I wonder, like, I know these only drop, speaking of the quivers, I know those only drop for hunters from Sylvanas, but I don't need that. I wonder, since it's a cloak, I wonder if other classes can mog them. I've actually not looked into that because I don't have any of them, so I can't test it myself. I'll have to ask if anyone has them in my Discord, or in any of the Discords I'm in. And see if anyone can confirm that for me, because it would be cool. But, yeah, so I want to farm, chest. XP, maybe? Yes, not much, but it's something, because I have no rested. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to farm Torghast for those. Once I'm done with all the Covenant and rares and things, you know, at least for the most part. If I'm missing like one rare, I'll just do that one rare every day or whatever. But, you know, when I'm done with all the Covenant things for the most part on my main, I think I'll do Torghast. And when I get tired of that, I'll do Islands, because those you can keep doing over and over too. But they change every week. Not unlike the Torghast wings, actually. But the loot changes from the island expeditions, and I like that we can do those solo now. I'm very pleased with that. I also still need stuff from Warfronts, specifically from the quests. There's a weekly quest that you get. It's weekly, quote unquote, but you know, your Warfront may or may not be up every week, especially now. But anyway, I did those Warfront quests Like, I questioned the shit out of them, for lack of better terms. I did put a lot of alts through that, because it's random. There's an entire... It's the tier 3 Warfront set. There's one for each armor type, so there's 4. And they give one piece of that tier set every time it's up, but what it gives you is random, and it doesn't tell you. You just get... Excuse me. I think. I know they're random, but I don't remember if it, like, shows you what it is. No, I think it's from a chest. You get, like, a chest that you loot. It's been a while since I've done them. Yeah, you get a chest from the quest, and in that chest will be... You'll for sure get one of the tier pieces, but unfortunately it's random, and it may be one you already have. So I haven't completed any of the tier 3 Warfront stuff, and there's 2 different Warfronts. There's 2 different sets for all 4 armor types from the Warfronts, because there's the Arathi one, and then there's the Darkshore one. Get out of here, dude. I want these hags. Go away. He hurts too much. Anyway, I haven't completed any of those, unfortunately. And there's weapons too. You can also get weapons. It's not just the sets. Yeah. And you can get the weapons from, because there's different sets from the doing the Warfront itself is the tier 1 and 2 or whatever it is. I don't remember what tier, but it's one of them. You get armor from completing the Warfront itself. Jeez, I can't speak today. But it's not the same. It's not the main. It's not the tier 3 set. Unfortunately, it is a different set entirely. I have all of those because I did it so many times. I have all but like a couple of the weapons, but I don't have the tier 3 stuff. All of it. I have a lot of it, but not all of it, which annoys me because those are really cool sets. Like, if you haven't looked, like, I would say especially the Darkshore, because I'm a little partial to it, but even the, it's Arathi, right? I always get Arathi and, yeah, it's Arathi. I always get Arathi and, what's the other one? There's one more. I don't remember, but I always get Arathi and something else mixed up. But anyways, I need to do those too. And I did lower them. You can't do them solo, but I think you can do the normal ones with 5 people now, or whatever it is, which is better. I think they said there was something technical with it that was making it too hard to put as a solo thing, which I hope they do pick up working on that again if they aren't still. I want to do Warfront solo because in my mind trying to get even 5 people to do Warfronts with you is probably impossible. And what I do want to try as well is, and I don't think you can do that with Heroic. I think Heroic Warfronts still need a full 20 or 40 or whatever it was. But that's fine. You only need to do the normal ones to complete the quest. Well, there's 2 quests. There's a heroic one, so technically you can get 2 chances each week for the tier 3 stuff because there is the heroic Warfront, which does have its own quest. And if you complete one heroic one, you complete both the normal and the heroic quest at the same time. But I don't think you can do 5 people for that one. I think that one's still full group. I could be wrong on that. I haven't looked at it since I saw the news on it when they did that a while ago now. But yeah. So, but at the very least I can do the normal one, and what I want to try is queuing with alts. I'm not gonna multi-box it, obviously, but I want to see if I can queue with all my alts in the same party and get into it, and then see if I can solo it on just one character. Because the other alts either, you know, would leave or AFK. I can't have 5 accounts open at once. I might have to have Canary help me at least so I can see if it's even doable solo. I don't know. They're probably not doable solo because I do remember how they work, and they are a little difficult if you don't do them properly. You can lose. Contrary to what people think, you can lose them. I have lost Warfronts before. And of course these are the group ones, the normal ones, not heroic. Heroic, you can definitely lose. But yeah, you can lose the queued normal ones, unfortunately. It is possible. Because I've had this back for some reason, I don't know why it was a thing, but there was a lot of what we called the AFK culture. And it's not in the good sense. There was a lot of AFKers for Warfronts, and I don't understand why. They're not hard. They go faster, way faster if everybody participates. And just assuming that every single one of them will be won by everyone else, or that they auto-win, is false, because you can lose them. I have lost many of them from having too many AFKers, or too many people that... Because they added that, kind of like they have in BGs, where if you're AFK too long it kicks you. They added that to Warfronts, but, you know, if you just inch over and move once in a while, it won't kick you, obviously. Which is irritating, that people would purposely do that. And I've been noticing that too in, I don't know if it's still this way, but it was last time I did it, in LFR. In Shadowlands LFR even. People will just sit there AFK. And you say something and no one cares. It's like, there's like 10 people still sitting there at the start AFK. We're literally, like, I'm not even exaggerating on that. Like, I have footage of it somewhere when I was trying to do LFR for my LFR video I did a while back. It was atrocious. It was absolutely awful. I don't understand. Like, it goes so much faster when everyone participates. Even a little bit. I don't care if you're freaking auto-attacking. Do something, you know? Just irritates the crap out of me, too. Or it's even better when people queue up as like a healer, and then they switch specs and go DPS. Like, it's, especially in LFR, there was a couple of wings where all but one of the healers, and I think there's usually 5 or 6 that you have in a group for LFR of healers, where all but one of them had gone DPS. And then everyone was bitching, why are we dying? And I'm like, I can tell you exactly why. We don't have healers. That wasn't very fun. I got real sick of that real quick. That was, I don't know why. And I've done LFR every expansion. Even in BFA it wasn't this bad. For whatever reason, LFR, this expansion, has been the worst. I have seen it since MOP. I don't know if you did MOP LFR, but every time I did MOP LFR, which was a lot, because I was trying to get as much gear as possible when I was raiding in MOP, but I haven't seen it that bad since MOP. WOD was fine. You know, I mean, LFR is LFR. It's not the greatest anyway. I really wish they would do something different with it, because, like, on one hand, I appreciate the ability for people who aren't in a raiding guild or don't want to raid, but want to see, you know, LFR, want to see the story without having to get into a big serious group. I appreciate that. But on the other hand, that's unfortunately where many of the degenerates, shall we say, end up, because they think that, you know, being an LFR hero, especially when they're not a hero, you know, makes them cool, unfortunately. And so for people like me who want to just go get the Mog or see the story, I'm not there to, you know, gear necessarily. It's just, I don't know, it's become very toxic, I guess. Which is unfortunate because it's not a good representation. Because for the most part, at least on RP servers, most people are pretty nice. Many time I run into an issue or a weirdo, they're usually not from my server, which is pretty funny. Or if they are from my server, they're not an RPer because they don't have TRP and they have some weird name like Mustard Balls or something. You know those people, you've seen them. They're just there to grief you, type of thing. They just sit and trade and complain all day, and then wonder why they're bored. It's like, well, it'd be probably because you're not actually out playing the game, you're just sitting in a city somewhere complaining about everything all day long. You know, every server has got those people. But, you know, it's whatever. So, oops, how long has he been on passive? Get over here. But anywho, I don't know why LFR has been as terrible as it has been this expansion, but... And it wasn't just because everybody quit. Like, excuse me, there are still a lot of people in this game. Like, my server is so full it lags sometimes. It's ridiculous. Sometimes it's hard to quest even, because there's so many people around. But, it was, yeah, and at the start of the expansion, like as soon as I could do LFR, I did it a few times, and it was the same. It was just not great. So I figured, you know, maybe if I waited until the tiers were older, it's usually how I like to do that, when they're outmoded. I figured it would be better, because that's usually what I do. I do the previous tier of LFR so I can go collect the Mog and stuff, because generally speaking, LFR is not soloable immediately the following expansion. You usually have to wait quite a while just because of how it scales. I don't know why. It might be different now that they have, you know, we've done the level squish. I don't know. But typically it's not soloable immediately given the you know, following the expansion. So I like to try to collect LFR gear when the expansion is live, but that was not going well in BFA, and it was not going well, is really not going well in here in Shadowlands. BFA, it was just because it was the queues were so long and the drops were so freaking low. I did complete a couple sets, specifically like the male one from Old Deer, and I don't remember what the other one I got was. Get over here. But anyway, you know, I was getting pieces I really liked, and I definitely want to get some of this gear because I absolutely love it. But it's just been absolutely toxic, this expansion. It's really disappointing. Well, you know, it reflects bad on the game as a whole, too, because someone who doesn't know the game and doesn't know that A, every server is different, and B, not the best people do LFR. Someone new is going to do LFR because that's who it's for, is the new people, quotation marks. And they're, you know, they're going to see that super toxic culture and then think that the game is just terrible, when it's really not. It's just all the trade chat trolls, the AFK culture, and the, you know, forum complainers. Those are the ones that are bad. For the most part, I don't really have a problem with the majority of people in the game. It's pretty rare, actually, when I have someone that irritates me. But, yeah. So, that's rather unfortunate. But I do wish, and I've seen this suggested multiple times by other people, and I agree, I do wish they would make LFR a solo experience. Or, like, have the option to bring in others. But not just, like, you know, they have the old ones like you do now. Like, you can go into, like, Legion LFR, for example, solo, and you can go do it by yourself. I don't mean like that. I mean, like, the Exile's Reach dungeon style. While current, but for a raid. That way people who don't raid and don't want to raid, or maybe, you know, they just want to collect the gear, maybe even do it, anyway, I'll finish this thought first. Do it so those people, like myself, can just see the story. That would be cool, and we can experience, we can take our time, we don't have people pushing us along and bitching about everything under the sun, or sitting in the back picking their nose, and then pipe up and complain that it's not getting done when they haven't even lifted a finger. You know, you've seen them. You know those people. You don't have to deal with those buffoons when, you know, if you did it that way. And you could do it so that coloration, that set, that tier, if you didn't want people, because you could have both. You could have both options still active. You could still have LFR as it is now, then have the story version, like a campaign version, be an option. And if you didn't want people gearing from that, we have a wonderful new cosmetic learning system that Blizzard added in the game, and you see it with all of the armor from the Covenant vendors. You buy a piece of gear from them, and it's not gear with rating. It's an appearance. It's a cosmetic item that you learn, like a toy or a mount, and it disappears from your bags, and it's now in your inventory, not your bags, but, you know, your collection system. They could do that. They could easily do that. Well, I say easily. It might not be easily, I don't know. But they just use systems that we already have. Give us some bots that we can go in and do the raid with, and then you can even keep the low drop rates. I don't care. But make them cosmetic so we're not actually gearing up. If, you know, if they didn't want people going in and gearing up super easy and then never doing the group version type of thing, I get that. But for people who don't want gear, like, I do not care about gear. I know many of my viewers also do not care about gear. You know, like, to a point. Like, on my main, I care about just enough gear, but I don't get it from raids, dungeons, or PvP. I get it from doing whatever the current catch-up gear is, like Korthia. My main is decked out now in a full Korthia set. I've got about a quarter of them are 233, another half of them are 226, and then the rest are 220. They're slowly being upgraded. And when he caps at 233 until the next new set comes out, that's what he's going to be wearing, and I'll be absolutely fine with it because it is more than efficient, more than enough to be able to do everything I want to do. I don't need Mythic tier or even LFR tier raid gear to go do old raids, dailies, world content rares. It's not necessary. And even with Torghast, I'm more than competent enough as a player to be able to do all that. I'm fairly confident that, you know, once I have my gear up to 233, I'm back in the swing of playing Prot again. I played Ret for most of BFA, but I'm back to Prot. I'm very confident I'm not going to have many issues with Torghast. Especially since, to my knowledge, all of the shoulders and things drop from all of the wings, so long as it's layer 9+. So I can pick the wing I'm most comfortable with, which might be Soul Forges for me. I like that one a lot for some reason. Not sure why. It just feels good. So, you know. that's kind of the only scenario where I'm gonna want that gear, and it's still not raid gear. I don't need it. I have no reason to farm it. It's a waste of my time. The only thing I want is the cosmetics. And of course, I'm completely fine with normal, heroic, and mythic staying in their, you know, non-cosmetic form. That's fine. Because that is there for people who do actually raid, do put in the time, and all that. Because that's something I think people aren't 100% conscious about, is being considerate of both the raiders and the non-raiders. I raided for many years. I was a mythic raider in most of WoD and part of Legion. I raid leaded in WoD. I did mythic dungeons. I did mythic plus in Legion. I did all that stuff. I know how it works. I've done on multiple classes. I've done all 3 roles. 4 technically, if you want to count range DPS and melee DPS. Because those are different. They function very differently in raids. And yeah, I've done all that. I know how it works, and I completely understand the struggles and, you know, the wanting to get your gear and, like, getting a set from, like, Heroic, for example. Like, if you did Heroic Nathria, when that was current. Need more tadpoles. And, it would be probably to some, it wouldn't to me, but to some, it might be a little irking to finally get your Heroic set. But you see others, or even if don't have it yet, who have the set, but it's the cosmetic version. They didn't go get the raid, they just got it through, I don't know, LFR or something. Like me, that doesn't bother me. To me, that's selfish. It's an appearance, it's not gear score. To me, Mog and appearance and collecty stuff should be absolutely separate from power progression. That is absolutely my take. And every time that you do things separately, it just feels better to me. I mean, sure, in some cases, having them combined is cool. Like, it worked out well, in my opinion, for the Legion artifacts, for example. And then, because all that stuff, I mean, you had to do everything from PvP to long quest chains to secret finding, and then even the Mage Tower, back when you could get those in Legion, for the appearances, you know, that was somewhat part of power progression. To a point. Like, I think that's what it was, is it technically had a limit. I mean, yes, you could keep upgrading your weapon, but for the most part, once you hit fully tiered, decked out weapon, I don't know what you want to call it, fully upgraded weapon, you know, you did all the little spider notches, whatever they're called, the webs inside your weapon. All the tiers are done. The only thing you could really do was keep putting your artifact power into the very end point. I don't remember what it was called, but it didn't upgrade you much. It did not give you much of an advantage. It was just something to spend the artifact power on. That's all it was. So technically, it did have an end point. But I think that's why it was good, personally. Because it had an end. It wasn't an endless grind. Like, I do not like endless grinds. I like grinds with an end in sight. Especially stuff I can, like, plan out and work toward. Which is partly why I don't like Paragon mounts. Because you don't know when you're gonna get it. Like, the excitement and satisfaction of a Paragon mount suddenly dropping is very short-lived compared to, in my opinion, compared to the satisfaction of doing a long grind, a quest chain, or whatever. You know, you farmed all the thing and then you buy it, or it's given to you at the end of whatever grind. And, you know, there was steps you had to take and you got it. And then it's done, and it's done forever. That feels good to me. I like that. I don't like random. I don't like RNG. And from what I've heard, this is probably one of the few things I agree with most people on. I am not an RNG person. I do not like RNG. I want less of it in the game. It's just gross. at every angle it's gross. Now, like, on one hand, a little bit of RNG is fine. Like, gear having RNG from raids, that's always how it's been. Fine. Raid gear RNG, fine. Mounts, you know, from rares and farming those and stuff, RNG there, fine. They've even upped it. I'm pretty positive they've upped it. Fine. But beyond that, I don't like it. I just don't. I don't like it in Paragon caches because I don't like how the current reputation systems are set up. That's something I'll talk about. Stuff like this, by the way, before I continue, is stuff I'll talk about in my podcasts with Canary. And I might do solo podcasts once in a while, just to make sure I get my full thoughts out if I don't feel like I talked about it enough in the podcast. I don't know how it's gonna go. I've never done a podcast, an opinionated podcast, as I'm calling it, with Canary before, but her and I like talking about this stuff. Hearth time, because I did everything here. Oh, no, I did not do everything here. Ooh, that's why you check. I was bad. I got too busy talking. And I did not finish Shipwreck Cove down here. I think it's partly because it's not showing on my map. Let me fix my map real quick here. Something's off. POIs, it's on. I don't need dig sites. Might as well fix this while I'm here. Innkeeper, mailbox, repair, and seal master. Want trivial quests? Yes. Huh. Quest POIs is supposed to be like, you know, when you see on your map, like an area is shaded blue. For some reason, it's not working. Wonder if I need to reload or something. There's been so many DCs today, I'm sure something got screwed up. Luckily, I haven't. I'm just gonna reload right now. See if it fixes it. Luckily, there's not been any DCs during this recording, and I hope it stays that way because we are almost done. Well, semi-almost done with the zone. Stretchies. But yeah, so anyway, stuff like that, like my opinions on stuff like that, I'm going to be talking about in my podcast, which will start in February. If not, maybe even sooner. I don't know. Well, I do know because I want to finish and I've said this before many times in a few videos. Yeah, my POIs aren't working. Odd. Well, whatever. I'll just keep an eye on that. Anyway, yeah, it'll be February because I want to get the rest of my old 2020 Let's Plays out before I do continue the new stuff, and that will be okay. Now I can Earth. Yeah, and that will finish at the end of, I think, like the first week of February. Those will finally be all out. All the ones I like. I'm not releasing all of them. I'm just finishing the series that I'm on, and then there's like a couple other videos to release after that. And then those will be done. And there will be no more re-uploads of old content. And the ambience will continue. I think I'm going to start doing those only, with the exception of the few that I already have uploaded. I'm going to start probably doing ambience videos only in compilations, which is where I take 5 different spots that looked pretty good and sounded really nice and visually different throughout a zone, and then record each of them for 12-ish minutes, and then put them together in an hour plus-ish compilation. I think I'll do only compilations instead of the short little 10-minuters once the ones that I've already uploaded go out. So those will continue. some were old, some are new. It's getting mixed in. I have a lot that I have already recorded, like 1 or 2 pieces of from that are old, because some of those are re-uploads. But I am adding in a lot of new stuff too. You just don't notice because, you know, it all looks it's all the same type of content. Those both done? Yes. But I can add to those. I need to finish compilations. Like Northrend is almost done. The rest of those are going up in, like, I don't remember when, but soon. I think the only zone I haven't finished is Wintergrasp, and then Northrend is done because I'm doing them by zone. And then I'll probably, what I should do too is make playlists for each continent. That way there'll be, since there'll be a zone per video. So, yeah. So those will continue. I'm not stopping those. So those will just keep going. But the old Latte and Tea series with myself, the Let's Plays with myself and Silverfire Tea, those will end in February, the first week of February. And then after that is when the new Kraken and Canary series with our lore walks will start, and the podcast with Kraken and Canary will start as well. Those will replace those. And I do still want to do an art day. I had talked about that before. I do still want to do a art day video. That'll probably be go out on Saturdays. Yeah, because as you can imagine, I'm an RPer, and I like to draw. I'm going to do it more often. This will make me do it too, because I tend to be a procrastinator. I like to draw my characters. I like to doodle WoW stuff. I always really have. It's just kind of been mostly what I did. And so, you know, it relates to WoW, and I want all my WoW stuff on one channel, so why not? And you know, when I get really good again, because I'm very rusty, I am an artist, I just haven't done it in a long time because of college and work and all this stuff. Well, I got a nice Cintiq now, I have no excuses. I'm not in college anymore, and I was laid off from my other 2 jobs, so I'm putting all my time and focus currently on YouTube, trying to get this channel good, and it's picking back up again, which is really making me happy. But so February, ironically my birthday month, will be good because old stuff will officially end and the new stuff can begin. So I'll probably start up my art day videos. Probably call it ink with Kraken, or I want to do some sort of pun with Kraken and ink, because squids ink, and a Kraken can be either an octopus or a squid. They're typically squids, but I like the octopus version because I think they're cuter. But just roll with me on this one. And yeah, I want something to do with that, a pun of some sort. Kraken ink, or I don't know. I'll think about it. But yeah, I want to do that. So that will. So 2 Let's Plays, a podcast, and a art day, which is 4 days, and that will replace which is why I'm also uploading the old Let's Play series, the Latte and Teas, 4 days a week, because that fills up those 4 days that I'm going to be doing in February. And that will just continue onwards. So, yeah. And when I get good enough with my art and I feel confident again, because I'm somewhat new to the digital medium, I really only do traditional medium, which is by hand. I mean, digital is by hand too, but I mean, like, you know, paper and pen type of thing. But I really love my Cintiq. I hated digital for the longest time, but it really is about the equipment. Like, if you're not comfortable with the equipment you're using, or you've try a different form, because it is really different. Using a Cintiq has made world of a difference, and I definitely want to save up for a really big one day. Because too, when I get where I was getting with that is when I get good with my art, the program I'm using for it, Clip Art Studio, or Studio Maker, Manga Maker, whatever it's got 2 different names for some reason. But I have the pro version or whatever it is that can also do animations, which is really cool. Oh yeah, we need to go to Nissingwary. And I want to do little WoW animations. Like, I think that would just be the cutest. I love watching those. Like, I used to watch Carbot's WoW animations all the time when they were doing a lot of those. I used to watch Machinima. Like, I'm not gonna do, like, Machinima's 3D. I'm not gonna do, you know, the big old fancy WoW Machinima 3D model version. But I used to watch a lot of those back when those were more common. You don't really see a lot of them anymore, which is a shame because there's so many that, you know, could be done. But just little shorts, like little few-minute shorts. I really want to do those. I know animation takes a lot of work, but I like 2D animation. I've done some of it before. No, I'm not going to show you because it was shit. But I get the process, and I know it's a lot of work, but it's something I want to do. So, like, I can do my art day, and, you know, it'll just be me talking as, you know, pretend we're streaming. At some point, I want to stream those. But I can't stream right now, obviously, but I don't need any more goats. But, instead of art days, sometimes on those days, it'll be animations. Like, maybe you'll see me be working on those animations in previous videos, and then you'll get to see the end product, the animation itself, when I'm done with it, in place of art day on one of those days. That's my goal. That's what I want to do. I really, really love that sort of stuff. Because originally I went to art school. I wanted to be a game art designer. I wanted to do concept art. I wanted to do 2D animation and illustrations. I wanted to do world art. I don't like 3D stuff so much. I thought I would like the 3D stuff. I don't like doing it. I hate it. And this is in terms of modeling. You know, you can make 2D look very 3D, obviously. But, you know, you hopefully know what I'm talking about. But, I like the 2D stuff better. But I didn't get to finish my art degree because the school that had the degree I wanted actually shut down in 2019. Ironically, not because of COVID or the virus or anything that's been going around. It was ironically before that. But that's why I ended up switching colleges because I had to. Literally had no choice. I mean, they literally shut doors, closed, and no one else had that same degree. So I was trying to go after a game design degree, but game design is absolutely different, and so is game art. The degree I was doing was game art and design. It was those two combined. But in all the other good schools that I actually liked that I wanted to go to, they didn't have those combined. They were separate. They were two different degrees. It was game art or game design. And the game, whichever one I was trying, it was either game art or game design, I don't remember. It was very different than I thought it would be. It was almost all 3D. Everything was 3D modeling. Everything was 3D animation. I kept asking, like, is there going to be any 2D animation stuff? Like, and everyone said no. It's no one does it anymore. And I'm like, well, that's false, first of all. It's a lot of 2D animation. Yeah. Like, I mean, look at all these cartoons and stuff on TV. Or even on YouTube or wherever you look, and Netflix even. Look at Castlevania. Like, some of it was probably computer generated. Maybe it wasn't. It was very 2D. That's 2D, like anime. A lot of anime is technically 2D. It's illustration instead of, 3D modeling. Like WoW. WoW is a 3D rendered game. It's not flat, it's not, you know, on paper necessarily. That's different. I don't like this. Like, I like looking at it, don't think I don't. I just don't like creating it myself. And to get that type of degree that I wanted, to get that schooling, it just wasn't a thing. I couldn't get it at any colleges. And for the few that came close in like illustration or something, they wouldn't do it online, which seemed weird to me because, like, that's kind of where almost all of that digital art is anymore. It's all digital. Like, you know, if you do anything for TV, cartoons, any of that anime, I don't know, any of that stuff, it's 2D. It's digital. You might do it traditional first, but you have to convert it to digital if you want to do anything with it. I don't know, but anyway, my point is, so I'm just gonna continue learning by hand. Luckily, I already have a lot of experience in art myself because I've been doing it, had been doing it for years. I hadn't done a lot of it over the past few years just because of college and work and I haven't had time. But other than that, previously I'd been doing it all my life. So it's not like I'm, you know, never picked up a pencil before. I'm just rusty and also new to digital medium because I didn't like it. I didn't grow up with it. I never felt like I had the right amount of control. And when you're doing art, it's frustrating because you already have to contend with your own skill of getting what's in your head on the paper. There's that. But then to have the equipment be frustrating on top of it. And that's what your bottleneck is. And it's not comfortable to use. You don't feel like you have the right amount of control, like you do a thing and it's not what it should have been, not because of you necessarily, but because you don't mesh with the equipment well. That's what I'm getting at. And that's what turned me off from digital for a long time. But I'm going to get into that, and I'm really looking forward to getting into that more, because I love it. I want to do something with it, and I even want to do, ultimately, I really want to do some, even if it'll probably take me a while, but to get to this point, but not just the animations, but I also want to do, like some point and click games, like nothing super long and fancy, maybe eventually, but because I can do all my art and I can do all my writing. I just have to learn how to do any sort of programming that's necessary. But not just point and click, but visual novels especially. That's, you know, probably what I'll start with. Addie's still not done. Jeez. Come on, Addie. Takes forever sometimes, I don't know why. But yeah, I want to do that too, and I can do that with my writing and my art skills. Those are just the two things right next to gaming that I love most in life to do. Writing and arting, sketching, you know, all that stuff, and gaming. And when you combine all those together, you get, you know, fun. And I didn't pick up those two quests back there, I'm sure you noticed, because those are the moose and the big cat hunting quests, and those are party quests. And I could probably solo them on this hunter, but I say to skip them in the guide unless you really think you can do it, because even if I can solo them, they just take forever, because they have a lot of health. Not worth it. Not worth it. So I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to continue here. So anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to everything coming in February because out with the old and with the new, you know? I'm looking forward to 2022 just because for me, it's going to be a good year of change. I get how YouTube kind of works now. I understand the concepts. I get all this stuff. Oh, I need to... Yeah. Oh, yeah, I got it. Okay. you know, I get all this stuff. I'm not a noob at YouTube anymore, I like to think. It's been 2 years. I've been a YouTuber since 2019. Late 19 now. Because the same year that I started my writing degree is the same year I started my channel, which was 2019. So, yeah. Yep. So, I'm not some scrub anymore. I like to think. But, yeah, so lots of plans for next year, starting in February, and I'm really looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun. And you know, ultimately, of course, I'm not gonna beat around the bush with it. It's, yes, because it's fun. I want to do these things because they're fun. I enjoy them. But I also need to make money. You know, I want it to be my job. Like, you know, some people complain sometimes that, oh, YouTubers are sellouts, or, you know, if they do ads or something. Sponsors, rather. Oh, okay. Whew, that was close. Moose tried to kill me. But, you know, at the end of the day, those YouTubers, if they're doing that, they're getting paid, and they gotta eat. You know, they got rent, or they got children, or they have, you don't know what they're paying. They could be paying their medical bills with that sponsor. Maybe they have brain cancer, and this pill that they need to buy, which is stupidly expensive in the US, yay, is what's keeping them alive. And that video they just did with the Raid Shadow Legends sponsor is what paid for it. You know? Think about it that way. So, you don't know what's going on in people's life. Not everyone is completely transparent. I don't talk about everything that's going on in my life because you don't need to know. We're not here to talk about everything in my life. I mean, I tell you some of it, but not all of it. You don't need to know all of it, you know? So, next time you think about shitting on someone for, you know, like a sponsorship that they did, or whatever, just kind of understand that they're being paid and they probably need the money. Why does anyone have jobs? Money. Because money buys food and pays bills. I mean, you know. But I'm also making, you know, accepting the struggle a little bit right now. I'm not making much. And, you know, on that note, thank you to all of my patrons. Yeah, I need to look at my Patreon again. I need to do something with my Patreon. I don't know what. I want to do some sort of content with it, but I don't know what yet. It's just been kind of my issue for a couple years. But, so thank you to all of my Patreon supporters, as well as my membership, YouTube membership. I know I have a few of those, and I know I have someone new. Sarah, I think? I do see you. I just need to update my list at the end of my videos. And I greatly appreciate monetary support because it literally pays my bills. I can continue to play WoW and bring you awesome coffee-fueled content because people are technically paying me to. So, as gross as ads are, I don't like ads. You probably don't like ads. They are what's paying me. So, like, and I mentioned sponsors. I don't really plan on doing sponsors. I'm not completely closed to them. But, you know, that's a discussion for another day. Like, maybe if I like it and it relates to what I'm doing and they're going to pay me a good deal and let me promote it how I want to, then I'll think about it. Because a lot of sponsors are all like, you say this exact thing and you basically have to sound like a robot and then you lose all your charm and flair. And that just kind of ruins the video. I mean, I get it. You know, money is money at the end of the day, but I don't want to do that type of sponsor. But anyway, my point with what I'm doing here is, you know, this is a job. I want this to be my job. One of them. I want to make small games. I want to do art. I might even do commissions. I've thought about that when I get good enough. Maybe that'd be kind of fun. I mean, you know, when I get really good with art and I get good with coloring and like my canary. Excuse me. Burpees. I'm really hungry, so my stomach's all full of air. But the Gilded Canary. the person I've been playing with, she's actually been my channel artist for a while. For, well, most of the channel. I started with Barm, but he's been too busy. But it's fine, it worked out because he moved on to other things and I have Canary now. But she's been teaching me to color because I can do the line art. I have no issue now that I have good equipment, with getting the line art down. I'm fairly confident about that. It's just the coloring, because I'm used to using Copic markers and blenders and colored pencils of all kinds, you know, to color, to get the color that I need. Obviously, you are not going to do that with the tools on your computer. So, she's been teaching me different ways to color things, and when she's been super busy, and we haven't been able to do art day for a while now, but when she's able again and we can do art day together, it won't be, well, I'll say this first. I'm going to have her, ask her politely. I'm sure she won't mind. She's already said she doesn't mind. I'll have her continue to teach me how to do different colorations and things when I get to that point. And that art day is not going to be recorded. That's private me and Canary time. I can't monetize everything we do together. Come on. That's just not cool. No. So don't confuse that art day with the art day video. That'll release on Saturdays. That's separate. That'll be just me. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to set it up yet, but yeah, that's separate from Canary and I's private art days. And maybe we'll do one together in the future. Once in a while. I don't know. We'll just see how it goes. I play it by feel. I haven't done most of this yet, so I can't really say how it's gonna go. But anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to starting all that. Kind of forgot where I was going with one of my statements. Oh well. Dragon time. Oh yeah, job. Yeah, I want to make, this my job. I want to be full-time YouTuber while also doing some art stuff on the side, making like visual novels, at my own pace. I also want to write a novel, not just one. I want to write a series. There's one I've been working on since freaking high school. Lots of interest in it, but I need to, go back through it again. I need to meet out my days, honestly. This day is art day. This day is, WoW YouTube recording day. These couple of days takes good. It's more than just one day. It's usually all week. But this day is writing day. I want to write. That's another thing, is I love writing, but I tend to lack patience. I love coming up with world building, character lore, character development, world lore, history type stuff. I mean, that's lore. But character creation, bestiaries. I love all that stuff, even down to the types of plants, the flora and the fauna, the plants and animals, all that stuff. I love developing all that. I love the idea concept stage. That's partly why I wanted to do concept art originally, before I saw that being a concept artist specifically is probably not the best job to get into if you want something somewhat reliable. But anyway, hearth time. Yeah, we're almost done with the song. Getting there. But yeah, so I want to write books. I want to, be a YouTuber for WoW. I want to do like some animations and stuff, which will go up on YouTube. Maybe on some other things. I don't know. I want to make my own little visual novel games, as well as text adventures, visual novels, and possibly some point and clicks when I get really good at the previous two. because I kind of know how to make visual novels. I've done, and I'm referring to the games, not just picture books. You know, like Doki Doki Literature Club. Surely you've seen that one. If you haven't, you can go look it up without really playing it and know what I'm talking about. I can do all that. I can do the art and the text. I know somewhat how to put it together using like RenPy, that program. I know how to develop that sort of stuff. I know how to put it on Steam, and I know, you know, like legal stuff, and I know all that. And I want to get better at it, and I want to do more of that, which would be fun. So it's just kind of all that combined. Oh yeah, and cartography. I love cartography. I love making maps. That's just like my thing. That's part of the world building love that I have. Want to do more of that. But, you know, just making maps for no reason with worlds that you create is kind of not pointless, but it doesn't serve too many purposes. So I can include that in my books, in my visual novels, in, you know, my text adventure, that sort of stuff. I can use it for other things, which I really like. So, but yeah, I want to, you know, I want all that to be my accumulative career. And YouTube currently is the one that is making me any sort of money, even if it isn't a lot right now. So that's currently what I'm focusing on. I want to get it good enough to make sure all my bills are covered and I can actually start saving some money. Because right now it's pretty, just comes out even, if you will. It's just enough to make ends meet. It's not enough to actually save anything. So I do want to start saving money, you know? A retirement fund. Like, I know I'm only 29, but if you don't start now, then when? You know, I don't want to be 80 and stuck doing YouTube videos. I mean, maybe I will, I don't know. Because that is the thing, that's also why I chose this path, even though it's a bit of a scattery path, because I get bored easy. This is a whole bunch of and so, you know, this is different kinds of stuff that will keep me interested. And it's all stuff I like doing and have always liked doing. And if I get bored of it, I can switch to something else. You know, but still keep being productive, if you will. So that's, you know, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's why I'd mentioned, you know, I've mentioned a couple times that I've been laid off from my other 2 jobs that I had. Fine. Is what it is. I'm just going to keep pressing forward. That's fine, because that makes me focus on the career paths that I want to do, instead of, you know, working the other jobs that I don't actually enjoy. Because, you know, kind of the bonus, in my opinion, oh, I need it, not that one yet. Bunnies and eagles, hawks, whatever they are. But, yeah, I think I just killed that bunny. Whoops. Oh well. But yeah, this is stuff I can do when I'm old, if that makes sense. You know, so long as my hands work and my brain works, I can keep doing this sort of stuff. And I happen to have, that's something else. My voice, even throughout college, people tend to like my voice. I have a good narrator voice. I'm not like a great voice actor, necessarily, but I can... Well, I didn't want to kill that. What? I was... Damn it. Anyway, I can do narration. That's something else. I haven't super looked into it yet, or entirely know how that works, or how you would even get hired for something like that. But, you know, audiobooks, people that read books to you, so you don't have to read them yourself. I can do stuff like that. That's something else that I want to look into. It's on my list of things to do once I get some of my other, the art, the writing, and the YouTube channel kind of good, and my gaming is good. You know, creating games, that is. Got that figured out. That's something else I want to look into as a side job to make a little extra money, is narrating audiobooks. Because I would enjoy that. I don't feel like it would be super difficult. I've, with the exception of a few sourpusses, always been told that I have a nice voice. Because I don't have like a super squeaky little kid voice, and this has just kind of been my voice for most of my life. I sound mature. I'm an alto. Naturally, thanks to my Native American and Scandinavian heritages, I think. That's my guess. But, you know, so long as I keep my voice in good condition, I can do that even when I'm old, and you wouldn't, you know, wouldn't know. Or you know, maybe I could do bedside stories with Grandma Kraken when I'm 80. I don't know. Who knows what I'll be doing at that point in my life. What are you doing back there? But that's why I want to get good at all this stuff now, because this is stuff that isn't physically taxing. And I can do it when I'm older, because it's stuff I don't necessarily want to retire. I don't want to retire and do nothing with myself. I'm not that sort of person. My form of retirement would be just not working as much, if that makes sense. And working for myself. I want to do all of this fairly independently. I would like to do, you know, somewhat freelance stuff, because you do enough of it. And yes, it's a very busy life. I'm going to be jumping around from, YouTube stuff, doing visual novel art, writing a book, doing voice narration stuff, all that stuff. You know, that's a lot of work, but I like it. I'm a workaholic, honestly. And when people ask, well, what do you do in your free time? I just have to plainly say I work. But my work is also my hobby. And for most, they'd get burnout, and sometimes I do get a little burnout, like, I just don't want to do this today. So, which for me, it's because I get bored easy. So how I counter that is I just do something else. That's also productive. If I'm not in the mood to do my YouTube stuff today, or I don't want to play WoW right now, which is almost never, but then I'll go work on my book, or I'll go work on one of my visual novels, or I'll just go practice some art, or I'll go make a map, or you get what I'm saying? And then the audiobook narration can be a side thing. I don't know how profitable it is, but hey, I'm pretty good at it, and I like reading. I'm pretty good at reading. Like when I write my scripts, writing my scripts doesn't take very long. And then I narrate, you know, technically I'm reading my scripts for the YouTube videos. I don't have to do a lot of takes, which is nice, because I've got practice now of just reading and narrating what I'm seeing. It took practice. It's not like I did it overnight, but I've always been a pretty good reader. And I like reading. So I like reading to people. So I think that would be fun. I haven't super looked into it yet. I don't know how it works, but as far as how you'd get hired for something like that, or how you get screened or whatever. But at some point, I'm going to. I think it would be fun, and I have a good enough mic for it. This is a very high quality mic. I'm not close enough to it, like for necessarily this type of setting, because I want to sit. These are long. Normally I'd be standing. I stand when I narrate all of my other videos, my normal guides and such, because I need to be shooting things. Oopsies. This is technically a standing desk, and most of the time I'm standing. Excuse me. And that's why the arm is up there instead of down here. My mic is actually right here, you just can't see it. I think you can't see it. Yeah, it's right here. You just can't see it. Because this right here is technically in front of me since I'm at an angle on the camera. Anyway. yeah. I've got a good mic for it. Something like that doesn't require video, so I don't need to do streaming. I do want to do streaming. That is another thing at some point I want to do, but my internet limitations prevent me from doing that. And I'm hoping, because I have ordered Starlink, and I'm hoping I get it this year. It was supposed to be here last year, the summer of 2021. Didn't happen. Got pushed out to sometime in 2022. And I'm hoping it comes soon because, hot damn, I'm tired of waiting. Ugh. But, so streaming, I want to do, you know, not a lot of. I'm not going to do it every single day. But, every, a few days, maybe a couple times a week. Something like that for a few hours at a time. That is on my list of things to do. I do want to do that, so. I think it'll be fun. I'm hungry. But, yeah. Well, this is the last quest here in Highmountain. And I'm gonna go ahead and... Uh-oh, I didn't turn those in. Whoopsie, it is not the last quest. I did it again. I've been doing this a few times. The past few times I've done Highmountain on my own. For some reason I don't turn in that quest. I still have the wolf one to do. I need to turn these in and I need to do the wolf one. And then those are the end. I'm supposed to do those before that other one I just did. Derp. But anyway, once I do these, that'll be the end of Highmountain. But I'm gonna go ahead and hearth and turn in the Tears of Elune there in Dalaran and unlock the United thingy. I think I was supposed to do that in the Horde one. I don't think I did. Whoopsie. That's okay. But, yeah, I forget. It's fine. Oh, I'm supposed to use the rabbits, right? But, yeah, I'll go ahead and do that and be finished with, Legion stuff. Because after this, for the Alliance, the last thing on the Alliance 1 to 50 route, is the, whatever you call it. BFA. The BFA part. Which is just the footholds. So yeah. Just want to untrack that, because we're not going to do that. Need more woofs. Here's one. Oh, but we're almost there, and I had a pretty good time. Besides these last couple of quests, it's a little over 2 hours, which is 126 minutes as of now, according to my recording. Yeah. Do all those? No, I need one more. There we go. But, yeah, so, I did good time. But I'm used to Highmountain too. So hopefully watching this, me do this helps you in some fashion. Okay, now I can do Dalaran. Yep, I did that in 127 minutes. 2 hours. A little over 2 hours. Right where I said it would be in my guide. I think my best time ever was like 115 or something. Minutes. I usually count them in minutes just because it's easier to gauge them. But, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna turn in the Tears quest here. And then we'll be good. Oh, come here, Snowfeather. Oh, come here. Just gonna untrack that. That's for the Hunter Hall. For my class hall, but I don't need to worry about that. It takes forever. Alright. Nice. Let's go ahead and go talk to Gadgar. I always forget to do this on the Horde side because they end with Highmountain, which I don't particularly like. I'm definitely going to try to rearrange that. So I mentioned this in later episodes in the Horde guide. It's not a guide. In the Horde long play. But I want to adjust the route so it's better. But and I've been working on it, but it's not working out well. There we go. And that's for Suramar, which we're not going to do. Alright. Okay, so we'll just put him... Stop it. Stop giving me quests. That was Highmountain in its entirety. We are done. I am ahead of where I was in the guide. That's simply because of the 20% instead of the 10 or 15 war mode bonus. So normally you'd be around 46. You know, maybe almost 47, 46 and a half, anywhere in that range. It starts getting a little dicey the longer you go into the guide, unfortunately, just because of this is where all the XP you got up front starts getting crunched down into the, spread out, if you will. Anyways, I know that probably doesn't make sense, but it does in my mind. Anyway, that is Highmountain for Alliance. Same exact route I use with the Horde. Both factions, it does not matter, but, I have to do it separately because that is a separate route, according to both factions. So, we're going to end this one there. The next and last part of the 1 to 50 stretch, before we hit Shadowlands for Alliance, is the BFA stuff. So you will see that in the next episode. So, thank you so much for watching, and as always, remember, it's never too latte. Alright. Hi all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to another episode of my long play of my route. I screwed that one up. Of my 1 to 60 route. Doing the full thing, non-stop. Almost non-stop, just all the way through. We are picking up exactly where we left off. The last episode was Highmountain for Alliance. This is the Alliance route. Our last stop is actually the BFA Footholds. That is our next direction here. So, grab a blankie, get toasty, grab a drink. I don't know, something. And buckle up, because we just got one more stage for the Alliance before we hit 50. We're almost there. This isn't really too long. Like, when you look at the time, it looks long, but to me, it doesn't feel that long. Because it doesn't really take that many zones to get to 50 anymore. So we're almost done with the 50. Getting to 50. But then we gotta get to 60. That's an entirely different animal. Where am I going here? Right. Wait for Stormwind to load in here, or as I like to call it, lag wind. Because people just like to spawn out of nowhere. There's been a lot of people on today. It's a little ridiculous. I just finished doing my dailies, my Covenant dailies. There he is. And, good gravy. I do all four Covenants on my main. And there's been a lot of people on. Like, I don't know why there's just suddenly people. I keep seeing it in, chat. I just came back from a year off. And I'm like, why now? What's going on now? Is it because of 9.2? I haven't seen any major announcements for 9.2. I don't know. It just... Suddenly everyone's off for the holidays, I guess. And everyone wants to get back into the game. Fine with me. Makes rares and stuff easier to take it down, because on my main's a prop paladin, if you didn't already know. So I can solo anything as far as, world content. I don't have any problems there. But other people certainly make it faster, so it's been pretty nice over the past few days, because a lot more people have, jumped into the game. Because I've been killing all the rares, too, in each zone. Not all the rares, but all the rares that I still need. For Mog and mounts and pets and all that stuff. And The nice thing is, as a paladin, I can collect actually almost everything that is moggable, with the exception of mail leather and cloth armor, of course, and glaives, daggers, wands, and staves. I think are the only things I can't learn as a paladin. Paladins should be able to learn staves, just in my opinion, because lore-wise, paladins were priests, and then, you know, became paladins. But apparently when you do that, you forget how to use wands and staves. Whatever. Ah, right. Oh, that's right. It's not gonna auto. So, we don't want to skip this for Alliance. That way we can get that little bit of extra XP. I tend to skip it anyways. When I'm like over 47, because I probably won't need it. But you just watch. My XP is gonna get sucked out the back end as soon as I hit 48, and I will need this. Hoping I hit 50. I'm supposed to. I skipped it. I hit the skip. Oh no. Uh-oh. I think I hit the skip out of habit. Uh-oh! Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs! Let's go back and see if I can try it. Probably not. She's probably gone. Yeah, I can't. That's still set to Thunder Totem. Shoot. Oh, the boat's here. Wait, that usually sends me to Arathi. Dear heavens, just started and already fucked it up. This is supposed to be the easiest episode, damn it. Well, let's hope that the boat doesn't take me to Arathi or wherever it usually takes me. And, we'll go see if Jane is still there. She's probably not. Oops. It's such a habit to skip all the intros. Because technically you should do it for this part, because you'll probably need it. But I'm a little ahead of where I usually am because the war mode is 20% instead of 15. So I probably won't need it, but then again, I might. Damn it. Okay, well, I guess we'll just wait for the boat. We're off to a wonderful start. Alright. So, you know, it's just gonna be fun. Sawtooth. Oh, there goes the shark. Da-dun, da-dun. That's cool. Alright, well, this is embarrassing. Let's hope that the boat doesn't take us to Arathi, or wherever it usually does. It's supposed to take you back to Stormwind, but last several times I used it, it didn't, and I think this guy's broken. He saw the worst dirt stain in his life, and he's just like, I can't. I can't. Okay, it says it's taking us to Stormwind. We're gonna find out. Whoa! Nope. Here we go. Uh-oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. Well, we're off to a swell start. Okay. Well, I'll have to blur out my information, but didn't even give me the reconnect. Wow. I hope he's not stuck. I knew I shouldn't have taken the boat. It's what I get for skipping the scenario. It's such a habit to skip. Because I've been, skipping the Mon stuff. And I don't do this. Whoa. Oh, we're in Stormwind. Okay. Good. Yay. But I don't see the boat over there. Yeah, Jane is gone. Scheisse. Well, alright. That's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We'll make do and just hope that we don't need it. We'll just take the boat back. Hope it doesn't freak out again. Sorry, everyone. That's the second time I screwed up part of the route. I screwed up part of it in the Horde, too, for, part of, oh, what was it? Whatever you call it. Drawing a blank. Drawing a blank. Hillsbrad. There we go. I screwed up the route inside Hillsbrad and went to the island with Orcus instead of doing South Shore first. Well, hopefully the boat doesn't freak out again. What a start. So, hopefully I still hit 50. That little intro doesn't give much more XP. But, still. Okay. Let's try this officially, I guess. Sorry, everyone. I even said I wasn't gonna skip it as I hit the frickin' skip. Oh boy. Classic. It's okay. It's just whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Probably. Come on, Talia. I try not to go too fast for her because she likes to get stuck. And then I have to, do the quest over. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. I've only done this over 100 times. Literally! Come on. Alright. There she is. Come here. Alright. Down we go. Yep. Skip that cutscene. That's why I like that add-on, because it just skips it before it can really even start. Just instant. Faster than human reflexes. Alright, Cyrus. Regale us your story, old man. For the 100th time. Whatever, it's fine. Grandpa Cyrus. Well, this has been a wonderful start to this episode. I'm so sorry. Everyone's being salty in trade chat, as usual. At least it's not politics this time. They're just ganging up on gold beggars again. Oh, but what else is new? I'm sure every server's got that. All the people start coming back to the game, which includes all the trade chat trolls that just sit there and trade and complain and be salty. And then wonder why they're bored. It's like, well, probably because you're not actually playing the game, you're just using it as a social platform, which is an interesting choice. I don't know that I would choose WoW as my social platform, to be honest. But, whatever. Anyway. So. Are you done, Cyrus? Yes. Good. Alright. Alright, gotta go talk to the mage first. What I was going to say before I completely screwed up this introduction to this episode, I swear, is we're almost to 50 on Alliance here. either the next episode, next for Horde should be. They should line up. Either the previous episode for Horde of this week or the next week for Horde should be their last one for 50 as well. They have one more step than Alliance does, just because of how it panned out. But I started Alliance first, so they should come out at the same time. I don't recall. Leave those there. You don't actually need to take anything. Talked again. Alright, war campaign time. But, so what I mean by that is both Horde and Alliance should now be 50 by the end of this. Let's go do Zul'Zar first. And that means the last section to do is the 50 to 60 stuff. So that's identical between the two factions. Because it's Shadowlands, there's no faction stuff. It's, you know, not between Horde and Alliance at least. So instead of doing it twice and boring your skull as well as mine, what I'm going to do is the Horde character that I've been leveling through this is going to be the one to do the route the guide route. So he's going to do it just like I showed you in my 50 to 60 guide. Possibly with a tweak, possibly not, because, I mean, I can talk about that when I get there. Next episode for that. But instead of just cutting off the Alliance entirely, I will, oh, we can go now. Okay. I'm out of whack today, apparently. I'm going to continue the Alliance one as well. That way it's, you know, to see start to finish, kind of the whole process. Because I'm going to do it's not really a route, just a variant version of my 50 to 60 leveling that I've been doing lately. Because I have found that for the most part, no matter what I do, I seem to just hit 60 around 4-ish hours. I can't seem to get too much faster than 4 hours, and unless I really dawdle, my 50 to 60 doesn't really go over 5. It's like, it's kind of funny on that note is compared to previous expansions, you know, when they're current, Shadowlands is definitely the fastest that it has ever been, at least since MOP. Those always took me several hours, but of course, you know, I probably wasn't doing them very efficiently because I didn't know what I was doing at the time. But in comparison to the 1 to 50, which takes me between 6 and 7 hours, it feels really long by comparison because, you know, that's 4 hours for 10 levels instead of like 6-ish hours for 50 levels. That's a huge difference, you know? And I think that's why people have been complaining about it taking so long. Like, it's really not that long compared to other expansions, but we also haven't had a level squish like this before, you know? It's always just, here's the next 10 or 5 in a couple cases, levels. So, yeah, they're kind of in a funky position this time around. But anyway, I'm rambling. My point is, I'm going to do something a little different for the Alliance character here, and I will do, it's not really a route, it's just kind of what I've been doing because I got, I'm not sick of leveling. I'm just tired of doing the same thing over and over, honestly. Like, I have my routes there for efficiency. Like, when I want to be quick and on the ball and I want to put effort into it, I use my roots. But I don't use my roots all the time. When I'm not in the mood to just, you know, go ham and focus, which you kind of need to for the 50 to 60, then I do other things, which involves everything from archaeology to herbalism to mining to pet battles to treasures to just a little bit of Torghast here and there. Yeah, some quests. So I don't have a particular route for the lazy version, is kind of what I call it. And it's definitely not nearly as efficient as my guide version, but you know, for fun. I said I'd take both characters, Horde and Alliance, that we're leveling here all the way to 60, and that's what I'm gonna do. So there's just, to me, no sense in doing the same route twice. 'Cause, yeah. Just wouldn't really be very fruitful, in my opinion. Because it's identical. I even had debated if I had needed to do Highmountain and Val'sharah twice. Just because, you know, the route within them is the same for both factions, but the levels are going to be different, at least for Highmountain. So I went ahead and did them twice, because it does complete the route. So whatever. But yeah. So gonna do these routes here. Do these footholds. Oh yeah, and as a teeny spoiler, later in the Horde episodes, I'm not sure which episode I talked about it in. It might have been the last. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My thing's not working. Uh-oh. 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 Where's my thing? I hate it when this... Nope, not that one. When this button doesn't do what it's supposed to. I have to put it back down. There we go. Okay, now we're in business. Whoops, I wasn't watching my pet health. Anyway, in one of the later Horde episodes, I talk about wanting to redo the routes, possibly, in terms of doing like a non-crummy time version. Which I need to, you know, at some point put some more time into, but honestly, there really hasn't been much of a difference. It's just been more consistent not doing it in crummy time. Like, that's the only difference. And I don't have, like, I keep trying to throw in alternatives, like using Zuldazar instead of BFA and the Garrison part, but it pans out to, like, almost the same time, just a little bit longer, actually. And it's like, at that point, okay, do I stay in Zuldazar and make the route longer for the sake of being able to just stay in one zone? Honestly, to me, no. Just because if you're anything like me, I get bored of really long zones just because I'm the type that gets bored kind of easy. I like seeing variety in my play. That's why I've on my main, really been enjoying doing the Covenant dailies. I say dailies, but it's the rares, the conductor stuff, the, you know, the special, like the Abomination Factory and all that stuff every day. But I do all 4 factions, you know, including, you know, the rares for each zone that I need that still have stuff that I need. And so that's variety. That's 4 different zones, 4 different covenants. And even though it's a lot of very similar activities, it's aesthetically different. The flavor is different. And so I don't get bored. I enjoy it. And then I throw in Korthia in pieces because I can check for the transmog from the dailies in Korthia every time I swap a covenant. I just go back and check the quest and see if any of them have, you know, transmog for that covenant. And multiple can be up at the same time from different covenants. So I do just the quest that has that mog for that covenant until I'm on my last covenant, and then I'll pick up the rest of the quest that didn't have any mog and then finish Korthia. So, you know, that's 5 zones, technically. Actually 6, because I make sure to do the Ma dailies for Venari as well. I don't need these guys anymore, shoot. Oh well. I make sure to do those as Night Fae, because when you turn in those to Venari, her dailies as a Night Fae, you get spirits for the Queen's Conservatory, which is really nice because it's an easy way to do it without having to do dungeons or stuff like that. So that's been nice. And it's funny because it doesn't tell you that it'll give you spirits. I found out just because I happened to be Night Fae and decided I needed to do those dailies. I haven't been doing the Venari dailies, with the exception of the one weekly that you turn Stygia in for. Just because I couldn't passively get Venari rep anyways from doing Korthia and Covenant stuff. You know, in small amounts. And I do want that Paragon mount, but it wasn't high on my list right now. But I found out after looking at the Death's Advance vendor, because I'm almost exalted finally with Death's Advance on my main, that the 4 different transmog sets and the 4 different mounts and the tabard all cost Stygia, which I don't know if you've tried to farm Stygia unless there's some crazy secret. There just isn't a great way to get a lot of it consistently, aside from doing the Venari's dailies every day. So I just decided, since I need about 30k worth of Stygia, I picked up, I'm just going to start doing her dailies every day. I'm already at like 12k and it's only been a few days of those, so that's not bad. It ramps up pretty quickly. Where was I going with that? Oh yeah, it's variety. So I've been enjoying doing that because that's 6 different zones. Ma, Korthia, and then the 4 Covenant zones. Oh look, 48. Neat. Taking a Shadowlands. So I don't get bored doing that every day because there's a lot of variety there. I think they actually structured that very well. As well as the calling. I do whatever the calling is for the day, the new one. For the Covenant that I'm currently in, I just do it with them because I'm Rhiannon 80 for all 4 Covenants now, which is awesome. So I don't need to worry about who gets Rhiannon anymore, at least on my main. But yeah, so that's kind of going back to my point here, since I'm apparently I'm scatterbrained today, all over the place. My point is I get bored easy, so doing really long zones, like Zuldazar in almost all 3 brackets, 10 to 30, 30 to 40, and 40 to 50, is actually a really good zone, and you get a good juicy bit of XP out of it in only a little over a couple hours. It's not as good as Highmountain, but it's like, with some optimization and figuring things out, if I really analyzed it, I think it could be almost as good as Highmountain type of thing. But it's still longer. Like, my best time so far is 200 minutes. That's, let's see, 1 hour, or 2 hours is 120. So that's 3 hours, you know, let's see. Because 120 plus another 60 is 180. So that's 3 hours and 10 minutes. Math. Something like that. I'm probably wrong, but anyway. Of course, that's going from 10 to 30. And that's actually not even 30. You will get from 10 to 34, I think. It's pretty juicy, actually. And if you go there at 40, you will hit 50 if you do everything. you'll get all the way to 50. And it was one that I had considered for a 45 to 50, just because it's actually pretty good, and that's, at least for the Horde, a possibility for a complete non-chromie time route. Because you can either turn on chromie time for the last 5, because Legion is the next behind BFA, and it stops at 45. If you want to not use chromie time at all from 45 to 50, you gotta do BFA stuff. That's just kind of how it is. But, uh-oh. Yeah, so I had considered it for a 45 to 50, because it's pretty good in that slot too. But I don't know. It's kind of up in the air, and I'm kind of continuing on that thought. If you've seen whatever episode that is, it's either the Highmountain one, which I think is the final one for Horde of that 1 to 60 series, final 1 to 50 part. I don't know. I don't know whatever episode I talked about redoing the route in. I've just not been coming up with better times. Like, this one is, for me, the best time according to not using any buffs, not doing speedrunner tactics, you know, like special gear aside from heirlooms, which are available to everybody easily. You know, you buy them once, you have it on all your alts. So, yeah. I mean, like, you know, if I juiced myself up with buffs, it could go faster, but that's kind of the thing. Since it's dynamic now, when I did do it with it was the, I don't remember which, if it was the Horde or the Alliance one, but I used Darkmoon Fair buff, and I used the Anniversary buff, and what do you call those things? Drought of 10 Lands from BFA. I had some of those still lingering around. Can I do this yet? There it goes. And I came up short in Highmountain. It was the Horde one, yeah, because I did Highmountain last. That was the Horde one. So that's kind of funny. I got out of the 1 to 30 stretch, well, 10 to 30 technically. I got out of the 10 to 30 stretch early, but I came up short in the 30 to 50 stretch. So that's interesting. That's definitely interesting. Don't know what to make of that. That's just kind of the nature of the beast, because one of my, whatever you call them, Discord members had mentioned that they decided to stay in Hillsbrad after the 30 mark just to see what would happen. I don't remember what they said they got to. Probably like 33 or 34, I think, is what you usually hit if you decide to stay there. It'll take you like another hour, but you'll get like a few more levels. And, come on. And she said that she came up short. Why do I have this again? Stay hidden. In Highmountain, which was at the very end. She was like a couple levels short. Just because she went to didn't adhere to the soft cap of 30, like I say in my guide, and decided to go to Val'sharah with a few levels over 30. And I know it's crazy, but that's why I say to do that, because every time I tried to come into Val'sharah or even Highmountain, and it didn't matter what zone, every time I tried to get out of that, you know, but if you come into a zone in the middle of a bracket, like, it just screws it up. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know what to say besides that's just how it is. It's crazy. So that's kind of why using all the buffs, I think, will kind of screw it up because, you know, you'll technically get more out of the 10 to 30 section if you do the same thing, you know, you like in Hillsbrad for Horde, for example, or even Alliance, you know, if you finish the Gorgron part, or however much you need, depending on how ahead or behind you were. You know, you'll get more out of that, even if you do the same thing with buffs in that section. But after that, you seem to... It just... If you come in too high, it just throws it off. Huh? And it's not just a Legion thing. It's anywhere I went. Like, I went back and even did Gorgron, because Gorgron's much easier to deal with flying. And I don't know. It was the same thing no matter where I went. And I think maybe that's why Gorgron has felt so awkward, is because it forces, if you want to go there, like the earliest you can go to Gorgron, for example, is 15, which is very unfortunate. I think it should be 10, personally. Because yes, you have, I mean, personally, I think all zones should let you go there at 10. But aside from that, at least the early zones, to me, should be 10. Because Shadowmoon Valley and Frostfire Ridge, while I like questing there, efficiency-wise, they're just not great. They take too long. Where's my dog? Get out of here. And that was kind of the thing I was running into. Was WoD, for example, is very awkward with its levels. You'll hit every zone if you just stay there, for example, or you try to come in, you know, after the WoD intro. You'll be like the weirdest levels, like 13 and then 27 and then, you know, 15 for one of those, for Gorgron, for example. It's funky. It's really funky. Instead of the even like 5s and 10s like a lot of the other expansions seem to do. But I think that's kind of how it is now for the most part. Like, a lot of zones seem to give between 8 and 13 when used in the right range. That seems to be a theme. Like, Silverpine and Loch Modan, for example. The two kind of, in my opinion, equivalent early zones for the two factions. You are supposed to walk out with about 13 levels in both of those. Highmountain. In fact, Val'sharah, if you do it at 10, you should be about 23, so 13 levels. Highmountain is 28, but it's a bigger zone. I don't know. I'm rambling. I know it's crazy. I'm not going to bother trying to explain any of that anymore. Forget it. It's confusing to really try to even think about. That's why I don't theorize. I try not to theorize unless I have data in front of me, because otherwise it gets really hard to talk about, because it's very theory crafty, if you will. So you kind of have to play it by feel, since everything's not static anymore, which is fine. It's a gift and a curse all at once. So, you know, what are you gonna do? Yeah, I'm probably not gonna hit 50. I might. Because I screwed it up and didn't do the thing. And I already had to do Crimson Fen because I had to use the scouting map. So Crimson Fen is usually my go-to if I do this route and I don't have, you know, enough. I didn't get enough. I'm pretty sure I did it on Alliance. I don't remember. Let me look here. Rescue Rangari. Oh no, I didn't. I'm thinking of the Horde one. Huzzah! Okay, good. I didn't have to go very far, that's right. I only had to do half of the half of the Gorgrund intro. Because I did the Ashran part. I went ahead and did Ashran. The introduction for that. Whew. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. We're good! Okay, we're good. So that one really is kind of the best. If you do the Gorgrund intro and then go straight to Crimson Fen, you'll get a whole level out of that, even at 49, which is pretty sweet. Because those do not take very long, especially with flying. Like, the whole thing takes like 12 minutes if you're really cooking. 12 to 15 minutes, so that's pretty nice. But I'm hoping I'll hit 50, because I do still have Vol'dun after this, and I'd still have the other half of Nazmir here, but in case I don't, I can go there. But we'll find out. We'll find out. We will find out. I'm already 10 minutes behind just from my stupid... fuck-ups at the beginning there. Just skipping the scenario like a dumbass. Oi. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. See? I told you. I've never done my entire route perfectly. I've done parts of it perfectly. Like Highmountain, I've got that down pretty perfect almost every time. Same with Val'sharah. But the other parts, for some reason, I almost always screw up something. It's a little crazy. It's okay. Alright. Let's go talk to the crazy lady. And in terms of Zuldazar being a really good zone, that's only for Horde, of course. Alliance doesn't get to quest there except for this foothold part. And the Alliance version, like, the best one to me is Drustvar, but only the first half of it. Not even the whole zone. Like, there's my wolf. Get out here. Come on. It's, oh, it's broken out some more right here. Back, actually, it's this side of it here. Once you cross over to the western side and start doing all those, it slows down a lot. But I do need to test it again though, because I found out something and I adjusted it in my list. Nazmir and Drustvar, if you notice, if you look at the top there of the map where it says Drustvar 20 to 50, they lowered that. It used to be 25. You had to be 25 for both Drustvar and Nazmir. Vol'dun's still 30, but yeah. So that's nice. That's why when I tested it, I went there at 30. Now 20 is an awkward level to go there at, honestly. But I'm not entirely opposed, and I haven't tested it yet, to testing it actually for Alliance, possibly at 20. Maybe even like 22 or 23, like doing Loch Modan first, like I have in the guide, and then whatever you are, if you're at least 20, you know you're good. Of course, finish the zone because Loch Modan's good. And we don't want to finish Drustvar because, like I said, the western portion of it slows down considerably. And the only thing about Drustvar is it is kind of a pain to navigate if you don't know where you're going. Because it's not a very linear zone. Like, it's not a cluster zone, but they just kind of send you all over the place. It feels like I don't know, I've never really had a very good route for Drustvar. When I just kind of go for it, it just doesn't feel very organized for some reason. I don't know. In fact, I'm gonna make a note real quick. Oh, the big girl's coming. Turn on my other monitor here. Ooh. I need to make a note to test that, because I keep forgetting. Kill the big girl here first, so I don't kill myself. Loch, Modan, 10 to 20. We'll say 22 because it poo-pooed last time. And then let's try Drustvar at 20 plus. Drustvar East. Drustavart. Oops. There we go. I have to make notes when I think of them because if I don't, I will forget. I need my lists and notes. I'm not necessarily a scatterbrain. I multitask. I do multiple things all the time. And so, just because I get bored if I try to focus on one thing. So, you know, I need my notes. But yeah, it's an interesting possibility. And I thought about like trying to see if I could hone in on Tierguard a little bit more, because I just feel like Tierguard is very disorganized. In fact, all 3 BFA Alliance zones are very non-linear. Actually, unlike the Horde ones, which are very linear. Maybe that's why the Horde ones feel so much better, because cluster questing's not good anymore. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Anyway, like, parts of it, you know, of course, you're gonna have your quest chains in there, like Stormsong, for example. Stormsong, if you go there at 30, there is so much in Stormsong for the Alliance that you will be 50. You will be 50 and not have finished everything. Even if you go there at the earliest possible, which is 30. It's a little insane. There's so much there, and it took so long. In fact, I'll just leave this monitor on. How long did that even take me? I remember it being atrociously long. Just because there's so much there, which is like good but not good at the same time because, you know, where is that? Zone Compendium. I need to organize these by expansion. I mean, I have them by expansion, but I have my compendium in the order that I actually did them, which was order of interest. There it is. 35. That's right. Stormsong and Vol'dun were not 30. They were 35. So those did get lowered. See, this is why I keep data. Those got lowered too. They both got lowered. Yeah, I remember saying that to someone. I was just confused. I'm sorry. I remember telling my Discord members. Oh dear, why did I pull all these? I don't even know. I'm too busy talking. Oh dear. Anyway. Yeah, so going there at 35. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's what I get for pulling too much. Uh-oh. 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 Come on. Murder faster. Oot. Eh. Eh. Okay, I got it. We're good. We're good. We're good. No, stop. Stop siphoning my blood. That's gross and weird. There. Anyway. Yeah. So, okay, at 35, I was mistaken. This is, again, why I have lists and why I have data, because I will forget. My brain will confuse things. Come on, Bran. Alright. But yeah. At least at 35, if you stay in Storm Song, you won't even finish it, and you'll hit 50. And it's 275 minutes, according to my data there. Which, that's what? 4 or 5 hours? 275 divided by 60. Yes, I'm using calculator. 4.5 hours. 4.58, so 4.6. So, just shy of 5 hours. Whew, that's long. That's long. That's long. So, yeah. And since you didn't even finish it, that probably means you would hit, it's possible you'd still hit 50, even if you go there at 35. Very possible. Now Vol'dun, though, which I like more, because it's way faster. It was only 207 minutes at 35 plus to complete for Horde. But I didn't hit 50. I don't know if you saw that in my research video for BFA. I didn't hit 50. I went from 35 to 48, which I thought was very odd, and I know that zone very well. Because it's one of my favorite zones, actually. I love Vol'dun, so I've done it a lot. But I thought that was very strange that I didn't get enough to hit 50 out of it. Now, to be fair, Nazmir gives you a lot. So if you actually did the zones in order to completion, and you went, you got to 34 at Zuldazar and went to Nazmir, you'd be 47. So you wouldn't even need to finish Vol'dun. But, so, to be fair, if you did everything, you're gonna hit 50 if you do just that place. The BFA zones, but it's too long. It's too long, man. Too long. Alright. I might hit 50. Oh, I didn't get this one. There we go. I might hit 50. I might be just shy, because I still have Vol'dun left for my footholds here. But we'll see. We will see. Alright, Vol'dun. And onwards. Hello, lady. Take a sip. Some more lip stuff. Perfect timing. All right. Ugh. I honestly love the BFA music. I mean, I love all the WoW music, but Kultiris was pretty rad. All right, we're almost done. Almost 50. And now, as kind of a random thing, on the off chance that I hit 50 before I finish Vol'dun, which is very rare, it does happen sometimes though. I finish Vol'dun anyways, because the footholds, I like opening them completely, just because it, keeps things from glitching out, phasing. There's a lot of phasing. And when you try and, if you kind of want to come back later and try to do stuff like world quests or rares or something, the last thing you want is to be phased out just because 5 years ago you didn't finish the frickin' foothold quest to set up the area, you know? It's like, believe me, I've done stuff like that. With other things. And it's really annoying, so take it from me. Finish it, even if you're 50. Now, if you left Chronomy Time on like I did here, you might need to come back and finish it. Where am I going here? But you can actually just turn off Chronomy Time before you come do the BFA part, because it goes to 50 without Chronomy Time, because it is the base time. So you don't technically need it on. And I don't even know that it actually does anything. I'm not sure if it actually phases you out or not from high level characters. There's never anyone here in BFA stuff anymore, so I can't really confirm. But I know scaling wise, it doesn't do anything. I've leveled here with Chronomy Time and without, and I always get the same results, so I don't think it's active, even though it's on. And I know it will still port you out when you hit 50 because it's on. So I don't know. I haven't tested it as far as seeing if it, phases me out or not from the BFA time. But it's not like it matters too much. It's really just for the sake of like using war mode, so some level 60 douchebag doesn't see a level 49 and decide to come pwn you because they think it's funny, even though they get nothing out of it. But whatever. Other than that, it doesn't matter. Oh, there's one back here. Wasn't there? Yep, there it is. Prickly pear. And the pawpaws. Alright. I do honestly wish that the opposite faction could quest in opposite faction zones. Like as Alliance, I could quest here. Even if maybe they did like a mercenary mode type thing. I could flick on mercenary mode. Like they have it for PvP, and they even technically do it in the hair in my mouth. In the Battle on Dazara Lore raid. It's not technically mercenary mode, but you do switch factions. RP in game wise, not actually switching factions for part of the raid, because you do the opposite bosses, which I think is neat. It's a neat little thing. So it's not like they don't have the technology for it. I mean, all they gotta do, as far as I know, is flick a little switch and suddenly you're Horde. I would imagine, but that would be nice. Because they do it for mercenary mode for PvP. I would like that. I'm drooling, jeez. I would like that for questing, honestly. Just because not everybody wants to play both factions. And the faction divide at this point in the game, to me, seems silly. In the context of not being able to play with each other. In all the other MMOs that I've played, it didn't matter what faction with you were, you could play with the other factions, with the exception of, like, PvP. Which is fine. Keep it that way. PvP should be faction, that's where you get your war on, your war pants on, But if I want to go level with my, my Nightborn or Val'sharah friend, as a human, to me, I should be able to. Not everyone's racist, I don't know. That's a whole different tangent entirely, but at the very least, I would like to be able to quest in opposite faction zones, because there's a lot of content that you miss by not playing both factions. Well, literally, like almost half the game practically, as far as questing and different lore, and yeah, it's interesting. So, yeah, I would very much like to do that. Because Vol'dun, like I said, Vol'dun's one of my favorite zones. And one of my other favorite zones is Frostfire Ridge. I love Frostfire over in Draenor, Worlds of Draenor. It's one of my favorite zones in the game, but it's Horde only. I play both factions. I'm totally fine with playing both factions, but I like to do certain zones, you know, and I can't do that, you know, Vol'dun or Frostfire if I play Alliance. I have to go quest somewhere else, and it kind of irks me. Not gonna lie. Because I'm someone who likes to do everything in the non-competitive sense. I like to do everything, see everything, collect everything, because I enjoy the whole game for what it is. And not being able to do certain zones just because of my faction seems funky. Now, I'm not asking to be able to waltz into Orgrimmar. Like, I'm still fine if we have some things. Like, I'm not asking to remove factions. Just have areas, things, ways we can play together. Like, I'd like to raid together. Everyone always complains about having a faction imbalance in PvP. Well, imagine if it was technically free-for-all. And say 30 Horde queued up and 10 Alliance queued up. 10 of those Horde would be put on the Alliance side. And now it's just a 20 versus 20. For a 40 man or whatever the numbers usually are. So, you know, or like the mythic Hall of Fame. Alliance, historically, especially the past couple expansions, is always way behind the Horde, because most of the competitive players, for whatever reason, I don't know the reasons, tend to play Horde, more so, apparently. And, yeah, that would even up too, if you could play whatever faction and raid with whatever faction. There wouldn't be that thing anymore, which would be nice. So, I don't know. Just a thought. Because by all means, I'm not asking to remove the factions or even the faction divide necessarily. Just blur the lines a little bit in some areas, because like in the real world, there's no black or white. There's no definitive line. Really, everything's gray in the real world. So, you know, there's always a little bit of good, a little bit of bad with everything. I mean, just look at politics. Technically, that's what we're dealing with faction-wise in the game, is in-game politics. But it's more about race instead of actually, like, a political stance, which is interesting. And that's a whole nother topic that I'll talk about in my podcast when that comes out in February. Just because, you know, it's a whole monster to chew on right there. So, yeah. Looking forward to this podcast, actually. Just because Canary and I agree on a lot of things, because she's going to be the other host in the podcast. But I'm sure we don't agree on everything. I'm sure there's things we don't. And I'm looking forward to, you know, discussing things with her. Not getting all offended, you know what I mean? Because some people, for some reason, a lot of people, it feels like you disagree with them at all, even if you're not being hostile, they immediately take offense to it, just because you don't see it their way. And it's like, I don't care if you agree with me or not. I'm not trying to fight about it, you know what I mean? In fact, if anything, I want to be convinced. I want to see why you see a certain thing. Talk to me about it, you know? Let's have a civil discussion. People don't like civil discussions anymore. I don't know that they ever did, but people just don't. Which is a shame, just because I like seeing different points of views. even if I don't agree with them. It's just interesting. Alright, now we get to wait for Vorik to get his bum up here, and like I had thought, I would probably have been 50 if I did the dang intro like I was supposed to. But I'm gonna be a little short, but it's okay. It's okay. Maybe it's a good thing, because I can use my Garrison Hearth after I turn in these last couple of quests, and I can go back up to Gorgrund, and from the looks of it, I didn't even finish the intro, and I vaguely remember it now. That was a couple of weeks ago now. Rescue Rengar, yeah, that's part of the intro, because there's Wild Wash. We didn't even open, High Pass, there it is. We didn't even open High Pass yet. So, if we're not 50 by the end of that, and then we still have, you know, Crimson Fen, which is right here. So, perfect. And it's actually even faster on Alliance than it is Horde, just because, as you saw, it's all in the same little spot. Oh, you're not ready yet. There we go. Come on. There we go. Alright. Whereas Horde have to do a bit of traveling. Here, I'll show you here. Draenor. Because for Horde have to come over to this. Where is it? Somewhere in here, I think. Beastwatch, it's right there. There, right in my face. I don't see the flight point because I'm Alliance. But I have to do all that. It's right in here. The Laughing Skull stuff, and then they do Beastwatch, and then they can go over and do Crimson Fen. But for Alliance, we start here. So we just do right here. It's in this nice little tidy spot. So it does not take long at all, which is really nice. It's really nice if you need a quick hot level. Oh man, I am right there. I would have been 50. Darn it. Darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. That's frustrating. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Back to Borealis. It's fine. It's okay. Even though I'm annoyed. It's okay. Alright. So, let's head to the Garrison. And we're gonna go finish the... probably won't even finish it. Just do a couple quests in the Gorgrund intro. And then we'll be 50. And the reason I do the Gorgrund one is not just because, you know, it's good, which it is really good. I might as well collect this while I'm here. Is Flight Master gonna show up? Did you still take me to... Yeah. There we go. But yeah, it's not just because it's really good, data-wise, mathematically, but also because we have a hearth directly to the Garrison. Just over there. From wherever you are, you don't have to go to any mage towers or portals or anything, and then, you know, fly points. And even if you hadn't started the Gorgrund intro yet, they, at least for Alliance, you get a flight point. If you pick up the quest from the board on the Horde, and not from the NPC, well, you don't even get it from NPC. If you can manage to pick up the quest on the board for Gorgrund, you can get a flight over. But Horde doesn't really need it because, A, they're closer to Gorgrund. They don't have to cross an entire zone and a half like Alliance does. But you, in the Horde version, you have fast flying. You're already, I think. I don't even remember. What level are you there? I don't even remember my own route. That's disappointing. If intro Garrison, yeah, 40 to 43 is the whole Garrison Gorgrund intro Crimson Fen section. Yep. So yeah, you have your fast flying. So, I mean, there you go. You don't even need a lift. But yeah, as Alliance, they'll shoot you all the way up there, and if you have been there, like I just was, you'll get flight path. So that's nice. Didn't take long. But yeah. So we're almost 50. Almost 50. I guess I can keep talking about the possibly revised route. I don't know if I am going to do one. I know I said I really wanted to in the Horde series of this long play, but I don't know that I can. Because I keep coming up with... Like, I've got other things I still need to test, but they're not very promising. They don't feel like it's a strong maybe. Not a maybe yes, you know? So... Yeah. There we go. So, you know, it's kind of a... I don't know. I don't know that I will. Like, I want to, but want and able are two different things. So, we'll see. You might see a revised version of the routes. You might not. I don't know. Like, in my mind, ideally, if I could, it would be non-Chromie time, and the routes for the two factions would be identical. I don't know that I can do either of those. So, you know, without getting crazy. So, we'll see. All I can say is we'll see. Now, when the next expansion comes around, and Shadowlands gets added to the low leveling, there will be a new route, I'm sure. But, yep, there it is. There's 50. Let's set this up real quick. Yay! The only cutscene I won't skip. There we go. There, got that turned in before it ports me out, because as you can see up here, my time walking campaign ends, so it's gonna port me out. Might as well start selling things. Oh yeah. But there you go. So even though done incorrectly, there was the incorrectly with issues. There was the 1 to 50 route. Oh yeah, and I was still wearing mostly low-level stuff, it looks like. That's okay. Really doesn't matter, honestly. Wrist. Oop. Alright. Well, we'll clean this guy up. And I'll stick him in Stormwind and... Because 50 to 60 is technically what's next. We're not going to be doing that in this episode, obviously. But just like previous episodes, you are going to see all of my lovely cleanup, because that is technically part of it. I clean out my bags after every zone. Well, not every zone, but at least every once in a while when I come back to the city, I guess. Try to do every zone. Oh yeah, I need to reset my hearth too. I set it back to trade. In fact, I'll go over there. Oh yeah, and oh, I didn't put my thingies on. Oopsies. Ah, it hasn't loaded in yet, I see. Of course. Of course. Alright. So let's smog here real quick. Nice. We'll go put these items in the bank, but we're gonna let me make sure my GB auto deposit's off. Keep the gold on us. Yep, it's off. Because if you don't count the having to take out 4,500 or whatever it was for the fast flying, if you don't count that, that's how much gold we made. About 4,700. That's pretty good. Because I think I bought my first 3 licenses, I believe. I could be wrong, I don't remember. with the gold that I made. And the only one that I think it didn't cover was the 40 flying. Which is fine. I can delete that now. But, yeah, so we are all set to go to Shadowlands. Or at least the 50 to 60 portion. So I'm gonna go flap his bummy over here. And, yeah, so that was the 1 to 50 route. Flaws and all for Alliance. So, we're gonna cut that off there because that was the BFA Footholds. I didn't do the intro like a dumbass, but do the intro. You will hopefully hit 50. And like I showed you, at the very least I got to show you. If you don't hit 50, even if you do the intro, go back to your Garrison and go finish the Gorgrund parts that you hopefully didn't finish. If not, go somewhere else. You'll figure it out. But anyway, that's all we got for this episode. So, thank you so much for watching, and as always, remember, it's never too latte. Bye-bye. Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to my full 1 to 60 series where I level a character from 1 to 60. I'm doing the full route, as you have probably seen before, and we are continuing for the Alliance exactly where we left off. I am now level 50, so it is Shadowlands time. That's what we are going to be doing, kind of. If you have watched the previous episodes for either Horde or Alliance, then you will know, and I will tell you again, that the... Excuse me, a little early for that. That the Alliance route now from 50 to 60 is not going to follow the route that I made for my guide. The Horde part, so that way that's not, because it's going to be identical if I did my route for both the Horde and Alliance, and that's really boring to watch, you know? And I don't always follow my own route either, so that's what I'm going to do for the Alliance one. I'm not going to follow my route, I'm going to do something different. It's not going to be as efficient, it's not going to be as timely, or, you know, as speedy as the guide route that I had created, but it's a little bit more fun, I think. So it's a little more variety, and it's not exactly what I would put in a guide because it's not, I don't know, parts of it aren't as reliable because there's a little bit of RNG involved and sometimes other people can come mess it up as well. Excuse me. So, we're just going to get right into it. I'm not going to really tell you what it is because it's just kind of, I just kind of go for it. So, first of all, we need to make sure our add-ons are set up, and I believe they already are. Yep. I have auto turn in off, system canceller on, and help me play should be on. Yep, there it is. Because 50 plus, I use help me play, and it's been adjusted now. I've updated. So if you type /HMP, there's this lovely little, whatever you call this, a menu. There we go. So you can tell it what you want to automate, which wasn't like that when I did the guide. So this is new, which is nice, because now, unlike the guide where I said to make sure you have it off at this point, I can have it on here, and I have already selected exactly what I want automated for it, which is really nice. So thank you to Light Sky for that, and we're going to get right into this. We're going to go ahead and go to Shadowlands. We're going to skip the Maw intro. I don't want to do the Maw intro. It's just not efficient no matter how I spin it. I have tried to make it good, tried to make it work. Just no bueno for me. So yeah, we're just not going to worry about that. We're just going to skip it immediately. I'm not going to bother with it. So, and in case you're wondering, on the non-guide version that I'm going to be doing here for these next few episodes for Alliance, there's not going to be any islands in it. No islands. The islands are great if you have the skill and ability to dish it out, which I do, but, you know, sometimes you don't want to challenge because they are challenging, at level 50 at least. Level 51 plus, they become way easier, but you also get way less experience. So that's kind of the trade-off. So, it was hard to notice there because it does it automatically for me, but I've selected Threads of Fate, I already picked up my engineering for Shadowlands here because this is not a main profession alt, so he can have engineering because we want that Shadowlands wormhole generator. Gonna choose Night Fae here because I'm slightly biased and I kind of just like that one at default for most of my alts, honestly. And we're gonna pick Torghast. So we've got Torghast all prepped and ready, but we're actually not gonna go to Torghast right now. What I am going to do instead, okay, it's catching up with me here. What I'm actually going to do is go back to Stormwind, and we're actually going to hop over to Battle for Azeroth zones, which for the Alliance is, what do I have, mail? Oh, it's probably a new bag or whatever. Blizzard likes, the dev team, or, you know, Blizzard likes to send you a 30 slot bag when you hit 50, I've noticed. Kind of interesting. Anywho, because we're going to head over to BFA and we're going to do something that I can't really put in my guide. I can't, in my eyes, justify it as good for a route simply because all it takes is one other person to be doing it and it gets completely screwed up and it doesn't work. What I'm referring to is herbalism and mining, which in this case I'm just gonna do herbalism. You can do herbalism and mining. Which actually I probably should have done now that I think about it. Whatever, it's, you know what? Yeah, it's fine. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do herbalism and mining now that I picked up my engineering. That means I should have set my hearth. Ah, it's fine. Whatever. I don't do this every time, so I haven't, like, set it in stone. But I'm going to pick up BFA Herbalism because I've found that BFA Herbalism is actually good for the first, and mining, you know, gathering here. Good for like the first 2-ish levels, so like 50 to 52 before the, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of engineering. I know I just picked it up. Real professional of me here, but but after 52 it really falls off and it's not great because you're supposed to be, you know, in Shadowlands by this point. But I play on full servers. Like, even during drought times, I play on Moonguard US. It's always hopping. That's always full of people. And trying to find herbs and ore in current content, which right now is Shadowlands zones, good luck. So that's why I can't really do that in a guide. But what I'm going to pull out of my bank here, I want a pair of Monol Hardened Stirrups, because that will let me mine and herb while mounted. I want a Dark Moon Firewater, because that will speed up my gathering or whatever. And it doesn't technically stack with the herbalism gloves enchant, but I'm going to put it on anyway just because I can and I have a bunch of them. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm on war mode, by the way. I'm going to hope and pray that there is no one else here also farming herbs, because sometimes there is. Like right now, there's not been a lot of people farming herbs in BFA content because they're not used for anything really vital right now. But if there is, I can't do it because it immediately kind of screws this up. So we're going to put on the stirrups, drink that down, and then you can see here we got some riverbud and stuff. We're going to start doing it's the riverbud route, but I pick everything, honestly. So that's what we're going to do here all the way until 52. Let me make sure my heirlooms are good. Yes. Now the only reason I have found, and here's another thing that I can't really, reason why, my words all over the place today, I'm sorry. Here's another reason why I haven't really been able to put this in a route either. Oh, came back, nice. Give. Is this, not only does it only take one other person to totally screw this up. Like, if there was someone else here, which there might not be because I'm seeing herbs and ore, like, just me being here makes it not great for someone else to be here, because if you're flying around trying to find herbs constantly, like, if you're together doing it in a group, then it's fine, because it has a despawn time of, like, a minute, 2 minutes? I don't remember what the despawn time is for these herbs and ore nodes, but it's not very long. It's way shorter than I personally think it should be, but so that makes it hard for, you know, more than one person to do this. So there's that reason, and I feel it's only good with rested. And since it's been a few days, leave me alone, you dang. Leave me alone. I should have put on the mining one. Why? You jerks. But yeah. It's fire moon water on, right? Yeah. I think I'm gonna put the mining on. I think maybe it does stack a little bit. I don't know, but I'm gonna grab the mining one instead. Give. That's Legion. Coltirian. There it is. Anywho, I think it's only good with rested. If you're trying to do this, you know, right after you hit 50, you just finished leveling in a previous zone and you don't have any rested. I don't really feel that stuff like this is worth it, because that's kind of the funny thing. There's a lot of good ways to get XP at level 50, from herbalism and mining to rares to islands to Torghast, but a lot of them are better if you have a full bar of rested. And if you want to just go for it, you know, with no rested. Oh, and archaeology, that's another one. You can do archaeology from 50 to however long you want as well. But without rested, it's just not great. And I don't know. I don't feel right saying that you need to make sure you have rested to be able to do my guide. That feels silly to me. Only because that means, like, you literally have to wait. And, you know, I'd be telling you to be like, okay, now don't play that character for, like, 4 days or whatever. I don't know, that seems silly to me. I guess it's just kind of a personal thing, but yeah, so, but that's kind of why I haven't recommended doing, like, the BFA herbalism or mining or anything like that in guides, just because it's not consistent. There's someone else here that immediately is ruined. If, you know, it's you don't have rested, you can't really do it. It's not great. Treasures. Did that not pick up? He's just, like, not picking up his stuff. Do your things, dude. There we go. But, yeah, so I don't really need to hammer that home anymore, but, so, in other words, you know, if you're watching this, you want to be like, hey, because this is really good XP, if you have rested, if you have a full set of looms, because that extends your rested, and no one else is here. So if you want to do this, go for it, by all means. Just be warned, if you don't have all three of what I just said, this isn't going to be that great. There it is. So, and you can also use the Sky Golem for herbalism, because you can pick herbs in that without requiring the stirrups. But I like using the stirrups, A, so I can use whatever amount I want, and B, so I can do mining as well without being dismounted. Wow, my voice is weak today. Weak. I know I'm not killing the bees and things, but that's because I don't really care. So, I'm sure that'll drive somebody nuts. Let's see here. Oh, there it is. I saw it. But, so yeah, that's what we're doing, probably just for this episode, depending on how long it goes. It doesn't take me very long. Like, I can usually do 50 to 52 if there's no one here and I have a full bar of rested and I make sure I'm wearing my heirlooms. I can usually do 50 to 52 in like 40 minutes. It's not bad. Which is technically really good. But again, you have to like wait to do it faster. And I guess in my mind, if you already have to wait that time period, unless you don't play constantly. Like, I don't play constantly. I level intermittently because I have other things I have to do. So this works out for me. It's very hard for me to not have rested. But, you know, if you're someone that wants to go from 1 to 60 in one shot, which, A, good luck. That's a lot of work. And B, who has that much time on their hands? I don't. But, you know. So, give. Leave me alone. Did I get it? Yeah, I did. Oh yeah, and if you're wondering, I also have barding, so I can't get dismounted. And that's another reason why I like using these stirrups, because the barding, which keeps you from getting dismounted... Where is this? Is it on the tree? There it is. Give. Uh-oh. Am I gonna DC? No! Don't ruin it for me! Oh dear. Don't DC. What's going on? Stop it. Stop it, please. Yep, there it goes. Okay. I love this reconnect button, by the way. It's so nice. So let's just let's reconnect here, and hopefully my internet's functioning. I might have to go reset it, which is really irritating. Come on. My internet's been out of whack the past couple days, and it's so frustrating. I don't know what is up with it. Well, hopefully that's better. I don't know. Anyway, hopefully I'm not getting the shite beat out of me by some mobs. Yep, I'm dead. Okay. Thanks. There went my firewater. Freaking internet. Drives me nuts. I don't know why I'm lagging a little bit occasionally, but kinda gets on my nerves. Anyway, when I'm not having internet troubles, I can usually... I need to pull out... I can't pull out another thing. Ugh, that's irritating. Take the herb. Fine, you guys are killed me last time. You get to die. I usually don't have this issue. So of course, you know, when I want to record, the internet decides to screw up. I knew I should have just grabbed a stack of firewater instead of just one. Oy vey. Alright. Well, at least we're not that far from BFA, or from Kultiris over there. We're gonna go grab another firewater. See, look at all these pretty herbs. Delicious. Much slower that is without the firewater. Oy. At least I can do this from the sky. That's fine. I know I'm not getting everything, but I'm gonna go grab another firewater. At least the stirrups stay on through death, which is good because those are expensive, man. Ugh, forget it. I'm just gonna go get the firewater. Irritating. So, that's irritating. Anyway, so we're gonna be picking herbs and ore until 52. Because it looks like there's no one here. And granted, my internet doesn't get weird again. I don't know if I need to move it because, as a reminder, I say this often, but I play on a hotspot. Because that's all that reaches where I live. Now there's currently nothing better. I want Starlink. I've been in queue for Starlink for over a year now. And it's not supposed to be here now until the end of this year, which is killing me because I keep getting pushed out. And I'm like, can I have an upgrade, please? It'd be great. There's a lot of things I would like to do. I can't stream. I can't. My upload times are horribly long. I'm gonna grab a stack this time. I'm gonna be smart. Suck that down. Alright. Take 2. I swear. All the problems happen when you're recording. I swear. It's the camera's curse because I don't usually have this issue when I'm not recording, but you know. Lovely internets. Okay. Oh, there's a couple back here. Might as well snag these while I'm here. So I've noticed mining you can get while you're flying. But herbs you can't. I think that's because of druids. Blizzard doesn't want druids getting things while they're flying. Which is fine, I get it. But you know. Give. Alright, back to the regime. Sheesh. But yeah, assuming I don't have too many more issues here, I'm gonna do this and then probably a quick round of Torghast on him because I find Torghast while leveling is really easy. But like I said in my guide, I think it's only good if you have the daily available, which you can only do once a day. That's the only time I think Torghast is actually worth doing. Like, it's fun. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy doing it, but I also don't like doing something and not getting much out of it, if that makes sense. I like being efficient. That's why I don't call myself a speedrunner, and it's funny, actually. I keep getting people that are like, you need to do speedrunning content, you need to host competitions, you and Des Mephisto should race. And I'm like, I'm not a speedrunner. I'm not sure what gave you guys that inclination, but I'm just not. I like casual leveling. I'm not trying to get the best times ever. I'm just trying to be efficient. You know? So, I don't know. I'm just not competitive. Because even if I agreed and said, yeah, I'll go do this race, I know I wouldn't do very good because at the root of it, I don't really care who wins. I think it's just fun to level. So, you know, that wouldn't be a very interesting race because whoever I'm racing would be over there kicking my ass and I'm just like, la 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 la, don't care. So, you know, it's not really a race then at that point. What do you do? Besides, I am... Like, I know if I really wanted to, I could probably do pretty good in a speed level competition, but it's not my jam, so I don't know. I'd have to want to. But I know I could do pretty good if I really wanted to. I don't think I'd win, but I'd do good at least. It's just funny that that's just kind of been something that keeps getting brought up over the 2-ish years that I've been a YouTuber now. It gets brought up occasionally. It's like, do you know Des Mephisto? You should do competitions with them. I'm gonna like, but I'm not a speedrunner. I haven't done any speedrunning content for leveling, that is. I've done some speedrunning for like clearing dungeons and raids and stuff. Only like a couple. But I don't know. I'm just not a gotta go fast person, I guess. It's okay though. It's fine. I appreciate the desire to see me do things. I don't see it as something negative. Like some people might be like, ugh, leave me alone, stop telling me to do these things. I don't mind it because it tells me what my audience wants. And for the most part, I'm willing to do what my audience wants. But I have to also want to do it, if that makes sense, because if it's not something I normally do or want to do or like to do, I'm not really gonna do it because it's not, I don't find it interesting. I do have all the correct, 1151, right? Yeah, those are all still active. Good. Just making sure I have the correct heirlooms on, because some of my alts don't. And then I accidentally screw this up because I don't have the bonus. Oh. So, you know. Yay. But I would stream more, on the note of things I would and wouldn't do. More at all, rather. If I could stream, I totally would. Because right now, technically, the only way I can stream is by playing with my friend Canary. And she hosts the stream. Because I can do voice chat, usually, and WoW at the same time, and my internet can handle it. But if I try to do streaming, I can't. I can't even watch streams. So obviously I can't do my own streams. So anything I do would have to be group content. I've thought about asking her if she's wanted to stream with me. I know she would totally want to, but she doesn't have a lot of time, you know? And we can't stream what's on my screen. And I know people don't come to watch her necessarily stream things. They come to watch me if they were to watch me streaming or something. But I can't do that. That's just why it's kind of killing me that Starlink's taking so long, because I'm supposed to be able to stream with it. And it's not supposed to be here till the end of 2022 now. And I'm like, first it was the middle of 2021, then it was the end of 2021, then it was the beginning of 2022, and now it's the end of 2022. I'm like, can I stop being pushed to the back of the line, please? I have a lot of work I would like to do, and it requires better internet. It's a little killing me, man. It's killing me, man. It's whatever. It's fine. Like, I'm not angry about it or anything. It's just, I would totally take advantage of streaming. I get asked occasionally if I would stream, and I totally would. I would if I could, because people, from what I've been told and from the polls I've hosted in the past, people would like to watch me do what I do. They would like to watch me level live. They'd like to watch me, you know, collect Mog and collect mounts and things that I do. Like, something I would do, for example, right now, if I could stream right now, is this, for one. I would stream this instead of posting it in weekly episodes. And another thing I would do would be my dailies. Like, I'm not doing it right now. I can't do it every day because... Where'd this go? There was one over here. There they are. Because, you know, I only got so much time in the day. But would be my Shadowlands dailies. Alright. Let's get out of here. I accidentally clicked on them. That means they're gonna be a problem. Stip it. But, it'd be my Shadowlands dailies, because I've been in the middle of working on, and I'm like half there, honestly. Maybe more than that. Of doing the collecting all of the transmog and mounts and things from 9.0, 9.1, 9.1.5 content, because it's not that I'm behind on that necessarily, like compared to everyone else, I'm definitely behind, but it's technically, according to my schedule of when I do different types of content, it's technically collecting time now. The first year, if you haven't seen that video of how I prioritize my expansions or something, how I avoid burnout, I think is what I officially named it, that video. And if I remember, I'll link it in this one. If not, I'm sorry. I tend to forget. I do that a lot. Like, I'll say that I'm going to link something, and then I don't, because I totally forget. Even after rewatching the video and them editing it. I'm so sorry. But anywho, I think I named it How I Avoid Burnout, is that video. But it sums up to, I play, since I don't do competitive content, which is current rating, current dungeons, and I have to say current like that because I do dungeons and raiding, just not with a group, and it's not current. Where'd the flower go? There it is. And I don't do PvP. Mostly. I have to say mostly because I don't do it competitively. I do BGs once in a while. Oh, speaking of which, crap. When is Arathi Blizzard? Today! Huzzah! I do like Arathi Blizzard. I'm gonna do that one. Maybe I'll see if Canary will do it with me. But I like some of the brawls. I'm not like a BG arenas type person. That's not my flavor. Not my thing. But I do like doing some of the brawls. Really only a couple of them. Like, I like Comp Stomp, obviously, because it's against NPCs. And I like Arathi Blizzard. I think I've said this before, but the low visibility that the Arathi Blizzard has is super trippy. Super cool. Like, I don't know what it is. I think it's partly my love of snow. Also partly, is this one of the static treasures? It is. I'll get this one. I know I'm breaking what I'm saying here, but most of the treasures in BFA, the small ones that are labeled small treasure or whatever, don't give XP. Would you leave me alone? I want your ore. There. But these static ones, like that one, it was named something, and I happen to be here. That one gives XP. So. Like sometimes the small treasure chest, like see that one? I'll go get it right now. It might not. It usually doesn't give me XP though, which is really irritating. We'll see if this one gives XP. No, it didn't. So, there you go. It's kind of why I don't bother with those, because it's like, they don't give anything good, and they don't give XP, so then... Anyway, what was I saying? I'm rabbit trailing all over the place here. Right, Arathi Blizzard. I do like some of the brawls. I like Arathi Blizzard, and I like Ashran. I like the Ashran one. The classic Ashran, specifically. That brawl, not like the general Ashran, because I think you can queue for Ashran, right? For the regular one. Let's look at specific here. I think Ashran's in here. Yeah, there it is. I like the classic Ashran brawl that comes around occasionally because I liked that version of it better, personally. I don't really like the current one. The updated one or whatever. Anyway, but you know, it's kind of just those three. I don't really like the other brawls because I'm not that into PvP, but I like those. And I do like, you know, I guess it's because it's casual PvP for me. I do like world PvP, specifically when it comes to like the Legion towers or like the open battlegrounds, like the Tulbarad one, you know, stuff like that. I like when it's not controlled, I guess. I like the free-for-all, maybe not free-for-all, well, sometimes free-for-all. I don't know. I just like the non-team based where I can come in at my leisure, I can start shooting people, or I can just do content against NPCs. But it's, you know, I get PvP stuff out of it. Anyway, my point is I play casually. I don't, you know, do competitive stuff. And so that really comes down to two things. Because for me, collecting and leveling, which are those two things, are endgame. That's my endgame, personally. Because, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, endgame is whatever you do, you know, after you've hit your first max level character. And you know, you're not playing for the very first time and you know what you're doing now. When you become a veteran, I guess. And whatever you choose to do after that, to me, that's your end game. Which for me is collecting and leveling. I like leveling new characters and I like collecting... Excuse me, I'm burpy today. I swear I say that in every episode. It's because I'm talking. That's what it is. Anyway, God, I distracted myself with my own burps. Good job. Good job, Kraken. Anyway, that video that I was referring to break up how I do that stuff, because obviously, if you're just collecting stuff all the time, like, I get bored easy. I really do. It's just the way I am, and I just have to learn how to work around that, because when I stop wanting to do something, obviously it's not going to be fun if I have to force myself. So, to avoid burnout and keep doing what I want to do, but always getting something done. I like progress. I like achievement stuff. I like achieving things. Not achievements necessarily, but you know what I mean. I hope. I like feeling accomplished. So, to break it up, I do leveling in the first year, because expansions are generally out for 2 years, roughly. From, launch to launch of the next expansion is, the single, or even pre-patch really would probably be better. Yeah, that's usually 2 years. That seems to be the, give or take a few months, the schedule that Blizzard keeps to. So, the first year, I level alts. Doesn't matter what range I'm leveling, but in that first year, and I'm behind this time because of the leveling guide, guides, I level. All of my goal in that first year is to get all of my alts to the new cap. I was not able to do that this year, but that's also because I have way more alts than I originally did, so this year's a little off. But then the second year, roughly, is then the doing all the collecting. And it can be collecting really in any content I want, old or new. But that's usually when I start dipping my toes, well, I guess more than dipping my toes in current content for collecting stuff. Like, for alts at least. Which it's a little different this time around just because of the way covenants and stuff work. But I do always keep my main fairly up to date. Like, I'm not just now doing Shadowlands content necessarily. My main has been in it. And, I get caught up on the catch-up gear, whatever it is at the time, and I have, I have my covenants open, etc., etc. I have Korthia open. I like when new story content comes out, put it that way. I do catch up on that. Like, when 9.2 comes out, whatever I'm doing at the time, I'll stop, I'll hop on my main, and then I'll go through the 9.2 story and see all that. And then I'll probably go back to whatever I'm doing, unless the current content is extremely engaging, which sometimes it is. So, but anyways, so my point here is that's kind of how I avoid burnout, is that first year I level, the second year I collect stuff. So the second year, which is what we're technically in now, is what I've been doing on my main, because I've found that my main's a paladin, by the way, in case you didn't know. My favorite classes are actually monk, mage, and hunter, but I can solo way more with a paladin than I can with monk, mage, or hunter. It's whatever. But anyways, so what, I'm kind of going all over the place here, I'm sorry. I always feel like I'm so hard to follow. It's kind of funny, on that note real quick, another rabbit trail. I always feel like I'm so hard to follow because I just talk when I'm recording like this, and then I forget what I've said. And so I have to think, like, where was I going with this? But then when I look back at the video, like during editing and stuff, to make sure, everything looks okay, even though I'm not really cutting out anything of this series, but you get my point. I'm usually not that hard to follow along with, so I don't know, it's kind of funny. But anyway, what was I even saying? Right. So, I don't know where I was going with all that. Oh, streaming. I think that's what I was originally talking about. Right now, my main, my paladin, I've been going through, now that you can, as of 9.15, swap between covenants with almost no penalty. There are a couple things that are a little funky about it, like the missions, table missions. If you switch while those are active, they'll stop and you don't get refunded your anima. That's silly to me, but I'm sure there's a technical reason, whatever. But anyway, with almost no consequence of swapping covenants, I've been doing that on my main, and he's been doing all 4 covenants every day. And by that I mean because I have all 4 covenants completely upgraded. I'm renown 80 in all 4 now. Have been for a little bit, which has been really nice. But the Grateful Offerings, which you need to buy almost all of the transmog mounts and pets and things from the Covenant vendors. I need to change my path here. Either someone else is here or I've doubled back too many times. Running out of things to pick. I'm almost there too. Come on. Anyway, I can collect all the mounts, pets, and the plate and weapons that paladins can learn, which is quite a bit. The only weapons, I think, that paladins can't learn are wands, staves, glaives, obviously, those are Demon Hunter only, and daggers. I think they can learn everything else, because they can polearm, axe, both one hand and two hand, and they learn shields. That's a bonus, because there's only 3 classes that can learn shields? Paladin, warrior, and shaman. Which to me is a little crazy. I wish I could use shields on whatever I wanted, but whatever. I would absolutely be a mage with a shield. I really would. But, whatever. Anyway, so, with the exception of those weapons, and the other 3 armor types, which is mail, leather, and cloth, my paladin can learn 70%, if not higher, of all the stuff from the covenants. Which is really cool, which, that's almost everything I can do on one character, which has really been handy because the Grateful Offerings, where I was going with mentioning those, is that currency actually carries over with you whenever you switch a covenant. And since we can switch pretty freely now, I can... I'm off track here. I need to go. Oh, there's some over here. I can do the conduit dailies and all of the covenant specific rares and things. I keep saying conduit. It's conductor. All the cons. Covenant, conduit, conductor. I don't think that was intentional, but that's just kind of how it came out. Too many similar words. All the conductor, the animate conductor things give you not XP. I got XP on the brain right now. I'm sorry. Grateful Offerings. And that's usually 4 different things. There's 5 conductor points, but one of them's for buffs, and then the other 4, one's dailies, one's a world quest, one's a rare. That's kind of difficult to solo, which I can solo it. On my paladin, luckily. And dailies. Yeah. And then there's also your I don't know what to call it, special minigame thing, I guess, for your covenant. That doesn't usually give Grateful Offerings, I think. Pretty sure it doesn't. But I've been doing all of that on my main almost every day. Not every day, it depends on when I have time. And then, of course, I do my callings, I do my weeklies when those are available, and the new AM52. Alright, I'll just grab the last few herbs around me here. Boop. You can technically go all the way to 53 with herbalism and mining here, but it slows down from 52 to 53 dramatically. And you might not have full rested to get to 53 because it doesn't completely last all the way to 53, which is fine. I don't know, maybe should I stick around to 53? It's debatable. It's debatable. Because if you watch now, these give what? Yeah, it's 0.5%, I think. It takes 2 nodes now to get 1%, so it literally doubles the amount of these that you need to get, which is why it slows down so much. Because this is old content. This is not... Here we go. This is not Shadowlands, and trying to do a route of herbalism and ore in Shadowlands is pretty much impossible in my servers because they're so full. Which I like my servers a lot. It's just that's one of my my one complaint, one of very few, is having all that. Yeah, see, look how little that's giving now. I'm just gonna go over and yeah, I'll go ahead and throw the Torghast daily onto this episode, and that'll be this episode here. So 44 minutes, you know, plus a couple of flubs to hit 52. That's not bad. Technically that pans out to way faster. No, I don't want all these. Well, it's fine. Whatever. Stop. I don't want all these. He's not gonna be an herbalist. Get out of here. Okay. Right. We need to go this way. I should have set my hearth. I even thought about it in Oribos, but I didn't. So I was like, oh, I'll have my, oh yeah, I have tea. I totally forgot about it. I'm all thirsty. Got some Irish breakfast tea. It's quite delicious. It's not as bitter as English breakfast, and I think that's why I like it. Oh. Tastes like licking grass, but you know. Ah yes, we need to turn off Hua mode. Actually, I might keep it on. Might be okay. We'll see. Okay, right. Now I need to get rid of mining. I'm gonna drop that. I'll keep herbalism for now. Now I can pick up that. Alright, let's go over to whatever it's called, Torghast, and do that daily there. Yeah, I wonder, it probably doesn't, but, you know, I'm gonna go turn on Torghast, War Mode back on real quick, because I haven't actually tested whether or not Torghast, the daily, will give you more if you have War Mode on, because War Mode doesn't affect everything. It affects a lot of things, but not everything. And to my knowledge, you can't attack people inside Torghast. Not like in the instance, obviously, but inside the queuing area, the loading bay. So we'll leave that on. We'll see what happens. Oh, before I do that, I need to go pick up my, and it's a good thing I remembered this time. I screwed up last time. I need to pick up my renown thingy. That way I get good XP. I really do have XP on the brain. Renown. From, doing Torghast. Torghast itself doesn't always give renown from completing it itself, but the quest that you turn in at the end, not the daily itself, but the one after it, to go back to Oribos, will definitely give you, like 3 renown, which is pretty rad. Alright. Might as well grab my mail while I'm here. Yeah. Bag that I don't need. I appreciate them sending you a bag like that, though. It's pretty rad. Oh, it's other side. Black Point. Well, I picked up 2,222 gold just because I'm gonna buy 4 renown thingies. So I can get anima for the other 3 covenants as well, because when you hit 40 renown, you also get 2k, or well, no, it's 1k anima, I mean, which is pretty sweet. So you'll see it pop up here in a second, and I'm probably gonna do maybe like a Kraken fact or something once this series is over. Yep, see, there it is. 1k anima, an amount that I already know. Anyway, Probably do that into its own video in case people don't know about it, because that's a nice little trick if you have a lot of alts that's free 4K anima, because my alts don't need anima. Like my alts, not the, you know, the ones I'm using to collect everything. My alts literally, for me, don't need anima, because I don't bother with the mission tables. I don't do any of that on my alts because I don't care. So all that anima can be funneled to my main, and I have really not had to do much in terms. Oh, I don't remember what either of these are like. Let's do fracture chambers. That sounds interesting. Yeah, so I haven't had to do a lot of anima farming on my main, and I've bought probably half of all the stuff now. Well, maybe more like 3/4. I'm just down to some of the gear and weapons, really, left. Oh, this is an interesting place to start. Alright. Yes, please. Okay, dokie. Something I have learned too, changing the subject entirely here, is if you're a class that can stealth here in Torghast while you're leveling. Where's my pet? Get out of here. You can actually stealth past everything. Go straight to the boss and not worry about touching. Oh, look at this key. Like any of this stuff, like any of these jars, anything like this, because you don't get much XP, as you're noticing, I'm sure, out of the mobs themselves. And the end boss usually isn't that hard. I had some struggles on my mage and rogue on the end bosses, but the nice thing I noticed is if you die on the end boss, you know, the end boss of this whole run, it doesn't reset its health. So if you die at like 15%, it keeps the 15% when you resurrect, and he's just there waiting for you. Which I think is really nice of Blizzard, because I fully expected that health to reset the first time I had actually finally died in Torghast on the end boss, because I hadn't really done that while leveling. I hadn't had that, but I was always picking up all the stuff. I was always getting all buffed and awesome, so I'd never died. But in case you didn't know that, that is the case. So you don't actually have to mess with any of this, and in fact, if you can handle it, you can run all the way to the end, drop aggro if you're a class that can do that, and just kill the boss. So, you know, on my rogue, for example, I've gotten these Torghast daily runs to 8 minutes. 8 minutes, just because I can run all the way to the end. Where am I going? I need to go over there. Right? Or is it that way? Shit. Oh, I don't like this one. It's this way. There it is. I see it. Okay. Pull all these, as I don't care. I know that chest is over there, but I don't care. Alright. Get up here, everybody. Come on. Up here. Up here, please. There we go. Pull this guy here. Anywho, you can run all the way to this guy, like on a rogue or a druid, for example. And if you can drop aggro, you can on like a hunter or something as well, or a night elf. They have their camo ability. Racial. You can do that, but you know, that's a little tricky if you're just gonna run all the way to the end, because then you can die along the way, and then you have to start over because you can't run to your body. You get put back at the entrance. So, you know, little tricks here. Yeah. Sure. Do that one. Because leveling through Torghast has been a breeze. It's way easier than doing islands, but the XP is so much lower from the mobs. Like, it's actually garbage, which is really a bummer, because I would love to do a full 50 to 60 Torghast. I think it would be absolutely fun. But if you're going to do it that way, you either A, need to do it once a day, which I'm currently in the middle of testing to see how long it takes to do just the daily of Torghast and nothing else once a day. How long it takes you to get from 50 to 60. It's going to be a while. I think it's definitely going to take a while, put it that way. But, because you get less the higher level you get, which really sucks. But yeah, I really wish you could, like, you can level all the way to 50 to 60 with just Torghast, but doing it without the daily means the only XP you're getting is from this stuff. Like, those give you a little bit, the mobs give you jack diddly, basically. Yeah, there's the boss. Okay, run all the way to him. Whee! I'll show you what I'm talking about. Eee, come on. Run with me. Ooh. Didn't realize that was a trap. It's a trap. And then we're gonna... yeah. Of course, this kind of works better if your dog also, your pet, also has feigned death on it. I need to upgrade that on this one. Whatever. But I gotta go... I either have to open my order hall to do it in Legion to get the tome to teach Play Dead to my pet, or I have to go all the way up to Sholazar Basin and buy it from a vendor there, which kind of aggravates me, but you know, whatever. I think you should just be able to buy it from your class trainer, but I'll check again, but to my knowledge, you can't just buy it from your class trainer, which I think is lame. But anyway, yeah, so if you can just run all the way to the end and drop aggro, or stealth all the way there and come fight this guy at the end of each layer and do it in like 8 minutes. I think 8 minutes is my record for a run. Which isn't bad. Like, you know, realistically that isn't bad if you want to just slowly plunk away. But I think it's definitely going to be more than 2 weeks. 14 days, because I'm up to... 5 days so far. I'm not even 53 yet. Something like that. I don't remember. I'd have to look. I could be wrong on that, so don't quote me, but it's not going very quick. Oh, okay. All right. That was all right. Calm down. Yeah. So it's kind of not great, which is a bummer, but you know, it's whatever. Okay. Since I bothered to collect some anima, let's get that. And that. And this, I guess. That's fine. Let's use the... oh, let's get that. And this soul. Because reasons. And these souls. Yes, please. More healies if needed. Alright. Up we go. So. And there is a special ring that you can use to drop aggro. It's from WoD. For any class. I use it on my main. It usually doesn't work on instances though. You get it from Gorum or Gollum or whatever he's called in a cave there in Shadowlands. It's a rare. But anyway, this ring, you can drop, it will take like 30% of your health or something, and you can drop aggro on any character, any class. I use it on my main, my paladin, all the time. But it usually doesn't work in instances. You can't use it in raids or dungeons, which I think is why they have allowed it to keep working even though WoD is old. Because a lot of stuff like that, a lot of neat, really cool items from past expansions, as soon as expansion's over, or maybe an expansion later, you can't use it anymore. Yeah, I'll grab this guy, sure, why not. They'll just, you know, nerf it, like tier sets even. Trinkets, stuff like that, which really sucks. I don't like that. I'm fine with it being limited to, like, you know, open world stuff or something, but just destroying it entirely, even for twinks, seems silly to me. But anyway, this ring does work in Torghast, which I find interesting because you can't use it in instances. Torghast, obviously, kind of its own beast. But I haven't really put it into a guide or something because I don't really want them to nerf it. I've been using it, it's been really nice. I don't want them to destroy that ring. I've been using it for years in open world content because normally I play a tank, a prop paladin. Which is really nice for open world content. But the only downside of that is other people. And what I mean by that is there are a lot of assholes who like to just purposely run past you. Like, they'll drag stuff to you that's on them because they don't want to deal with it, and then it'll go to you, and they run off and let you get stuck with it. And sometimes, if it's way too much, you'll get killed because of it, because of that person. And that sounds silly, but that happens way more. And you know, it's like, I can tell it's a difference between when it's on purpose and when it's an accident. They don't realize what they're doing because people will beeline for you. They're like, oh, that's a tank, that's a paladin. They just put down their consecration so I can drag all my shit through their stuff, through their consecrate, and it'll go to them and no longer be on me. And then they won't help you kill it. Like, the people that stay and help you kill everything, fine. Totally fine with that. It's the people that don't, that just aggravate the shit out of me. And in case my bubble's off cooldown, because I don't take the taunt talent for your bubble. I don't even know if that's still a talent anymore. Where is the boss? It's over there. It's on the other side. Alright, I see where it is. Anyway, one thing I can do is use that ring. Instead, so I can drop aggro and everything will chase them. And then, you know, they can get a taste of their own medicine because it's really irritating when people do that. I've missed out on rares and ore and herbs and various other things that despawn because people will do that. They'll drag everything over to you. And it's even worse when they're like a rogue or something that can drop aggro and you watch them literally drag shit to you, drop aggro on purpose, get the thing you were trying to get, and then run off. It's like, wow, we can tell who the selfish toxic player is. That's rude. Alright. Extremely rude. I don't understand people like that. It's like, you know you're playing an MMO, right? There's other people here. I always tell who the users and the abusers are. Quite rude. But anyway, that's kind of the one downside of playing a tank, because that happens way more than you think. Way more than you think it would. It's extremely frustrating. But that's why I have that ring. Because it will, even though it's at the cost of 30% of my health, it'll completely drop aggro. It's like camouflage, actually, for night elves. So you drop aggro, except that you can move for a couple seconds after it. You're like stealthed temporarily. It's only for a couple seconds, and it's like on a 5-minute cooldown, I think. So you can't use it like a lot, and you have to be wearing it. Is the drawback. You can't put it on in combat. You have to already be wearing it, and it's like only item level 43. It's really low. But I don't have any problems with that. That doesn't bother me. I don't have any issues. So, but yeah, I can do that. I can drop aggro and let people get a taste of their own medicine. It's really funny when it's... Oh, not this guy. Ugh, I hate this one. When it's on a class that, like a hunter or a rogue, or a night elf, another race, that purposely drop aggro on you, and you can do it right back to them. So theirs is on cooldown and they can't do that again. And now you have to deal with everything that they dropped onto you, plus everything you were already fighting. Pretty funny. Like, I'm not a spiteful person, but don't screw me over, please. That's rude. I will happily help and stop and help people, A, when they're struggling, or B, you know, if they have like if there's somebody, for example, if I see someone next to an ore node or a treasure that is fighting the mobs that were around it so they can loot whatever it was, I will stop and help them because I also want that thing and it's the nice thing to do. They get their thing faster and I get it faster because if they weren't there, I would have had to fight it anyway. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like the courteous thing to do. And I see people all the time that will either drag stuff over and drop it onto us that are there fighting the stuff, or they'll just not help at all. They'll just run off. And they usually like jump off real quick, like guilty conscience. They know what they were doing. You can tell. You know what I'm talking about. It's like, come on, guys. Rude. But anyway, enough about that, I suppose. So just help out your fellow player. You don't even have to talk to them. Just, it takes like 6 seconds to help kill shit, you know? But whatever. There. Do not like that boss. Whew. He is not a fun boss. All the other bosses on these are fine, but I don't like the blobby one. He's not cool. Anyway, I don't have a lot of gripes about other people in the game, but that's one of them. That's definitely one of them. That's kind of the one downside of, let's see, does this say it's gonna give me more? It doesn't even say. I'll have to test this later. I don't know if that gave me more because of war mode or not. Because they don't always say, like world quests will say on them, if it says like +10 war mode or whatever, +10%. But quests don't usually say that. Like some do and some don't, but some do give you more even if they don't say it. What is that? Get out of here. So I will definitely have to look into that. Oh, I'm up here. I need to go down. To see if war mode is worth having on for Torghast or not. So I definitely wasn't getting more mob XP. That's for sure. But yeah. I definitely got more from the end boss from rested. So there is that. That's a thing. You can see it right here. Plus 15,500 XP rested bonus. So there's that. That's good. Alright. And we are not going to bother picking up anything else, because we don't need those. So, we got 2.5 levels in about an hour. It's not too bad. Not too shabby. Alright, so I'm going to stop here. I think that's enough for one episode. So thank you so much for watching. And as always, remember, it's never too latte. Hi y'all! Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to another episode of my full 1 to 60 long play series. Yay! More leveling's happening. Don't mind the suddenly wet hair. I just took a shower because I'm a little behind on things. Various things, in fact. So I'm kind of recording this a little last minute, unfortunately. And as you've noticed, there's a new frame around me, and hopefully you probably won't notice too much of a difference, but the quality of the video should be hopefully a little better, a little different, a little crisper maybe, question mark, I'm hoping. I got a new recording software. I actually got it several months ago. Well, not several, a few months ago for my other channel, but I haven't been using that channel, and I have that software, so I moved it to this one. It's XSplit. Apparently it's really nice. So I'm recording that. I haven't figured out how to get the audio to work with it yet, and I don't really have time to right now. But the video looks great. So I'm using OBS to record audio separately at least. But XSplit's supposed to be able to separate your tracks. Well, OBS does too, but it never seems to put them in separate files for me, and I've never been able to get it to work, which is fine. So, anyway, that's not why you're here. You're not here to listen to me talk about my software. You're here to watch me, or at least listen to me, level. So that's what we're gonna do. And what was I doing? It's been a little bit. I've not had time to get on this. Right. Shadowlands stuff, this character, Alliance. Right, I remember where we're at now. Okay, so I've been doing a lot of like testing and things for the other expansions. And sorry, I keep checking things. I'm a little paranoid. I'm like, yeah, I did a sound and video test. The video's working. I know it's working, but audio, because I don't want to record this entire thing and not have the audio be recorded as well. Yeah, because that would suck. But it looks like it's working. It's recording it. OBS is going, and I know OBS works, so it's yeah. Anyway, a little paranoid on that. So I've been doing a lot of testing and stuff for other videos, guides and stuff coming next month or whenever they technically go up, sometime in February. So I've had a change of plans on what I'm going to do with this character, because if you remember, this character is the one that is not following my guide. Whoa. The Sting map has been messed up for a couple days, and it's beginning to irritate me. LVY just had an update, and it's freaking out the map, and I can't figure out how to fix it. Anyway, this character is not following my 50 to 60 guide route. That is the Horde character uploading simultaneously every week. So if you want to see a long play of my specific route that I made for my guide, my 50 to 60 guide, watch the Horde. Because it would be same for the Alliance too. The Alliance character, that we see my Alliance character get to 50, or 60, is going to do other things. Like, in my case, like herbalism, mining, treasures, pet world quests, some side quests. It's going to be kind of all over the place. But in the last episode, I know we got to 52 using herbalism and mining, and then did a Torghast thing. Well, actually, what I've just started doing as of a few days ago is getting all of my alts to 53 using BFA herbalism and mining instead of 52, because even though it takes a little longer to get 52 to 53 with BFA herbs and ore, it's proving faster in the overall 50 to 60. Now, technically, you could do, you definitely, and you probably should do 50 to 60 if you want any herbalism mining stuff with Shadowlands, but I play on full servers. They're literally full, and especially after Time Walking is now out this week again. It's Wrath Time Walking, and Microsoft just bought Blizzard, and my servers are full anyway, and then all of a sudden there's been a huge increase of people, more than normal, and it's making the servers lag because there's so many people again. So as you can imagine, it's kind of hard for me to do current herbs and ore. Oh, I need to go turn war mode on. Whoops, after that long load screen, I'm so sorry. But yeah, I need to turn, I can't do like Shadowlands herbs and ore consistently. Like, they're good to get while you're questing or dungeoning or whatever in Shadowlands because, you know, they give you a little extra XP. But to just focus on that is going to take you a lot longer. Because they're spread out. In BFA, they're very, very close together. And in Shadowlands, they're a little more spread out. And there's competition. Lots of competition. At least right now, no one's really farming BFA herbs, so I can do that. I am going to make a guide on this. It's not really so much a guide, but it's kind of like it's a guide. It's basically a guide. Kind of a how-to. Yeah, that's a guide. How-tos are a guide. But in a few weeks, it'll be out. So those of you that are actually watching this Let's Play get the benefit of actually, you know, seeing some stuff early. So, that's why I'm doing the BFA one. And that's fine anyways. That's probably about as much as I could probably handle for herbalism and ore anyways. I like doing a variety of things, not just one thing. So we're going to drop our... Let's see, is my hearth set? Yes, it's set to Ring of Fates. That's fine. So we're going to go pick up mining again. But yeah, so... At least as of right now, it's been working pretty good. Because, you know, 50 to 53, those are the early stages of your Shadowlands stuff. Your at the most crucial baby stages. Oh yeah, there's treasures too. So we're definitely gonna grab some of these. There's two kinds of treasures in BFA. There's the static ones like this one, which means they're up all the time until you loot them once. If that makes sense. They're one timers, once per alts. And they give decent XP. Where's my thing? There it is. Yep, I moved my thing down this time again. It keeps moving back up because I like having it in the upper corner, but you can't see it up there when my face is here, so. But anyway, but the other kind are like that small treasure chest back there, which I'll go get if it's not in a cave. Because small treasure chests, definitely loot them, but don't be surprised if you don't get XP, because that's the other kind of treasures from BFA. Why is he on passive? That one gave me XP. Good. Because those treasures are random. They spawn randomly, random times, random places, and they randomly give you XP. They don't always give you XP. It's really irritating. I would rather... Ooh, supply cache. That thing flying over? Where is it? I saw the thing. It's on the map. There it is. I like these supply drops. I need to turn up my sound a wee bit. Actually, I can just turn it up here. What am I doing? There we go. Anyway, apologies. I'm still getting sound kind of figured out because I've used XSplit before for recording, but it was for console gaming, which is a completely different setup. Like, oh, it's gone. Okay, no treasure. That's fine. It's a completely different setup than... Damn it, Y map. Well, whatever. All we need's up here anyways. So we're gonna do the same... I know I'm jumping all over the place. I have so many things on my plate right now. I am kind of a mess because I'm trying to do too much at once, and as organized as I am, I'm also very bad at keeping to schedules because I like doing things when I'm in the mood. And I'm not always in the mood to do things when they should be done. Kind of a problem I have. So I'm working on that. Where's this flower? Probably down here. Yep, there it is. But anyway, so I'm going to be rambling about random things as I'm picking flowers and stuff in the background. This shouldn't take too long. I'm just going to get, let's fish. I have fish track, don't I? Oh, no, it's a seam. I am incorrect. There we go. So we're gonna get him to 53. I'll go ahead and do another round of Torghast because this is a different day, so the dailies are back up. Because like I've mentioned before, the dailies for Torghast are good to do, but they're not. It's otherwise not great in my opinion for leveling, in a time efficiency sort of thing, because you don't get much out of it. You just don't. It really kind of blows. I wish you got more. I wish you got as much, like, even as Islands gave you. Islands even give you more. Oh, did it respawn? Yep. Nice. Islands even give you more than Torghast does, which is kind of disappointing. So, anywho, yeah. Thank you. Hey, that one gave XP too. We're in good business. Those usually don't give me XP, but you know, when I'm recording, they're now going to give me all the XP, so that's fine. That is absolutely fine. So this one won't take too long. But yeah, I'm going to do a little guide on how to do what I'm doing here, because, in fact, since we're not in a super hurry, let me show you what I'm talking about. I think BFA herbalism, I didn't like it before. Where's my gather mate? Gather mate, where are you? There you are. I didn't like BFA herbalism and mining before for the same reason I actually now like it. And I'm going to show you here in a second why. It's because I call it barf on a screen. They didn't, like, if you look at routes or have data for gather mate of where things are in old expansions, the herb nodes on the map are placed usually kind of like in a route that you can kind of follow. BFA is not like that. See that lag? Woo! You see those nodes? How the hell do you make a route out of that? Like, you see what I'm talking about? There's so many nodes, it makes my screen lag. Like when I want to open the map. Look at that. Look at that lag. That is, yeah. Woo! All right. So we're just going to turn that back off. And I didn't like that at first because it made it kind of hard to make routes and hard to follow things. But at the same time, you can kind of make your own route without, you know, deviating too much, I guess. But the whole thing is a deviation. It's hard to explain. You can kind of do whatever you want, and you'll almost always find ore and herbs. Granted, there's not a lot of people here farming it as well. In fact, I'm going to turn on roots because he doesn't have that. I need that for the next step anyways. Sorry, I know. I'm really prepared for this one today, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm looking so much better in the camera. I know maybe you're not noticing, but I'm noticing. I've been getting back now that I'm not in college anymore and I can focus on the job that I want to focus on, which is time consuming because I'm working for myself. I'm an independent contractor. I do multiple things, most of which doesn't pay me yet. I'll talk about all that in another video. Oh, I didn't turn Gather Made off. Shoot. See, this is why I have to turn it off. I can't frickin' see my mini-map. There we go. It's because of roots. That's what it was. I turned on roots. So I'm very scattered right now. I'm all over the place. I am so sorry. It's okay though. Anyway, I've been losing weight. I've already lost 6 pounds. I'm very proud of myself because I got up over 200 over the holidays, and I'm very unhappy about that because I'm 5'8". I'm really tall, but I'm also... I gotta remember, the camera's over here now when I'm standing, because I'm standing. I'm sure you noticed. I got super tiny bones. Itty bitty. I am very, very frail. But that means I can hold a lot more weight and you don't notice it as much. But it was starting to show on my face. My neck was getting all thick. And I have a very weak ass chin anyways. So it was noticeable. Gich. Ick. But I'm pleased because I've been doing couple hours on the treadmill every day and doing a half keto. I can only do half keto because I'm not diabetic, but I do have family members who are, and blood relatives, unfortunately, who are diabetic, and so it is semi-genetic. And so I have like, you damn bear. Blood sugar problems sometimes, where if I don't eat, I can't do the fasting. Like I can't fast because I would like to do that, but I can't because if I don't eat for too long or I don't eat enough like nutrients, if you will, I feel faint, I feel dizzy, I start seeing stars because I'll have a super low blood level drop, or blood level, not blood level, blood sugar. So I've been doing a half keto because I've done keto in the past and I absolutely loved it, but I was also a lot younger. I was in my late teens, early 20s, and there really is a change between late teens, early 20s and your late 20s, early 30s. I'm 29. I'll be 30. I know, it's a little ridiculous. I'll be 30 in the end of February. That's my birthday. It's just not a problem for me. Age doesn't bother me, but it's just one of those things. It feels weird. I feel like I've accomplished so little, but yet when I look back, I've accomplished a lot. I've gone through a lot. I'm even getting called boomer now by some people, which is kind of funny because I'm definitely not old enough to be a boomer. I'm technically a millennial. That's right, I'm a millennial, technically. Yet I'm almost 30. Anyway, that just means I got to grow up when all the good games were out. Ugh! Get owned, scrubs. I think that's how that works. I'm not a generational hater. I'm really not. Age does not bother me. I will easily make friends with anyone of any age as long as they don't annoy the hell out of me. That's kind of really how I am. Anyway, so back on track here. What you're seeing on here, these lines, in case you're curious, is roots. It's an add-on called Roots, and you can make your own line routes. by putting them whatever you want, or you can use handy notes and gather mate to plot points for it to auto plot points for you, and you can optimize it and stuff. Really great add-on. I've used it for a long time. I hadn't used it that much over the last expansion and a half-ish because I wasn't really farming much. But now that I'm doing more of this and I'm getting back into it again, I'm going to start using it again. And Erosium, by the way, if you haven't watched him, go check out his channel. I'm definitely going to link him in the video. Link him in the comments. Comments. I'll probably do that too. In the description, but down below there. Love watching his leveling Let's Plays and his guides. He's great. Speaking of, if you want gold, for all of you keep going, where's all your gold guides, Kraken? Where's your gold guides? Go watch Erosium. He's got fabulous gold guides. I've been using his gold guides for myself, and I like his better than mine. So go watch his. I will absolutely tout on him all day. Anyway, he let me know that there is a addition now, which didn't used to be there. It's fairly new, for Roots, another add-on that's called Roots Import Export, which what it does is, as the name suggests, lets you import and export other people's roots. You can post it in a string, you know, kind of like a TSM string or, well, any profile string really, for sharing stuff. And people can import it. I'm going to do a wee little guide on it in the next couple weeks. So, but long story short, it's really easy to use. And I love it, and I'm going to start using that to share my roots with you. Because I don't really like using Azeroth Autopilot. It doesn't do... I don't know. I like the add-on, but I've grown beyond it, if that makes sense. I like doing my own thing. Hey, we're 53. Look at this last one, and then we're gonna hearth. I just like doing my own thing, I guess. And I know you can make your own custom route in AAP, but I don't know. I feel like Roots, for me, is easier to use, and it's just... It doesn't care if you're leveling or if you're... Excuse me. If you're herbing, it's just here's your lines. Anyway, I can't really explain it. I like it more personally. But anyway, I was going to I can start using that now that I can share roots thanks to Erosium telling me about that. I probably wouldn't have found it. Oh, yep, let's turn off war mode. We don't want that. Actually, should I leave it on? I'll leave it on. Feeling frisky. We'll see what happens. Ruin Torghast real quick, though. Real quick. But yeah. So I can do my leveling routes. It's gonna be a while. That's gonna take some work. So don't, get super excited right now. But my point is I can do that now, and I can start crafting those routes and then share them with people in links and stuff. I'll put them in my paste bin like I've done for other add-on profile stuff because that's the best place for text string for me to share. So yeah, I can do that. I can give you this route. That's right. I don't like this stuff this week. Blah. We'll do Mort Regar. I don't like Cold Heart Interstitia and Mort Regar. They're probably my least two favorite wings, actually. Anyway. We're gonna do a quick Torghast since I have the daily, and then we're actually gonna do some treasure gathering in one of the zones. Debating if I should do all that in one. Yeah, I probably will. This will be a bit of a... Hunter doesn't have great thingies in here. Here's my pet. Here we go. Yeah, I probably should. I just want to get this series over with. Not that I have not been enjoying doing this, but this is a different... This isn't... I don't want to say this isn't my forte, but it really isn't my forte for content. I actually think I'm happier making guides. I do like doing Let's Plays. I'm probably going to continue them a little bit once in a while. I'm definitely continuing the duo Let's Plays, for sure, with Canary, my new leveling bestie. Her and I are already starting recording for podcasts and our Lore Walk series I've mentioned before, where we do every zone and quest and whatnot for lore in the game. And we're gonna start with vanilla. I was gonna have us start with Legion, but I changed my mind. I think we'll go ahead and start with vanilla zones. I need to talk with her. Oh, hello. Hello there. Big boy. Anyway, and we're gonna do that. But that's with someone. Doing solo Let's Plays for me has been a little more difficult. I don't really know how else to put it. But I think it's also because I'm really good at making lists and prioritizing, but I'm really bad at managing my time. I know that's pretty common for most people. But when you got a gazillion things you want to do, all of which you also should do, sometimes things get put on the back burner unintentionally, and in the last minute you're like, shit, I needed to do that like 2 days ago. You know, that sort of thing. So, yeah, so I've been trying to work out in the mornings. I've been taking vitamins and things that have been making me feel better, because something else, like, I know I'm jumping topics, but just try to follow me here. Something that's been making me feel better is, I know I've been lacking in a lot of things, because I don't eat much, first of all. That's why it's irritating that I'm a chonkamonka, because I don't eat much, but I'm not physically active either. So I've been doing treadmill stuff because I like that. I'm not going to work out and like get buff and ripped and shredded, and I don't care about muscle. I'm just doing more activity, and I've already lost 6 pounds. It's only been like a couple weeks. And I'm gonna start doing that more. I want to start up my other channel again now that I'm a little more comfortable, I think, with this type of stuff. And I'm getting a new headset because the mic on this headset is shit. It's actual garbage. I sound like the Radio Man coming to you live from Broadway. You know, it's actually terrible, like not in a good way. It's just bad, staticky and gross. But this other headset, Canary uses it because Canary's actually been recording on her headset, and you wouldn't know it. You would think it was a pro mic. It sounds good to me, at least. So I'm gonna start using that, and I could record that over there and here when I'm sitting, that way I don't have to move this mic because it's attached to the shelf above me, so it hangs down. That way it's not in my way, because I only have so much room in here. I don't have a big old long table, wide table, you know, that I can work with, which is fine. I like this space. It's not cramped. I feel comfortable in here. I can move around. I got, you know, I can stand. It's a standing desk, and I need to do more of that. I can push my chair back. So I got plenty of space in here. But the mic has to be up there, otherwise the arm is just absolutely in my way. But that means when I want to sit, it's a little difficult to use and to record with, because this mic likes you being right in its face. Right in its face. I'll move it a little bit. So, yeah. That's a thing. Let's do that one. Thank you. Just pick up the pace a little bit here. But, yeah, so I want to do that. I want to start doing more art stuff, because now that I'm not in college, because when I was a kid and growing up, and even just not even that long ago, just a few years ago, my goal, what I wanted, my dream, was to become a concept artist. I wanted to do that sort of work. But the art college I was going to at the time to do that shut down in 2019, and it wasn't because of COVID stuff. It was other financial reasons, I guess. I don't know. They'd been around for like 100 years or whatever, and then shut down. That was the Portland Art Institute, but not just Portland one. If they're even still around, there's only like 2 branches now. They had shut down like in the middle of me doing my degree, and if I wanted to finish it, I had to go all the way to either Pennsylvania or Vancouver, and I'm in Oregon. It's already 2 hours to commute to where my college was. See, I don't need all this stuff. Let's just go. yeah, so I just said, you know what, forget it. And no one else had that specific degree I wanted, because it was game and art design, not game design or art design, it was all of it. Anyway, it's no big deal. So I changed to a writing degree instead, and I got that, which is fine. But now that I have time, is my point, I can start doing more of that. I need to start doing my own art. And because I want to make like point and click games, I want to do like commissions and adoptables. I want to do my own concept art for myself, to draw and sketch and color my own characters. I have the equipment to do it now. In fact, part of that, you'll see a new intro. You saw it on this video. It'll look a little different. I'm updating all of my channel art. Where am I going here? It's this way. And this place is very cool, by the way. I don't like it, not because of how, like, awesome it is. This place is, I love the way all of the aesthetics in Torghast. I love that we're, like, in freaky chain tower, spooky world hell. But I don't like this one because if I'm not paying attention, I get lost. Which is fine. It's just a pain to get through real quick for, like, this sort of stuff. But anyway, I digress. So I need to make, time to do my own art, because my thing is, if it's not profitable and I'm not, if it's not giving me something, I tend to not like doing it, because, and that's not to say I don't do things for the fun of it, but I have to support myself. For the most part, I don't have a boyfriend or a husband or a best friend that I can rely on to pay half of my stuff to support me. I mean, I am doing some work for Canary, ironically, but you know what I mean. I'd be supporting myself. I need to pay my bills. I have to pay, my stuff. And my thing is, I'm going to be, and I've been doing it. It's been working out all right. Independent. I'm not going to be working for some big company. I want to be an independent contractor. I'm already registered as one. And I'm going to be working for myself. I'm going to be doing that with YouTube and making my own single person developer point and click games and text adventure games and stuff like that. I really, really, really want to do that. But to do that stuff, I need to do my own art. I want to do my own art for it. And I need to. But I just need to make time to sit down and do that sort of stuff. Let's go ahead and use this. So, it's just all that to say, I'm being very bad. I've been bad with my time management. And I've been very sporadic about what I've been getting done. So I need to focus on that more. But that's why I'm all disheveled today, because change of plans today on what I was doing. I did not get this done yesterday like I wanted, or even the day before like I should have. So this is not going to go out exactly on time, and I just have to hope and pray that the internet will upload it in a decent amount of time. So it will not be out by midnight like I want it to, unfortunately. But I can try. But either way, I'm taking the long, hard path, if you will, because I'm working for myself. Multiple areas, multiple careers, but I'm doing it on my own. And, no one's necessarily writing me a paycheck, per se. How much I work is how much I get paid. It's not an hourly thing. So, that's kind of where that comes from for me. Oh, go back down there with this. I can't, right now, afford to just dink around and do whatever. Whoops. Damn it. Do whatever. I need to focus on the things that are going to further my various career paths right now. And don't think of it like as a bad thing. Don't pity me or anything. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I have chosen the hard path, if you will, instead of getting a cushy job with a big old company like, Blizzard or something. I don't know. Bethesda, Microsoft is the new keyword of the day. I could have gotten a job at Disney. I thought about it. But I think I'd rather do my own thing, and I've just always been that way. Oh, I need to talk to that guy, actually. I would rather do my own thing, and that's what I'm gonna do. This and this. No shield? Okay. That's fine. Maybe the next guy will have more. Give me things, please. Sure. I'm not really using soul shape right now. It's not a big deal, but... Ah, yeah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. But, anywho. So... Yeah, that's why I'm kind of behind on some things, because I'm trying to put in more time in other things. It's hard to explain, but I hope that makes sense. Plus, I've been trying to get ahead on my guides and things, so I'm not doing them last minute. I ideally want to be 3 to 4 weeks ahead on my stuff, including Let's Plays and podcasts, which will be coming out regularly, because the old 2020 Let's Plays that are being re-uploaded from the other channel end. Yeah, rude. On the 3rd. That... And it's not just Let's Plays. The Let's Plays themselves are almost done. There's like a couple of... There's like a stream that I'm re-uploading that I'd recorded. A podcast from Want to Buy Scrubs. Scrubs versus the World. Podcast. Check them out too. I'm going to be doing another one with them soon. Hopefully. But anyway. That all stops on the 3rd, or... Yeah, I think it's the 3rd of February. We're almost there. So, I'm trying to make sure I'm ahead on everything. And on top of it, I'm making myself just do it. Because I'm that person. If I don't just frickin' do it and cold turkey it, I don't get things done. I need to be under pressure to actually get shit done, and it kind of drives me nuts. But anyway, I'm also using new recording software and new video editing software. So as you can imagine, that makes things a little difficult because I can't just whip things out of my ass with pre-settings that I already have. And I'm making new intros, new outros, all that stuff. So, yeah. Woo! Owie. Yeah. Bad. No. You and your weird butts. Need to die. So, yeah. I don't know. I know I'm rambling about a lot of things, but I got a lot going on. So when I keep getting asked by some folks, what are you up to today? I'm like, a lot. I don't know what else to say besides a lot. I have a lot on my table and I want to get all of it done. I need to start making a schedule for it, but I'm in a learning curve on a lot of things again right now. I'm still learning how to do digital art now because I always only ever did traditional, which is pen and paper versus actually on a screen. It's been going fairly well. I'm starting to finally warm up to it more, so that's good. I'm learning how to do new recording software. I haven't completely got it figured out yet. It's, I can't not figure out the sound, so I'm gonna have to look up a tutorial for XSplit. It's working on my other laptop, but it's an older version. This one's the new one. And I'm using new editing software for videos, which is, I got DaVinci Resolve. It's supposed to be a better one. I'm using Shotcut before. I've been using Shotcut. It's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but it can only do so much, and I wanted to upgrade, get more fancy stuff, and stuff like that. So, want to step up my game a little bit. So I'm trying to do that. Alright, let's get over here. But, yeah. Maybe I will keep this one short today, and we'll do what I want in the next one. I didn't want to cut this one short, but I kind of wanted to do the treasures and things all in one video. I keep looking at the time here. Because the next episode for this, if I don't attach it to this one, what I want is I'm going to be doing treasures, bonus objectives, and some side quests within each zone. So, you know, Maldraxxus, Revendreth, Ardenweald, and Bastion. And not in that order, it's kind of just any order, honestly. I have developed, they're kind of tentative, little routes I've made for that, to do that with. Oh, and Pet Battle World Quests. I've been doing those too. Because World Quests in general, they're fine. I don't prefer them personally because I don't like the fact that they don't give that much. They don't feel like they give enough for how long it takes to do some of them, personally. I'd rather do, well, anything else. Honestly, so. But, yeah. So, yeah, I might go ahead and do that in the next episode because I need to develop those routes a little bit more, and I wanted to show you them here because I do also want to make, well, not a guide on them, but like, because it's definitely not a tried and true way of leveling. It's not super efficient, but it's fun. I've been enjoying it, and it's a nice change of pace because for some reason, and I don't hate Shadowlands leveling by any stretch, and I don't even dislike it, but I am getting tired of it. Quicker than past expansions, which is a little unusual for me. I don't really know why. I don't actually have a reason. So I've been seeking other methods like herbalism and mining and treasures and pet battles and, you know, stuff like that. So that's what I'm doing in the Alliance series here for the D60. Ooh, I need to heal my pet. Oh, damn it. I didn't get that one. So, yeah, I think I'll do that in the next episode. I don't want to cut this one short, but I kind of need to because I've got a lot of other things on my plate. I'm supposed to be doing another recording in like 20 minutes for something else, and yeah, I won't have enough time to get to what I want here, so I'll finish this, and I'm sorry this is kind of a repeat of the last one, but I decided to up my game on the herbalism part and to do herbalism and mining in BFA until 53, and then do a Torghast wing with its daily to get to, like, I don't know, however much it's going to put me. Probably 53.5-ish. And then that's less I have to do in the zones, and then the treasures and things, because the treasures don't necessarily give much by themselves, but you've got, you know, a couple of world quests you can do. You've got, let's do this one. Oh, that's fine. You finish it's in Threads of Fate, of course. You finish the aid bar. I just call it the zone aid bar. Whatever it is, you know, like helping Ardenweald and stuff. Alright, big boy. Let's do you here. So, yeah. And I want to do that in like 2 episodes max, if possible, because it doesn't take that long. It really doesn't. It's my goal anyways. So, yeah, I won't have time for that in this episode. But yeah, because I was doing, as you saw in the last episode for the Alliance here, I was doing it up until just 52, but I changed my mind because I think, in a way, the less I have to do in Shadowlands, for the most part, the better. And I can still... Oh, damn it. I missed that again. I'm not paying attention. Yeah. Howie. Stop being an asshole. I should have saved that for his sphere. Oh, well. So yeah, I'm all over the place right now. Art, and games, and new stuff for the channel, and trying to record more, and trying to record earlier, and trying to lose weight, and like, I'm not, oh yeah, I was talking about, it's not necessarily a diet that I'm doing, but it's like a half diet. It's just cutting out, well, that's why it's a half keto, because cutting out most sugar and grains and things. I feel better when I don't eat those anyway. And I don't have a lot of that stuff anyway, so it's not hard for me. But I've been taking some vitamins and things that have been making me feel better because I've been lacking in vitamin C, vitamin D. My thyroid was out of whack and needed some chromium, so I've been taking that. And I've been feeling a hell of a lot better. It's made me perkier, I feel better, I last longer during the day, I'm not tired 3 hours into the day. So if you feel constantly fatigued, you might be lacking in something. And I'm feeling so much better, and I'm very happy about it. So I can start, getting things accomplished. Which is pleasing me. Hey, I got renown that time. Neat. So good things, positive things, all the good things are coming for this channel and for me, myself, and I. And I'm very excited to work and do everything that I've been doing and learn everything. It's just a matter of getting it done in a timely manner and making sure that it's on time. So, yeah. So let's get back to Oribos here, and I'll cut this episode once I do, because in the next episode we're going to be doing, assuming I don't change my mind, treasures and my map, darn you, let me down, there we go, treasures and bonus objectives and all kinds of stuff like that. And a reminder, if you want to see the proper route that I did for my guide, I am doing it, but in the Horde version, which should start rolling out here soon, because that one I know was like half a week behind on their uploads, and the Horde route was 1 episode longer than the Alliance because of how I had it divvied out. But I think I just did my Highmountain section on them, so the next one should be Shadowlands Plus, according to my guide. So, I need to do auction house stuff. Do that tomorrow. I haven't had time. Anyway, so that'll do it for this episode. I know it's a little bit shorter than I wanted. I had more in my mind to do, but like I've been rambling about, I have a lot to do, and in the next couple of weeks, things are going to start moving in the right direction and look a little better, and things will be on time, and a lot of stuff you can't see, and it's not going to change much for you guys, but it will for me. So, thank you so much for watching. I hope all this was recorded right. I'm a little paranoid that the sound didn't come through or something's messing up because I'm using 2 different systems, but anyway, thank you so much for watching, and as always, remember, it's never too latte. Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to the next episode of my really long play series ×2, because Horde and Alliance, this is the Alliance one, where we're not following the route that I made for my guide, which if you want to see the 50 to 60 guide, I have that. It's linked in the description, I think. I always forget to do links. I'm so sorry. I'm very terrible about that. But anyways, welcome back. As a reminder, this is the Alliance one, where we're not following the route and we're just kind of going for it. So, it's been a couple days since I last did this character, and I could go do Torghast again. But I'm pretty sure you've seen enough of me doing Torghast. So, we're not going to do that. Because, otherwise it's just going to be Torghast every time. Which, on one hand, while I probably would do it myself, maybe I'll throw it in at the end. I don't know. It is worth doing for you if you don't play every day. If you don't want to level all in one shot, it is worth doing Torghast once in a while, because the daily is a good little shot of, XP, and it works out really quickly because it's pretty easy. So, picking up exactly from where we left off in the last episode, I am 53.5, and I finally got my roots done. I finished my treasure roots, and I also did roots for the 50 to 60 guide roots. Those roots. I'll probably be kind of adjusting those as I level on the horde character in that guide. So anyways, you'll see that when you get there, when you watch that. So rude, get right in front of me here, sir, ma'am. Jeez, ma'am, sir. So, and hopefully the visuals and the audio is good. I am now completely using XSplit Broadcaster, because if you remember from the last episode, there is now a nice little border around me that's quite different. I have transitions and things kind of set up because, I mean, like, it's default stuff, but, I mean, some of it's not default, but I want to make custom scenes and stuff. Like, check this out. Ba-da-da-da! And then there, I'm back again. Right? Isn't that super cool? So, that'll be great when I do long episodes like this and eventually streaming. I'm getting it set up for streaming because when I get good internet, hopefully when Starlink comes in, supposedly the end of this year now, kind of mad about that. I keep getting pushed out by a year and I'm like, everybody else around me is getting it. Why am I'm the one with the worst internet here, but whatever. So anyway, I can do transitions and scenes and stuff now, and I know how roughly to do that. I've been watching tutorials for all day. But anyway, so hopefully the audio is good because I'm no longer using XSplit and OBS in conjunction to get everything I need. I'm doing just XSplit Broadcaster now, and I've been messing with it all day, and it's looking pretty good, and I'm pretty pleased. So, we're gonna do that. Let's see here. So we did herbs and ore last time. That means, yes, I'm gonna drop mining and I need to go get engineering because we're gonna want that so we can use our wormhole toy because it's nice to not have to use the flight points. So we got that, and now I get to decide, because what we're going to do in this one is zone treasures, and probably, ooh, the bunny soul. Yeah. Zone treasures, the pet world quests like these here, because they're really easy, and I have rematch and TD script set up for that, so it's just like one button. It's pretty easy. Probably that. So it doesn't sound too exciting, but there are actually a lot of neat treasures in each zone. And as you can see, oh, and bonus objectives. Duh. This is why I make a route. As you can see here, I made a nifty little route. I've done that for each zone. I can share these with you now. So however many of these I do in this episode, I will share it with you. I want to do all 4. They don't take very long because we're not doing anything else. We're just doing bonus objectives, treasures, and a pet world quest. And I'm not going to bother with quests necessarily, except for quests that come out of some of the treasures. We'll turn those in, obviously. Necessarily in this one. So we won't, I don't know. We'll just see how far we get. I've been doing this slowly on a lot of alts, and it's been working out fine. It doesn't always complete the zone bar for every zone that you do. And it doesn't seem to matter what order, unlike with quests, what order of these zones I do them in. So we're gonna go to Ardenweald because I like that one. And I have war mode on, and it might be a mistake, but I want to see what happens because, let's see. Make sure I have my stuff before I leave. I need to put this on my bars. Health. Yeah, I think I'm all good. I have EMF. I don't really need that, but it's fine. So we're gonna go to Ardenweald. This might be a bad idea, I don't know, but I can turn it off at any time, you know, in an inn or something, if I'm so inclined. I've been doing some herbalism and mining. Well, actually just herbalism, not mining. In Shadowlands, on some of my characters on war mode, and there's not been as many people. Just occasionally, there's just been some asshole multi-boxers from across realm, not even from RP realms. Why is it people from RP realms are not very nice? I don't understand. Anyway, it's just something I've found. They're not very nice. But other than that, it's been okay. I haven't had too many issues with war mode. So, because I'm going to be moving around quickly and not questing, I'm just, stop and go real quick. I'm not too worried about having war mode on unless someone feels like they really want to chase me down. And even then, I mean, whatever. I don't really care. So, we're going to do all the treasures, because as you can see, we're getting some XP. We also get some pets and some fun things that we can sell. And from the bonus objectives, we get... watch where I'm flying here. We get XP and gear, which is pretty nice, so we can start replacing some of this pre-Shadowlands gear, because there is a huge jump in item level, which is kind of drives me crazy that it's not as gradual as I would like, but whatever. We're not going to do rares, because most of the rares don't give XP. The ones that do are not skilled for Threads of Fate, and they're like empty calories to me, because they'll fill up your support the court here, your aid bars, but you won't get any XP out of it, and so you're not gonna hit the level you need. You're not gonna get levels, and so it's whatever. I mean, if that's what you want, then it's nice to have that option, but I kind of liked when rares gave XP. That was kind of something I was excited for, but whatever. So we're just gonna do treasures, and if I happen to see any herbs nearby, then I will pick them. But otherwise, I'm going to carefully try to just do this in war mode and see what happens. I do have my spy add-on on, so if anybody shows up to try to kick my ass, I will know. Or at the very least, I'll know if they're in the area. For the most part, a lot of RP realm people I don't have a problem with. I seem to have a lot of issues with multi-boxers. Yes, there's still a few around that have the gall to somehow do it. I don't know how they're doing it, but multi-boxing itself, by the way, on that topic real quick, is not against TOS. What is against TOS is using mechanical or software to help you multi-box. So mirrored actions is some of the words they used. So and I know how to do all that. I used to do that myself for RP and for world quests back in BFA, and it was fun and I enjoyed it. But all the numerous hordes of druid multi-boxers, we've all seen them, kind of ruined it for everybody, which is a real bummer, because I didn't use it for gold farming other than raw gold. And even then, all that raw gold went into gold sinks, not auction house stuff, so it was never really affecting the market, you know what I mean? But whatever. Anyway, so yeah, it was originally just software, but then they changed it to mechanical as well. So you don't do that. You can have characters on follow. That's not a problem. You can have multiple accounts open at once. I still do once in a while when I need to camp rares and then level on another character or something. Oh, there's a herb back there. I want it. Gimme. But in fact, I will go ahead and put this on. It lasts for an hour and I have a bunch of them, so. Anyway, there's, that's not against TOS. They still absolutely let you do that. I'm talking about mirrored actions, and I know these druids do it, these multi-boxers, because I've watched them, and I have reported some of them, because that's not cool. Don't be breaking TOS, guys. You get yourself in trouble. And I know Blizzard does take action on it, because you get mail. I've gotten... Uh-oh. Excuse me while my pet dies. I've gotten mail from, in-game mail from game support, or GMs, that, tell you, thank you for reporting. We've taken action against so-and-so. That sort of stuff. I'm not the type to go around just reporting everyone. I usually don't mind multi-boxers, so don't get the wrong idea. I used to be one myself. But when they're, generally being a nuisance and causing a problem for you, come on. And in this case, the last guy I reported was a multi-boxer PvP from Stormrage that had one character on Moonguard and phased in all of his Stormrage alts to attack people in PvP. Likely because he doesn't have, enough alliance on his and wanted to go pick on the RPers. I don't know what beef he had with RPers, but it was really frustrating. And you could tell that they were using some sort of software because they were all boomkins casting at the same exact time. Yeah, that's a no bueno, dude. If you're just flying around collecting herbs, I probably am not gonna care, but if you're going around picking on people, don't give me a reason, you know what I mean? Don't be a griefer. That's not cool. Like, I know, open world PvP, by all means, but this is, I hope you get my point. He had like 6 or 7 of them. I'm like, dude. And they were all 60s. It's not like they were lowies. They weren't here leveling. They were all decked in like the best PvP gear. Come on. So you want to come pick on level 52s, 3s, and 4s? That's what makes you feel good? Woo. Alright. But anyway, so hopefully, on a totally different note, well, related note, we won't have any problems. I can keep track with my lovely spy add-on, which I recommend getting if you don't have it and you want to do stuff in war mode. It beeps. And actually, it's kind of cool. In fact, I'll move it down because my chat's right there. It's kind of cool because it uses the old Star Trek sounds. So, like, when stealthies go stealth, it was like the Vulcan stealth, when their ships stealth and they cloak. That's the word. When they cloak in space and stuff. It's that sound, and the alert was like some of the battle sounds. It's super cool. Love it. It's just called Spy. Definitely recommend it. It's nice to be alerted to other people in your area. So, because some people are dicks. But I haven't had too many problems lately, is my point, which is why I'm going to actually have it on now. I usually don't like or recommend, if you're just trying to level and you're not actively seeking world PvP, I don't usually recommend having a war mode on in current content because you're going to run into a lot of people. But it's been quieter lately, finally, because it is roughly nearing the end of the expansion, and now people are kind of calming down with the leveling. Most PvPers are done because the season is probably almost over, and if they are doing PvP, it's instanced, not world. So that's kind of nice. So the only thing you really have to deal with are griefers, and at least on my server, unless they literally phase in, I don't have that problem. I run into Horde a lot, not a lot, but sometimes phased in from Wormrest or other more Horde dominant RP realms. And I don't usually have a problem with them. We just kind of wave and continue on our merry way because we both know why we're here. We're here for the XP, not for the PvP, you know? It's whatever. I don't hate PvP. It's just not my favorite thing in the world. I'd rather level, you know? So, anyway, so yeah, we're gonna have that on for this duration and see what happens. If it gets hairy, I can, fight back if they're the same level, or if they're not, I can run away and turn it off or something. I don't know. I should be fine though. So, yes, that is what we are doing. But we can do that. Yep. And hopefully the audio is looking good. I messed with the audio for, well, I started at noon. I've been doing XSplit stuff, tutorials and tweaking and learning how to use the software. Like I've used it in the past, so I half knew how to use it, but it was just from fiddling with it myself, not actually like, taking the time to watch proper tutorials and stuff. So I watched multiple of those, and I understand it a lot more now because XSplit Broadcaster is a much more complicated software on a user basis than OBS. There's nothing wrong with OBS. I'm still going to be using OBS for videos where I don't have a face cam, and it's not for non-Let's Plays. In fact, I probably won't even use it for, well, maybe I will. I haven't decided if I'll use it or not yet for when I do Let's Plays with Canary. I might, just because the transitions and scenes and stuff I like. OBS can do those too, but I do like XSplits a little better. Actually, a lot better. A lot more. So I'm probably just going to use this for... This is my Let's Play program. When I'm not talking into the mic, I'm just recording video, like when I'm doing leveling testing or stuff for my guides, I'll probably just continue to use OBS for that. So I can definitely recommend this software. I've been enjoying it so far. It is not free. OBS is free. XSplit is not. It's kind of expensive, in fact. I paid like 200 bucks or whatever it was quite a while ago now, but I mostly needed it for console gaming. That's why I had the software to begin with, because on my other channel, which I might rename again because I'm still kind of debating on that, might just be unoriginal and go with Kraken Latte Gaming. I don't know. Because I do play other games from time to time, and Breath of the Wild 2, for example, is supposed to be out sometime this year, and when it is, I have a Switch, I am absolutely going to be playing Breath of the Wild 2, and you can sure as heck bet it would be really fun to, record that. So that's why I got XSplit, because it's... Oh, you know what? I didn't use the knife on the other dude. That's okay. But it's, it feels a lot cleaner, a lot smoother, a lot better for console recording, and it works better with my Elgato than my capture card, than whatever you call it, OBS does. This treasure here that we're passing, the Cache of Moon, we'll come back for at the very end. It's the last one we'll get, even though we're passing it now. It's because you need all of these over here to get, and those, since we're going this way instead of the other way around, it'll be the last treasure we get. And this one requires 2 people. You have to use the drum and the harp at the same time, so if you have a friend, you can grab that. If you don't, skip it. I usually skip it because I'm usually doing this solo. If I do it with Canary, we can get that treasure. But otherwise, everything else is lootable here. And again, I will share this line route I have with you. This is using the Roots add-on, and I am going to do a little guide on kind of how to use it, and at the very least how to import and export, since there is a additional extension add-on, I guess you could call it, for this now that does that. So. Oh yeah, and hopefully also, back on the audio thing, hopefully my camera and mic are now synced. I have noticed that because it records at much higher quality, supposedly, XSplit seems to have a delay between the camera and the mic when I'm recording them at the same time, whereas I don't think it really had that in OBS, but it didn't have as many, adjustments and settings in OBS either, so I don't know. It's fine. But anyway, so hopefully, because the last episode, and my point in saying that, the last episode of this for Alliance was not synced. I noticed I couldn't figure out what was up with that or why that was a thing, but I, thanks to the tutorials, now know how to do that. I had to put a 110 millisecond delay on my mic. That way, and it's in milliseconds, so it's very small, to match up with the audio, or video, I mean, and my camera. Because I don't have a super fancy camera. I just have a little Logitech, well, it's not even Logitech, it's Nexa Pro. It's a little webcam, little USB cam that you plug right into your computer. Works great. Looks fine. I don't need anything fancy for what I do. I don't need no 4K, daddy spank me camera. I don't need that, so, So I don't really care as much about my camera. The focus is the game, not so much the camera. It's just more fun to have me in focus here since, you know. So let's play. Solo let's play. And I don't think I will, but I've kind of been debating whether or not I should put a face cam on my Let's Plays with Canary. I don't think I will, just because to me, when it's a duo Let's Play, it's not that it's required with a solo either. Plenty of people use it with both, with or without the cam. But to me, when it's a solo Let's Play, it's much more personable because I'm not talking to anyone else. I'm talking to you. I'm interacting with you folks. And that's way easier to do when you can see me, you know? Whereas when when you're doing a Let's Play with someone else, you're interacting with them. You're not talking to the audience like you would in a stream. You're talking to your friend. And everyone else is just kind of listening in as you're goofing off. So to me, that's why I have the face cam. And I don't think I'll put that on... That's a world quest. My world quests are funky. I need to reload. They do that sometimes. Wonder if it got turned off by... Anyway, so that's why I don't think I'll put a cam on my Let's Plays. Like if I did, I would want to include Canary's cam as well, but I feel like that would be asking too much because then she has to get all cleaned up and prettied and I have to look somewhat presentable. We're not just, going for it and just talking and laughing. We have to be more, because it's an added element. So I'm not going to worry about that. I debated it, but yeah, I don't think I will. Come on, reload. Got me some coffee. Yes, this is a octopus Kraken-y mug. I don't know if you can tell or not, but yeah, that looks pretty good. You can see it. It's a custom mug, assuming it's custom. Yeah, it's got signature on it. Now why are my world quests not showing? I bet they got turned off for some reason. Hold on. World map config. No, it's zone map. Quest summary? No. Quest locations. There they are. Okay. That's better. Anyway. I got this mug at... shoot, where did I buy it? I'm in Oregon. I live not far from the coast. The west coast of the US. It's like hour and a half-ish to the ocean. So we have a lot of like seaside sailor village port type towns not too far from us, so they have a lot of stuff like this, which is kind of fitting. So that's kind of fun. So when the last time I went on a trip with my mother, her and I like to do trips every once in a while now that I've graduated college. So her and I have a wonderful relationship as mother and daughter. But I unintentionally found all this Kraken stuff. I found like a bag, I found a couple mugs, I found a, whatever you call it, painting portrait thing. In fact, can you see it? You can. It's right there. Right here. In the very back wall. You definitely can't see it very well, but it is in my room behind me, so that's kind of fun. But it was funny because my mom was the one that kept pointing it all out. She was all like, well, it's for your channel. You can put it in behind you or something for theming, And I'm like, I didn't even notice it. And she's all like, look, it's an octopus for your channel. I was like, you're cute. Thank you. I mean, I bought them, of course, but, she was just like, hey, here's this thing. So it was fun. But anyway. So, my hair's not wet this time, but my hair, I usually keep it up in a bun because it's so dang floofy. It drives me nuts. I was thinking about getting like some leave-in conditioner or something, but I don't usually like using that because it ends up making my hair greasy. So I don't know, I gotta find something because I like the shampoo and conditioner and stuff that I use, but my hair's always just been super fluffy. So it's really like light and thin and spidery, but I have a lot of it. I have a lot of hair, thick amounts, volume of hair. And if, you know, I'm going to be appearing in Let's Plays like this occasionally, because I do want to do more of these, even beyond this series. I don't know what I'll do, really. Maybe just me when I'm doing my dailies or something, because it would be good practice, because eventually I do want to stream. And I know streaming in and of itself is still a different animal because I have a live audience that I'm talking to, a chat that I can interact with, yada yada yada. But alas, I cannot do that until the dang Starlink finally gets to me, whenever that will frickin' be. So in the meantime, I think this is good practice because I think I've been getting better about addressing the camera, talking to my viewers, and, you know, even if a lot of people aren't watching these particular episodes, I think I've been using them to improve my presentation. It's what made me decide to go ahead and pull over XSplit from my other computer that I use for console gaming. I mean, I don't game, you know, on the computer, it's for recording. Because, yeah, it looks nicer. What I just looted over here, was some aromatic flowers, because you need those to loot the desiccated moth over there. Now, according to I'm using Handy Notes, by the way, Handy Notes Shadowlands, because it shows all the treasures and things. It shows only, it doesn't show it right now because I have it hidden, but it shows flowers down here, but there's actual multiple spawn points for these aromatic flowers, and I like getting the ones up here because the one I need to use them for is right there. You know, why go all the way down here and then have to come back up? That seems silly. So that's what I just looted, even though it's not going to be marked on your map for some reason if you use Handy Notes. Maybe other add-ons do. That one didn't, so, you know, whatever. Alright. We're gonna go get this moth. And I'm sure you've noticed oh, yeah, there's someone here, see? Look, it's a druid. I wonder what they're doing. Oh, speaking of flower. Get this. Oh, that's a 60. You know, I'm not gonna get that because we are in 60 territory now, so I don't want to tangle with 60 NPCs. Not everything scales, unfortunately. But anyway, I can get this moth. And see, they're from Cenarian Circle, so they're probably a little on the nicer side, I would imagine. They're probably not here to try to come gank me. I don't mind when it's just like one player or someone just... Darn it, it's another 60. Anyway, yeah, it didn't bother me. It's whatever. They probably have a hard time catching me anyways because I'm not lingering in one place very long. Just collecting treasures. Boop. And I could be riding the... I know I could be a little more efficient and be using the, what is that thing? The Sky Golem? Oh, speaking of. To collect these, herbs. What's that? Orbs. To collect these herbs because you don't have to dismount. Stop it. Don't care. Turn off reminders. Get out of here. Sorry. Hope you probably heard that. I don't know. Anyway. But I don't care that much. I'm not super focused on herbalism. If I was doing only herbalism and focused on that, I absolutely would. But as you can see, because it is the middle of the day and not in the late evening like I've been doing for herbalism, There's like nothing. There's no herbs. And that might have been what that druid is here for. I don't know. Let's see here. It's in here. There it is. So. And I'm sure you'll notice that some of these treasures don't give percent and they don't give XP. It's because some of those, like that enchanted bow that we just got, are little pieces to put together to loot a bigger treasure. That's why they have different icons, like this one here. These, they don't give you anything, but you do need to assemble all of them to loot a bigger treasure that does give you XP and other loot and stuff like that. So that's why I have them in my list. These are technically for the cradle, which is that big treasure we passed earlier that I said we'd be looting at the end. But I looted anyways in this case for XP. And it does a cool little visual effect. Makes everything all night colored, which is cool. But, you know, yeah, so, that's what we be doing. Owie. These jerks hurt. Get wrecked, scrub. There we go. So, got that piece. Oh, there's an herb over there. I'm gonna get that. Oh, thank you. These are just for, oh darn it. These are just for a little extra XP. If I happen to come across them. So, that's pretty good. As a tiny spoiler, since it's still kind of on my mind, for those of you watching, I have a bunch of guides coming in the very near future, probably right after this series, focused on how to unlock certain gated content. It's not necessarily time gated, it's just stuff locked behind like a quest line or stuff like that. Did I loot that? Yeah, I did. Stuff like that. So like Molten Front. You might not know it, but you have to quest through a vast majority of Hyjal to Mount Hyjal, the zone, in order to get to the Molten Front and, you know, start doing it. You know, I'll show you how to do that. And I'm gonna have each one separated, like, or how to unlock Sunsong Ranch, or, you know, in Pandaria, and what levels you can do that at, because actually I've found that a lot of them don't require you to be level 50. A lot of the older content, you only have to be the level of the cap of that expansion now, as it is in whatever you call it. Really? I just bought that earlier. Whatever, I guess I can sell it. Anyway, you get my point, I think. So, stuff like that. Like the Garrison you can do at 10, you can do level 2, rank 2 of your Garrison at 15, even though you can go there at level 10. Rank 3 of your Garrison you can't do until level 40, which is important because you need, let's see, where's the other thingy? Here we go. There we are. You need your shipyard, at least rank 1 of your shipyard, to be able to go to Tanaan, to access that. Like, you can just fly there yourself manually, technically. Oh. Congrats, Canary. She's in my guild too, as you can imagine. It's just me and her and Silverfire Tea, but Silver's not been playing anymore. She might be back at some point, if we'll see. But, yeah. There's another herb over there. Want it. Give. There we go. I didn't pull anything. Anyway, what was I even saying? I don't know. Probably not important. I lose track really quick. Oh, and this right here isn't a treasure. The Arden Wields a stage thing. That's the, in case you don't know, the conductor, one of the conductor points for your sanctum, to be able to, here it is, summon rares and stuff for that little theater, so you can get grateful offerings and things. It's not an actual treasure, even though it shows up as a treasure with handy notes for some reason, so it's a little weird. You can probably attack them while you're low level, but I don't think you can summon them because you need to have it unlocked via the upgrades, which you can't do until 60. So, you know, whatever. Alright, so now we did all the treasures except for that one, which we're going to loot here shortly. And we're also going to do this pet battle world quest real quick. And yeah. And now that won't put us to completing this bar, but that's okay. We're going to leave that as it is for now and just worry about the treasures and stuff right now. We have, it's very easy to get between zones if you have the, whatever you call it. Engineering portal, the wormhole, there we go. The engineering toy. So you can just hop, oop, there's herb back there. Hop between, zones. Did I say realms? I don't know. Zones. It's easy to move between zones with that, so. And I am curious, without doing quests, I mean, I've done it before, but I can't remember where just the treasures are gonna put you. Because see, we're already almost to 55, which is pretty rad. So we're getting some good XP. Definitely awesome. So, yeah. Uh-oh. Did I not put TD script on this? Oh no. Oh no. Okay! So, that should have only been a second for you, but I had to re-import from the Zufu's website all, at least the scripts that are up today for the pet battles, because all of my scripts are gone. Apparently, they got deleted, and that really frustrates me because I had a lot of scripts for a lot of fights. So, anyway, after that snafu, let's continue this. Because what it does is this. So you see this auto button down here? That's what I set it to. It is completely legal, promise you, don't you worry, because it's not doing it for you. You still have to hit a button to activate it. But it's an add-on that you can get to go with Rematch. I will have a guide on how to use this. That is also in my roster, and it's mostly done. But of course, all the guides will come back after this series is over on how to use TD Battle Pet script and Rematch and all that stuff. And I'll probably call it like how I make pet battles easy or something, because it does. I used to not use TD script because I thought it was like, it felt kind of cheaty to me. It's not, but you know, it's been really nice. I've been using it. Canary got me hooked on it because, you know, when you're not paying attention, it's sorry, I was getting pinged over there. I was like, what do people want? Anyway, when you're not paying attention, you want to just talk. You can't really focus on your pet battles, and you could super mess it up. But you can spam one button without thinking. So this really helps with that. There we go. That's what I wanted. Thank you. We will turn in the bunny soul later. Thank you. We are now going to get that treasure. Oy-vey. It won't look like it for you, but that was like 10 minutes of trying to figure out what the heck was going on. I don't know what happened to all of my other TD scripts, but that really annoys me. So, anyway, moving on. That's fine. It's fine. So, we are going to get the treasure here. So all of those gardening tools that we looted over here that looked like little half moons, you have to combine them in your bag. I'm sure you saw that earlier. Tell her you found it, and you loot this. And if you don't have the cradle mount, then you'll get it from doing that. But I wanted it for the sake of XP. So, now we have finished this area in terms of treasures and bonus objectives. As you can see, we are not we're at 83%. We are not finished with the zone, but that's fine. I'm not going to worry about quests right now. I am going actually to, let's see, what zone we want to do next. Let's do Bastion. I like Bastion. So we're going to go to Bastion next and do all those treasures. And yeah, be on our merry way. Because we are done with all the treasures of this zone. And again, I will share the routes that I was following on screen. I don't need to tweak them, to my knowledge. A couple of them I might, because I think Bastions I included the quests to get you to 100%. Yeah, I think I did. Yep. But I don't necessarily always want that, so I might separate it. But anyway, we're gonna do that. So yeah, I'm not gonna do, I need to tweak this one. I'm not gonna do that quest. Well, actually yes I am, because that quest goes with this bonus objective. So some of these, yes, I do need to pick up. So yes, we are doing some quests because this overlaps with the bonus objective here, and it would be stupid not to. So let's do that. In fact, we're going to pick up a couple, whatever you call these things, couple of those. We got 2, perfect. Do those real quick because that treasure over there behind us requires Canary, I'm just gonna turn off that screen. She keeps distracting me. She wants my attention. But I'm recording. She knows I'm recording, and I told her it's totally fine if you pester me, I just won't answer. But anyway, you have to put in those 2 there, and then you can loot this treasure. It doesn't give XP. Actually, it does give XP, but it doesn't give percentage toward that, unfortunately, which is really irritating. So, that's fine. Yeah, so we'll do that. There we go. Now, we're gonna go do the bonus objective over here. Because these guys are the ones that drop the book. And besides the herb nodes that you can collect over here, which I can actually ironically see on the map because I have herbalism, these guys are how you kind of complete that. You can like spar the aspirants over at the little arena thing over there, but I think this is faster, and you don't get XP for sparring with them because you don't actually kill them. You just defeat them. These guys you actually kill and get XP, so, mob XP is important. Even if you don't think it is, because that's XP you wouldn't otherwise get. So, gonna kill these guys until we get the book and/or, yep, there's the book. Nice. So we can get that. Actual flower. Neat. Kill this dude here. Neato potatoes. And of course you're gonna go all the way down, aren't you? It's like, it kind of drives me nuts with these flying mobs that do that. They don't come, and it's not all of them, it's just some of them. They don't come at you. They just go down if they're over like a cliff or something. It's like, dude, no. So, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. We'll do flower. And another flower. It's kind of pretty here, isn't it? Because I still have that Ardenweald cash buff on Moonsight. So it's really neat to kind of see that in other zones. As it changes the skybox and the lighting and all that. It's all pretty. Gloves! I can put those on. I also got boots from earlier. Nice. And I think that's it. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, that technically wants us to go over there. I think... Do I want to do that? No. I'll just do this. I'm just gonna do the treasures and bonus objectives like my original plan. Because I'm kind of torn, because it's like... Where's the quest? Here it is. You know, on one hand, I could do this route so that it... I don't want to do the bonus objective. Oh well. So that it, whatever you call it. Is this overriding the... Oh, that's the bonus objective. Okay. Not the world quest. I thought I said it world quest. Anyway. Yeah. I need the big peoples. I don't need that. I need the burbs. There they are. I know they're carrion, but whatever. If it flaps, it's burb. In my book. So... Gonna kill her. Moiter. Cause she a bad one. She's a bad angel. Bad Flappy Bird. Here we go. Let's go find another one. And I tend to get distracted, but if you kind of kill these guys first, the Ascended here for the quest, because you only need 3 of them. 3 of them is like almost your entire bonus objective bar. And then you don't, you know, need to worry about killing too much else. So, that's good. Die, wench. There we go. And it's inevitable that you're gonna pull out the things like this anyways when trying to pull those, so, you know. That's okay. There we go. Here's some more. We'll do this one. Skadoosh. If you do this, even if you pull them before using the spear, make sure you use the spear because it puts the debuff on them. 5 minute. Increases their damage taken by 300% because these guys have a lot of health if you don't. So. And Sire Lightsky, the creator of Help Me Play, had mentioned that there's a world quest that comes here sometimes that conflicts with that button and you can't use it, which is interesting. I've not actually had that, but again, you know, world quests. They're random, so hopefully you don't run into that, but you might. Alright, so let me get this herb over here. Try to do it without pulling things. Nice. Okay. Let me get this treasure while we're right here. Nice. Beautiful. And go turn in that quest real quick. Oh, I didn't turn in the suggested reading. Shoot. I see I'm all out of whack now because my route isn't just treasures. This one is the one I had mixed with questing as well, but I think I want a just treasures mode because it's I designed it to complete the bar. Which technically I should be doing, but I don't know. I'm just so torn on that because it's like, should I in one run? I don't know. It's not a big deal. But maybe we'll do that next time. Maybe you'll have a separate route. Maybe I won't. I don't know. Because it kind of doesn't matter what quests you do. If you're doing treasures and stuff, you're already not purposely trying to be super efficient, you know? Because this is not a super... Oh, another node. Not a super efficient route. This is just, you know, to do something different. Mostly because I'm kind of tired of leveling through just quests and stuff, which is actually unusual for me. Ooh, more herbs. Herbs all over the place here. Which is actually great. This is... For some reason... Where was I going with what was I even saying? Oh, right. For some reason, I'm already bored with Shadowlands questing. Oh, my buff's gone. Now it's bright. That's a shift. At least it's not sudden. It gradually changes. Anyway, yeah, normally I'm not bored of questing in current content so quickly, but I mean, I guess it has been like a year and a half, a little over, since this expansion's been out, but I haven't been leveling through that the whole time, you know? So, I don't know. I'm not sure why. I guess for some reason it just doesn't feel as... I don't know, I don't really have an explanation. I'm just not as into the questing this time around as I was in past expansions, which is interesting. I've been loving the 1 to 50 stuff. I've been doing that over and over. But, I don't know, so I don't really have a reasoning on that one. I guess maybe it's because... Maybe because we have so few quests. Because we're only doing side quests in the campaign. That's something to talk about too. I don't want to do the world quest. That I'm going to bring up in a podcast later when that starts. Is how I would have done my thoughts on the whatever you call it, Threads of Fate, kind of how it is, because I have a few gripes about it. I don't hate it by any stretch, but honestly, I personally think Legion's version of how they designed their quests was better. And by that, I mean... Oh, I didn't want to pull that guy, darn it. Oh well. And by that, I mean being able to go to any zone at level 10, or, you know, at the same level at least, still is super nice. And it's the only expansion you can do that with. You can technically kind of do that with Shadowlands so long as you turn on Threads of Fate, which is fine. I get where they were going with it, but like, it's too... I don't like them being separate, and I also do... Whoa. Hello. Goodbye. Alright. Anyway, I don't like them being separate. I like being able to do the campaign repeatedly, you know, the main storyline, but I don't want to have to go through all the RP and stuff. I don't know, it just feels... Why? Oh, because it's the bonus objective. I don't know, you get what I mean? I like the per zone stories rather than an overarching plot throughout all the zones more. Because I feel like it's probably a higher percentage of the player base than you think, tend to get bored easy. I don't get bored of WoW as a whole, but I do get bored of certain activities easy. And unless the overarching story is very, I don't know, very appealing somehow, I'm just not that into it. And even then, the plot between each zone for the campaign is kind of weak, in my opinion. It's not necessarily one long story, it's just, there is still a story within each zone. That's still a thing. And it's just connected by needing to go back to Oribos, talk to the keepers and all that, and, or whatever they're actually called. And, you know, activate the next zone because you're searching for anima or whatever and trying to figure out what's wrong and you're looking for people. But that's kind of it. You're not, you know, I don't know. It just felt, I don't really have a solution for it. Well, actually, I kind of do. Just not do that, I guess, would be my solution. I'll talk about it more in the podcast when I have it a little more thought out. That's why I write points and stuff that I've been doing, which you haven't seen yet because they're not out yet, even as of this episode, but they will be soon. They will be very soon, because my old Let's Plays with Silverfire Tea stop. It's not just those, a few other old episodes. Oh, I finished this. I can move on. Yeah, and I can go straight over here because Yeah. I'm going to do that other bonus objective. Anyway. I know, I'm not following my route here, but it's because it's, like, included with quests. And I don't think I want that. I have a quest route already. I don't need a quest and treasure route. Oh, I should have done that pet battle. Didn't realize I was right on top of it. Pet battle! But anyway. I know, I'm not following my route here. It's because I need to tweak this one. And I'll do that. Bastion needs to be tweaked. I'll do that after this. After I record here. But anyway. My old uploads, re-uploads, I guess, from a different channel. Only 2 pets? Do I need to? Probably need to heal something. Get out of here. Yep, that's what it is. Nexus whelping again. It's very popular, this expansion. Anyway. Yeah, I need to fix that. So. Don't really remember what I was saying. Oh well. Oh, my old re-uploads end on the 3rd of February, which is coming up because as of recording this, it's the 25th of January. And so after that, new Let's Plays with Canary are coming, and the podcast will replace those same slots. So that'll be good. And I have /had/have art day, like an art day thing I want to do planned to go out on Saturdays, but I haven't had time to really do a lot of that yet. Trying to be better about scheduling, doing everything I need to do, but it just seems like I always have too much to do and never enough time to do it. Story of pretty much everyone's life, I think. And I work pretty much 7 days a week. I don't actually stop working. So, yeah. So, that's a thing. But, which is not, doesn't bother me. It gives me something to do. My throat is weak today. Might have to take breaks between episodes here. I was going to record a couple episodes today. Because I need to record more of my Horde one too. All my Horde ones that I had already done are now out. So I need to record fresh ones with my lovely new XSplit stuff. So that'll be nice. Another herb. So, yeah. But, yeah, we're gonna see how far this treasuring gets us. Because I've kind of, like, been doing, I don't know, just various things. I might do Torghast again at the end. I'll probably go ahead and record it. They don't take long. And it's not the halls I don't like that are up this week. Skuldus is up. I like Skuldus. I think Skuldus and the Soul Forges are my favorite too because they feel easy. They're pretty straightforward. They're not as crazy as some of the other ones. Which I like all of them. It's not like I don't. I like all of the Torghast halls. I do. I like the variety in style. It's just in terms of, you know, questing quickly and trying to get through it just for the sake of XP, not doing it to, you know, necessarily enjoy it. It's kind of, you know, the faster the better in that case. So, yeah. That's okay. So, gonna get this done. And we'll see how long this takes me. How long have I been recording? A little over an hour. I might break this up into 2 zones and a Torghast, because it definitely won't be on the same day that I'm recording these. So, because at least for this particular leveling, I'm not doing it back to back. Not like the Horde one where I'm trying to you know, even though it's been another day, I won't do another Torghast because it doesn't follow the guide. So that's that. Let's see. I don't remember why, but that treasure. I don't have that one. I think it's because it's in a cave. I don't like going all the way in there and getting it without having to do those quests because it's pretty deep in there. Debating if I should do the... Nah, I won't worry about the, whatever you call them. And that treasure is a pain because this one up here that I'm looking at now, the one I'm talking about in the cave is this one. So I'm probably not going to get that one this time around. That's why I don't go up there. And this one all the way up here, it says you need to jump across flowers to it, but for some reason the flowers aren't always available. I don't know what necessarily activates that because it's not a world quest thing, but you have to jump across the flowers to get to it. Even if you can fly, the chest won't show up unless you jump on the flowers, which is really kind of irritating. So. But anyway, I think I might go ahead and end this episode here. We're not in a super rush. And it's been, you know, for me, it's been like an hour and a half. But I'm probably cutting out like 10 minutes or so of that because of the TD script issue. So, we're going to stop this one here. I need to fix this route. And then in the next episode, I will do... Or was I going to do Torghast? No, yeah. We're not done yet. My bad. I need to go do Torghast. I was going to do that. I was literally just talking about that. See how quickly I forget? So, so we're going to do Torghast. As I choke on myself. Wow. I'm out of water too. Go figure. My coffee is cold. Bleh. It's fine. Okay, so we're not done yet. I was just talking about Torghast too. That's okay. It's because I'm hungry. I'm distracted. That's what it is. Alright, let's go to Torghast. Real quick. Real quickie. Because it's a different day and we have the daily. Come on, load please. I don't know why these pads sometimes take forever to load. I don't really appreciate it. It's really annoying. Come on! Why you broke? I'm on the right pad, right? Oh yeah, now it's working. Take me up, please. Thank you. In we go. Those pads are strange. They're really cool, but, you know. That's okay. So... Torghast. Yeah, so we'll do Torghast, and then call it good, and then I'll do Maldraxxus and Revendreth treasures and a Torghast in another episode. Plus all the herbs, of course, that I happen to find along the way. So that'll be... Yeah, I said last time I wanted these to take more than 2 episodes for the treasures, and I'm throwing in another Torghast to boot. So, yeah. See, do I have any more gear? Yes, I can put on a belt. I don't think I got wrists yet because that's in a different zone. Yeah, that's fine. Hello? Alright, yes. Scold us, please. Alright. And if it still gives us the same, we should be like 56.5, or at least close to it, maybe. It doesn't give the same XP, unfortunately. You get less from Torghast the higher you get, which is kind of a bummer, but you know, it is what it is, so that's okay. That's okay. So let's do... Oh, chain of command. Yeah, sure. Beast of Prodigum. Ah, sweet. It's like the perfect week for this. Because then I get double pets. And I'm not a Beastmaster. Neat! I like the Beast of Prodigum. Beast of Prodigum week is nice because it's tank pet. So when you don't have a tank pet, it makes things way easier. Speaking of, that's the case. Maybe I should work on the twisting corridors. I don't remember if I don't think that, maybe they do. I haven't done enough of Torghast to know how the special effects things really work, but I know at least with the Beast, it's really nice, and I should see, I don't remember if it affects the Twisting Corridors or not, or if it's only in the regular halls that you get this extra effect thing. Like Beast of Prodigum, for example, when that's active. Because that would help me a lot on doing the Twisting Corridors. Let's see, where are we going here? Yeah, we'll go this way, why not? Now technically, ow. You don't need all this extra stuff at all. I like getting it just because, but you don't actually need it because you just don't. You don't really get a whole lot of XP from it. Turn that off, thank you. So, yes. My soul shapes, not on my bars. Oh, more dudes? Hello. Must have activated their trap card. Haha! You've activated my trap card! And they're dead. Too bad, so sad. That's okay. I'm a fox. Okay, let's just go this way. I'm not gonna actually worry about doing a full clear or anything, because you really don't need it. It's not necessary. You don't get much out of these mobs. It's pretty crappy. So actually, you know, the faster you can do this, the better. Darn these. So close. Close shave. Alright, don't do it again then. Fine. So, let's get this soul. That's okay though. Yeah, these the faster. Ah, well, fine, we'll just blow all these. Faster the better. You don't really need it. The end bosses aren't that hard. I mean, they can provide a little challenge depending on how skilled you are with your class, but speaking of, I'm doing a kind of a test on these two for my rogue, because rogues, you know, would be one of the easiest next to like druid or something else to stealth past everything. I'm doing a test to see how many days it takes to do 50 to 60 on only Torghast dailies. Singular daily, once a day. How many days is it gonna take to get to 60 with that? And I'm already on like day 6, and I'm only like 53, which is kind of pathetic if you think about it, but I don't know. So we'll just see how long that takes. So I was originally guessing like 10 days, but I think it's gonna probably be more like 15 to 20 at this rate. So that's a bummer, but that's okay. I can't see. There he goes. Go that way or that way. Let's go this way. We'll go down here. And technically, I could run all the way to the end on my hunter here and then drop aggro, but I'm not gonna. Oh, pulled everything anyways. That's fine. So I don't need to do that. I could, but I'm not in a super hurry. It's okay. But if you want to, you can do that. It's pretty... Oh, drat. I forgot those things stun you. Or port and stun. They don't just hurt. That's okay. That's okay. So, yeah. Torghast is pretty easy, which is nice. You know, at least on... for leveling. Which is pretty nice. Maybe I'll record me doing the whatever you call it. Twisting Corridors on my main. This would be a good week for it. this. I like this Goldus. I need to see if Peace to Prodigum happens in those. In Twisting Corridor. I also need to do flawless runs and stuff so I can get more Mog and things from these, because I haven't really been doing them at all, actually. So, here we go. Here's our dude. Here's our man. Man. Here's our big boy. Go ahead and use this on him. I mean, he's already almost dead, but whatever. Make it go faster. There we go. Yeah, we'll do that one again. Interesting though, that one. Stack, I didn't know you could get it too of the turtle one that increases duration, so that's kind of neat. I don't know why it does this darkness thing. It doesn't have its transitions very well. That's okay though. Soul. Soul. Goodies. Soul. Alright. This thing here. Kill shot. Nice. I'll take that. Is that another beast of Prodigum? Can you get 2 beasts? I'm over here. You're over there. Can you get 2 beasts of Prodigum? I should have picked that. Darn it. That's okay. Oh, it's selling all my stuff. Oh, look at that. Let's see. Hunter ones kind of aren't that great, honestly. I don't really care for them. It's mostly like, let's ramp up your... Another one? Oh, please borrow me. Yeah, it's up that one. That was different. That wasn't the blue one, but... Yeah, it's like, mostly like traps and stuff. Oh, I see. It just... You're just vamping up your beastie. Okay, that's cool. Alright, next lore. Completion. Did I not get all the souls? Oh well, I wasn't really paying attention. That's fine. I'm not trying to go for a big complete here. Let's go around this way. I feel like it. Although I guess... Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what I was gonna say. I went blank. That's okay. Ah, hurry up and die, you stupid archer. I don't want to bring all these dudes. I don't want everything. Come over here with me. Hey, a dude. Neat. Kill, kill, kill. Yes, all the Night Fae abilities. So nice for Hunter. I like me some AoE. I'm an AoE hoe, that's for sure. Any class that has kick-ass AoE, for the most part. Love it. Yeah, we'll go out and grab this guy. Why not? Okay, I don't really care about that. Is this just a dead end? Guess it is. Alright, let's go around the other side. Yeah, I think my favorite's the Soul Forges. For this, but of course, that's not up every week. Let's go this way. Oh, okay. Oh, that's just a dead end, isn't it? Yeah. Alright. Yep, that's okay. That's okay, I'll take another power up. Sure. Free. Yeah, it's probably this way. Let's pull all these dudes here. That better not be another dead end. See, that's probably the end there, where the thing is. What are you doing back there? There we go. I need to heal. Heal. There we go. Oh, some things. Get those. Nice. Wish those gave XP. I like smashing pots. Alright, let's go this way. This is probably toward the end. Yeah. Really, you came in here too? Ugh, these followers are so bad at pulling things. They're just like, I'm just gonna run up and pull all their shit. I'm like, can you not? Can you not? Oh well. At least the carrion look cool. And we're almost done anyways. This is our last mob floor. We'll be on the boss floor after this, so. That'll be nice. Yep, there's the end. Come on, come attack things, please. Stop playing with what I'm not attacking. Swear. What's that? Pull you over here. These on you guys. I'm probably not really gonna need that. Whoops! Boss. Ow! Damn it. I was totally standing in that. Really? He's trying to move, but he did his chain yankee. That's mean. Oy vey. I'm gonna run all the way back up there. I don't remember where I went. Now I gotta fight these guards. That's so irritating. Did they go that way? I don't know. Oh boy. Where's my pet? Pet, please. Boy. That's annoying. It's not that way. It's this way. What's up here? Come on. There you go. I like how my little beast... Nope, it wasn't this way. Alright. I like how my little beast... Why are you so slow? Keep up. Look at these two. Alright, there we go. I like how my little beastie is named Horgul. It's cute. Speaking of, I haven't even named my wolf. Because I was gonna go tame one from Tanan that I wanted, but I didn't get around to it. That's okay. Gotta go run all the way back. Come on. My punishment for standing and shit, even though I was trying to move, but he does a Yankee chain. Irritating. So we're gonna pull you over here. Come on. Are you gonna... Really? Okay. Guess we're fighting in the middle of it because my beast is not letting me fight it somewhere else. That's fine. That's fine, I guess. Where's the thing? I gotta turn in this guy. I guess I do have to pull all those since it's over there. Figures. My pet being hurt by that doesn't look like it. Good. Go. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, let's go turn in this dude. Yeah, that's what that was. It was a bell. Alright. Okay. There we go. I recovered your bell. You're jingly jangly. Thank you. Ooh. Reduces your maximum health. Whatever. Don't want that. A lot of the really cool ones come with negative effects too, and I tend to not take them most of the time because I'm like, I don't want to reduce my health or something. I need all I can get. You know? Alright. Talk to you. Take spikes, that's what I more want. It's the Obleron stuff. And another cell. Alright. Yeah, sure. Okie dokie. It's boss time. Ah, this guy's so annoying. He's poops everywhere. It's okay. That's okay. Probably not great though with the pet because I can't control the beast pet. And he's just gonna stand there. It's a good thing I'm like semi-resilient. Come on. Pull him over here or something. Well. Alright. That's a thing. That's not gonna let me move it, is it? That's fine, I got healies that I can use. I don't think that stuff stacks, it's just a constant. That's fine, I'll send another poop. Figures. There's a downside of having the beast of Prodigy, I guess. It's kind of hard to move mobs around. That's okay. That's not Grace doesn't look like it. Okay, are you gonna follow me now? Yeah, come over here. Please. So slow. He's so slow. That's ridiculous. Whatever, I'll just stay on him, it's fine. He's almost done anyways. Oh, it's fine. Cute, cute, cute. Wheelie, wheelie. There we go. We did it. Yay. And I got renown. Neat. Okay, let's go turn in the Torghast quest and see what it puts me at. Hopefully 56.5, but it probably won't. Yeah, almost there. See, it starts reducing in XP. Not a big deal though. Alright, so that will do it for this episode. I have gone on long enough for one shot. Next time we'll be doing the other 2 zones treasures. And probably another Torghast because it'll be on a different day. And yeah, we'll finish up these in another episode as well. So probably only 3 more episodes of this left. I'm trying not to make them too long, you know? I don't want like 6 hours of leveling because I'm not being efficient on this particular one, so it's, you know, it's gonna take a little bit. But anyways, we'll wrap it up there. So thank you so much for watching, and as always, remember, it's never too latte. Hi y'all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to another episode of my 1 to 60 series on the Alliance one. A reminder, the Alliance side that I am currently playing on my human here is the one that is not following the route for the 50 to 60 portion. So, we're continuing from the last episode where I was doing treasures and stuff. And I need to do Revendreth and Meldraxxus. And we haven't finished the bars, but we're finishing like treasures, pet battle quests. Oh, I need to turn that off. Okay. And you know, stuff like that. So, welcome back everyone. It's been a little bit since I've recorded this series. Because I've been so busy, I've not been able to continue it. I'm sure you hear that practically every episode, or at least every few episodes it seems like. So busy, man. So busy. Let me turn off an add-on real quick here. Storyline. I picked up Storyline for the Lore Walk series, but I do not need it for this one. I forgot to turn it off. Whoopsie. So professional of me, right? Oh, so how's it all been with y'all? Valentine's Day is like tomorrow. I'm recording this just a couple days before this episode goes live. You doing anything for Valentine's Day? I'm not. I usually don't, because I don't care. I'm single, and I'd like to keep it that way, so. I may or may not buy some chocolates or something. I don't know. I love chocolate, but, you know, I need to, see, is this the... Yeah, make sure I had the right route. But, you know, I need to... I've been on a diet. It's not like so much a diet, well, you don't really know that I've been on a diet. I've been on, like, a, you know, working out and stuff. But I picked up a... It's like a 5-day... It's called a 5-day intermittent juice cleanse, really is what it is. So you're, like, on just, like, super healthy juice, different kinds, so you get all your nutrients and stuff, for 5 days. And then you can eat normal for 2 days. And then you go back to another 5-day if you want to continue it. And what it does, more so in women than in men, it probably might work for men too, I don't know. You know, our lovely anatomies are different, unfortunately. But it helps get rid of, like, toxins and stuff. It gets rid of, like, excess salt, excess sugars, caffeine. You're not supposed to have any caffeine besides what's natural in your, you know, from the fruit and teas and stuff that's in it. So no coffee. I had coffee in like a week. It's fine. I'm not super addicted to it, shockingly. I'm the type that I can pick up and put down anything. I don't know that I have a super addictive personality. I tend to be able to stop cold turkey with stuff pretty easily, I guess. Come back to life! But anyway, I was debating if I wanted to continue the juice cleanse or not, because I am on the 2nd day of the 2-day normal food, and I would pick it back up tomorrow. So, you know, like Monday through Friday would be the juice cleanse. Because you can do it as long as you can handle it. It's not like super hard on you, but it has been a little rough for me, but... Oh yeah, it's supposed to get rid of water weight too. Women apparently can hold up to like 30% of their weight in water. And I don't mean like, you know, the water you're supposed to have. I mean in your fat cells. That helps you cleanse all that excess out you might be holding. And in my family, it's quite common for the women to just hold all their water and they don't, like, use it very well. So we get all bloaty and weird, and it's just kind of a... Not that you really need to know that, but, you know, I'm sure it's not entirely uncommon. I know a lot of people that have the same issue. But anyway, so my point is, I've lost a little bit more weight in my face. So I was debating if I want to continue the juice cleanse for another week or two, or what I want to do with that. I found some good juices, some good brands that I like. Unfortunately, only West Coast stuff, as it comes to find out. Canary wanted some, she was interested, and I'm like, yeah, look up this brand, and she was like, that seems to be West Coast only, so that's a thing. I'm like, okay, we can't even order it online, apparently. But, you know, so. Anyway, as you've noticed here, what we're doing is the treasures. Continuing my routes that I have now tested a few times and done. So they're done, the treasure routes. The treasures and a few quests, as well as the bonus objectives. Just a couple quests, not like a lot. But I can share them now. I have shared them, actually. They are in my paste bin, which is in the link in the description that says paste bin. It says it's for profiles and stuff. Anything like that, you'll find it there. I need to update a couple of them, like my rematch route and rematch teams and my dynamic cam. Like, none of it's changed, but since the last time I updated it, but, you know, things get updated, like in the add-ons themselves. Probably be a good idea if I did that. I talking out loud here, but anyway. Yeah. So, it's good to get this done. I want to get this series done. It's been looming over me for 2 months now. But this is partly why I didn't entirely want to go through with this series originally, because, like, I mean, I've been enjoying it, but it just takes so long when I have to cut it up in this sort of format. you know, a full 1 to 60. And you're not streaming, you know, I'm recording it and then rendering it after I edit it, if I have to do any editing, which I'm trying to do as little editing as possible in these, because that was the deal, if you would. The thing? Yeah, so. Anyway. Well, things are going fine. Hopefully I can get more time to focus on future video stuff. I've just, for some reason, it's just, things keep coming up where it's preventing me from, like, working on stuff that I want to do, and it's driving me nuts because I'm like, I have a channel to run. Please stop bothering me. You know what I mean? And the stuff I tend to do is very time consuming, like leveling testing and making guides and how to unlock stuff. Like, I have to do a lot of, like, testing that you don't see on my end before I can make a guide that might be only 10 minutes long. So, you know. Alright, let's grab this here. Nice. Up. But, take a sip of juice here. I'm trying out different kinds of juices. And this one I got is watermelon. Now, it's gonna sound funny, but when I say I'm drinking a drink that tastes like watermelon, what immediately comes to your mind? Probably not actual watermelon flavor, but you know, the candy kind, right? Or no, this is like legit watermelon. The ingredients are watermelon flesh and rind. That's the ingredients, and it's really good. It's like licking a watermelon. But it surprised me when I took a drink the first time, because, like, I'm so used to fake flavors, you know? And this is just like legit juice. So, oh, the pet battle's right here. That's fortuitous. I'll have to go hunting for it. Wherever it is. Maybe. Here we go. And hopefully I have the thingy for this one, the script. Yeah, it looks like it. Good. Because all of my scripts, as you saw in, I think it was the last episode, were deleted. And I still don't know why or how all of them were deleted. All of them across all my accounts. All of my TD scripts. So I had Canary share me hers. But not all, I should have had her share her teams too, because not all of our teams match up, so not all, it put the wrong scripts in some of the wrong teams. Oh well, it's fine. It looks like this is working for this one, so that's good. Good, 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 good. So it's been a little bit hectic around here, but that's kind of been my life for the past couple months. Because, you know, anytime you try to make a transition with your life and adjust things and move things around, adding things in, it suddenly becomes hectic because it's not the same schedule that you're used to. And I temporarily gave up on learning how to use DaVinci Resolve for my software, or for my video editing, because I'm gonna need to do like an entire course on how to use that thing, because I don't know anything about video editing, which sounds funny because I do video editing for my videos, but my knowledge is very basic. So I'm gonna stick to Shotcut on that for a while, and but I am using XSplit Broadcaster for recording. I got that figured out. I'm using that. I like that, and I'm like, that's just gonna be my one change for now in that department, because hot damn. Ugh. Alright, got that done. Nice. And like as far as the route here, like I mentioned in the past couple of routes, this Quitting Souls bundle, yes. This skips some of the treasures because you know, like this one in here, the Forbidden Chamber one, you can't just pick it up and go. You gotta like kill all these mobs and learn, like, siphon all this stuff, and it just, and I don't even think it gave XP last time I did it. I don't remember, but not gonna bother with that one. Oh, and we are gonna do a couple quests, like these quests here at Wayne Crypt, because they're really, really easy. And they semi-intersect with the bonus objective down there, so we are doing those. Excuse me. Oh yeah, I forgot I had War Mode on. Oh well. Hopefully we don't get any a-holes coming after us. We'll find out. If they do, I can always just go turn it back off. But I would like to leave on War Mode because it's still 20% as Alliance. And that's just extra XP that I can get, you know? But we will see. We will see. Kill it, kill it. There we go. Nice. Alright, let's go kill some dread bats. All the dread bats. Nice. Buy some from Tyke and Illidan here anyway. We don't phase with those servers. Like I've said this before, but in case you weren't sure, if you're watching this episode now, RP servers are special because they don't phase naturally with other, they don't cross-realm phase with non-RP servers. They only do it with RP servers. So you always know when someone like from Nicondris or Illidan, because I'm on Moonguard currently, which is an RP server, is using someone else to phase themselves to our server because it doesn't do that on its own. Which is really nice because we are heavily populated as it is. We don't need Area 52 and all those other bloated servers meshing with our own. So, yeah. And the reason it does that, in case you're wondering, is because it's specifically RP servers. It's supposed to be RPers. So to help try to not break immersion, Blizzard had set it up that way. So only RP servers will naturally cross-phase with RP servers, which I really appreciate. I like that. Because you're more prone to see other RPers, you know, when you're phasing with your own kind, if you will. Well, let's see where he is. There he is. Where he at? There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna go kill the beasties down here. Because this quest here, specifically hunting trophies, intersects with the Banewood bonus objective. And that's why we're doing it. Because to me, it's silly to not do a quest that intersects with something when you know you're gonna need to do it twice. Because, you know, I'm doing treasures and bonus objectives and pet battles and stuff once through. That's not gonna entirely fill up my bar here. As you've seen, like, even Support the Court got pretty close, but the Ardenweald one didn't, you know, completely finish. So I'm gonna have to go back and do quests later, but that's totally fine. But because of that, like that flower. Because of that, though, it's like I might as well do the quests that intersect anyways because they're here, and why would I want to, you know, come do this twice? It seems silly, so that's why I have them intersecting. Alright, neat. Get this. Although I kind of don't need it because I really need animals, and it takes so long to get all the stuff from the beasties. I should just focus on that. I need to heal my pet. He's dying. There you go, buddy. Nice. Oh, nope. There we go. Die, please. Thank you. All the skulls. Here's another food. Food. bears, and we just need another spider set of fangs. Spiders don't like giving up their fangs. Neither do the bears, apparently. That's okay. Oh, it seems like those two from Cross Realm, those two hordes didn't feel like picking a fight, so that's good. Because usually when people cross phase in like that, Cross Realm in, they're not from an RP realm, they're usually here to pick a fight, which kind of drives me nuts. It's like, guys, come on. Okay, so look, we completed that. We're somewhat done with this quest. Free. More bears, please. So that's good. So I don't like PvP. I could care less. I just want a level, man. I'm not here to be stressed out and annoyed. Oh, I'm a little sleepy. It's 11 o'clock at night for me. I'm fairly fatigued all day. So it's kind of the, at least for me, not fun thing about doing a juice diet. It's, I keep incorrectly calling it a diet. It's a juice cleanse. It's the not fun thing for me. Is makes me fatigued. See how everybody reacts differently to stuff. There we go. Still need a paw. All right. Got a flower. There we go. Alright, now we just need a spider. Foodie food. Which is adorable. Little fuzzy spiders. Alright, now we just turn those quests in and we can move on. Easy peasy. Alright. Now we can move on over here. And we'll say it again when we get there, but you see these two treasures here? Those are at the end. I didn't go up for them even though I was over close to them because they require rubies. These here, infused rubies to loot. The count requires 99 and Lockfall requires 30. I have them go that way because if you get enough rubies by the end of this, it's a random whether you'll have enough or not, you should loot the count first because it's a pet, and if you don't want it, you can sell it, and it sells for a decent amount. My thing it is spared. Alright. Which is nice, so. Really? That's better. What's this? Oh, okay, I see. Alright, let's do this now. Down we go. Get it. Damn it. I hate this one so much. Get it. Yes. Got it. Alright. That one can be way more of a pain than I like, but I'm glad you can fly over to it. Ignore that guy. These guys hurt. I don't feel like playing with it. Just gonna nope out of that one. There we go. Yeah, okay. Moving on to that one. You can kill rares and stuff too if you want, if you really wanted rubies for to loot the count, but I don't usually bother because you don't get XP off of rares, but they fill your bar, so they're like empty calories. You're filling yourself up with nothing, you know? Where's my pet? Get out here. Oh, it's really annoying to me. Could you fight this thing, please, dog? Thank you. darn. Usually I can... Sometimes I can get out of that faster than these things, but not this time. It's okay. At least I give experience. Okay. Now we're gonna go over to the Pages quest, the Words Have Power one. Because it's really easy, and it intersects with a treasure over here. That's certainly nice. Alright. Okay, picked it up, right? Yeah, I did. Whoop. Thanks. Join the prince. Now here's a random question of the day. I don't think so. I think it's a no. But can the Shadowlands denizens have children? I don't think they can, but I'm just curious, like, if they can, because if Denathrius is like a king, if you would, and Renethal's a prince, did he just give him that title because he really likes him? Or because he's his son, even though they look nothing alike? I don't think they can have children, but I don't know, it's just something I've always kind of wondered. It's probably just an honorary title, but I don't know. Just a thought. More flowers. I'll take those. Flowers, please. Picking up the lovely pamphlets.
Work complete.
Yeah, so it would just be kind of interesting if he was like Denathrius' son by blood. I don't really know the story there, honestly, but that's okay. Okay, we're gonna pick up this quest real quick since we're here, but we're not gonna do that just yet. So we need to go turn in this quest. There we are. And loot the treasure up here. There it is. Treasure. Looty loots. Looty McToots. Alright. Now we'll go do this bonus objective and that quest. I like getting these 2 rubies here. There's nothing over here. Alright. Certainly a fan of clicking on things for bonus objectives. Easy. That ruby. I don't want the rare. I don't care about the rares. Where's my dog going? Really? Alright, all the way over there. Alright. Get in that thing's way. I want that guy. Oh well, it's fine. I'm not gonna come back with it anymore. That's okay. Stingy? Maybe? Stop spawning, please. There we go. These things are cool. I really like. I don't think we will, but I really want to see the in-between, where these things are from. Like, I know we technically kind of go through part of it with the wormholes between each zone here in the Shadowlands. That's where you are if you look at your map. But, like, is like a physical place we can really go to and hang out? Because these things are cool. Or is it just space? Just floating around? Oh, I don't want that guy. No. Come over here, please. Yeah, no, I don't want the elite. I'm good. There we go. Oh, those gloves. There we go. Nice. Anyway, I would like to see the in-between, like go to it as a place that we can hang out, do stuff. Kill rares. I don't know. Seems really cool. Okay, so we did that. Now, go look at this treasure over here. Beautimus. Okay. And we're skipping the Gilded Plum chest because that guy that holds it, the NPC that holds that chest, takes ages to kill and he keeps spawning stuff and it hurts. I don't like that guy. So now this area, it's kind of like you kind of have to decide if you want to do these quests here or not, because they do all intersect with this bonus objective, and you know we're already almost done with the route here and I'm only at 58%, so they're really easy, and just for the sake of me showing you to do this route without it, I'm not going to pick up the quests because they are kind of long. They can take about 20 minutes to do, but they really are, the Halls of Atonement quests here are really kind of the bulk of the side quests here in Revendreth. So if you're wanting to complete this all in one go for the sake of completing the bar and getting the anima out of it, then I recommend pick up those quests up there. But I'm not going to bother this particular run, because we are just here for treasures and bonus objectives. So. And another reason too that I'd be doing bonus objectives even if I was doing this like on a max level character, because you can, if you don't do the bonus objectives, they still let you do them even after you hit 60. Which is nice because they don't do that for all expansions. Like Legion, for example. When you've hit 45, you can't do the bonus objectives anymore, even though they're on your map still. They won't proc. Really annoying. But I don't know why they decided to do that with just Legion, because can you go back and do BFAs? BFA doesn't have very many bonus objectives. They've only got like, well, not many. There's not many. Even unlocking the ones there are by quests, there's not many. It's unfortunate. I like bonus objectives. I don't mind them. Kind of mixed feelings, I guess. They're easy and they're good for some quick XP and they're fine. I do like doing them when I don't feel like questing, because it's basically a quest, really. But you're just going around clicking and killing until you're done. Which is really kind of the definition of questing. I don't know. Questing with a different flavor. A different frosting, you know? But that's how it be sometimes. Let's get this guy here. Get out of here. And look at this chickie here. We're already almost done. As far as, you know, this little treasure route goes. And of course I think Revendreth has it too. There are treasures that you can't get until you're level 60. I have inaccessible treasures turned off on the characters that I do this on, because, you know, somebody died here. Because, yeah. No reason for me to get psyched out by stuff I can't loot. Make sure I'm not pulling any 60s. Everything around here is 60, except for this thing. There we go. Yeet. I don't think that guy gives... I don't know that he gives any, XP or percentage for that, but I like looting it because that's like 85 gold. It's super easy to get, so... Let's see, did I get XP? No. It's fine. Okay, just 2 treasures left then. Alright, that was quick. Can we loot the Count? No. That is a bummer. I was hoping to be able to loot him here. It's really random whether or not, like, been able to loot it sometimes. Because if you see here on the tooltip, it requires 99 infused rubies. Now you can go kill like a rare or something, or 2 if you want. Those will give you some rubies, but I don't really care. So we're gonna fly over to the muck pool and loot that one instead. Because that one only requires 30 rubies, which I have, because I have 75, so that's good. I'm gonna fly, fly, fly all the way over there, and then we can go to Maldraxxus! Yay! Yep. Cool. Coolio, coolio. Let's take a sip while I'm flying here. And we already did the pet battle. World quest. Is there really only one world quest here besides that pet battle? Skimping out on Revendreth today. That's okay. Alright. Let's go loot this. Now, this one is funny. I don't know if it's like a world quest that messes it up, but sometimes I can't see it. Yeah. Like on this character here, this character can't see it. They require infused rubies to complete our muck. There's supposed to be a... Can I talk to you? Oh. A big old pot here. Cauldron, rather. That you put your rubies in and then you can loot it. Sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not. And I'm not quite sure what makes it do that. So... And there's also this one up here. That one's not usually there. I think you do have to be 60 for that one. So... I guess we're not looting either of those when we get to keep the rubies. That's fine. Let's go to Maldraxxus. We're done here for now. We got to 67%. Meh. It's not bad, I guess. Alright, Maldraxxus. And we'll go work on that one. Yeah! So, same thing. We're gonna follow a route. Do the bonus objectives and treasures and probably loot any like herbs or something that we come across. And then call it a day. So pretty simple. Pretty simple. Alright. Up we go. Yeah, like you see, I don't have it turned off here. Ooh, that one gives... Oh, it's only got 1 hour left. I might do that world quest too. Because if you have a lot of alts, by the way, a random tip of the day, a good way to get easy marks of honor is by doing the PvP world quests. Well, quest singular here in whatever you call this place. Shadowlands. Legion had it like that too, where you could get marks of honor from that. I don't think BFA did, because they didn't have the tower, like the Legion Tower type world quests like this one does. These ones are different than the Legion ones though. I don't think they're quite as fun. I like the Legion ones more. They just felt more interesting. And there was more of them. This one, these, you only get one. There's only one PvP world quest at any time for some reason, and I don't know why that is. I don't like it. In Legion there was one for each zone. Well, the 4 major zones at least. And it's kind of a shame that that was not. But anyway, that's how I bought a lot of PvP sets in Legion. Because you can buy old PvP sets from past expansions. Not elite ones, of course, but the regular ones. The Aspirant and the Gladiator. Plus some mounts. Not the Vicious Saddle mounts, but the Honor mounts. You can buy those for Honor... Badges of Honor. Whatever they are. Mark of Honor. Which is pretty neat. And I'm not a big fan of PvP, but I like MOG, so that's kind of a nice way I can use my alts. Is just do bunch of those. The nice thing about these ones, at least, even though there's only one, is you can do it on level 50s, 50 plus. So you can level with it in a way, if you will. Which is kind of nice. Rescue that full Kyrian. Let's pull a little more here. Kind of slow. These guys aren't super hard, so I can pull a little more. Which is good. Whoops. Get back here. There we go. Over here. Pull out the big gun for funsies. Alright, I don't want to attack this thing. I don't have anything, but alright, I guess we're attacking it. Get it, Doge. There we go. Alright. I guess I could have done this rogue quest while I was here. Somebody working. Okay, well that's fine. Whatever. Alright. Did the bonus objective. No, we did not. It's almost done. That's okay. What are we doing here? Oh, pulling them out. There we go. Don't usually do that part. Just because I don't like trying to get in the way of that guy. No thank you. Don't need to fight one of the barons. Alright, some new wrists. Neat. Whatever to the next request there. Request. Bonus objective. What's attacking me? No. There's our pet battle. Exile. So it's not too far out of the way. Alright, bonus objective. Get him, Doge. There's Doge. Oh, alright then. Come here, Root. Thank you. Pull all these buckos. Come here, you. Yes. Hit it with moon fire. Excellent. I have to say, the ambience for some of these combat areas is pretty gross. Like if you really listen to it, when there's like these things around, abominations and stuff, there's like belching and farting. But that's kind of always been in WoW. But I guess if I was that poorly constructed, I'd probably be really gross too. So, you know. But I'm not really a fan of the abominations and stuff either. I'm sure some people are, but not quite my forte. Like, to me, if I'm gonna build a body, I'm gonna make a damn cool one, not a big old bloaty hog. You know what I mean? I don't know, maybe that's just me, but yeah. Kinda not my flavor. So, that's okay. Another sip while we're doing this pet battle here. Ah. Nice, Aru. Drinking my watermelon juice. Watermelon. Melons. It's quite delicious. I'm a little sleepy. That's okay. You get low-key sleepy Kraken today, whenever you're watching this. It's a little warm in here, actually. resurrected. Poopy. Oh, but they always do that. It's fine. It's the joys of undead pets. Is they always res for when we're around, but then die automatically. Which kind of sucks. It's kind of funny because when I've been doing these, I've been getting people asking me again to do pet battle guides. I'm like, I don't really have, like... I mean, I'm gonna do one, but it's probably not necessarily what they're asking for, because all I'm gonna say is I use Rematch, I import teams from Zufu's Pet Battle Guides website, and I have TD Pet Battle script, and I import a script that's usually also on that website, and that's how I do my pet battles. I used to do them manually, but I've since been spoiled with this because now that I'm playing with someone again occasionally, and doing pet battles in the background, you can't really focus on your pet battle while also trying to talk to people without screwing up and have to do it a million times. It's really... Did I lose? I lost that one. I must have got totally wrecked. I think this is one of those RNG ones, unfortunately. That's okay. I'll try it again. If it fails again, I'll grab a different team. Excuse me. But, yeah. Exhibit A. Messes up on its own sometimes anyways, but... Excuse me, good gravy. But it depends on the team, you know? One does it correctly this time. Might not. Zoom's not supposed to be dying this early. That's a little odd. I might look up this fight real quick here, see if there's a different team. I don't know why, but sometimes teams just stop working, even like mid-expansion, and I've never really understood why. Let's see, extra pieces. Hopefully this one does it. I am doing these pet battle quests because I like doing them. Yeah, it's Zoom, Feline Familiar, and Macropod XD. That's what I'm using. What's going on here? There's always a snafu, I swear. Yeah. I should not be dying this quick. $8D instead of XD. Nope, I have XD. Okay. Yeah, this is not working. What's going on here? I don't have any thingies. Okay, well, let's get a different team, I guess. Alright, well, you get to watch me make a manual team, because I'm not importing it here. It's on my other computer. Otherwise, I'll lag. Fine. Alright, let's do this one. We'll do it manually. Gulp. Because, you know, people ask me, how do you know what to do? Just because I get the teams off of a website. Rabbit. 222. And XD, which I can't. Oh, I can't use this team. Uh-oh. This XD is dead. Here we go. Here's a different one. Okay, I can do a different one. Apologies, everyone. Dust. bunny. And they want 222. Let's do Ben X. I think this is the one I used to use before they updated it. And the Pandaren Dragonling. 222 looks like. Or star 22, so I'll just leave that one on 1. Alright. So I'm gonna go ahead and save that. Yes. See if this one works. Alright. Take 3. That other one was saying no. Alright, I'm gonna use dodge. You can't see it, but I'm literally, I have, when you're on this website, Zufu's XU-FU. Zufu's Pet Strategies. They literally, you can download, usually they, well not download, it's just copy. Rematch string and the TD script, but I have it on my other computer, so I'm following the written script here on what to do. So after Stampede's done, use Flurry. Because that's how I pet battle. I'm not really interested in coming up with strategies. I just want to do my pet battle and get it over with, you know? There we go. That looks much better. Much better. Much better. Perfect. So, use dodge. Leftovers 2 joins the battle. Use Stampede until the bunny is dead. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Well, bunny feet, rather. Bunnies are so cute! I used to have a bunny. It was not a very chill bunny, though. Let's see. Stampede, switch to Ban X. Swarm of flies. Oop. But anyway, to my point earlier, I am going to make a guide on how I pet battle. I'm going to show you how to do all this. I've mentioned this before, and that's going to come up here pretty soon. And I'll show you how I do that, because it's tongue lash, bubble, round. I hate it when they list out like the abilities, but they say turn 1, 2, 3 instead of rounds, because it's a round counter. I'm not sitting here counting what turn I'm on for this specific pet, you know? So it's a little easy to, let's see, refresh if duration. Just used, I'm not sure, right? Anyway, but I will do a guide on how I make pet battles easy, or probably what I'll call it. Because I keep getting asked for pet battle guides. I don't really make guides on pet battles specifically. I have a few, like how to do the dungeons, but that was an alternate version on how to do them and for the sake of getting the portals, because like the pet dungeons, if you didn't already know, decoy. When you defeat the pet battle dungeons for the first time, you get a portal to each one of them that you can use account-wide. All your characters can use it, which is rad. So if you don't know about that, go check out those videos on my pet battle dungeons. Well, I guess I'll just pass. He's on his undead round. There we go. That team worked way better. I'll have to go grab that script later. Much better. Okay, now we can move on. Jeesh. But anyway. Yeah. So I'll show you how I use that, you know, where the site is and how you import stuff and how to use rematch, and it'll be how to use everything that I use to do what I do, because that's just how I play. It's not like what pets to use for what specific fight, because I'm probably going to tell you to go look it up. These people that make these teams are far smarter than I am when it comes to pet battle strategies. And I'm a proud user of their strats, so I'm going to continue to do that. Rather than trying to, you know, scrounge up some guides of my own. Because I would have to go, like, learn how everything works more than I would do. Like, I know quite a bit, I get the gist of it. You know, I did it on my own for years without doing the guides. or without using these guides, but unless you're super into pet battling, I'll just do this. It's not my favorite pastime. Like, I don't hate it by any means. I like it because it's a chill sort of thing that I can do in the background, which is nice. Has anyone actually got a blight-touched egg? Because I've never gotten one. Like, it says only 21 attempts here, but this is not my main account. So I've several hundred attempts on my main account. Okay. These guys, murder. I'm actually gonna run away. Run away, dog. We don't need them anymore. Oh, I guess we only have these two left. Killed everything else. Well, that's fine. We'll just stay. That's fine. I thought we had a lot more on us. Guess not. Okay, cool. We can move on now. Neato potatoes. Time to loot the shield. All the corpse slice thingies. Gross. Alright. Over here. Yeah, see? Gross. I don't know if you heard that, but I heard that disgusting belch. Come on, you. If you didn't hear it, turn up the audio there and re-listen to it real quick. 'Cause that was a wet one. Ugh. Alright. Now you don't have to do this. I like picking up this quest. Just because this little quest to do here is really, really easy. And on war mode at least, there's usually no one around doing this, so you don't really have to worry about messing up people's attempts to summon a rare or anything. So that's good. Come on, give me the thing. Yes. I like it when it gives it to me right off the bat. Sometimes I'm really unlucky and it just will not give you those things. Win. 2. Doot. 3. Okay, oh, turn that in real quick. Oh, was that a world quest too? Okay, well, I completed a world quest too, I guess. That's fine. I do this quest. Hopefully it stays there. Probably won't. Nope, it didn't. Alright. That's okay. Two slimy slimies. And 3. Untrack that one, because that's the dungeon. Whoops, that's the dungeon quest. We don't need that. Of course, you can totally do it if you want, but this isn't necessarily a route guide, so that's okay. This is free for all. Alright, let's collect this treasure. That one up there, as you can see on the map here, barely, is red, even though it's not red down here. That's a 60 only treasure, unfortunately. A lot of the treasures in Maldraxxus are 60 only, which is really lame. I don't know why they would make treasures 60 only. That seems weird to me. Let me loot it all at low level. I like treasures for leveling, you know? It's one of my favorite things. He's doing treasures and stuff, but I guess not in this scenario. You're a little skimpy with the treasures this time around. It's okay. Okay. Scab. Close to my drink. There we go. Yummy. Goo. Surprised that we walk through all this goo with little repercussion. Like, I know over here it actually hurts, but this stuff here doesn't hurt. Like, I've been watching, like, ironically, a lot of stuff on, like, nuclear power and, like, nuclear tragedies that have happened and nuclear waste and how it all works. And this stuff right there reminds me of, like, the elephant's foot at Chernobyl. If you don't know what I'm talking about, definitely look it up and on YouTube and stuff and watch videos about it. Really interesting. Really interesting stuff. But I like sciencey things. I'm really into like sciencey stuff, and honestly, if I had more of a techie, mathy brain, I would have totally gone like a more sciencey route. Like, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I've some various careers that I'd tried. One that I really wanted to do was I wanted to be a nuclear physicist, because I thought that would be super cool. But as it comes out, I suck at physics, and I don't retain mathy type stuff very well, no matter how hard I try. Like, I used to have the table of elements memorized, but I couldn't for the life of me do simple chemical, can't even think of the word, what they're called. It's just how smart I am at that department. Math problems. Equations. There we go. To, you know, show how they work and stuff. So, yeah. Oh well. Alright. So that's cool. Did that. Looks like that's still got an hour on it. It's not giving me a specific time. Besides that, so let's see if this place is swarmed with hordes or not. I saw one horde fly over, but they might have been there for the dungeon. Let's see. Let's do this bonus objective. I could always use more of these, if I so chose. Because I haven't bought... I've got, like, all of the different classes sets of PvP sets up to Legion. I don't have BFAs though, and you can buy BFAs now from a vendor for these marks of honor. Excuse me. Good grief. I'm so sorry. I'm all complaining. Well, not complaining really, but talking about how gross the background burps are, and here I am burping in your ears. I'm a very burpy person. Like, I never thought I was. Like, on a random derailment real quick. You learn weird things about yourself when you record yourself. When you start, you know, watching things back, you find out you have, like, your weird habits, your little quirks and things that you do. I never thought I was a very burpy person. I am a very burpy person, as it turns out, and I'm like, well, that's embarrassing. Oh well. What do you do? Things have a lot of health. So, what do you do? Well, there doesn't seem to be anyone here doing this, so that's kind of nice. Easy three thingies here. Pull you. Here. Dog, come up here. Bring your friend with you. I still haven't named that pet. There's a dog that I want, a wolf rather, in Tanan that I want to tame. I've just not gotten around to doing it, so I've not named this one. This is the one I got from Exile's Reach. Okay. Slimy slimies. I think the slimes are really cute. cute little slimies. There we go. Let's just pull all of you. There we are. Boyo. So there's not too many people that's been in war mode lately. Like, I saw multiple hordes just during this episode, but it's only because it's a Sunday, and you know, more people are on the weekends. But during the week, it's pretty quiet, which is nice. Definitely a bonus, because I'm not into PvP, as I've already stated multiple times. Just here for the goodies. And unfortunately, unlike Legion, these world quests don't show up unless you have war mode on. You can't even see them on the map until you have war mode on, which really kind of annoys me, because like, if I want... No, someone else here. Figures. Because if I want, you know, to do these, like if I wanted to put all my alts through this, I have to go turn it on and go look. Which is kind of annoying. So, yeah. What are you gonna do? It's okay. Yeah, no thank you. I'll pass. Ignore. And goodbye. Of course, level 60. Always gotta come pick on the lobies. Figures. Well, as long as he's not a corpse camper, I don't particularly care. But yeah, I missed the Legion version of these. They were way more interesting, honestly. And on a random note, I'm very glad we can fly now. It's very nice. While dead, I mean. Fly while dead. Because that was really annoying. Well, I guess we'll come back when that guy's done with his shit. 'Cause these things actually take... Oh, I've done this one before. Those mobs take a little longer to spawn than I'd like. So I'll come back for that at the end of this. Because I need to do my bonus objectives and stuff. And I don't feel like trying to fight a 60 for mobs. He's just gonna farm me. I don't blame him, but, you know. It's just the joys of PvP. I'll take NPCs any day. Okay. There we go. Get some of that action. Lovely bonus objective, yeah. I like that these bonus objectives do give you some decent gear, honestly. I like that because I'm sure I've said this before, but there's a huge, like a stupidly huge item level gap between the stuff you get at level 50 from previous expansions and then the stuff you get at 51 plus in Shadowlands, and it kind of drives me nuts that it's not more gradual. It really does, because like it's like a 40 or 50 item level difference. It's a bit silly. There it is. The stolen jar treasure here, it can spawn in these 3 spots. That's all the same treasure. There's only one, unfortunately. So you gotta fly around a little bit. That's why I put that point there, kind of in the middle. You definitely want it, because it gives you that quest. Yeah, I see they all disappeared now. Alright. Up. Neat. Alrighty. No, that Demon Hunters is gone yet. It doesn't take long to do that world quest. We're already at 85. But the mobs in there, since it's supposed to be for PvP, I guess, take a little while to respawn. Longer than I'd like. So it's kind of annoying. Even if there's only like 2 people there, it's kind of annoying. Yeah, this guy's still here. See where he at. You up there? You going up or down? You going up. I'll slide in here. Thank you very much. Just get 5 each. They'll probably kill me again, but you know. It's whatever. I'm not mad, because I would expect him to. I'm in a PvP world quest. But I am gonna come take the mobs, harumph. Alright, we just need one more. Aha. There's our prize. Maybe we can slip out of here before he sees us. Nice. There we go. 50 honor and 3 marks of honor. Neat. I really like that they made marks of honor account-wide. That way, you can mail it to whatever on your account, so that's certainly nice. Okay, let's go turn in this quest. And we're done with Maldraxxus, because Maldraxxus has a lot of 60 only treasure, as you can see. I had these ones on for some reason still, but that's fine. That points out what I'm showing you. And it's really lame, but is what it is. I don't like that they level locked a lot of these. I think it's silly. Because treasures are like a big thing I love doing, even when I'm leveling. Like, I love collecting all the treasures, doing all the bonus objectives, and exploring everything, catching all the pets. I like the, you know, every time I do an area like this. So, we're gonna call this one good for now. I'm 58.5. I just have a level and a half to go. As you've noticed, this is not the most efficient way of leveling, of course, but it's something different. It's something to do. You could also, if you didn't care about these bars, you could totally pick up herbalism and or mining and just go to town like on, you know, Bastion or Ardenweald or something. Pick your favorite flower. Don't matter. So we're going to go ahead and end this one there, and I may or may not continue this tonight. It's almost midnight. I'm kind of tired, but you never know, so. Alright, so thank you so much for watching. There's definitely going to be at least one more episode of this, and then this entire series, both Horde and Alliance. Horde's already done. Both will be done. Capiche, kaput. 1 to 60, done, finally. It took me like 2-3 months to finish it. So, anyway, thank you so much for watching, and as always, remember, it's never too latte. Hi all, Kraken Latte here. Welcome back to the hopefully final episode of my 1 to 60 Alliance series. The Horde one is already finished, and so if you wanted to see the proper route for my whole 1 to 60, and by me saying proper route, I mean the guide that I had made. I followed the route in those Horde version ones, Horde episodes. English, can't do it today. Tonight, rather. It's midnight when I'm recording this. Why? Because I felt like it. That's why. So, here we are. We're going to do quests now, but we don't have to do very many, because we did, if you recall, in the past couple episodes, treasures and stuff. Treasures and bonus objectives, and we are almost done with all of the, whatever you call those things, aid bars. Excuse me while I put on my lips here real quick. Really dry. It's super dry lately. Very dry winter. Around here at least. Alright. So, we are just gonna go until we finish the aid bar here, which for Necrolord specifically, we're at 74%. So, we don't have to do a lot of quests, which is good because Maldraxxus doesn't have a lot of quests anyways. Yeah, woohoo! So we're just gonna pick all the easy ones. Like, we're gonna do the first couple here, And then I'm gonna run over and do these tower ones because they don't annoy me like some of the other ones here in Maldraxxus does. I honestly don't particularly care for the quests and stuff in Maldraxxus. I think design-wise, like, visually, it's an amazing zone. I mean, like, quest design, as far as side quests go for Threads of Fate here, how a lot of the treasures are 60 only. I just don't like how this zone ended up put together, which is really a bummer. But, you know, it is what it is. I don't hate it. It's just, there's always one zone that I don't like, and that's just kind of, you know, how it is. One zone per expansion, I mean. And it's not that I don't like, you know, the rest of the visuals of the zone, or the story of the zone. That's not it at all. It's just, you know, the physical, mechanical, functioning portion, I suppose. Anyway, I know I'm probably saying a lot of nothing, so let's talk about something else. Alright. So that's about all I'm going to bother with in that spot. The rest of it kind of annoys me. So we're going to go all the way over here to the tower, what I just call the tower quests, but it's this one here, or the Tower of Knowledge area, the library. We're going to do those because we're already at 81%. Like, it really doesn't take long. We're just going with the goal of filling up the bar, and we probably won't even need to complete everything to actually hit 60. That's kind of the beauty of what I've been doing is with these bonus objectives and all that stuff, there is an overabundance doing it this way, and I get to loot all the treasures and stuff, which is fun. So, did I talk to you already? Yeah. All right, now we can go wait for this guy, which is good because I'm thirsty. Good old water. So, how's things? Really? That's too bad. Well, don't worry, you'll get through it. I believe in you. Random encouragement from Kraken Latte, don't you worry. I will pretty much always try to give encouragement. Come on, dude, get over here. I got things to do! Things to loot, people to kill, you know? Who's pinging me? Oh, I'm pinging me. It's my bot. My video bot. What came out? Oh yeah, that's right. Podcasts. I'm not used to seeing the podcasts. The podcasts have been coming out on Mondays now. That's podcast day. Are you coming back there? Ruh! Come on. He's so slow. And he is walking over here, I promise you. He's talking and stuff. He's just really slow. It's okay though. Yeah, the podcasts are Mondays. I'm not sure what to put out on Saturdays, honestly. Like, I thought about maybe doing the podcast on Saturdays instead of Mondays. Maybe it would have, like, higher views or something if it came out on Saturdays. I might do that. I don't know, you know, because it's hard to gauge. And it's literally only our second podcast episode ever. So I don't know how well they're gonna do. The first one got around 1,000-ish views. That's not bad. But hey, it's a series we're gonna keep going whether people like it or not. So, I'm so sorry. That's not what I wanted to say, but that's what came out. So we can deal with it. I know. I'm all like, you burp noises, and then burp right in your ears. I have often been told I need to embrace who I am. So I'm very guilty of not doing that. You know. It is what it is. Whatever. Put this guy here. Oh. this guy too. Why not? Why not? So yeah, that's what this episode is going to be. Now, like, if you did all those treasures, you followed the routes on that, because as a reminder, you didn't see this in the last episode, these treasure routes that I made with routes are shareable, thanks to the add-on for the add-on that lets you share them, and they're in my paste bin, linked in the description, and I'll probably put them in a pin in the comments as well, since people are really bad at looking at the description. I often get asked for links and things to like my UI series or whatever, and I'm like, it's in the description of every single video, and always has been since that series came out, as an example. Or like I get asked for my dynamic cam profile or my LVY profile. Those are also in my paste bin, and it says profiles in the description next to it. People are just really bad at looking at descriptions. So, if you're one of those people that's bad at looking at descriptions, start looking at video descriptions. Because even if the viewer or the YouTuber doesn't say anything about what's in their descriptions, it's a good idea to look, because sometimes you find cool links to things that you didn't know that they linked. So, that was your tip of the day. And I have enjoyed making this series, speaking of this series, but I am very glad that this is the last episode of this, because this style of gaming, or the style of video, isn't quite my forte. I don't hate it by any stretch. It is fun. But I have to say, I much prefer actually making guides. I think that's more, not just what I'm better at, but what I prefer. I get more enjoyment, I think, out of making guides and things. Yeah, everyone's got their own style. That's why if I ever do like streaming and stuff, it wouldn't be very often. Probably wouldn't be a schedule for it. So, you know, what do you do? Everyone's got their preferences. Why there's so much variety in the world. Everyone's got their preferences. I like variety. Flappy, flappy. Alright, we need more of these guys. On a random note, I am really excited for next expansion. Like, I'm always excited for WoW stuff, patches and things, but I'm particularly excited, and I know I've said this before in another episode, but I'm particularly excited for this next expansion because I've got, you know, my new friend. I say new, but we've known each other for a couple of years. We just didn't play together much. Canary, you know, who you've seen if you've watched any of my lore walks. I call her my co-host in my podcasts because that's what she is. Uh-oh. And her and I have been working really hard on getting her account and myself all caught up with collecting and questing and everything from all the past expansions, because she's got a new account. She's used to share an account with her children, but now that they're older, you know, she got her own instead of kicking them off. I would have made them get their own account, but that's just me. That's just me. But, you know, whatever. Anyway, so she's got a new account. It's new-ish, like, new as of, like, mid to late BFA, I think. So she's got, like, the Bruto and stuff on it, so it's not, like, totally empty. But she hasn't done anything. And she finally picked a main. And that's her human paladin, Juliana, who is the partner to my main, a human paladin. Ironically, another paladin. Double paladin duo. Which is funny, because Silverfire Tees, who've also played with on this channel, that's my old Let's Plays, her main was a paladin as well. Paladin pals! But what can I say? I like paladins. Not like like, it's not my, and it's kind of ironic on that note. Paladins are not my favorite class. Like, if I told you my favorite classes, those would be Monk, Hunter, Mage, and Demon. Probably in that order. Paladin would be probably like middle of the ground as far as probably like between 6, 7, 8, or 9 rank in that area. I haven't totally made a full rank of all the classes. But I main it just because it's so easy to main. And when I say main, I'm not raiding. You know, I mean, I used to raid with my paladin. I raided in MOP and part of Legion with my paladin before I switched to other classes. So I have raided with this specific character, but paladin is just easy. Like, it's easy for world content. It's got all 3 roles. You know, it's a hybrid class. You got tank, DPS, and healing, and all of them are fairly sturdy when it comes to different kinds of content. Holy Paladin's not my favorite. Actually, it's my least favorite healer, but at the very least, I have that option, which is nice. And I just prefer prot. If I need to go ret, I can. It's a simple spec, but usually I prot's my favorite. Because it's hard to kill, you know? I can solo content fairly easily, world content and stuff, and I don't have to have a lot of gear to be able to do so. Like, I love Mage and Hunter, for example. Like, I could do this probably on a Monk as well. It would be probably pretty close to a Paladin, but Paladin's just kind of my go-to, honestly, for my main. But anyway, like, if I wanted to main a Mage, I could not do what I do on my Paladin, what I would do on my main. My Mage and my, I probably said that totally wrong. I could not do on my Mage and Hunter what I do on my Paladin. There we go. English. I have a writing degree, not a speaking degree. I'm a writer, not a speaker. Speaker. Yes, I know, I said that wrong on purpose. But anyway. See, did I collect all the books down there? I think I did. No, I did not. I was too busy getting distracted. Give me all the books. I missed one. I know I did. Maybe I didn't. Yep, I did. There it is. But, anywho. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got everything down here now. Yep. I don't know why I'm all distracted all of a sudden. Anyway. So, while I would totally main a Mage or a Hunter or something like that, I just don't have the ability to just go solo shit. Like, I mean, I probably could if I got super geared and I became a real pro player at those classes, but I don't want to get super geared and I don't want to become a super pro player. I'm a very casual player when it comes to skill level. I used to raid and stuff, so it's not like I don't know what I'm doing. I know how to play every class actually fairly well, and if I really wanted to get into it, I'd research, you know, the newest version of that spec I want to play, and I know how to do all that. I used to raid often. Pretty hardcore, actually, from MOP to Legion. All the way up into Heroic when that was the top level, and MOP, and except for, you know, Mythic came out for Siege of Orgrimmar. And then when Mythic was out, I raided all the way up through Mythic for every expansion. That's just how I am. Used to sell AOTC carries. I was always that type of person, but it's not my forte. Come to find out, I'd rather go collect shit, so. Speaking of, I still need to make that video. I still need to make a video on why I play the way I play. I don't know what I'd call it, like maybe why I'm a hardcore casual or something. I don't know. But it's more like, it's not a guide, it would be more of like a, kind of a personal thing as to why I like playing the way I do. And I don't know, it's just one of those things I feel like I need to share, I guess. Because, I think I've said this in another one of these episodes, but I stopped raiding in Legion just because I realized I was playing for other people and not myself, and I wasn't happy. You know, I wasn't really doing what I wanted to do. Which seems silly if you think about it. We're playing literally a game and paying for it even to relax and enjoy yourself, right? Like, that's why I play, to have fun. I mean, if your version of fun is raiding, then do it. But I hope you get what I mean. That's why I want to write a script for that, so I can get my words out more properly. Speaking on the fly is not my forte. But, yeah, so. And, you know, maybe that could help someone else figure out, kind of come to that realization as well. Because I was tired of being picked on constantly for having more than one main, more than one alt. And at the time, I didn't have like a lot of alts until BFA, which is actually after I was in guilds with other people. So it sounds funny because you're like, oh, well, you're just a serious alcoholic, Kraken. I wasn't actually until BFA. That's the funny thing. I only had one of each class on both factions. That's it. Like, that sounds like a lot, but it's really not. And I had that for the purpose of raiding. That way, if I needed to switch classes, switch rules for any given patch, I could. And yet, you know, any guild that I was in, they would make fun of me for not picking a main, even though I actually had a main, and they just wouldn't acknowledge it. Or, but you know, they seemed so eager to, oh hey, you got a monk, don't you? We need a Mistweaver, or whatever, you know. Can you go get that and raid with it? Yeah, sure, you're welcome. But, you know, they'd pig on me for being a collector or whatever. That was very common for some reason. It just got really old. And I know not everybody has that experience, but I feel like that's more common than it should be. It's like, literally, like, a large portion of this game is actually collecting stuff. So, just saying. Whatever. But, I mean, that's not why I quit raiding, but, you know, it's one of the many things that started leaving a foul taste in my mouth, you know. Alright, we hit 59, and we can go turn in the Rallying Maldraxxus. Look at that. Perf. Okay, so we'll go to support the court. We'll go to Ardenweald because that one's pretty close, so we won't need to do much for that one. And then when we finish that, we'll probably go to Bastion. Go do that one next. I'll probably more than certainly hit 60, I would imagine. Possibly even in, well, I'm guessing in Ardenweald, but we'll see. Because this end quest alone gives you 20% of a level minimum. When you're lower level, it gives like 21 to 26%. But, you know. So that's kind of nice. And it's later, so any cross-realm hordes seem to have disappeared. So that's good. Good, good, good. And I don't care to finish the quests. I'm just doing enough to hit 60. And kind of debating if I want to. Alright, let's go to Ardenweald. Kind of debating if I want to, like, finish these in the video or just end the video when I hit 60. Because I'm definitely going to hit 60 before I finish all the 8 bars. 8 quests. And that's just speaking from experience. I've done that multiple times now, which is quite nice. You can do world quests too, if you wanted. I've done a few world quests here and there. It's not my favorite thing in the world. I like doing the pet battle world quest. Is that the only one here? Really? Wow. World quests are really skimping tonight. Let's go do the pet battle one. Since we're here, so that one's really easy. And then we'll do... I don't really like the Glitterfall one, so let's do... I think the ones with that dude might do it. It's only like 3 quests. Probably not. We'll pick up the ones at Torghast. We'll do the Forester disappearances. I'd do the Gorm one, but the Gorm ones kind of annoy me, so we'll do this one, where we loot the acorns and stuff. That's pretty easy. Because you don't need much. I do know like another world quest or something, but there's only one here apparently, so we'll just do the one. That's fine. As you can see, I am an avid map checker. That's just kind of how I navigate. But that's okay. Alright, hopefully I have the correct script for this guy. He's not hard though, so even if I don't, I can probably do it without it. Script. Yay. Good. So all my scripts were deleted for some mysterious reason. So I snagged all the canaries she shared hers with me, but you know, we don't exactly have the same teams, so they don't always match up. I had a couple earlier that didn't. That's okay. That's fight easy. Done. Woo! Alright. So we don't need much. Let's head over to forest disappearances there at Torghast. Ease peas. So we already did all the treasures here. Like that's not a treasure, for example. That's the Ardenweald conductor stage thing. And that one requires 2 people, so we can't leave that one, but that's fine. We don't need it. Am I fast flying, right? Where is it? Yeah, I do. That's good. This dragon's so big, I always have to be like, am I flying fast? Yeah, I am. That's okay. Oh, well. I was gonna go to bed, but, you know, before doing this episode, but I just want to get it done, you know? I want to feel accomplished here. I've been so busy with everything, and yet it feels like I'm getting nothing done. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. So I will feel good to have this done. Hopefully you can't hear my brother. He's over there being loud. But, you know, what are you gonna do? Well, luckily we don't need much here, so that's nice. Alright. Time to do these. I don't know why you're attacking that poor little Gorm. My pet. There we go. Nice. I love the Sylvar. That's what these satyr-looking creatures are. Like Sylvar. They're super cool. I would absolutely play one. Abso-positively. I really doubt that we'll be able to play them, but I would love that if we could. That would be super cool. Oh, I guess it says Sylvar on their name. Well, there you go. I didn't even see it. That's okay. Doing all the quests. Doing all the quests. Dar-de-dar-de-dar-de-dar. It don't take long. Doot. There we go. Neat. I will be very glad to do this series. Looking forward to getting back into guides again. Not that this series is hard. It's not. I don't hate it. It's just, you know, not the content I super enjoy making. And I think it doesn't help too that because it's so long, I've had to do it like... I mean, I started this back in December. We're partway through February now. I wanted to be on to guides back in February, but It won't be till the end of February, it looks like. That's okay. I'd rather have these in a couple hour-long episodes instead of like 6 hours each. Jeez, you know? Too much, man. Too much. Alright. What are those? The ones over here. Come here, you. Oh, come here. Get over. I really want to explore down there. Like, there's trees and stuff. I want to see what's down there. Speaking of down there and Ardenweald, I really want to see Thros. Like, if you don't know what Thros is, definitely look up what it is on a Wowpedia or something. Thros is a death realm connected to the nightmare that the Drust and stuff are from. Super complex, super cool. So it's connected to both the Shadowlands and the Emerald Dream, which is really fascinating to me, that bridge there. I really wanted to see more of it, you know? I really wanted to go to Thros, not just the... Like, you go to Thros in the Alliance campaign in BFA to save Jaina or whatever. It's not really Thros, it's just... It's like... Yeah, just a spooky version of Drustvar, like a little portion of it. That's... Come on, I want more than that. And from what I had read, too, speaking of, the design here for Ardenweald apparently was like originally stuff for Thros or something, but then they went a different route and made Ardenweald, which is fine. I love Ardenweald a lot, but I'm also kind of bummed, because I'm like, does that mean they're never going to do Thros? I would really like to see Thros, please. I like the dark, spooky realms. Not that I don't love Ardenweald. Ardenweald is gorgeous, and it's actually my favorite realm, with Revendreth at a close second. Where's this flower? Flower. Gift. But I really want to see all the obscure places, because I'm that person. I like the mysterious, the dark, the spooky, like, you know, the dark side of the coin, if you will. I like that stuff. Nice. Okay, so we're not even gonna bother with those because we finished that already. Get out of here. Don't care. Yeah. There we go. Alright, I'll go turn that in. And yeah, I'll be pretty close. So we won't hit 60 with this, but we definitely will with the... Let's see, should I do Bastion or Revendreth? One's a little faster. Do Bastion. We'll do Bastion, because I think I haven't done all the quests there, yeah? Yeah, we'll do like the kitty one. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do Bastion next. Although honestly, I'll probably just finish these here in this video. That way I'm just done. Because like the purpose of finishing these is not just for XP, as I drool on myself, excuse me. Randomly salivating. But it's also for the anima. I don't care about the weapons, but you get 250 anima, and if you complete all 4 zones 8 bars, you get 1,000 anima, and that anima you can then send to whoever needs it. This is all they're gonna use it. Plus, this return to Orbo's portion gives the thing a renown, which is nice. So let's go to Bastion. We'll do that one first. Oh, I can't use that yet. I was too fast. That's okay, we'll take the flight point. In fact, I'll just Hearth. I'll go turn in those 2 quests in Bastion. Maybe by then the thing will be off cooldown. Probably not, but but yeah. La 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 la. Sleepy, so I keep zoning out, running out of things to say. That's okay though. We're actually almost there. totally almost there, which is nice. Alright. Over. Oh, random lag. Get in here. What's with the lag? Come on. Wake up, Oribos. Jeez. It's been doing that lately. A little annoying. Okay. Just turn in quest, please. Why you not turn in quest? Must be HMP. That's a little odd. Turn off everything here. There we go. Haven't had that problem before. Odd. Okay, /HMP. Turn everything back on. Dialogue emotes. Merchants, traders, speech. All that stuff. There we go. Okay. Can I use it now? 4 minutes. That was 1 whole minute. Ah, it's fine. We'll just take the flight point. Like peasants. Oh well. We could technically go do a Torghast, but I want to finish these bars. So that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna fly to Bastion. We're gonna fly to a Spirit's Rest. It's fine. Thirsty anyways. Yeah, I'll probably just end the episode after I hit 60 here in Bastion, because I will. I finish. Probably I might even hit 60 before I finish the Bastion bar. Because you don't really need to see me complete these bars. I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory, you know? You just do some random quests and it fills up. So, you don't really need to see that part. It's just unnecessary length at that point. Which is totally fine. Because once I finish these, I mean, I'm done. Like, I made this character specifically for this series. So I won't have to worry about that. Alright. So let's go ahead and pick up this one. We'll do this. We'll let it sell stuff here real quick. There we go. Alright. We also have the pet battle up there that I could do too. No shortage of XP, that's for sure. Whoops, wrong button. I'm so used to playing my paladin that I tried to use my horse, my pony. But that's disengage on a hunter. Same button. That's okay. Nothing like some chill leveling. There's a whole bunch. Hopefully we don't need this though. Of course we do. That's okay. We're a night phase hunter. We got lots of AoE! All the AoEs. Hey, you better give me all my pelts. Getting all the plumage, the plumage, the plumage. Oh, Canary's got that song stuck in my head. It's so annoying. She'll sing that when she follows me around. Following the leader, the leader, the leader. And if you're watching, Canary, Oh, there's a flower right there. I'll take that. Neat. Alright. Turn that in. And we can go pick up the flower quest. Give. Thank you. Flower quest, because it's easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Easy peas. There we are. Alright, we'll do that one, go turn that in, then we'll come back and do the disturbing the peace one. So I feel like those are pretty easy compared to some of these other ones. This one, the Axia's memory one annoys me. The stuff with the phalanxes annoys me. I don't know why. I think a lot of the quests I'm noticing annoy me for some reason, and I'm not sure why. Don't really have a reason, so I can't really give any like constructive criticism, unfortunately. That's why I dislike saying I don't like something, unless I can tell you, you know, give an idea of how I think it would be better. But I really don't in this case, so that's unfortunate. They seem well made, it's not like they aren't. I like Bastion a lot more than Maldraxxus for sure, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm definitely excited to see Shadowlands added to the Chromie time leveling, though. You know, the one is probably be 1 to 60. They're probably gonna add 10 more levels again, and then inevitably have to squish us again later. I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna deal with that, but I got some leave-in conditioner for my hair, and I made my hair look nice, but it made my scalp kind of itchy, so I don't think I'm gonna keep using that. Sorry, I'm like allergic to everything, man. So irritating. Alright. Definitely gonna hit 60 before I finish this bar. Oh, give me your other quest, lady. There we go. These little birds. I thought this bird model was cute. It's like a raptor, but a bird. It's a raptor bird. There we go. Raptor bird. Alright. Oh, we got 2 more friends. Cool. Julio. Julie Patootie. All these birds. Alright, I need this thingy over here. And one more animal. Yeah. Get over here, worm. These worms are so cute. I love these. This design of wind serpent, I guess. The anima worms are super cute. I like how the anima is their body too. It's really neat. Pretty. Whoever designs all the beasties at Blizzard, good job. I'm always approving of your design choices on these creatures. They're pretty neat. Alright! And we're 60. I'm gonna continue some quests on my own. Maybe I might just might not do that and just do like Pet Battle World quests over the course of a few days to finish these last 2 bars. So yeah, in fact I'll probably just do that because I got other things to do. So you don't need to see me do that. I am now 60. So there you go. That was my 50 to 60, the non-guide way. That's just doing treasures, bonus objectives, and a few quests to finish bars, which we didn't even finish the bars. Oh, and Torghast, and of course herbalism and stuff at the start for that extra boost. So Works for me. Alright, so this series is officially done. Woo! Both the Horde and Alliance characters are now 60. We're done. So look at that. That's pretty cool. So thank you so much for watching, everyone. I'm a little tired. I'm gonna go to bed now. It's almost 1 in the morning. So as always, remember, it's never too latte. This is the part where I ask you to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing at least one of those gets my videos recommended more. The higher these numbers are, the more YouTube likes me, and that helps me bring you more coffee-fueled content. I thank you so much for any support you choose to give. Did you know I stream on Twitch now? I do everything from transmog to leveling to gold making, and I'm live 5 days a week to chat with, so come hang out. And there we have it. If you think I've missed information or you want to request I do a specific guide, let me know in the comments below. Even if I don't answer you, I just might add your idea to my list. As always, thank you so much for watching, and remember, it's never too latte.